understand something. I grew up in churches. Marriage very seriously. I know this is a commitment for life.
No. Part of my phone strap.
Short. My wife and I, we're having a tough time in the marriage. I remember there was one story, the whole, like, what is it, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? The whole thing was that he was in a hotel room, and the maid accidentally ripped out his suit, and then eventually, when he got outward, because the maid accidentally threw away his set. Do you remember he was like always constantly tells his wife, the devil's telling me, oh, wife is like, so he's not. He's like, no, what happens? Husband number one comes back. The fucking maid was the devil. Oh, I'm really the maid was the devil. That's right. And all this after the movie, like the maid was the devil. The devil possessed me. They got in a big fight at his apartment or something. And he constantly says that the devil's telling me. And the main good one was that the devil thing. No, divorced from a man who is eligible to marry a Cohen, and that will be issued from a man who is married. It's just execution with Shimon, and there was no valid marriage. Then come up from a Mesa, she's not fast possible. So let's say, I'll just point out, the Gemara says over here, fine. She says this one says, I'm going to do that. I'll believe that Abelazar and Moses told Magnisa, the Darsh Bachas, the Abelazar put Darsh in such a beauty, such a gem of his passage, and instead of the Darsh was a power Yisrael. So my Magnisa, they will say, what could have been this gem that the Darsh from his passage? The Sanya, the Isha, the Isha, the Isha. It was like, started speaking about a real Cohen. The Cohen is not ready to marry a woman who is divorced from her husband. I will say, now obviously the person is done. Like, why would it have to be done? Because who else is a woman divorced from? Like, no, just say the Isha, the Isha, where you talk. Why the Isha, the Rusha, and the Isha? So in a Mishnah, Rabbi Elazar, the master Darshan, was to say that only if she's divorced from a man who she was fully married to, if she prefers to be a divorcee. So in the case of our Mishnah, she was never married to Shimon, and therefore she's not considered to be divorced from Shimon. But Yudah says, oh, Rabbi Elazar the master could have made such a better drasha. What's the better drasha? Watch this. Afilu lo nisgarsha elam isha. Sooner or later, the Hanureh gets the most of the girl. We'll say, watch this. What about a woman who was only divorced from her husband, but committed to no one else? We'll say, what's the case? Watch this. Let's say a man
All right. So why'd you stop streaming? Okay, well, when are you going to start streaming again? Okay. Are you going to stream? Are you going to multi-stream? Are you going to multi-stream?
No.
Why not? Dude, you know you can do it for free on Rumble? Okay. No. You can multi-stream on Rumble Studio, and do it all for free. Oh, okay, that works too. All right, so what's new, man? Dog, please remind me.
You were talking about like
Word, dog. All right, so
Hey, what do you think about
I think it's nightmarish. Yeah, I think it's terrible.
So what do you think? What do you think about the Epstein files coming out?
Right? Ruben takes it hard.
Where
Vanessa as a
clearly has been crying.
he married
You
Leia.
see
He
your
married
relation with
Leia. Right? He went ahead and he married Leia.
financial
We're going to see how the things actually get way more complicated.
electronic
But Africa,
Yeah, I mean, if you read them, it's pretty obvious. Yeah, if you read them, it's pretty obvious.
What do you mean?
I mean, did you read them?
Well, I didn't read them, but I know what's inside of them.
Okay, well, if you read them, they're like the major industrialists of the world who are involved in all kinds of really clandestine and immoral activities. Did you watch the Super? What did you say, Pam? What's going on, big man?
So ultimately, again, ultimately, so Ruben will be committed in the relatives of Leia, right? And Leia is she on the character, and Leia is committed in Ruben's relatives. Now look over here, you do not view them as having so therefore, again, the other types of relatives who might be willing to live with you as a result of a marital association are not political
That's usually what
Ruben married Leia's daughter. Right? So remember again. So right, Leia is his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is Esther's again, but ultimately Leia's daughter is not. So we'll say all this is saying what we hear is that myself, even though it turns out that effectively what they had was an extramarital affair, it does not show that there was no marital bond between Ruvain and Leia. And therefore, again, any of her relatives are permitted to him, any of his relatives are permitted to her. So we must say, the inmates say so. Now, look at the shit. Similarly, now, let's fast forward. Let's say now, Rachel died. So let's say, so right, in case one, part one of the story, was Rachel goes on vacation. The aide comes back and tells Ruvain, your wife died. Your wife died. Ruvain marries his wife's sister, Leia. Rachel comes back, okay? Mistake. Rachel and Ruvain resume their marriage in Leia's house. So we'll say, now what happens? Later on, Rachel actually dies. She actually dies. In that case, we'll say, then what? Ruvain is permitted to go ahead and marry Leia. Right? He's permitted to marry Leia. So as I said again, just to point out to them what this effectively means, that Allah there was, we understand, there was no marriage between Ruben and Leia. Good. So the Gemara says, Amuro Mesa Ishto, and us that's not called stuff. We'll say, here's number two. Things is Rachel goes on vacation. You see, for Ruben, your wife died. As a result, Ruben goes down and marries his wife's sister Leia. Africa amigo Kayanas I saw who they saw. And then what happens? And then they tell them, no, we made a mistake. At the time we told you that she was dead, she was alive, but she subsequently died. So now, as we stand here now, the man says she knows she's dead, but we made a mistake in the timeline, which means what? That we at the time that you married Leah, who you thought was your widow's sister, it was in fact your living wife's sister. But now the wife has passed away. What's that about? So the Gemara says, so Havlad Yishon Manzur, the Achor in Manzur, so let's say the earlier child is a Manzur, secondary child is not a Manzur. So let's say you understand, what does this mean earlier or later? So effectively, if they have a child during the time of law, that Rachel was alive, that child is a Manzur. But any children that they had after Rachel passed away would not be Manzur. Okay, look, the Mishnah says, Posha are your dad. Posha are your dad. So the Gemara says, we'll see what this phrase means. Anyone who makes someone else hustle, himself is hustle. The Posha are your dad. Whoever does not make anyone else hustle, ultimately against the Posha are your self doesn't become hustle as well. Rashi says, well, yeah, if you do mind the fire, we'll see in the Gemara exactly what that means. It's beautiful. It says the Gemara, so let's say, now watch this. Let's make this case a little bit more complicated, because it's not just the fact that remember again, we've got moving marriage to Rachel, right? And ultimately, again, there's this, right? So now, the piece that we saw it was, Rachel went on vacation, Rachel went overseas. Right, so now then what happened? Reuben heard that Rachel died, right? So that Rachel died, and he married Leah, Rachel's sister. Let's go to the wrinkle on this. Who did Rachel go overseas with? Leah's husband. Leah's husband. So let's say, so it turns out two sisters are married to two men, right? So there's Rachel and Leah. Rachel's married to Reuben, and Leah's married to Shimon. Rachel went overseas with Shimon. I would say nothing illicit, right? But they went overseas together. So Rachel went with Shimon. Now watch this. So it turns out that what really happened over here, when the aid or again whatever was happening, come back, what did they testify about? What did they testify about? Or was it? Now, by the way, they don't have to be testifying like the same thing. In other words, you could have a situation where two aides are coming, right? So one aide is coming to Reuben and telling Reuben what? Telling Reuben what? Rachel died. And another aide is coming to Leah and telling her what? Shimon died. Shimon died. So now we'll say, now what happens? Now what happens? Now Reuben ends up marrying Leah. So we'll say, so now what ends up happening? So now what's part two of the story? What's part two of the story? Rachel, right? Can you imagine this? So it's like Rachel and Shimon walk into Shabbat Brachos, right? Right? Rachel and Shimon walk in. So Rachel and Shimon are back. Yes, amazing. So now watch this. Now watch this. Watch this. Now what happens? So now Rachel and Shimon come back to town. They're alive, they're alive. Now let's put this out. So what did our Mishnah say? Reuben and Rachel could continue their marriage together. That's true on one side of the equation. But let's say who can't continue their marriage together? Right? Leah and Shimon. Why not? Because Leah has effectively inadvertently committed adultery. And then she's a sin of battle and to the below. So this is really fascinating. You might have thought that in the same way that Leah can't continue to live with her husband, that Reuben and Rachel shouldn't be able to continue to live together as well. Because Shemaiah Isha Iso, Kesa Israel, you might have thought that the law, we don't say that since Leah can't go back to Shimon, therefore Rachel can't go back to Reuben. We don't say that. Halacha might say two different situations, two different scenarios. Like Halacha might say, as much as Leah and Shimon can't continue to live together, Reuben and Rachel can. We're not missing the Lord Rabbi Akiva. Say that on this one, there's not just like the view of Rabbi Akiva. You're Rabbi Akiva. Also, this is fascinating. Because if it's Rabbi Akiva, the truth is, Rachel and Reuben shouldn't be able to be married together. Why not? Get ready for this? Because Hagili Achaz B'Shachel. And I want to listen to this. Because Rachel should be considered the sister of the woman who Reuben divorced. essentially Leia is going to receive the death from moving, right? And therefore, again, Rachel, the original wife, should be considered to be like the wife of a woman whom moving divorced, and therefore should be a sister. How does that happen? Watch this. Samuel, Colorado certifies the person again, in general, will say, if a man tries to marry an Oracle, so ultimately again marries subsequent, and therefore he's going to apply it again. Towards the Ishes Ish Shenasaki, with the exception of Pasol, says the case of a married woman who gets married based on based. Also, what's the case of based on based? Right? And it happens, that the Akiva Moses asked Ishasa, that the Akiva says the same thing with Ishasa, and encouraged to marry your brother's sister. So that's where they thought the sorry, your brother's wife, because he thought the brother was dead. Oh, of course he's dead. So the case of your wife's sister. Even though the Akiva, by your guess, that was like, that the Akiva would say, now again, I'll point out to what they got over here, that Rashi says over here, he's not sure why God the Akiva asked this case. But I've also that watch this. In this case, let's play out this case. In this case, where Rachel was going ahead, right? Rachel went overseas, and Halacha comes back, right? I'm sorry. She goes overseas. Reuben gets testimony that she's dead. Reuben marries Leah. Now Rachel comes back. According to the Akiva holds that Reuben is going to have to give Leah again. Right? Why? We're not sure. But yes, I holds. That looks like according to the Akiva, Rachel really should not be permitted to live with her husband anymore. Why? Because what's Rachel's status? Rachel is the sister of a man whom her husband divorced. And halacha l'maisa, again, you can't marry such a person. The even though the Akiva by a death, the male is the Havile Achos Mirishasa. And since ultimately, again, we're going to have to give a death to Leah, therefore Rachel can't remain married to her husband, because she's effectively the sister of a woman whom her husband was. We'll stop over here for today. We'll take out the marriage settlement. I'm sorry, we have to cover a little more ground. Hey, so we'll catch up tomorrow. Next session, we'll continue with this case and continue the explanation of Rabbi Akiva.
The smartest thing the devil ever did was dress up like an easy. I don't know, what is it saying? Pretend they doesn't exist. Yes, right. So he dresses up like a beautiful woman just to take a shower and become like the old. The Shining. Yeah, or what? Yeah. Let's see here.
Great. And I find, goodness and may God find love through me. And I said, what are you doing while they're praying? She went, I don't know, I get this overwhelming feeling. I've never had anyone do it after me, and I just felt this overwhelming love, and I just started so good. I go, okay. She goes, I don't know what's going on, but I want to start going to church. I want to about God and Jesus. Can we find a church? Sure.
Complicated different cases.
She's doing it. She's reading. She's going to church. And people and she plays a lot of music.
For that matter.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He goes up and down. You got violins, guitars, fucking metal, random shit.
You don't go to church? I went, I tried a couple times to still. You say a lot of things. Drive her away.
Oh, she should invest in that. Or we're going to the mother continues married to the daughter of the mother's son. The idea over here is that
like, why did you give examples? Like, you said this. This one was, well, yeah, like, it's, you see me, I talk to God, I go to the woods, show me what you want me to do. I don't know what I'm doing here. And we'd have a conversation. You know, in the head.
Fresh out.
Or again,
just got out.
and so on and so forth. So again, how about when I said, season,
was thinking,
you
she was
everything
thinking,
like
just
that.
like my
Simple,
fucking dick.
things is your brain. That's one of the things.
Excited
Of
to
course,
hear
can
that.
do, can't do, but not only do
Good.
that, you also don't
You
have
said
to
that.
be public.
Yeah, we know that now.
ما قلتين بعد
I'd go
ليس
sit on the
أنقص من
patio.
الصورة الله
That's a rehab right there. Yeah.
is
What's wrong with
السيتي ليس أنقص من الصورة الله is
I
الرب
will say though,
الصورة
credit where credit's due.
المتبعة
The fucking AI is way better than the
in the
first
first
season.
part
First
of
season
the
was
show,
horrible. I can't remember. It was like they were in AIs in different locations. It was like it didn't like yeah, well, it's so strange that he's doing this at all. Yeah. It's very artistic for sort of a boring story, and then making it look like this. He's so much doesn't look at all like himself, but also so bad and in way better shape. You know, I don't know why he would make this choice. I think he thinks it looks cool. If I had AI of myself and it looked really cool, I'd be like, we gotta redo this. I can't. Unless it's like an ironic thing, because I know I don't look cool.
What
So
happens in that
it's gonna
case?
make my
Ultimately,
shittier
against
than
us as well,
I went to one of my friends and she didn't, she's like, what are you guys doing? Like, we're talking about the stars and the earth and our souls and this and God. And she's like, I don't understand how God has to mix them down.
was maybe mother-in-law's sister. And Allah and I said, then what
Conversation, and this is what I really do. When she found Jesus, now it's non-stop. Have you thank Jesus for your gift of your love?
This is a fascinating idea.
Take it easy. Do you thank Jesus for your divine? The way I explain that to people, if you find Jesus your faith, because I'm telling you right now, I can tell you're willing to listen to anyone, and they will take advantage of you, and they will target you. Trust me. Any question you have, please just call. I have nothing to offer you but truth. I really don't. I don't want anything terrible to happen to you. If you want to be an actress, go be an actress. But please, use your resources to ask real
okay, we
questions.
get it. That's the reason why this is not a build. You just go to the build. I want to see what Chris Farley fucking pull out or something like that. Wait. Yes. I made a prediction. Do you have any prediction of how this is? Okay, so Chris Farley is involved. Jim Brewer reveals the darkest moments you've ever witnessed in Hollywood. It's gonna be. Sorry, guys. I mean, I thought it was like his darkest moment. But if he's just gonna talk about something bad that every second. Well, I think maybe like drugs being offered to him or something like this. You know, it would be, it's so funny. It's like super lame. He's like, and then, I was outside and Chris Farley when a comedian offered me a cigarette, and I was like, you know what, man, I don't want to do that. And 2 weeks later, I got That is really funny. I like that I got 2 shout outs. Nobody smashes the light when it's when I got over.
Ultimately, again, when two sisters become essentially connected to a Jacob, to one man. Ultimately, what does the passage say?
16 minutes or 23 minutes.
So it's essentially the same thing as any time two sisters are maritally connected,
Now, this won't be demonic as far as how you may imagine.
Now, again, in this
Demonic
case,
will look like, but I'll tell you that.
now they see you as ultimately ultimately. So I love for myself, there's a sister, which is the relationship. Ultimately, you're going between those two systems. Whenever that happens, so Shimmy Darshans, he says, what's the class? Ultimately, again, there's nothing there. Now, the secret thing Shimmy is looking for is there's absolutely no merit to this. So I love for myself, again, that you don't necessarily tell me
a friend of a friend of a friend.
but I love for myself going to
Because he used to do UFC.
the
He's a fighter in his top 10, but never really worked out when he tried to podcasting and stuff that he did. One that was really bad. But it's called the Gringo Rock. I'm not going to say what it was. But this bitch is called the Gringo
yeah,
Rock.
but like, this super like Shimmy I saw
That fellow said this Kimber in Spanish,
which
or
one of
Mexican
the women
dishes.
was ultimately again with Mr. Erba. Let's say one of the two women, one of the two sisters was with Mr. Erba. Ultimately, it's a lady, so she's a
Very serious.
from the people picture.
It's historic, but it's
Of all places to have a wireless mic,
Really,
like a pod.
really makes white necessary.
Right.
You're right.
Here's the thing, I am not religious, but I'm not like anti-religion. I'm agnostic. I don't
Sorry,
care.
that kind of told
It
about
could
it.
be real, it could not be real. So that's where I stand. Shocker.
The love of making doesn't have to be evil or demonic,
And they
they're
really
effectively
need
kind of
that.
treated like a terrible
I kind of
situation.
go.
Ladies
That's
on the same days are
That's my
tired
bias.
down.
Like, I don't really think
Ultimately,
anything is
again, you
actually
would think that I love for the
demonic.
nice stuff.
So
You
it
should be
makes me
always
think
there
they
because of the general case of consistency. Now, what is that going to make it actually?
Are you
You guys
surprised?
are providing that. I forgot the
He's dead serious. Like, there is a
whole Finale aslında hazda ama laka ala isi afos tuku grabala. Şimdi ama isi afos tuku. Erba muniki
like that
Ramona
man is
Patra,
not the devil.
the time of
Because
the
I don't even believe that she threw what you're saying. That story made no sense.
according to Shimon,
Like maybe she
see,
threw it
up until
because
now,
he
we
made it
become
seem like she
Afos
ripped it up on
process,
purpose
right?
and didn't want him to do stand up or
Afos
something like that. It's just not something
which
that
is
made
our case
by
up
the
until
time
now.
it
We've
did.
been
She's
married
reading it
two
offended
sisters.
by the
We've
show.
been Shimon died. Their wives, what sisters, rock on the layup, fall for
It's also like
lady can't be evil. Lady can't be evil.
it's
Because
more
what
of
we call Afos
the lack
is a
of
narrative on the two sisters.
humanity
That the two sisters
and
That's the thing
the
that I love.
disconnection
Shimon's position in the
of
century
morality and spiritual existence
terrible dog.
and how it's broken down.
And
That,
because we
to me,
treat
is
it
the
like
product
it's
of
everything on ice,
dehumanization.
therefore, I'm not to myself, sure has to, there's no evil,
And
there's
things
no
are painful.
Kalisa.
Anyone
So
that
you
wants to
might
be
have brought us follows, this is the
there
Salah,
wants
he
to hold
says,
to others or
Migzor,
compare.
he said that I
And
told that through the
until you
the
understand the power
today.
of
The
that
name of the
God,
Yabin La
to
Sosa,
be better
for
than
the
me,
race of the
then you
Aduna
go to
Afos.
I said, let's see.
I'm at a therefore.
much bigger than anyone else. You will never understand
How
how easy that is. It's almost like obsession. We'll say that. That's what I think we're missing about the people. We forget what we do. There's deeper layers of evil.
Let's just
Oh, that we must understand.
Like
guess that's
so again, so just
For
follow
me,
along.
this was
I love it. So I love the number one is that when you get into pass away, even if you're not
I saw
sisters, both of you will become ladies. I love the number again. Kalita, Yesh Zeka, and that is opposite the cost. That's case one.
I saw
Rock on the sisters hopefully. But rock on Erva the Oraisa.
and I saw a famous comedian come on, and I mean, it's Tank came on, and before he even came on,
It's in this, right? Remember, again, one of the women.
when I say regular people, like the camera guy, the guys that fix the lights, the guys that are just
one of
the construction and building the sets, hair, makeup,
Talking about the Gringo Rock meetings. Building the Dallas skyline.
everyone, I would talk with everyone, and they all said, Brewer, when you meet Farley, he's the greatest, you're gonna love Farley.
There's nothing.
Everyone says that. Like, oh my god, he lights up. Like my favorite guy, this camera guy, John. Brewer. Oh my god, you and Farley are gonna hit it off. So I'll go something like that. So with that said, he also find out the hairdresser's like, oh, he used to on Sundays, he used to go to like the county church for the homeless, you know, deal with right. Oh yeah. So with that said, he shows up, and now I see what he's got a presence. Not that time. This is another thing. What I'm going through. Not what I'm going through, what I'm living at. I'm doing a one-hitter nonstop. This job's got, I got out the window. This one's doing well. I'm just one-hitter weed out the window. He comes in our room. And I'm thinking, he goes, hey, Jimmy, I know you got weed. I said, I got a one-hitter. I got to get the one. So he takes the one-hitter. Now, in my head,
He like when he's in the weed thing, he laughs hard. Like he laughs at the Chris Farley wanting to smoke weed. And it is kind of funny, honestly. But I don't know if that's what Burr is going for. But his son laughs. He's like trying to keep it. This is Burr's hit. Maybe he's almost funny there.
So that's part of what's going on.
This sounds high.
I know the first time I died. Then I noticed his photo about 15 minutes later. He's on some
This kid is over at his friend's house, and they're like smoking weed, and he's like, all right, I gotta go. I gotta go do a podcast with the dad's like, you didn't go hang out with your dad high, and he's like, I have.
When it comes to the mitzvah, everybody's around people are a little more fuzzy on the details. But when I say everybody, everyone knows so again, a number of very important pieces actually we'll get to the Rambam. A number of very important pieces of halakha. First of all, number one, the two brothers married to sisters, the two brothers died, sisters all before the surviving brother comes himself, once you learn that you can use it as an mom, and number two, therefore, again, the other couples, that's halakha number one. Halakha number two, one of the sisters and now ladies say, you don't die, you fight for your what is your disease? was say, what's this happening now? When Shimon died, Leah, Rachel's sister, falls into the evil. But remember again, what did we think? We look at Levi already seemed Naaman with Rachel. So right, so in Rachel was thinking that evil was eligible for evil first. Leah was fine, the husband was alive. Levi does Naaman with Rachel. After that, before evil occurs, then Shimon dies, his wife Leah falls into evil. Now the silent is, what is the impact now of having Leah in his windows? They cannot only because the law vows you taking into opposition. They cannot say the same thing. One can use it. And therefore, you are to lose married to Rachel, and therefore, when she dies and Leah becomes eligible for evil, there's no evil because she's already married to his sister Rachel. So she has to be with him. That's what says over here. He's pretty much explaining the why not that. And Naaman keeps music. When you do Naaman with the If you love that, I will say, Mr. Aha, I'll let you know. Okay, that's the channel. It's not almost mostly
I mean, you got the people that feel sketchy. Are they going to do heroin or something? I mean, it doesn't seem like the greatest thing. Yeah, I guess if you're keeping the nerves set, you gotta watch out for
Number one, maybe has to be Rachel again, and after that, we get how he starts. Right? He has to give Rachel again to undo the Naaman, and then he has to do Chalitza to get his family to and then he has to do Chalitza with Rachel, and then he has to do Chalitza with Leah. Right? So Allah, this is the case where God said, I write most of him on his wife, just only the woman Rachel with whom did not allow his wife. Wrote him on his wife, and wrote him on the wife of his son. So really, the fundamental focus about the effectiveness of marriage. The Shana says that when David does not know his Rachel, he will get married, and therefore when King subsequently dies, and Leah, Rachel's sister, comes into the evil pool, he says, sorry Leah, nothing to do, because no one is going to marry your sister, just be the dog. Just be the dog, there's no evil, there's no police, there's nothing. They still also say, well, that's not marriage. That does not go ahead and affect any level of marriage. Even though maybe Rachel, once she passes away, and Leah comes with legal force, raising now the two sisters, raising four, and Rachel, and also Picasso, and the deal with that ultimately is through Chalitza. It says, what they says, this is the case that they said, woe to this guy for his wife and for his son's wife.
Everyone sees this. He can't hide it. While he's doing it, he slopes right up and he puts it in his pocket. Nobody flinches.
So let's say man is married to a woman, maybe married to a girl who's married off by her brother by her mom. Mine is still married off by her brother by her mom. And we'll say, now what happened? The other two people close to my wife. And then imagine for a moment, her sister, her older sister, was married to Reuben. So we'll put maybe he was married to Minor girl, and Minor's sister, don't put was married to Reuben. Right? Reuben now passes away, and his wife falls to Levi, ultimately again for Reuben. So okay, so here's the interesting part.
That's
Lady
what
has
like that's
a
what
little
you're
married
not
to
saying
this
that
minor
like
girl
only
who's
like a
married up
single
by the brother of his
that's
sister.
what
And has a biblical obligation to be equal to his brother's wife, but he can't stay married to his minor wife. And ultimately, again, be equal with his sister-in-law because they're sisters. The shaila is, do we say, well, if he's married to the minor girl, he just does halitza? Or do we say that halacha l'maisa, that's when we were going to marry, come to get divorced, or end the marriage to the minor girl, and do yibum. That's what my answer. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, so interestingly enough, Rabbi Yeshua says that he's telling him to get divorced. He tells him to get divorced. He makes sense that he would come to Rabbi Yeshua's position on that. Again, let's say we will discuss that through the I'm going to go most of us are now because according to the Shammai understanding, it sounds like when you said that Ma'amah affects marriage. That when Leah does Ma'amah with Rachel, right, and then subsequently Shimon dies, and Leah comes into the marriage school, you say Leah, like you're trying to say Leah, sorry, nothing doing, no Yibum, no Chalitza, nothing, because maybe it's already married to your sister, married to Rachel. He says the Gemara, I'm of the Lord. Don't think I'm not out of the Shammai Kodex, don't think for a second. Don't think for a second that I'm going to be that Ma'amah affects absolutely. Why not appreciate such a reputation? Why not? Let's just think that Ma'amah doesn't affect it. Let's say after maybe does Ma'amah with Rachel, he has remorse. Like, Ma'amah remorse happens. Like, it's like, no, I don't want to marry her. I don't want to marry her. So let's say, so is it enough for us to do it again? No. Let's do Chalitza. Let's do Chalitza. So ultimately, again, the fact that you're supposed to do Chalitza and the bread is not enough for you, then Ma'amah doesn't affect complete marriage. Because if Ma'amah really affected complete marriage, then you're married. How do you dissolve it? How do you dissolve a regular marriage? With a get. The fact that you do anything after Ma'amah tells you that Ma'amah is not, it doesn't affect complete marriage. So according to the Shammai, what does Ma'amah? Ella, Ma'amah to be Shammai in a corner and a lichos Yitzhara Dilma. Ultimately, again, something else, this is more something new. Under Shammai, Ma'amah doesn't affect marriage. It's what Ma'amah does do. Please anyone else, lichos Yitzhara. Please ultimately any other woman from sharing, from undermining the beginnings of the marriage that we do. When lady does Ma'amah with Rachel, what do they say? Does the Ma'amah affect marriage? Absolutely not. The Haraya, if he sees them changes his mind, right, I don't want to marry them. I don't want to marry them. Yes, he did reject for the Ma'amah, which could be specified that is. But Allah wants to show you Khalitza. Show you Khalitza. The fact that he shows you Khalitza is that Ma'amah doesn't affect. So what does Ma'amah do? And Ma'amah does is it creates wonderful. It's in Levi and Rachel to the point that now when Shimon dies, and Leah, the sister of Rachel, comes into Levi's school, it prevents her from attaching herself to Levi as well. Pushes her away. Sorry, there's only a closer connection between your sister Rachel and Levi, and that closer connection between the two, not marriage, not to be, but the closer connection ultimately again precludes Leah between Leah from undermining the marital bond that has begun between Rachel and Levi. We got to point to the point of relationship. You see, we hold you to which means that Allah Subhanahu will see as the brother's bond, where the quasi-marital bond that is affected between the widow and the surviving brother. What's interesting now is that there's an additional layer. The additional layer is called Ma'amah. And what happens in Ma'amah? There's even a stronger bond. How does that stronger bond manifest itself? That stronger bond essentially prevents any other woman from coming into the Hebrew pool, which would undermine that bond. So, for example, if you were to allow Leah into the Hebrew pool after Shimon passes away, she would undermine the relationship between Levi and Rachel, because now Levi's going to have a relationship with Jesus. And Ma'amah with Rachel essentially keeps Leah out of the picture. Look at that. That was looking at the halacha and stuff. The nature of the bond, the nature of the Ma'amah, ultimately prevents a host of Levi needed a fatal relationship with Rachel, and that fatal relationship keeps Leah out of the picture. Because already have an after they shama only the tiny. They shama says the halacha and stuff. What? That you tiny. As the Shammai says, and so that you just continue the contribution to the arguments. As the Shammai says, if you want to marry these things, because that's the previous pretty much this is where you can't be. But if you did even, you don't have to divorce. You tie it in, look how you low. Ultimately, and then hold you up. That's most factor. So marriage is really the community of marriage. And look how you can't. Why look how you can't? Because the previous marriage should have come up a host of secret myself on the base. These Saturday talk, Na'amal Shamek 23 number, and if you listen to Allah for myself, according to the Shammai, that Na'amal affects complete marriage, then ultimately again, that Ya'aseh Mama Yitna, is that Ya'aseh Mama Yitna, and I will say, if you think about it, all of the things Mama really affected complete marriage, right? Ultimately, all you need to do is what is Na'amal. Which is very good. Elamai, Soka, the Israel. Well, that's the case. Zeyasanamari. Is that Mahama? Is that Yasanamari? It was Elamai is the following. Therefore, again, even if this is true, that Mahama is not what do you not know with one thing? Why don't we use it? Let me use it. In any case where one of the women's causes is up, because you're not allowed to watch, so that's automatically picture. Allah, but I lost my life stuff in the trees. When Na'amah you do also, when Na'amah does not and let's say in this case of the mention, but it was Sunday time. You know, nothing but it's only section. From the regular, according to the Tanite, a lot for the nice time. A lot for the nice time. If you have a place to choose, right? Ruben died, left behind Rachel. Lazy gives Na'amah that's for me. I do no one else need them. Because that's a permitted Na'amah, therefore that Na'amah is powerful enough that when Shimon dies, it prevents the other coming in. Contrast this case. They both brothers died at the same time. And Rachel and Leah both came to the Egypt in front of Lydia at the same time. The lowest of the two Na'amah with Rachel. Two Na'amah with Rachel and taking Leah out of the pool. Na'amah only has the ability to from the man, Rachel and his mama when it's done with the we're already waiting in the Egypt pool. And also the night from Na'amah does not have the same Hakanam Na'amah Asibinan Ya'amah Hakanam Na'amah Himan Daman Na'amah Kodesh Ya'amah Na'amah Hirakanu Yisur. So my fellow like, I love for myself, it's not how I love myself. It gives me feel of remember again, when you're trying to see, everyone's trying to understand how does Na'amah work with never so far to the Lord. Like the beloved essentially says that when Levi was Na'amah with Rachel, that he swung in a sign, not married. No Raya. If he doesn't want to marry her, he has to give her a get. Also give her himself. But it creates strong enough bond that when Leah subsequently becomes eligible for legal, kicks her out of the pool. But that only works when the Na'amah is done in a permitted way. Like one day, not legally, not my family is not strong enough to be the other white, the other white side. But actually, not so much. That's what it is. But actually, said, come here, about the floating and I'm on the way. I thought we could do it in Europe. It's a lot of colleagues and I'm no barrier. No, no, no. According to your channel, you can't say that Mama is so strong. That
Everyone should have a podcast. Man, Leave should have a
in
podcast.
this case, lady gave Mama with rock.
There was a
The
really
Mama
bad
is not going to be so
travel
strong.
that never came up. It was like one of those
So,
videos where
I'm a Doka
it's kind of like a Let's See video.
like the kids is enough that because Doka also less of interest in getting down on Mama. Rather, so what was the Mama? Mama keeps laying out enough so that it doesn't create a host. You want to host but the shine. But the shine means there's still some level of connection between lady and how does that manifest itself? That lady still has to do itself with love. Also, in your actions, essentially what's not happening. So the way to give us in the first verse of the Revelation, realize that Mama is such strong connection to our house that ultimately again Leia has no relationship. She comes down to she has no relationship. According to Rashi, Leia has diminished relationship. How does that sound? It's diminished in that she won't come into the legal school absolutely from being legal with Mama, but at the same time it's still some element of a relationship in that lady is going to have a least soft with Leia. So again, what it is, it's a diminished relationship. Mama allows for a diminished relationship, a strong relationship with Rachel, and a diminished relationship ultimately with Leia. Under the other, the other real they sound like I'm doing this. They sound like I'm doing this for the first the audience might it's the brother when I'm legally not going to be people in America. We kind of, and that's you know, these side of the thing called the post up there. If you're not one of these things, it's going to function if you're just going to be here about. If you're not one of these things, don't think scenario. You can remain that. You can look how to scenario. These side like come out of this. And I go from the TV, and if you hold it, it comes to your son. Like, if you that, nah, when you do nah, these ladies like nah, this with the wife. That fundamentally, there's no relationship to the other woman. Then you ask them nah, and you say, yeah, say nah, listen, so again, if it's true that you're doing nah, it's kind of like you see the other woman, and you will make and ultimately that creates Kimana was one woman, and I think that the other hot and one of the other is still not allowed to change the so the point is that they someone said the right thing, and then the other has to go ahead and do it. They say because it was like sister, Alibama, the Kazan of Kugu, Kazan is Bama the Rock Kazan of Kugu, Rock Kazan of ultimately, you know, it's the friend to the close. Friend is Na'ama was the case of Bama, ultimately, it was all the process of the when do you say that Na'ama has the ability to that's when you get Na'ama is better than the woman. The thing you have the option of both evil and good. That's when Na'ama is so powerful that it creates such a strong bond that you don't see anyone else that I love for myself, the easy Na'ama with the woman, which means you don't have the option of evil and good. So ultimately, again, it is somewhere in time to not have one enough to speak anyone else in first of all, what you gotta be able to fight. But it comes to the focus, but it comes to everyone is doing. When it comes to comment, Na'ama does not go ahead and accept the truth. That's the truth. Rather, it seems to be that it comes to the comment, what Na'ama does is to reason to create a more intentionally switch between Rabban, Levi, and Nissi between Rabban. How does that strengthen manifest itself? That later on the king dies and Leah comes to technically be eligible for Yibum, that stronger bond between Levi and Rachel prevents Leah from even coming into Yibum. And because Leah doesn't even come into Yibum, she never creates a problem of Achro's position. That seems to be the position of Nephi. That is the position of this son. Right, so now go to this one to be nice. Okay. Why that one? Not only is somebody see also is what happens in the fire? What happens in the cave? So according to this guy, right? So we know that Ma'amar doesn't create conflict now. But like what level of does it create healing? Does it create irritation? Ultimately, what does it create? He said, I'm gonna in my book. So like, what's not what exactly like what are we on with this? Even in the yard, over time a lot, over often got out. Maybe this is I'll tell you why. Let's say maybe this case, maybe starts, maybe doesn't I'm out of luck. So if you're gonna tell us now what's the point of it? The lady inheritance, let's say maybe the same. And what the point of it? Maybe they can divide you. Let's find your nose and down, this is what it is. Hashtag, I'm used to the home. They're regular people there. But they're not evil. Not evil. A regular good old case of that. Let's say maybe the time in rock hour says, single man, single woman married. If you please, maybe some money against you, first, second marriage, man gives you having value, you are maritally bound to one another, but you can't put together something in life. Naturally, regular illustration is that the idea of equal ayushka, where owning the common law ultimately illustrates a man, right? The man is illustrating the woman. He does not convert a human to a calling as he declares the unity coming from her. The thing is, law and woman, the law and common law, ultimately say, well, it's not someone owning the nor would she go ahead and become common. Remember, so not to think that away from remember again, I need to say to the door with a point. Whether I'm not don't have a double to and actually talking about the case, that's what I'm seeing for the upper accommodation. Because the upper accommodation is not all of it. Like for the close let's have a solution for the no, because the only they start they are not swimming again, the man has previously doesn't inherit her. They choose robot Shibata. You guys just got the Shibata. Still teaching you to the Shibata. And having committed to the Shibata is ultimately to the Shibata. She's still here, but even with really innocent, he doesn't become coming for her, he doesn't carry her from Muhammad. Ultimately, again, what that thing is real innocent doesn't allow him to doesn't require him to vice versa as well. And I love this, of course, not in our country, we should do that as well. Which is Gemara says, you're like, what's this guy? What's this guy? Says the Gemara, actually, the Gemara says, I know you're even stealing the cup of mine. What's this guy? Here's the Shaila. Ultimately, again, is their cup. Is their cup. Meaning, I'm not going to make if Nahana is done, ultimately, again, you will try to put it. You have to have a football to affect marriage and relations enough. You must be seen also for the value in the state. You say that when a man comes to Nahana, you will affect and therefore, it's no longer necessary. Ultimately, innocent also the value in the state of the and making it Nahana accepted. Therefore, again, they still require football. I will say that I will take that to woman is married and telling now is maybe keep Ma'amah with Rafa. Okay, psychologically, what does that mean? Has she affected Erisi? And if a maybe Papa was necessary? Or has he affected Yisui, in which case Papa is not necessary? Anyway, Hashkama Alba Ma'amah Sidi Yabama Yaba Yaba Karpa, Alba Ba Ma'amah Yisui. That was like doing no Ma'amah. All you need to do is remember again, violated the Yabama. That's still a fact. It goes down saying that it says Ma'amah Allah Ishani Omer, Allah Usa Ma'amah Yisui. Farqa minenu Zekas Yasmin, Allah Alen Zekas Tis. So what they can flip side is what I would do once you decide to take it as this so right and therefore again that's the with a reason in Ma'amah people don't be required tonight once what man does Ma'amah what does he need after this? Does he need football or no? Because Shemaris Yavam Yavam Academy Yafne so this is the so what is really for you whether she felt before one brother or two brothers right whether one brother or two brothers the Lord's of Omer Yafne so let's say what we want over here on a very specific level about the colors of that who has the right to know right so again moving guys who's behind the other and even behind two brothers similarly what the title is what power does similarly have to give you moments of Allah laments the government. So the Lord says, either of the brothers, either of the surviving brothers who did sin, whether they try to command to the widow, either of them can know that. It's surely what it says, the Echad of the Lord is strong. The Lord says, no. It's only to one of the brothers, now he says, Shemeres, Yavam, Echad, Yafar, Shemeres, B'Kinyan, Lo Yafar, Lo Zerza. If there's one surviving brother, then you have to don't keep for another. But if there's more than one surviving brother, no one has to be waiting for another low the F below the Shema. And the Akiva says, none of the, no, whether it's one brother, two brothers, 500, doesn't matter. None of these surviving brothers have been looking for another widow down, up until the point that she's married to someone else. But you know, yes, this already is something that is back to the fact that the Akiva is so big. There's no good. There's no good. There's no good. Yeshua, the fact is that the same take up. Yeshua, it's one brother they take up, more than one brother they take up to multiple brothers. Out of the larger, you know, he just like they call, so thank you, the larger, how do you understand this? They call, which family of God maker, I understand how one brother is doing that. Ella would say, Amar, but ultimately, again, why we see brothers? Right? Why we see brothers ultimately, again, why we both of the Yadim, why both of the brothers have the power of knowledge? One of the Ayin Ba'ava, Hachama, say, what's the case? To go to the other from what's the case? What's the case? The halach on the nice stuff, ultimately, again, one of the brothers performs the matter. Sama, he's the Ma'ama, Kona, Kinyan, so what's the case where a brother, where the surviving brother is committed to annul the vows of the widow, and the surviving brother, the Yavam, did Na'am. Once he does Na'amah, because Na'amah is totally in Na'amah acquires, Yavam acquires light in a complete way. Sure, it's understanding. Yom is becoming the same also in nature. I ain't really coming that Na'amah affects the same. Then I understand why the brother would not actually do it. It's one over now. Again, that's a function of being married. It's one function of the husband of the husband's wife down. On the illicit outside. But if you think that Na'amah is illicit, there's no much difference. Then how is this brother permitted to go ahead and know this? Right? Avila Ubayla Mikuin Dayah. For husband and for father, like for father and your husband have the ability to annul their vows. Have the ability to annul their vows. Okay, fine. I'm not going to talk. Mine is first making the shit. What does it mean that they have the ability to annul? together. ולא זה בעלי מעמד בשנה in כל אלה לפרוס inside of your body, but eventually, like some of the soldiers, it's quite possible that what it means is that Allah can be both equal now, or no, only together. Let's finish the sentence this way. Like Allah says, Amana President doesn't really affect because trying to both the other wife, the sister out of the evil rule on my move. So the first was why did you when I said that now I don't have the ability to fully accept marriage. All it does is take aside the other women. What I note is that the other wife, for the layoff, it's not going to be enough to listen from the marriage itself. They got it spoken up by a police officer. The author is that I'm young, and the guy didn't go in with body again, the ability to know about. Everybody's in the other possibility. I'm going to call that your lawyer. I'm going to call that your lawyer. You have nothing. By you talking, you touch on me yesterday ago. Your first husband doesn't say he's going over the house. He's going over the house. And the also last year, what's the case? The under the human custom is going to discuss this system with that. Exactly. Like everyone refuses to do people. So I lost one night now. What happened? You know, we saw this before. We go to the older brothers. Then we go back to the older brothers. The older brothers, you gotta do something. You gotta do something. So I lost one night stuff. What happened with me? He runs away. Jason, and ultimately uses assets to go ahead and support the widow. That's the key point here. The under the beginning, so speech is the Obama, the widow. Fuck the other, what is the state? Right? What the surviving brothers should be? The customer is also the husband that the state of the surviving brothers has to support the widow. Okay, that's all I know is I got some violence in the ultimately again all of that name of love. I love the lifestyle. Once the widow that would be the case, is she would have the ability to ultimately annul her vows, even though the relationship is not yet. So it's like that's what still goes, that's what goes. Let's think together. So remember again, what we are left with is this fundamental opposing to each other. Let's go back to the soul and work with the halacha. Let's see the stuff. We have three brothers. Reuben, Shimon, Levi. Reuben and Shimon are actually with Rachel and Leah. Levi is what happened? Reuben dies. Rachel falls to Levi people. Because right now, remember again, Shimon technically the Rachel. So it's nice. Rachel took the Leah. So Rachel falls to Levi. And Levi, what happens? What happens? Levi does Na'amah. Fantastic. Absolutely no problem. Before Levi even know what happens, Shimon dies. And now ultimately, when Leah ultimately people to Rachel. He's trying to marry his wife. He's trying to say that Allah himself is Rachel is considered to be the wife of Leah. His wife. And also Leah's created us. There's no reason because again, the Jewish philosophy says that they're coming out as if ladies already married for us. There's still on the other hand, not married for a nice, it's not affecting marriage at all. And what happens? Now maybe once again, we go back to yesterday's history before. Maybe they have two sisters in the music pool. One using your two sisters in the music pool. Either of them, and we then spent the talking about. So, according to the Shammai, what exactly does Na'amah accomplish? It's with two different versions again. Both the same penetration are saying that Na'amah is the stronger bond. It's the lazy and it's the rough. And what that stronger bond essentially does is it lay off or even come into the relationship and therefore undermine the relationship between Ruben, lazy, and Russia. The Gemara then went on to say, okay, so according to the Shammai, what part of marriage ultimately does Na'amah actually affect? But does it affect Does it affect you? Sorry, does it affect literacy? Does it affect insulin? So on and so forth. But how do you pass my love to the mindset? The lesson is that I'm not passing like this. I'm not going to try my best. This is a different signal from the China love about. Rocha often trying to understand the story. Three brothers, two of them are married. This after about a house, after the man, Alexander Sinjak, Yabala, Nana, the Holy Flood, the Holy Flood, Holy Flood was a perfectly like okay, I love the night that I'm not asking just like this name. In this case, living Simmons, Lady, we're getting to my Leah, Lady Simmons, living guys, Leah, sorry, fourth the lady does not analyze. Before they do anything else, Simmons guys, now Leah comes in here as well. What's now Racha? She comes like this, lady, yeah, still Racha, the undo the and then Khalitsa to Rachel, and then afterwards Khalitsa to the Rachel. And also ultimately again, the passing theory that Na'man does not affect relationships. Na'man does not affect insulin, whereas Na'man does affect some level of relationship. While Raya actually, in order to undo Na'man, you have to go ahead and rush to the death. And I love the nice that does not give you 10 seconds of cheap marriage. While Raya wants Raya something to the evil people, but once again back to a classic case. One man faced with two sisters with the office Picasso, Jet, and Khalitsa for Rachel, Khalitsa for Leah, asking like Yeshua and Mosai. Raya, guys, we'll stop over for today, and yes, that's on Wednesday. We will pick up action on top of Vomit, and we want to continue to talk about
Yeah, I thought you wanted to make America great. Say you just made 11:40 not a podcast anymore. Yeah, I'm not good at saying. Look, I've talked about it before on the pod.
But they will come to today's back. So today's back is back to College 21. Even if that will be part of this
Practically the artwork. Guess who did it? Jay Sabers.
Never been again from the Mishnah. Develop an understanding of the Mishnah. The Mishnah, new parents, third parents. Over the program, begins as something to follow. The Mishnah says as follows. Homer that Kodesh will be with the Kodesh that Kodesh will be against Kodesh. There's a Kunya that Kodesh has overseen also. Shema Yidin Freeman to the Freeman Avalon the Kodesh, again, we saw that yesterday. A lot of the Malaysia, I think you have to notice one thing inside of another. When in the power, most still find the text in the purposes, and not the second picture, but not the whole picture. One thing inside of another tree could be total, so Kodesh purpose is next. Our idea is so these episodes, so the two of our love is so again, we're going to discuss this tomorrow. The practice comes to this process. Number 3 is knowing that has multiple functional parts. So for tumor purposes, one part of the tree could become honey, and the rest of it could remain powder. Yet when it comes to Kodesh, because again, remember that holy is something the most essential is when it comes to Kodesh, Halakha L'Maisa, once part of the kingdom becomes honey, the entire kingdom. I know it's that's not enough for that. Some of the stories which has actually general is somebody told me the two other stuff. And the stuff which is worked on the for the two can practice too much knowledge. And therefore Halakha L'Maisa again, so one can carry something that has too much leverage while carrying Tumah, and not while carrying Kodesh. Now I'm actually saying over here that the idea over here is we're going to talk about putting the truth inside of the God, which becomes the earth, and putting something in the earth is, again, is low again. That big deal over it, you know, that just before that, ultimately, again, the wilderness of those, what says that you didn't understand of it, that's what you still have to stay to come up with those ultimately who are careful with the focus. So I'm starting the last one. So if I'm a person, I'm a Cohen, and I need to know, and I am careful to oppose what we can do instead of this church and still up to the law. You have to less nice, will be constant nice. Just someone who can clean the code. Look at me, that's my favorite thing that's happening. Interesting enough, that progress is different than how so. So the progress that this is talking about how you with a verb, article, wording, and purifies the human processes versus the purifies both progress. So for example, you said to the progress, let's say you have an article of clothing, right, and you want to go ahead and you want to remove, you want to make it hard, the single point is progress is not here. The first is that you want to find every knot in the article of clothing. The knot is, you dry it off, you know what it's dry, and then you immerse it. So outside the knot, dry off the article of clothing, you immerse it, then you immerse it. The after class kosher. Then after you go ahead and you take the garment out of the mikvah, you can retie whatever knot. With the truma, how it's interesting enough, kosher, the after class not feel. Truma purposes, you have an article of clothing that has, let's say, knots, and we'll discuss the parameters of this. You don't have to undo the knots in the article of clothing before immersing it. Otherwise, you can immerse the article of clothing even with the knots. The after class not feel. Kalim, again, I'm using learning what to over these things. Kalim, I'm learning the Tyler. You can feel in the purpose of our Lord Restream. This is the case. If you look at that, if you check it out on the Rashi, Kalim had learned the Tyler. Can you start by hand and you said, boy, someone will come and play the Tyler. So now this is the case, such a you're making an article for. You look at it, you watch it, you look at it. You look at this article clothing and you know that it did not come in contact with any level of trauma. So I love the Lamesa. Even though now this article of clothing is totally power, it's for the purposes, so progress purposes, you're still going to acquire information. Avalo, right? After you retire from control of the progress, Avalo is Truma. Another let's say you have multiple pieces of food. Let's say multiple pieces of food in one utensil. The Mishnah says that the food utensil combines all of the pieces of food into one entity. That's true for progress, not true for Truma. Now, what does that mean? Again, look at that. After you retire from control, open Tati for Hadi Bikira. The Noga coming back to the world, Tati is not only human Tati. Utensil combines all pieces of meat into one to begin by codex, such that each item not eating vegetable. But Rashi says, "V'alo b'shimo, v'lo also shinoga b'chad b'rishon." In other words, again, we see exactly what it means. We're going to see that Shima is transmitted because the itself is transmitted. But whereas by codex, there's a lateral transfer. Because once you take sacrificial meat, all of the pieces become coming at the same degree. Like Shimo, we're going to see because one piece, the piece because has one level of Shimo, but the other pieces have a different grade. Again, let's see all of this. How to do by all this stuff, about teaching Shimo. As I mentioned yesterday here, by codex, the last level down of Shimo is what's called a review. Fourth level. But a review can't transmit something else. For a review, what's called hustle. This is a Shimo. Ultimately, then a Shimo, a Shishi is going to be the lowest level. So the Shimo in Mishnah's Achar Miyadav Kaverta Tehora. This is the case. By Shuma, you like to have a situation where one of your hands becomes ritually pure, while the other hand still remains absolutely pure. With the codex, not your same hand. That yad mechanes kaver, so that's how the come out with it. By codex, it doesn't work. By codex, if one hand becomes coming, the other hand automatically becomes coming as well. Very interesting idea. Rashi says that we are in Mishnah's Achar Miyadav Shuma Dirabah. Obviously, again, when you speak about one hand becoming coming and one hand being scholar, the obviously referring to someone that one hand is beginning Shuma, one hand could be coming, the other hand could be scholar. By touching both, one hand becomes coming, the other one becomes scholar as well. And this one goes on. This is Oakland, if my hands are wet, but the blow is dry, then for people purposes again, it may connect to maybe just go to the bar, but not for them. It's not going to be actually the United States of the for Kuma, even with some of them. So again, this is for enough if you have hands, if you have hands, right now that it needs some level of the so I have parents that are rabbinically pure. I can touch Shima that is wrong, and there's no way to go and say to Shima unless the Shima is wet. If I do not see by first half of only in the 50 only, so exactly the fact that it is only the person who has lost the hasn't come in contact with the book, and after the person is not tired, he's going to go already. And only, the people who do have to say about both these two canines. Ultimately, an immersion is so infected with water fucking entire surface area from the inside tree is sitting inside the outside tree, but ultimately precludes from going ahead and having the water come from the surface area. Now, why wouldn't this apply that schema? Also, we'll discuss. So you mentioned the humming is based on the infection cell, late collapse. So it's the science over here, it's the same as this number one, is a distinction in the halacha of like something similar to blood, and a nerve that can't put one cup inside of another cup. For that purposes, because it compromises the emergency process. Later on in this section, we have another distinction that focuses on blockages for emerging becoming super. Locally, that's not for this way, that's not too long. But for this, not your language being not here, the Ahatak kosher, so the Shima kosher, the Ahatak not here. So ultimately, here's the problem. So we have the problem is, you want to immerse the language, so what you need to say, it depends if you're immersing it or if you're immersing it for that, you have to undo the mix of God, you have to undo all of the knots, and then immerse the language. Yet for Shima, you have to undo the knots, you can just immerse it. Now, what's the problem with not going to unimmerse it? Because if you're using the reason is because of exercise. So it's, again, a potential blockage. Maybe the water can't access the entire area that's not. So we've already made that distinction between Shima and between Kodesh. So I don't understand why do I need to take essentially in a case like the Shima, what is the Shiva? The first case and a latter case are making the same point, which is that the halachos of Hasisa, the halachos, the laws of interpretation regarding immersions are more lenient for Trina immersions than they are for Kodesh. He's already made that case. Like, see this little thing by you test inside of the pencil. Why would you be made it by violence? With the Gemara says, ratio is taken as something like in fact, again, both the earlier case of the custom side of the other part and the latter case of the not on the garment are both issues of Hasisa. Yes, so why do we both say? The principle is the same, which is essentially the halachos of Hasisa, interpretations for emergent purposes, are more lenient by Tuma, I should say, more maximum. By Kodesh, then they are by Tuma. Why do you have to illustrate this concept, this principle with two different cases? I'll tell you why you might say. Yes, when the race down, have a hamina, and the time of the Kodesh, no, we shouldn't today go so see the ego. See, if initially just in the first case, how does it clearly different in the first case? The reason perhaps why we think that the immersion doesn't work is because in some of these types of similar encounters, and there's a real concern that the water is not going to touch the entire surface area of the entire surface. That's why Kodesh, such an immersion is not good. About the latter case of something, but in the latter case of the garment, where there's not actively something blocking the garment from being immersed, maybe like understanding how we can see something. I would have thought that even for Kodesh purposes, it's absolutely fine. Therefore, again, the Mishnah has to add in the garment case. We actually want to and if it really gets from the garment case, that you have to undo the knots before immersing the garment, but Kodesh purposes, it's going to be a Shima. I would have said, Havanina, you're the Kodesh low, you show on the days, you should be pictured the Naya Ahaditi Nechodesh. I would have thought that perhaps the reason why that doesn't work for Kodesh when you go ahead and you put some into the water, you put the Maya on knots, and in order to the flow that goes into the water, Ahaditi Nechodesh, since it's very really real Tatis. Avareza, the Maya Akine Nakule Lemona, Rohani Hakiza, the Valvori, the New Americans already together behind me. One is somewhere in the pushes up and allows the water to get into the entire surface area of the island. Therefore, this is the position of Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon of the opinion that Halacha Lamaisa since the latter case is only brought in as a secondary issue. Let's keep our focus. Our focus is I'm trying to figure out why is it that I can't immerse two utensils one inside of the other. All right, I have two glasses, two cups. I want to put one, and my inner one inside of the outer one. I want to immerse it like that. So told me it works. Tumor doesn't work for both. I want to understand why. So that the Tuma's position is simple. Chatzitza, we are concerned at the end of the day, they don't stop secrets. We are concerned that what's going to end up happening is the inner utensil is going to press against the outer utensil and really prevent the water from touching the interior surface area of the outer utensil. So all this is in the present illustration. The Gemara says bounded by it is the claim that the Mishnah comes to make a distinction between the halachas of chatzitza or truma versus kodesh. The Gemara, the Mishnah already makes that distinction in a later case. It tells you that if you go to immerse a garment, for truma you don't have to untie the knots, and for kodesh you do have to untie the knots. What do you do with the knots? Chatzitza, to which the Rebbe responds, you're right. Both pieces of the chatzitza, but you would not necessarily infer one from the other, and therefore the Mishnah is good. So let's say this is the definition of the law. Therefore, the first case in the Mishnah, you can't immerse one key inside of another key. Is this issue of chatzitza? So the Gemara goes on. So Rabbi Yehuda Lekane, and it teaches the first that beautifully explains why. Some Rabbi Yehuda already coming about Chavav. Eser Ma'alos Shamus. So this is incredible. See, I love those details and number of species in the Mishnah. So ultimately, there are 11. There are 11 distinctions between two mentors. Yet Rabbi Yehuda says there are 10 distinctions. Eser Ma'alos Shamus. There are 10 distinctions. Really, Ma'alos means chumras. There are 10 chumras that Truma has, that Kodesh has on the Truma. Either if you go to the Mishnah, there's 11, and that makes perfect sense. Because 10 from the Ela contains the clean side of the food, and the case of unknotted, or whether or not you have to unknot the garments, they're really one and the same. You can count those two cases as one because the principle is the same. What's the principle? That the halachos of chatzitza, as they apply to truma, the halachos of chatzitza, as they apply to kodesh, are more common than how they apply to truma. So Rabbi Akiva therefore takes the case of the knotted clothing and the case of the clean so clean is number one, and he says that's one case. The two of them together, that's one piece in the So now listen to this. The Gemara then asking over here, Chamesh Yisronos, the first 5 pieces, stainless kodesh, stainless feeling, and nasa al-halacha. Once we spoke back to yesterday's class, if you remember again, we spoke about this concept of living the nasa al-halacha, which is a person who treats his chulum like the sacrificial item. Listen to this. So just Gemara is going to put these two things in. First thing that the Gemara says is that there are 10 distinctions, 10 colors that Kodesh has over Truma. I look at the Mishnah and see 11. Okay, let's take out the email. The case of clean the one utensil inside of one utensil, and the case of unknotting the garment is really one case. Really one case. Now the Gemara says something. So the Gemara goes on and he says like this. The first 5 pieces, from this study show us the first 5 pieces in the same Kodesh apply to actual Kodesh and also apply to Chulin Shenasi Akaras. That if you prepare Chulin, like sacrificial items, the first 5 halachos apply equally to Kodesh and to Chulin that was prepared like Kodesh. However, Achronos, the last 5, לקודש, only applies to Kodesh, אבל לא לחולין שנעשה על הארץ. But do not apply ultimately again to חולין שנעשה על הארץ. The first 5 items mentioned in the Mishnah apply both to xulin, apply both to Kodesh, and to xulin that is prepared like Kodesh. The second 5 only apply to Kodesh, do not apply to xulin that was prepared like Kodesh. Now why? This is not going to get to this, but why? This is my time up. Very simple. Kamish kamay shad is yara diskim of the oraisa. Gazu gura baran bein the Kodesh, bein the xulin shenasa Kodesh. So here's the difference. The first 5 cases, if you make a mistake regarding the halachas of Chulin Kala, you run the risk of entering into biblical Shema. However, again, in the second 5 cases, Bashraisa, the rest is Yara B'Chulin D'Oraisa. Gazu Gura Baran with Kodesh, the Chulin Shenasa Kodesh or Gazu Gura Baran. You might get the color. The first 5 cases, for halacha l'maisa, the archivestation, for biblical Torah, in that case, the rabbi said these halachos apply to Kodesh, and it's really shenasa al-kalos. The second 5 cases, where there is no biblical interpretation of Torah, only applies to cases of Kodesh, does not apply to cases of shenasa al-kalos. If you look at Rashi, Rashi just distinguishes like you look at Rashi says, Yara B'Chulin D'Oraisa, Ashar B'Chulin D'Oraisa, he is so free. So Rashi goes through all of the different cases of halacha l'maisa, how in the first 5 cases in the Mishnah, there is a strong possibility that a situation could lead to biblical Torah. So whenever there's a situation that leads to biblical Torah, the rabbis extended their Gezerah to both Kodesh and to chulin that is prepared like Kodesh. So where there is no concern that a case could lead to biblical Torah, and again, Rashi goes to a go through all the cases, but when it's not going to lead to biblical Torah, ultimately again in a circumstance like that, Chazal will only go to an actual Kodesh, and not in a situation of chulin shenasa al-kalos. Beautiful. So okay, so all of this is part of Rabbi Akiva's approach. That's all this Rabbi Akiva's approach. And again, Rabbi Akiva's approach simply has to do with the fundamental fact that halacha l'maisa, the case of being so free, is an issue of Chazal. You know, I'm just going to say more. If you look at Rashi, Yara B'Chulin D'Oraisa, Rashi says, Chazal B'Chulin D'Oraisa, for example, what does it mean that the first 5 cases form of the benefits of this? What is that? Look at Rashi. He says, for example, take this all free. Take the example of a Muslim what he says was not a benefit. If the Chatzitza, some of the Oraisa, for example, Chatzitza is in the Shu D'Oraisa. And if you have a Chatzitza, if you have something that is in the utensil and you order the mikvah, depending on what you actually relate, that physicality is emerging differently. Another example actually brings down Alayim B'Tov Achad Application to Achol Maxim Yisrael and Rabbanon. So they're seeing again one part of the utensil becoming Kamei, doesn't get the whole utensil, everything depends on the nutrients. But once you can, that can happen forever. So therefore, again, I love this. I just want to point out this is a side thing, right? The primary premise over here is Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva telling me
Absolutely no need to apologize. You know how much I love you in the Yucky Ducks community. First off, if you guys aren't in the Yucky Ducks community, you need to be. It's the Waddle. Its link is discord.gg/the Waddle. You need to be there or be square. Secondly, make sure that you're in the Big Steppers Discord, discord.gg/Big Steppers. If you're not following me, you need to be. I'm a KOL. I have hundreds of thousands of followers off social media. So don't let the size of my profile confuse you. I am a big time player. And one of the things that I do is I stream my life 24/7. And I'm excited to announce that I'm about to celebrate 1 year of 24/7 X Spaces. That's right, 365 days of 24/7 X Spaces this weekend. And they're just not any space. They're not just audio, but these are video spaces as well. That's big time. So that means there's an entire year of my life archived on the X servers for the future to be able to study. If you ever want to check those out, Type in Rabbi in the X search and you will see I'm always live. Feel free to come in there and chill yourself. It's a 24/7 chill space. Additionally, I help people get jobs in Web3. Over the course of the last few months, I'm proud to say that we've helped over 100 people make connections in Web3 to be able to get jobs in Web3 and outside of Web3. Certainly people to be community managers and social media marketers, but also people to be nurses and teachers and tutors and all kinds of other things. So if you're looking for someone to help you, I absolutely will. With that said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you all to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. I follow everyone back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I'll respond to everybody. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So look at that. Here it goes. Mitzvah Foster Mitzad. Mitzvah Shavim. That's your name. This is incredible case. Yeah, the mitzvah. You spoil very much. The mitzvah requires at least 40 cells. Between 120 and 150, 100 cells. Like a mitzvah is 40 cells. So imagine you have a mitzvah A has 40 cells. Mitzvah B, which is right next to it, doesn't have 40 cells. But there is a small opening between mitzvah A and mitzvah B. There's a concept in halacha called hashaka. Hashaka literally means again like in a sheep with the kids. If you have a totally kosher mitzvah that is connected to a non-kosher mitzvah, non-kosher mitzvah by itself is not kosher. I'll give you an example. Mitzvah A has 40 cells. Mitzvah B has 30 cells. But there's an opening in between mitzvah A and mitzvah B. If the opening is significant enough, it allows essentially mitzvah B, which only has 30 cells, to be connected to mitzvah A, which has 40 cells, thereby allowing mitzvah B to become kosher as well. The concept of hashaka. If one mitzvah is connected to another mitzvah, then ultimately, again, even though mitzvah B is invalid by itself, but because it's connected to mitzvah A, therefore mitzvah B becomes kosher as well. So iru mitzvahs. So how do you combine mitzvahs? Right. So again, I want to be clear. In this case, we have mitzvah A is a standalone mitzvah, mitzvah B is a standalone. I want to make a connection between the two. That mitzvah A kisses, so to speak, mitzvah B. thereby making mitzvah be kosher as well. So you need an opening between mitzvah and mitzvah B. How big does the opening have to be? Oferes hano. It has to be at least the size of the straw of a wine skin. How big? And again, the thickness of it as well. The thickness of it as well. Ukichalala, and again, the opening, the circumference as well, half of cup base. And how big is that? How big is that? The state expose Kozros lymphoma. In a sense, it is an opening that is as wide as the width of the human. The state expose Kozros lymphoma. Two fingers that can go in and out. If two fingers can move around that opening, then ultimately, again, that is an opening that is large enough. That's the size of the straw of a wine skin. And that's an opening that is large enough to connect two mitzvahs through the concept of hashaka. And again, understand, once those two mitzvahs are kosher, mikvah B, which by itself only has 30 stars, but now that it's connected through that opening to mikvah A, an opening that's at least 2 finger breadths wide, Allah Lamaisa, mikvah B becomes kosher as well. So now somebody immerses in mikvah B, that is a proper immersion. Incredible. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here, the aim base exposed ozos lymphoma. The other yachal legauger so kalalo base exposed for both sides. So this is an opening that you could put in 2 fingers and move those fingers around. So if you put in 2 fingers, move your fingers around, ultimately that is an opening that is large enough to connect between the bows. Habeirov umatfilim afilim. The hainami chashash tumas dorais. So this is really incredible. So therefore, again, so there's a lot happening over here. So Rava comes along and Rava says, here's the why can't you immerse one utensil inside of another utensil? What do you think now? The problem is everyone has to recognize that what he's done is he's created a constricted, smaller area for the outer utensil. In other words, before the inner utensils came along, the outer utensil had a wide open area. The water could touch everything. When you put the second utensil inside of the outer utensil, it constricts the open area for the water to spread out. Right? So you're narrowing the area that the outer cleat has. You are narrowing the interior surface area of the outer utensil. And we're concerned, says Rava, that if we allow you to do that, you're going to come to immerse needles and spinning boards, maxim bitsinolos, and perhaps an area that is not as large as the straw of a wine. Okay? Now we understand the area. Now remember, in order for an area to allow the passage of water through it, has to be at least the size of the straw of a wine. Now the Gemara, by the way, said, just so you understand, that area, once it's the size of the straw of a wine skin, there's a free passage of water. How do you know there's a free passage of water? Because you might look at remember, I said before, mikveh has 40 saw, mikveh B has 30 saw, mikveh B has custom. There's an opening between A and B, right? And there's at least the size of the straw of a wine skin, which is the area that is large enough to put 2 fingers in and rotate them, move them around a little bit, that allows for the free flow of water. Mikveh A is kissing mikveh B, mikveh B is kosher. So amazingly enough, according to Rava, the whole reason the Mishnah says that you can't immerse one key inside of another for the purposes of Kohen, is that if you allow you to do that, you're concerned you come to go ahead and immerse any utensil, like a needle, inside of a space that is not as large as the straw of a wine. Inside of a space that does not allow for 2 fingers, which then does not allow for the free flow of water, which would then mean that the needles or the spinning forks that are in there are not having proper access, are not really being connected to the water. That's what this is. Again, not as straightforward as the law, but nevertheless, this was Rava's concern. Rabbi said, the Gemara goes back to a 9 days of an hour. Some of the house, I'm not knocking on the wall. You aleph ma'alot that according to Rava, there are in fact 11 distinctions in the Mishnah between Kodesh and Truma. So remember again, according to Rabbi there were only 10. Because Rabbi essentially has two cases become one. The two cases about talking about Chatzitzos. According to Rava, case number one in the Mishnah is not a case of Chatzitza. Kli b'sul Kli is not a Chatzitza issue. Kli b'sul Kli is that we're nervous that once you start creating constricted immersion areas, that we're concerned that you may come to immerse small utensils in a space that is too small to allow for the flow of water. What's a space that's too small to allow for the flow of water? An area that is less than the size of, or less than the opening of a straw for a wine skin, which is an area of 2 finger breadths. 2 finger breadths. So if we allow you to do kli b'sof kli, you may come to immerse the needles in a very narrow area which doesn't allow for the passage of water as well. Therefore, we say you can't immerse kli b'sof kli for kodesh purposes. Now, according to Rava, so you have the case of kli b'sof kli, but the case of the knot in the clothing, that's the case of chatzitza. Oh, therefore, according to Rava, the Gemara says, "Kihad Amar Savar Lahal, Savar Lah." Therefore, Rava holds that which Rav Nachman said. Rav Nachman and Rav Barabua, second line down in the past conversation with Aleph, with Aleph Ma'alot first. There are in fact 11 distinctions in the Mishnah between Truma and between Kodesh. Sheish Rishonos, Bein LaKodesh, Bein LaChulin, Shnas Vatar Kodesh, and now here reach the same distinctions. The first 6 apply both to Kodesh as well as to Chulin, which is being treated like Kodesh. Achronos, the Kodesh, Avalo L'Chulin Shinas HaKadosh. The last 5, however, only apply to Kodesh, but do not apply to Chulin that is made of Karas HaKadosh. So I will say, and again, pretty much don't accept the same distinction. The first five ultimately again will apply to Kodesh and Chulin that's made of Karas HaKadosh. Why? Because there's a possibility of biblical Tuma, whereas the last 5 ultimately again there's no real concern for biblical Tuma. So I will say, so again, it's incredible. All of this regarding the first case. So once again, you have the machlokes between Rabbi Ila and Rava as to why is there a problem to immerse a kli b'silk kli for kodesh purposes. Rabbi Ila telling us it's a problem of chatzitza. Rava telling us that it is a problem that if we allow this, we will come to go ahead and immerse any utensil inside of another utensil that is really too small to allow for the passage of water. So I'll just mention one thing. You know, this idea that the Gemara Kutz over here by the mikvah is really incredible idea. This in general, mikvahs work with this concept of hashaka, that I have a bar, I have a pit that has 40 of rainwater. And as long as that pit is connected to another bar, to another cistern, to another opening, even if that cistern doesn't have 40 sub rainwater, the concept of hashaka tells me that as long as the kosher mikvah is quote unquote kissing the non-kosher mikvah, that the non-kosher mikvah essentially is rendered an extension of the kosher mikvah, and therefore again becomes kosher in its own right. Now, let's say it becomes kosher in its own right by dint of the fact that it is connected to the kosher mikvah. I think that kosher mikvah. I think there's such a musar haskell, which I found useful in that, which is that sometimes in life, what I can't accomplish on my own, I could accomplish by attaching myself to great people. And this is a really important to say because sometimes in life there are things I know that I need to do, things I know that I need to accomplish, but for whatever the reason, I can't get there. I just can't get there on my own. But there is a power to surrounding myself with the right people. And there's a power to attaching myself to the right people. Because sometimes what I can't do on my own, I can accomplish through attachment to others. Attach yourself to the right people. Attach yourself to the right circumstances. Put yourself in the right atmosphere in life. And the concept of hashaka says, I might be puzzled, but if I attach myself to a kosher mikvah, if I attach myself to the right teachers, I attach myself to the right rebbeim, I attach myself to the right friends, I put myself in the right circumstances in life, then by dint of the fact that I am attached to something that is kadosh, I could achieve to do so. Sometimes what I can't do on my own yet, I can accomplish by attaching myself to a source of kedusha. An incredible mitzvah. We'll stop over here for today. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. I'm sorry that I could not be with you there in person, but it is a schus to be able to learn with you. I stop around everyone. Have a wonderful day. All right, so we'll say good morning. We are continuing today in Daf Esvav in the Sefes Moed Katan. So we are picking up in Retz Hashem on the Dalam of base, and we're picking up Mitzora Maushi Yanig Sarasa Beregel is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up in the bottom. Mitzora Mount 14b. Mitzora Maushi Yinog Mitzarasa Beregel. Doesn't Mitzora go ahead and conduct himself with the strictures of his Tzaras on Yom Tif? On Yom Tif, Amra Bai Tashma Banazura Mitzora Mitzumaso Sharaso, Habi Metzumaso. No, so listen to this. So the Gemara says, the Mishnah talks about the idea that among the people permitted to go ahead and shave and haircut on Chalamoid are the Nazi or the Mitzora who emerged from their Tumah. So the Gemara says, ultimately, again, Mitzumaso L'Taraso, Habi Metzumaso. The fact that ultimately, if he emerges from his Saras in the midst of Yom Tif, indicates to us that our Saras, or the scriptures of Saras, do apply on Yom Tif, to which the Gemara says, Lomi Vai Kamar, not necessarily. Lomi Vai, the Metzumaso L'La Noig. The Gemara says, maybe it means like this. Maybe it means no, that the truth is the Tumah scriptures of Saras don't apply on Yom Tif. Aval Taraso, no Nigzar. So we'll say, I'm going to thought like this. It could very well be that in all that, that a Mitzvah does not observe the strictures of his Saras on Yom Tif, but I'm going to thought something additional as well, which is maybe, even if it's time for him to become Tahar, we shouldn't allow him to do that. Why? Shemiyashe Kabanoso. Because maybe he'll come to delay his offering. So the fact is that what we can say for is that maybe he'll delay his offering until the end of the last days. And on the last days, we're not permitted to go ahead and bring personal kabanos. Kamash Malan, the Gemara says that no, we're not worried about that. Amarava, so Moses says still, so what's the halacha? Doesn't the Torah observe the scriptures of his Sarah on Yom Amarav Hashma, the Hatzarua, the Rabbos Kohen Gadol. So the Gemara says when the pasuk the Hatzarua, the person with Saras, that comes to prove that even a Kohen Gadol can contract Saras. I, the hot Kohen Gadol, the Falashana, the regular Koli Amadami, for a Kohen Gadol the entire year. The Kohen Gadol's status during the entire year is like the status of a regular Jew throughout the year. On Yom Tif. The status of a Kohen Gadol throughout the year is like the status of a regular Jew on Yom Tif. This time, Kohen Gadol not with only Kohen Gadol offers up his kabbalah, even in the case of animals, that he will open, but he does not go ahead and teach those kabbalah. Mostly we see from there that a Kohen Gadol essentially is considered to be in an elevated state so that his everyday status is like the status of a regular Jew on Yom Tif. And yet, a Kohen Gadol is able to become in the Torah, so it is still based on this, that the scriptures of Saras apply even on Yom Tif. Shmanina. No hate Saras of Shmanina. And here you see that indeed the scriptures of Saras do apply on Yom Tif, and this is indeed the case. But also just an incredible yisod, how the status of the Kohen Gadol is like it's a constant Yom Tif. By Kohen Gadol, his state, his personal state of being, is the state of being that the rest of us experience on Yom Tif. For him, every day is a regular. And we'll see something amazing. See, why does the Kohen Gadol merit this elevated status? Because he lives with Hashem, because he lives within the constant presence of the Ribono Shel Olam. And from here you see that halacha l'maisa, when a person lives with Hashem, when a person lives his life in close proximity to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, like the Shulchan Aruch says, Shivisi Hashem v'neg yisam, and I praise Hashem before me. Because when you live a life like that, every day is Yom. Every day is magnificent when you live a life with Hashem. Incredible. Although also the Kismoras, a novel is not permitted to go ahead and engage in hair cutting. How do we know this? We need to come around the Rahman al Aaron. Which Baruch says to Aaron and his remaining sons after the death of Nadav and Abihu, Rashechem al Tifro, the trims do not allow your hair to grow. Michal b'chuli al ma'aseh. So the fact that Aaron and his sons left to maintain their green habits, even in the aftermath of loss, indicates us doubts for Aaron and his sons, but for the rest of us, halacha l'maaseh, there is a prohibition to cut one's hair during Avelos. Top of Tezvav 15a. Menudin u'metzorah mahem b'tisparos. What about a menudin u'metzorah? What's their status when it comes to tzaras? Excuse me, what's their status when it comes to hair cutting? Tashma menudin u'metzorah nasuni saper ulachaves. Ultimately, again, a menudin u'metzorah are not permitted to go ahead and take a haircut until under their clothing. Menuda shemis. So the pretty seems to be pretty clear. Menuda and a metzora are not permitted to go ahead and cut their hair. Now the Gemara just continues on the topic of the menuda. Menuda shemis. If a person is in a state of excommunication, dies, Beis Din soplin es halona. Beis Din goes in and literally stones his coffin. But Yudomer Yudah says no. Lo sheya amidu alav galabarim kigala sha'achar. Doesn't mean that we put a pile of stones on top of it, like they did for Achan. Achan was the individual, some start to first year they contributed to Yerichon. And the halacha was that no one was permitted to partake of the spoils of the Yerichon. This guy, Achan, went ahead and partook of it, and as a result was killed. After his death, he was buried under a large pile of stones. So his mother says, don't think that it was a pile of stones like they made for Achan. Ella, Beis Din Shofin Umaniti Evan Gedola Alalon. Rather, what was happening is Beis Din would go ahead and put one large stone on top of his coffin. Therefore, the Kalamisnaga means whoever was excommunicated and died in a state of excommunication, Beis Din Shofin Umaniti. Beis Din would go ahead and literally put the stone on top of his coffin. Something incredible must have happened, which is, we'll discuss this in tomorrow's class, but for a person to be put into a state of excommunication, it must have done something really wrong. And the idea is you rectify that. And sometimes when you don't rectify your shortcomings, you don't rectify that which is broken in this world, it follows you into the next. How tragic is it that the user dies in a state of misery, and as a result, the big stone is put on his coffin. Well, like the idea that you left this world with baggage, and when you leave this world with baggage, your baggage follows you wherever you go. What a miss it must be. If there's something broken, if there's something in the state of disrepair, if there's baggage, don't wait to fix it. Because if I don't fix it in this world, it follows me into the world. Remember, like the other higher and other is tiny to wrap his head. Literally to wrap his head. And if you come into the whole of the effect of the fact that it doesn't tell the president not to wrap his head. Ultimately, it tells us, so listen, so again, I mentioned this before, actually, I mentioned before, sorry. We're going to see many of the halachos of mourning are really not from the Cheskel. The Cheskel was told by the father to his wife, because if that's how the rules are going to be, and Hashem told the Cheskel, even when you are in our neighbors, you are not to observe mourning practices. So we learn the things that the Cheskel is not permitted to observe, we learn what to do. So the Cheskel is told, don't wrap your head. So from there we see that regular Allah is obligated to wrap their head. Gemara says, what about a person that's communicated to see that Well, we're talking about it after they observe the 13th fast, there was still no rain. So they sit and they wrap themselves like people who have been excommunicated by Hashem and those who are not able. Until Hashem finally sees fit that compassion upon them. So you see from there, prepares right when there's no rain, it prepares them people who are excommunicated because they wrap themselves like someone who's excommunicated. Really telling us that Allah someone who's in a state of Avelos, or excuse me, in a state of excommunication, wraps themselves like people are so we don't know that I in 1 second. Still no mini Rosh Hashanah, you become there, just to become there. Maybe it's different because in this case you're excommunicated from the heavens. Maybe when you're excommunicated from the heavens, apparently that's more severe than just the stamp excommunication. And that's why halacha l'maisa, they have to wrap themselves. Because there's no raya, there's no crusade, there's no proof ultimately someone who is excommunicated by
Is this like a small
says the
penis?
Gemara, so Mitzora Ma'Bati, but Mitzora Mitzora. What about a Mitzora? Pashua Ba'asafan Yazeh. The Pasuk says he should veil himself until his lips. The Klaus Shakai Bati, Pasharosh Namina. Someone says, so it's clear that an adult has to be Latifa Sarosh back his head, and Mitzora has to be Latifa Sarosh. Menuda, that's maybe it's not so clear. Now, of course, contemporarily today, we just don't dress the same way as we did in times of the July. So this Atifa Sarosh for us is fine. So that's why you don't see this today, but Halacha is nevertheless true. Although also on the feelings, and although it's not the name of feelings, this is speaking about specifically the first day of Happiness. The entire Lachon of the Fesco, and the fact that the Pharaoh tells you Fesco, now the Fesco, your glory shall remain upon you. Hashem said to your Fesco, don't take off your clothes, wear your clothes. And here we see that everyone else, when they're in the state of Avilos, is also to put on the okay, so move them out the Torah, what about a Menuda? Take it, leave it. It's all about the Torah, Mitzvah. So Tashma, the Hamitzvah, the Rabbos, Kohen Gadol, so we'll say, but remember, we said before, the Hatzah, you have to even a Kohen Gadol can become a Mitzvah. The God of the Kriyumin, his clothing should be put in one of the shoulders to line. And the Mitzvah has to start getting into the Kriyah. So those show Yeh Halua, and his head has to be Halua. What does that mean? In Kriyah, Ella Gidul Ser de Rebelazar. One of the says Kriyah means he has to let his hair grow. Rabbi Akiva Omer Yamra Havia Barosh, Yamra Havia Bebegan. It says Havia by his head, and Havia of giving you by a beged. Mahavia Amur Beged Dar Shachutz Mibufo. Just like Havia by a beged, the beged is something that is external to his body. So Havia Barosh, Davar Shachutz Mibufo. So to the Havia Barosh is also something that is outside of his body. What does that refer to? My love at Tefillin does not refer to Tefillin, and ultimately telling us that Allah Salamaisa, the Mitzvah, doesn't wear Tefillin. No, necessarily what I have Allah, Atumsa is with the nature of his heart, or ultimately to his children. But it's not a lie, it's not a proof that the Mitzvah doesn't wear tefillin. Therefore, it turns out that Allah Salamaisa, Abel doesn't wear tefillin. Or the Abel doesn't wear tefillin. Menuda, we're not sure, and the Torah, we're not sure. Although it's prohibited to greet people, they're primarily one of the Fesco and the Torah. The Prophet tells the Fesco, greet silently. So here we're actually running from the Fesco. Just like the Fesco is not to greet silently, not to greet other people, so too Abba doesn't greet other people as well. Menuda Nahu B'Shela Shalom. What about a Menuda? When a Menuda greets someone, Rabbi say touch him up. So the Shakira Shalom should be Adam Mechadeo, should be Adam Hanizushin Lambo. Was never going back to the second time. It's the 13th pastors and still not answering the rain. The Pasuk said they would not greet each other. They would have taken greeting each other like a person who's been excommunicated, a person who's been rebuked. So you see from there that a Menuda doesn't engage in Shalom Shalom. Amalei Abai is no Menuda shines shining to come in. Abai once more says, what do you do because here they is excommunicated. Hashem. And that's communicated from Hashem, perhaps that's a different level. That's a different level of Torah. And if a person is being excommunicated by a human court, then perhaps Sheila Shalom is not possible. Sheila is unresolved. So Tashma, La'asafam Ya'ata. Sorry, Mitzora Mahu. What about a Mitzora? Does the Mitzora go ahead and right, is the Mitzora also the Sheila Shalom with these people? So Tashma La'asafam Ya'ata. He should veil himself until his lips. She should so you do double, she should do so his lips, literally again, should be sealed one to the other. She ate him and you go, speak the other. I'm sorry, she ate him and you go to other. Ultimately, she like a Menuda like an other, but also the Sheva Shalom Shramila. And therefore, we're going to mostly see from here that in Mitzora is Asr the Sheva Shalom, not permitted to eat. So, others for a little bit of Mitzora, I the Gemara the Mitzvah king of the Menuda. But why don't we not answer for the Menuda? Because it says that the Mitzora is like the Menuda, like the other. Does it say that he's Asr? No, it says Shihei. Menuda is the other. You should be like a Menuda and like an other, and maybe after Nisa with other things. But Asrinami B'Shela Shalom, and he is also also by Sheila Shalom. But it doesn't say anything about the Menuda. Você apenas devemos dizer that the United States working solo has access so suddenly the buckles to the lips have to be sealed to one another. So it's interesting because we know that one of the primary reasons a person becomes even solo is because he's still working hard. So one would have thought that the remedy for Lashon Hara is to abstain from speaking slander, abstain from speaking negative things. Yet the Gemara says, no, what's the remedy for Lashon Hara? The remedy for Lashon Hara is so suddenly the buckles to be diseased. Lips should be sealed, meaning sometimes when we get ourselves into trouble with negative speech, it's inevitable, we all do at some point in time. So the remedy for that is not simply to abstain from negative speech. That's obvious. The remedy for Lashon Hara, the remedy for hurting other people with anger, is to stop speaking. Not stop speaking absolutely, but to be more measured in what I say in general. And ultimately what that leads to is a recognition. I don't always have to talk. I don't always have to comment. At times, it's okay simply to remain silent. What an incredible mistake. How much better our lives would be if we followed that simple advice. It's so suddenly the buckles to be here. Sometimes the remedy for our marriage is simply to appear to negative speech. But it's unnecessary talking in detail. Incredible. Although also the shit and the debate for us. And although it's not committed to Torah, but listen, this halacha that means divrei Torah that are not related to our faith. Like, in other words, the others committed to learn the halachas of this. Because if it's other to learn, most cutting back test law. God, you committed to this is the halachas of Avelos. Means non-Avelos items. Means one of the Chesto dome, from the fact that the Hashbach does Chesto, the Chesto is silent. Is silent. So being silent represents the silencing of Talmud Torah. Menuda not the Torah. What about a person who has communicate a Menuda? Some of you say Kashma, Menuda, showing after showing low, a Menuda to learn, and others could teach him this Torah. He could hire workers, and ultimately again others could be hired after him. Mukram, the someone who's a tailor, he's even a higher level. We'll see in tomorrow's class. Mukram, Shona low, this started on this Torah law. So Mukram, he's not supposed to learn, and ultimately again, he's not supposed to teach, right? He's not supposed to teach him, sorry, he's not supposed to teach him others, then no one's supposed to teach him. Lo Niskar Lo Niskar Lo. He's ultimately again can't be hired out as a worker, others can't be hired to him. Chavo, who's showing that smoke, he can learn himself. Shalo Yafsik as the mood, in order that his learning not be stopped. But also, no someone's kind of choice on the sauce. We can open up a small store, for instance. Also, what kind of small store? On the lab, we can go ahead and sell water in the ship in Ireland. Okay, mommy, I'm supposed to use this from here that I love from myself. I love it's only Pavel. He is permitted to learn, but a Menuda is permitted to learn. Mitzvah not to do that. What about a Mitzvah? Mitzvah, right? Question mark. Plus, it says you shall instruct your children, teach your children, and your children's children about the day that you spoke of Hashemah. So the Gemara says, "Man, how long does the year that just like by Hashemah, there was a state of reverence, a state of awe, right? A state of Kovet Rosh. So to whenever we learn, we're supposed to be in a certain state of preparedness, which teaches us something very important. Hanamru, Hazabin Bamitzar, Bolini, does become the first Patron to permission us to measure the Shas Halachos about others. Bali Kerdat Asu. So it's interesting enough that here you see that a person in a state of tumult is permitted to go ahead and learn Torah. Right? But yet, about Terry is a man who had a similar mission, not to put that as a result of marital relations. Right? Or if non-marital relations, then personal maybe because of negative or impure thoughts. But the idea is a similar mission occurs because of a lack of holiness. Like the certain lack of seriousness. And therefore, again, about Terry, the Gemara says, shouldn't learn. But all of these people with these other forms of Torah are permitted to learn, including that list is in the Torah. So you see from there that a Mitzvah is permitted to go ahead and learn Torah. Although also in the process, and although it's not permitted to go ahead and learn the children, it's true that you have Torah. וישע שתפיסה חכמה, היום האלה נשאבינו, וליסיה בגדי אודו, ועל תסוף ישנו, והישע שאישה זה יומים רבים מסעדה להם. Incredibly, this is when This is when
Yeah.
Yoash decides to go ahead and distinguish between David and Amnon, and he hires a woman to play the part of a bereaved wife. And one of the things he tells us, where Tikve Israel, which we're translating as, where clothing that hasn't been worn. So from here you see that an Aval was not permitted to long with his clothing. Hashma, Menudin, Mitzvah, that's when we start with the Kamis. So I'm sorry, Menudin, Mitzvah, Mount, what about a Menudin and Mitzvah? Can they longer their clothing? Hashma, Menudin, Mitzvah, that's when we start with the Kamis. Menudin, Mitzvah, are not permitted to longer their clothing. Shmamina. So, other Chayyikriya, an Aval is trying to go ahead and carry his clothing. To come with a fellow near Aaron, no Sifron. The cloud which will be on the Chayyik. So the fact that when the Prophet Aaron and his sons don't carry your clothing indicates to us that under normal circumstances, an Aval is hired to carry his clothing. So the Gemara says, Menuda Mal B'Kira, what about a Menuda? Taking one of these as a kasha. Mitzola Mal B'Kira, what about a Mitzola? Tashma, the God of Bikunim, Shin Kuran Shmamina. Pasuk says by Mitzola, his clothing has to be torn. Although by the Fiat Hanita, another is obligation to overturn his debt. So literally, turning the debt over. We're talking about Kasha, as Bakasha says, on the days, you need to open the Shaki Bahan, who the Avanoshin Akashia. Literally, like, placing like in the Duman, keeping man selling a weapon, and giving a person night and what happens? And the mother says, who the Avanoshin Akashia. And through their sins, they have overturned the sin. Through the sin, they overturned the sin. So the Gemara says, Kapu Mika Sayan, ultimately, as a covenant to overturn it. So from here you see that the overturning of the head is a sign, is a display ultimately of happiness. Mitzora, Menuda Mitzora, not in the field. What about a Mitzora? Do they have to overturn their heads? The Gemara says, well, we got as a concept. So, just point out, we don't have this yes Amita today, because again, one reason that's quite on the other is because the Gentile neighbors ascribe this practice to Christian associate, which herald the Jews throughout. Therefore, we don't do it. The Gesher kind of done it interesting, like he says that their dad used to be made of straw. And as a result, when you keep straw for long enough, so it takes on human form. Death is specifically the erasure of the human form. Turning over of the bed is raising the form of the bed. Meaning that today we don't have these kind of beds, therefore again this halakha doesn't really apply to us. Although also Asiyas malakha, and although it's not permitted to do malakha, not permitted to work. I return your Lam Tobin Israelis. Mahad Asur Malacha, just like the Chad is Asur Malacha, Avel Asur Malacha. So to others can do Malacha as well. Minudu now Basiyas Malacha. What about Minudu? Amr Yosef Tashma, Kisha Amru Asur Basiyas Malacha, Lo Amru Eloyom, Ababa Laila Motor. So once again, we back to the second kindness. 13 days right whenever they had an Isra Malacha, because of fast days, and Isra Malacha is only by day and not at night. The China Tamotzi, the Menuda, Uva Avel. So too you find by Menuda and by Avel, my love does this not mean in all of the other situations? Well, Ashara, maybe not, maybe it's not comparable. This halakha is only the other halachas. The Tashma, Menuda, Shonin, the Shonin law, and Menuda ultimately again is permitted to teach Torah. Sorry, shown that he could learn, he's shown a law, he could hire a teacher to go ahead and teach him. Niskar in his law, he can go ahead and hire himself out to others, and others could be hired out to him. Ultimately, again, Shmamina. So you see from here that Halacha L'maisa, he's permitted to do Halacha. Mitzvah Malbas, yes, but what about a Mitzvah? What can Mitzvah do where? Patient, or is there a kasha? Although also the pizza, and although is not permitted to launch, but Sid, Al Tasofi Shemen. Again, same pasuk by Yoav and the woman from Torah. Don't immerse yourself in oil or the pizza this last season. And washing is included generally again in the Sita. Meaning about it, if you talk about it, I'm going to miss a Kashma, Kisha Amru, Asr, the pizza, when they said, Asr, the pizza, on the Ellen Kodifo. So once again, we're talking about doing the sex kindness. When they said ultimate, I'm sorry, when they said that there's a sort of pizza, excuse me, when they said that there's a sort of pizza, ultimately again, well, Ella told Gufo, they only refer to washing one's entire body. How about Yaga, washing your hands, your face, and your teeth? Ultimately again is much. So it's about a kind of super. So a kind of super where there is an issue with pizza, that's only washing your entire body. But you're allowed to wash your hands, your face, and your teeth. The same as Hamotzi bin Yehuda, and the same halacha applies to a Menuda and to an Abba. My love doesn't refer to all the other cases. Lo Asha'ara. No, maybe only refers to the previously mentioned halachas. Mitzvah now, but if what about a mitzvah? Is a mitzvah permitted to wash? Take loose foot. Although also being a sandal, and other is not permitted to wear shoes during Avelos. You could somebody that's more than Chesko, but I can see the Azlecha. The fact that in front because the Chesko, keep your shoes on, keep your shoes on. In the cloud, for the Alma also, and here we see that the rest, other normally, and other was not permitted to wear shoes. You need the Nabini Gasma. What about a Minuza? So, I'm going to say Kashma. The first white line. When he said that you're not permitted to wear shoes, once again, we're talking over here by Tzibur. When he said by Tansi, you're not allowed to wear shoes, so Omer Elavi here, that was only in the city. Abab B'Geref Mutter, but if you're traveling on the road, you're permitted to do so. Hakit said, what's the case? Lots of Geref, traveling, Noel, ultimately put on your shoes, Nichnas this, you come into the city. Koleitz, take off your shoes. In Atamosi, in Menuda, Uva Adal. And the same thing you'll find by Menuda and by Adal. My love, does not come to equate all of the halachos. Lo Ashara. Perhaps going to the other halachos and necessarily wearing shoes. Mitzvah about the Mikvah Sassan. But what about the Mitzvah? Is the Mitzvah permitted to go ahead and wear shoes? Which the Gemara says, take boots. The Gemara leaves that unanswered. Although also the Tashma Shanita, and although is also the Tashma Shanita, marital relations, see by nothing David as Bathsheba Ishto, David consoled Bathsheba his wife. What you see, the Gemara says, so you see from here, by Yavah, he had relations with her. Now, again, this happened after David and Bathsheba lost their babies. The club in the Torah also, you see to indicate that it was only after the Avilos was over that Tashmish became mutter. During Avilos, Tashmish was also Menuda and all the Tashmish. What about a Menuda? Is a Menuda permitted to engage in marital relations? And the Avilos is Tashma, but also Tashmish, you saw the Menuda and Menuda Hayu, you see the Shemito saying, all the years of Parsha in the desert, after the Freak and Rabbi, after the sin of the golden calf, we were in a state of excommunication from our Kaddish Baruch Hu, yet we still had relations. So you see that a Menuda is permitted to have relations with the Abai, because a Menuda Shrine shiny, Dikyo, right? In one second, that was a case of being excommunicated by the heavens, by our Kaddish Baruch Hu. Maybe that's more lenient, maybe that's more lenient. To which the Gemara says, still more lenient, but Ha'amit Chomer. You just said before in Amid Aleph that being excommunicated by our Kaddish Baruch Hu is more Chomer than being excommunicated by an earthly court. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Sasuki misasculates. Abai was unsure. Zeal haka kamatila. Zeal haka kamatila. So this is very interesting. Abai was unsure if divine excommunication is more chomer or less chomer than human excommunication. But because he wasn't sure, one thing he knew for sure was that it's not like being excommunicated by a human court. Maybe it's more chomer, maybe it's more kal, but it's certainly not the same. Therefore, what Abai essentially does is he shuts down any attempt to try to equate to the two. Very interesting. What about a mitzvah? Is a mitzvah permitted to engage in relations? Tashma must be actually learning this sugya. This Tashma Kisanya, the pasuk says during the 7 days of purification, the mitzvah must sit outside of his tent. But also the Tashma that during the 7 days of purification, the mitzvah is like one who is excommunicated, like an Adel, and Asr Tashmish Shamita. In Ohalo, what does Ohal represent? In Ohalo, Ella Ishto is his wife, Shememar, Lake Amar Lahem, Shiva Lahem, Ohalechem, Shmamina. So I'm going to say, so you see from here that Allah that in the Surah, during his 7 days of purification, is obligated to dwell outside the tent. And the Gemara says, the tent refers to his wife, because after Matan Torah, after sending information, Hashem says, tell the people, Lech shuvu lachem lo ahalechem. Go back to your tent, to send a resumption of normative marital intimacy. So you see that in the Torah during the 7 days of purification is not permitted to be with his wife. The Gemara says, but why don't you learn out from here that a menuda is also asr v'kashmir shamita? After all, again, it equates the mitzvah with the menuda. Does it say that he's asr? Sheyehei kemenuda ukado. It means he should be like a menuda. And like in other ways, the asr v'kashmir shamita, like the mitzvah himself is also asr v'kashmir shamita, but it's not a raya, it's not a proof that the menuda is asr v'kashmir shamita. So the aval is asr v'kashmir shamita. The mitzvah during the days of purification is for the marital intimacy, but the menuda remains unclear. Also, we'll do one more line. Aval inu mishaliach. Aval is not the 100% kavanah to the base of the flesh. This sign of this is so beautiful. This sign of the women of Isa, when Shimon Omer Shlomim, Bisman Shuhu Shlomim, below Bisman Shuhu. Ultimately, I will say, what is Shlomim? Carbon Shlomim. Shlomim means you only send the carbon at a time that you are Shlomim, at a time that you are complete, and not at a time that you are in mourning. Halacha looks at the mourner as being incomplete, because when incomplete, therefore one can only go ahead and bring a carbon, bring a Shlomim, when one is Shlomim, say it's actually quite beautiful. It's also what it represents the idea of is that the concept of a carbon. The concept of pure, but the concept of closeness, it only really come about when a person is shut. And mostly you'll say to yourself, what does that mean? If a person is complete, let's say a person who's ever complete, right? There's a person ever in the state of shameless second. The Jewish Gemara teaching us is as follows, that sometimes being shut doesn't mean that everything's perfect. But being shut means I know what I am, I know what I lack, and I'm actively working on fixing that which I lack. And I'm actively working on fixing that which is good. That's called shameless also. That's also culture. Sometimes in perfection. But shameless means I'm completely self-aware. I know what works, I know what doesn't work, I know what's broken, I know what's whole, I know what's missing, I know what's there. I know. And I have a plan to be able to work on that. Once that happens, then a person is showing. And once the person is showing, they're able to operate their purpose. They're able to become follow left and right. So we'll stop over for today. Again, my apologies. This is the second time I'm giving you shit today. I better know that I'm sorry about the mishaps we had on Zoom before. I'm sorry for the internet issue. My apologies. Looking forward to continuing with everybody tomorrow. This is everyone a wonderful day.
Come on. Yeah, we should do a segment where we check out what Miguel's fridge looks like. I should post my fridge on the YouTube.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking our sponsors. Thank Hashem. We go to sponsors for the month of Shvat. In loving memory of her husband, Avi Strimber, Avram Ben Kalman Eliezer Halevi. And truly beautiful, we have a Tom Troy sponsorship from Avi Tobias, one of our listeners from New Jersey. Baruch Hashem dedicating the shiur in this week in honor of the shiur, in honor of the Daf Yomi, and we thank Avi very much for his generosity. So with that, let us begin. So we are picking up today's daf. Today's daf is Gimel 23, and we are picking up on Bezin Beis Gufa, about 22 lines up from the bottom. So we'll say, okay, it goes quickly. Says Gemara Gufa, Rav it will evolve all the kind of seamers. So let's remember again, we had this is just whenever you see a Gufa, you know this already. Gufa is the Gemara in a piece that we already closed the movie, right? So in this case, it's the story of Rav going to Baal. Watch this. This is great. Rav it will evolve all the kind of seamers. So we had the story yesterday. Rav went to Baal, it was a fast day. Time so we got an idea. Let's remember, yesterday we were discussing which aliyah he was getting fined. Also, more butter. You need a bracha. You need a bracha when you opened the aliyah. You need a bracha when you opened the aliyah, or before when you began the aliyah. Custom below butter. But he went ahead and would be a being in the not locally online time. Everyone else, the most of the specialists, that means everyone else sent happens. Literally, they fell on their face. Rav no low nafra alam pay. The Rav, however, did not say happens. The Rav will say the Gemara is actually what he says. My time I Rav low nafra alam. So yesterday's we were fully focused on what Aliyah Rav was getting and why he was only making a drop at the opening of the Aliyah and not at the close of the Aliyah. They were focusing on a different thing. Why is it that when everyone sat down to say Tachnon, Rav didn't say Tachnon? My time Rav lo nafa alapay, which was Ritzvah Shalav on the reason was because this shul, this shul that Rav was in, had a stone floor. The time we learned that Evan Maskis was thinking about in Shakalos Allah, Allah is on Piyah on Shakla Ba'atzim, about Asher Mishtaka Be'alabanim Shabbi. It was a lot of myself, and it's only to try to stone floor. And on the Hamikdash, there was an obligation of prostration. The halacha is you prostrate yourself on a stone floor of the Beis Hamikdash, but you cannot prostrate yourself on a stone floor outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll say this is one of these interesting halachas. There are a number of different things that there are things we do in the Mikdash, like to remember that which is done in the Mikdash, and then there are things that we're not allowed to do because they're only done inside of the Beis Hamikdash. One of the things we're not allowed to do because it's only done inside of the Beis Hamikdash is prostration on a stone floor. That can only be done in the Mikdash itself. It's not done outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, the Gemara suggests that the reason why that does not go ahead and do the does not prostrate himself is because the shul he was in had a stone floor. So the Gemara says, my your Rabbi, I understand if that's the case. First of all, how did the story go? Everyone else was not I fell on their face. Rav did not. It's a stone floor issue. Then the truth is what? No one should be falling on their face. To which the Gemara says, no. Ultimately, again, the stone floor apparently only from the Rav. In other words, the stone floor wasn't everywhere in the shul. It was only right in front of the Rav. I believe on the God is the word of a limit for Allah. So why doesn't God just get up and go sit somewhere else? Right? By the Safai, let him go and sit. By the Tzibur, right? And this way, again, Allah will allow you to prostrate himself because he's easy confident along with them. So why let me trust Tzibur? Because what happened? Rav and Yisrael, he got up and went to the Makkah. What's going to happen? If Rav gets up, what happens? What happens? Everyone stands up. He did not want to see that here for the Tzibur. And therefore, he made a calculation that it's better just to not go ahead and prostrate himself, not to do the rather than get up and prostrate for the tzibur. Okay, another possibility. This is not regular tachlis on their side. Rather, remember, regular tachlis, what we call a tzibas archayim, right, falling on your face, that's not a problem if it's stone floor. So what was the problem? Everybody came up, Rav, Pishut Yadayim Viraglayim Hava. Let's say when Rav is tachlis, he did his full prostration. A full prostration, what we call Pishut Yadayim, which literally means a complete spreading out of oneself on the floor. Rashi says, so we'll say, Rav, when we do the first one, we do a full prostration. The rest of the tzibur would not. So again, it's possible the stone floor was in the entire shul. The difference was that Rav who did Kushadai Black Lining was a problem. But everyone else, it was not a problem. To which the Gemara says, therefore, again, we'll say what's happening over here is as follows. There's a stone floor in the entire shul. For everyone else, you just take tachon, like you do tachon on your head on your arm, that's not a problem. Now, if you only do tachon, you should get full prostration. You cannot prostrate yourself on a stone floor outside of the Beis Hamikdash. But we put halakha below the other two spans I'm writing. Listen to this. So, fine, don't prostrate yourself. Just right, just do tachon. Like everyone else does tachon, and it's less time. Just put your hand on your arm and that's it. Well, Mishani means huggy. Very interesting. Rav did not want to deviate from his established practice. So his established practice was Pishut Yadayim Viraglayim. he did not want to change that, and therefore it's interesting. There's a lot of fascinating pieces of here. So instead of changing his minnows, he just didn't do it at all, which is really quite fascinating. Okay, Levi said, I'll say another possibility. So I'll say, so I'm just going to point out, so far we have a lot of very interesting ideas here. First of all, we have this idea that first of all, there's a form of continuum of Pisha design dry line, a form of continuum of complete prostration. That's number one. Number two, we have established you cannot prostrate yourself on a stone floor outside of the base of the Mikdash. The concept of Pisha, that guided by line, no prostration on a stone floor, is a practice solely reserved for the Mikdash itself and cannot be replicated outside of the Mikdash. Levi said about the third possibility is Adam Chashuv Shalom. What's his very profound? It's possible also that there's a difference for Adam Chashuv, an important person, when it comes to prostration. Also, he's going to be a lot. The first one I wrote in about none of us are Ein Adam Chashuv Russia Lipa Achorov and thinking Nanak Yoshua. So it's a very different thing. But Adam Chashuv, an important person, should not go ahead and fall on his face unless, of course, he's confident that he is going to be answered like Yoshua ben Nun. Say, Vayomer Hashem al Yoshua, Kum L'chol. And he says, Yoshua, stand up because I've answered your tefillah. Someone say, now what's happening over here? Look at Rashi. Levi Sema, Rashi says, V'chayir ragil lipa al panav, Kilomar shei adam chashuv ein yochel al panav. Ela imkin yana, Kilomar, ela imkin b'tuach b'masav shenana b'tfilasa. So we'll say, this is very interesting. So what the Gemara says over is as follows. Rav would have normally done Pisha to Dain Raglayim. Now we'll say, now what I want to point out over here is, according to Rashi, Rav did not like everyone else. He's just forming on his own. So what's happening over here that he would be forming on his face? Moses says, in Adam Kasha Bashe Lipa Adam Yerushalmi Mefarish, Eta Shem Spalo V'Shvil HaTzibur, Ava B'Nola Ben Atzmo Shaber Dam. What's if you bring this all together, it sounds like the Gemara says like this. Rav is in the shul, and it must have been that there was some type of tzibur. Rav would have liked to have done Pishu Dedaim V'Raglayim, full prostration, but he didn't do so. Why didn't he do so? Because the Adam Chashuv should not engage in full prostration unless, of course, he's absolutely sure that his tefillah will be answered. That was it. The Gemara gives like Yoshua ben Nun, who is confident that his tefillah will be answered. Now what's happening over here? Why can't Adam Chashuv go ahead and prostrate himself unless the person is absolutely confident that his tefillah will be answered? So we'll say, this is a halach and shokolora. So the halach says this is in Hilchos Mesilas Havandalot Tzitachnun, Simin Kufram and Aleph Sitches. Ein Adam Chashuv Rai Lisha Aplipa Acharav, Kishemispalo Ala Tzibor. So we'll say, Adam Chashuv, you see, very Yishora takes into account closest. An Adam Chashuv should not go ahead and prostrate himself. Should not prostrate himself and daven for the tzibur, right? Unless, of course, he's unless, of course, he's 100% sure that he is going to have his tefillos answered like Yoshua ben Nun. Says the Mishnah Berurah, what's going on over here? The Mishnah Berurah says, the Kisifa le'nosa, Shemahar will say, what's the concern? The concern is that if he doesn't publicly for the tzibur, he should have Raglayim, full prostration, and his tefillos aren't answered, what does that do? It erodes his communal standards. And the community needs to believe in its leaders. The community needs to believe in its leaders. So what's that? That's incredible. So the Gemara says, if you're a communal leader and you're doubting for the tzibur, and remember again, Kishu Tadad Raglayim is a pretty big display, right? When you imagine you're in a shul and you see the community leader mamish prostrate himself down out on the floor like this, that's big stuff. That's big stuff. And if the tefillos aren't answered, it erodes communal trust in the leader. Because tefillos go unanswered for a whole variety of reasons. But what makes the people are people. And they assume that if the leader is after such a display is not getting his tefillah answered, he's not such a leader after all, it can erode public trust. And again, it's more important for the public to maintain the Gemara says, if you're a Kulino leader, if you are not absolutely sure that the Baruch is going to answer your tefillah, like Yoshua ben Nun, don't do Kisha Tadai Raglayim. Do not prostrate yourself in seaboard. Very profound Gemara. Okay, what I will point out is this study is actually very important for us. Why? When does this play a role? This plays a role for us on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. So it's interesting. So the halacha is, the minhag is, that even if you have a shul where there's not a stone floor, it's not a shul, it's not a stone floor. So we'll say, so technically speaking, by Aleinu, when many of us have the custom to go ahead and literally do kish right? You're prostrating yourself on the floor. The minhag is that we still place something underneath. Even though technically speaking, this is not a stone floor, the person should still put something down, a towel or something else, because again, the minhag is do not do full prostration on a floor outside of the base of Mikdash. The real halacha is a stone floor. But the truth is, Minhag Yisrael is really any right, a while ago sent out, it's actually beautiful, sent out this prayer mat, essentially, right? But I do it prayer mat, but a great top. So again, this is our Minhag, and again, it's based on this Gemara. It's beautiful. Moshe has quiet. Gemara talks about this a little bit more. Gemara says, Moshe, this is also so. There's so much to say about this tension between, on one hand, recognizing that leaders are imperfect, but at the same time, the right leaders are human beings, but at the same time, the leader's obligation to make sure that he doesn't do things to make the public mistrust him. Such a fascinating thing. It's like, Kida, that was mean full body prostration. Full body prostration, right? Little bit full body prostration. Neymar, that Tikol Basheva Apayim, Kriya, what we call Kriya bending of your tummy. That's on your knees. The Tainu Omer Mikra, Berkov, Ishtachava, what's Ishtachava? Zu, Pisha, the Bagline. That's full prostration. Let's say it for it. Kida is really falling on your face, right? Ishtachava is really full Pisha, Bagline. The Gemara says as follows: Lady, full prostration. Lady Achdi Kida. There was a lady demonstrating Kida in front of that. He did it well. And unfortunately, he injured himself. Now, Kida literally means he became crippled. But it means he injured himself. Now, I look at Rashi. This is actually pretty wild. Rashi here describes what Kida is. It means Kida Achdi Kida. Notice Godla, the Mishnah Alayan, the Shoka Ashenoshes as Haritzka. It's okay. When you talk, Yakov, you shine out Godla, they love the Messiah. Also, the job is Ami from our subject, essentially what she does, like this, you can imagine, you pretty much hit it on your ankle and your toes, right? And you just go straight down. So you can imagine without bending your knees, you just bend straight down. So lady did this, and apparently, again, the pressure it exerted on his muscles, right, on his ankles was so down that he became permanently injured. So you mentioned Bahal Kagarma, and that was the lady. A person should never go ahead and speak in the accusatory fashion to Akadosh Baruch Hu. Shahari Adam Gadol because he was a great man who spoke in an accusatory fashion to Hashem. The Itla, and he became crippled. Who was his lady? So again, when did he speak in an accusatory fashion to Akadosh Baruch Hu? So Rashi, last night Rashi was we just had this kindness. That Levi said when there was a time when there was no rain. Levi cried out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu when he said, Alisa Lemoro, you have ascended to the heavens and you no longer care about your children. Pretty strong words. The Gemara says, don't do that. Right? Don't try that. Maybe don't do that. Because maybe you did it and ultimately again you suffered the consequences. So which one was it? Did Levi become crippled as a result of that? Did he become crippled as a result of that? Which one was it? Both negative impacts. Amr Akiva Adam, Kazino Lubu, Labai Rabba, the Masli Asli. Ultimately, again, I said Abai and Rabba, the Masli Asli that they would lay on their salt. Now, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. Rashi is the Masli Asli, Al-Sisehen, the Lonokin Al-Sisehen Man, it's the Sishin, Adam Pasha Pasha Vipalapana. We're saying very interesting. So, Akiva Adam said, I saw Abai and Rabba. when the zebra would take happenings, they wouldn't really fall on their face. Instead, what they would do is they would kind of draw on their side a little bit in conformance with the victim that the other suspect would not fall on his face unless, of course, he's absolutely sure that his appeals are going to be answered like Yoshua ben Nun. Now, again, what I will point out over here is that Allah from America, the fortified Halacha, which it does, understand that it's referring to what? Shiva, right? It's referring to real frustration. It's not referring to confidence as we do it today. Again, that our other factors do not engage with full frustration unless, of course, it's absolutely sure that its feelings are going to be answered like the right? It says, let's go like this. Have a question of Yom Tov Chamisha, Yom Kippur, and Shisa. What's it? Remember, the Yom Tov 5 aliyos, Yom Kippur 6 aliyos, Shabbos 7 aliyos. So we must need some money. And remember again, here's the thread. Yom Kippur and Yom Kippur you can't add on, but Shabbos you can add on. So many months, let's say who's on the piece of money? Who's paying the fact that they're on this show? Rabbi Yishmael, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yishmael, Rabbi Akiva, the Shanya, we saw from the Yom Tov Chamisha, Yom Kippur, and Shisa, the Shabbos Shiva, the Yom Tov 5 aliyos, Yom Kippur 6 aliyos, Shabbos 7 aliyos, 8 folks from the hand. You never do any less. Nor can you add on Divrei Rabbi Yishmael. What's that? Rabbi Yishmael 5, 6, 7, Yom Tov, Yom Kippur, Shabbos. Can't do any less, but can't do any more, even on Shabbos. And if you're Akiva says Yom Tov Chamisha, Rabbi Kippur Shiva, Rabbi Shabbos Shisha, Rabbi Akiva says Yom Tov 5 aliyos, Yom Kippur 7 aliyos, Shabbos 6 aliyos. Right? You can't do any less, but you can add on more. So let's say the problem is, which of these that we use to reflect in our mission? Money. Here Rabbi Yishmael passes on Shabbos. Kim Rabbi Yishmael, Rabbi Yishmael says that on Shabbos, you can't do all suffers, you can't add on aliyos, yet our Mishnah says you can. Rabbi Akiva, Kasha, Shisha, Shiva. And if it's Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva espouses in alternate orders, right? In Rabbi Akiva's order, you use 7 aliyos in Yom Kippur, 6 on Shabbos. In our Mishnah, let's see, you use 6 on Yom Kippur, 7 on Shabbos. What's going on over here? Amrav, Kana de Rabbi Yishmael. It is a Kana de Rabbi Yishmael. The sign of the Kana de Rabbi Yishmael, Yom Tov Chamisha, Yom Kippur, Shisha, Shabbos, Shiva, in Tosfos in Mahen, Abamosif Alein, Divrei Rabbi Yishmael. So we'll say, so we have a Kana de Rabbi Yishmael that says, no, that the words of Rabbi Yishmael are as follows, Yom Tov 5, Yom Kippur 6, Shabbos 7, no less than on Shabbos the right to add on. We'll say, this is the opinion that that's the problem. Here's the problem. Asya, Rabbi Yishmael is not. We'll say, I have two contradictions. Beforehand, he said, first price, Rabbi Yishmael said he agreed to the 5, 6, 7 model, but what did he say? You can't add on. In the second version of Rabbi Yishmael, he agrees to the 5, 6, 7 model, and you can add on Shabbos. So what's the shot? Which he wants not a kasha, straight, no, I'll leave it Rabbi, straight like I'll leave it Rabbi Yishmael. Okay? Those are there two different opinions. Right, there's a machlokas in the position of Rabbi Yishmael. Beautiful. So let's see, here we go. Nine review the sign. But this is a very brisa. Yom Tov ma'asar and lavo ma'arav. So we'll say Yom Tov, people come late to shul. Right? This is what I'm saying.
But I will say, at least into the Wizards, hour 21.
Start shul later, right? Because people come later to shul. Or ma'arav, and they leave early, right? Or they leave quickly. They leave quickly, right? So if you come later to shul, start davening a little later, and people are leave. It's hardcore to be quick to leave. Now what's the topic? I think look at that. Actually, there's a third line down from the top. There's Yom Tov Ma'achal Lavo, the basic process. You start off with 12 after the best Yom Tov, so most of it's why. And Yom Tov, people before they leave for shul are what? Preparing their su'udah already, right? You want to come home from shul, and you want to be able to eat. And we're not in losses, and we're quick to leave shul. Why? We shouldn't see Hashem. So you want to get the sunnah, want to have the su'udah. So we start a little bit later to give people time to prepare their su'udah, and we leave quickly in order to engage in sin Hashem. Let's see, brother, also point out over here. Understand that engage before refrigeration. So you have to do much more prep on Yom Kippur itself.
It's so
Right now,
impossible to get one more.
when it comes to Yom
You
Kippur,
want to feel so
you
bad
don't
about
need
this.
Yom Kippur,
No
and
matter,
you don't have to
no
leave
matter
Yom
the
Kippur.
code,
Just
they're
because
just
you
like
have
an
this
organized
of
campaign
methods
against me, dude.
on Yom Kippur does not mean
You're
that
bad
once
at
you spend
this.
their Yom Kippur
People
cooking,
don't like your
right?
stance.
Ideally, one does whatever prep they can do before Yom Kippur, and the Heifer Oka method on Yom Kippur itself is there if you need it. Right? If you go there, right? I mean, the person who says, I like that everything starts on Yom Kippur, that's not the ideal way to spend Yom Kippur. Right? Very exactly, that's what we like first. But to have a true Yom Kippur, where you're not spending it in the kitchen preparing food, they're reflecting over here a reality of that refrigeration. So not every day you're making your food for Yom Kippur. That's Yom Kippur. Pretty much Yom Kippur on Yom Kippur, the Marin level, you come to shul early, because again, obviously on Yom Kippur, there's no food preparation. The Gemara says, "Uma'achar in latzei," and you leave right, you leave late, because it's right, you know, the Gemara says, "Not feel." Shabbos the Marin level, and Shabbos we come to shul early. Okay, now once again, there's no food preparation on Shabbos. In other words, you could prep stuff like the night, there's no cooking, right? There's no real food to prep. Ultimately, I from the Marin latzei, and we're quick to leave. Ultimately, we come to last week's own Shabbos. We want to enjoy the food. So we say, who's the king does this reflect? Now we'll say, Lemo Rabbi Akiva, this is the Gabri Yisir. And we'll say, Moshe Rabbi Akiva, because remember, what did the Bryce say? On Yom Kippur, we come early, leave late. Oh, the Gemara goes to listen to this verse. On Shabbos, we come early, leave early. The Gemara says, oh, then Moshe Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, on Yom Kippur, you have 7 aliyos, and on Shabbos, you have 6 aliyos. So it must be the reason you stay late on Yom Kippur is because you have a longer Kriyas HaTorah, and you only on Shabbos because you have a shorter Kriyas HaTorah, so it's versus no. I think it's going to be small. We'll say the length of Yom Kippur davening has nothing to do with that Aliyah. Rather, the Nafesh Yula Yoma. The reason ultimately, again, that we debate on Yom Kippur is because davening itself is much longer. But Shahani Shosha V'Chamisha V'Shira Kinegini. So what's this now? So now we've established Halakha myself, we do 5 aliyos on Yom Tov, 6 aliyos on Yom Kippur, 7 aliyos on Shabbos. You can never read any less than that. But Halakha myself, at least on Shabbos, you're allowed to make more stuff. Fine, first wide line. Hani Shosha V'Chamisha V'Shiva Kinegini. Now we essentially know
Sure.
leading on to Yom Kippur, we have a 3, 5, 7 model, right? We have 3 aliyos on Monday, Thursday, Shabbos, 5 aliyos on, 5 aliyos on Yom Tov, 6 aliyos on Yom Kippur, 7 aliyos on Shabbos. Where do those numbers come from? This is very interesting. So the Gemara says, "Pigi bought the Tisra Panachman." It's a Kaddish. Umar Yishman Tazi. Va'amuli Rabbi Shimon Tazi the Kaddish. Umar Rabbi Yisrael Banachman. Va'amuli Rabbi Yisrael Banachman. Once I say Machlokas, what's Machlokas? Had Amar Kineged Gerchas Kohanim. What's very interesting. One said the model comes from Gerchas Kohanim. Gerchas Kohanim has 3 verses. Interesting enough, in verse number 3, there's 3 words. In verse number 2, there's 5 words. And in verse number 3, there's 7 words. So very beautifully, 3, 5, 7. Like I said, the Kippur is kind of an outlier on this. The 3, 5, 7 model comes from Gerchas Kohanim. Quite beautiful. And go also. So you see this always connection between Kriyas HaTorah and Gerchas Kohanim. It's the same idea. The whole Yisod of Gerchas Kohanim is the bracha to channel blessing from the Ribono of Olam unto Klal Yisrael. I will say the whole essence of Torah, the ability to channel bracha, ultimately again from the Ribono of Olam to Klal Yisrael. That's what Torah is. Torah, when I learn Torah, when I perform the mitzvot, I make myself into a vessel that is capable of receiving and retaining blessing from the Ribono of Olam. It's like that the Baruch Hu wanted to store as much bracha as he would like, but I have to be a principle that's capable of receiving it and receiving it. How do I make myself into a clean Torah? Torah makes me into a person that is fit to receive and to retain blessing from the Ribono of Olam. That's why the structure of Kriyas HaTorah, which is the essence of Talmud Torah, corresponds to Gerchas Kohanim. They both have the same goal. The other thing is that Listen, in general, by the way, is a very important piece of about in order to receive the Ribono Shel Olam stuff, I have to be a
This second special,
that is
hopefully
low.
this last. Oh, this guy spelled it out for
We wonder why we're not getting
this
there.
last.
And
The
often we think
writing's
it's
on the wall
issue
that this guy
God.
failed at
The
fighting
challenge
Alex, failed at
is,
come
am
time
I
to
a
take
proper
up the phone.
free? Am I a good person? Because let's say if you have the wrong tea, imagine for a moment you have the most beautiful, wonderful, delicious coffee, rice, beans, roasted to perfection, everything, and you have a cup, and you're holding the cup unstirred. There's only one problem. There's no bottom to the cup. There's no bottom to the cup. You could have a coffee bean that holds 57,000 cups. You're not going to get one drop of coffee because there's no bottom to the please. The please is not this. Then the bracha just goes right through. And it's something incredibly so polite. I want bracha don't care. But if I want to hold on to a secret I have to make myself into a clean halacha. Am I a proper utensil? Am I a proper receptacle? And that's what it is all about. Making myself into a clean. אחד אמר, כנגד שלוש שומרי הסף, אני שומר פני המלך, שומר פני המלך. Listen, interesting. Other thing is to know it corresponds to. Listen, human mind, right? There are different ministries, right? There are the three guards who guard the threshold of the king's palace room, five leading advisors who see the king on a regular basis, Shiver up and another seven close advisors. So ultimately, again, the one thing I was that the aliyahs are structured after the guards in the palace, after the noblemen in the palace. It's like Torah is our ability to control the Torah. Right? Torah is how we forge a relationship with Hashem. How we forge a relationship with Hashem. How do I, as Pastor of the Dam, forge a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam? That was the essential Torah.
But yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about during the list is our Patreon, like what we have watched, what we haven't.
And therefore, again, the structure of Aliyos is structured after the way a mortal king. Again, these episodes are also based on the assessment. But right, based on the way a mortal king would go ahead and assemble his closest advisors around. How do you know? Say, Gimel Chamisha B'Shiva, Moshe Shomei Asad, Chamish Shomei B'nei Melech, Shiva B'nei Melech. Beautiful. Omri Abaye. This is great. Abaye says. Abaye says to Torah, whoever the second opinion was, Omri Abaye, Aka Ibna, night time of Polish one now. Abaye says, Rebbe, why didn't you tell us this? Why is this coming out now? Why didn't you tell us this beautiful idea before? Omri responds back to him, well, how did I know that you thought so right? Right? I didn't know that you needed it. I didn't know that you needed it. Right? For me, but you see, now you know some of the other things. Did you ever ask me, I didn't tell you, and then what Rabbi is saying, Joshua Machmani, it's my focus who said this, but you say to the opinion who said this, it's so beautiful. Why did you never tell me this before? To which the individual gives that thumbs up on the sun, what is the response? Very simple. You never asked. You never asked. Let's say it in this, and then you say right? If you don't ask, you don't get. Don't ask, you don't get. It's incredible, it's so correct. It's so difficult in relationships. Sometimes we think, like my spouse, know what I need, even if they don't ask. Unless you're married to a Neviah, right? Or unless your wife is married to another, right? No one knows what you need if you don't tell them. You don't ask, don't get. And in life in general, sometimes it's uncomfortable to ask, whether it's uncomfortable to ask for that raise, or it's uncomfortable to ask for the promotion, or it's uncomfortable to ask for the additional project in your career. If you don't ask, you don't get. Life is also, and in Torah, don't ask, you don't get. Also, that's between asking questions. There's also two of us saying, the greatest ask is when you ask of yourself, right? What more can I do? That's the greatest. Don't ask. If you don't challenge yourself to say, what more can I do? You don't get. It's incredible yourself in every area of life. Good.
We'll talk about this on Timos.
Good. I don't know that Yaakov Minadra did that. Ani shish dilim kippurim kineged me. So let's say ultimately it's Moshe Shana. It's just up to 357. So ultimately again, it's people like this is great for weekday Shabbos and weekday Yom Tov Shabbos. What about Yom Kippur? What about Yom Kippur? 6 hours of Yom Kippur. Amalei kineged shisha shamdu mimino shel Ezra. Shisha mismal avos, and this is very interesting. Corresponding to the 6 people who stood on each side of Ezra, שנאמר, ויעמוד עזרא הסופר על מגדלי, אשר עשו לדבר, ויעמוד אצלו, ותיסיו, ושלום ועניה, ואוריה וחוטיה, מעשייה על ימינו, ומשמאלו, וביו, משם מלכיה, פרשום, וחשבתנו, זכריה משולם. That's not 6, that's 7. Hainu Shiba, Hainu Zechariah. I'm sorry. So the words Hainu Zechariah, Hainu Mishulem. Ultimately, Zechariah and Mishulem are the same people. My father is Mishulem, and then Mishulem. Whereas the Mishulem, Zechariah is also named as Mishulem. The name of Zechariah. Mishulem was more of the scripture name. That Mishulem means that he was a person who was showing his avodah. Rashi says that they were showing the avodah. That's what we say, coming the master. He was the person who was completely like, she was a whole person. Whether that means a whole day, she Rashi seems to feel that it's more than the right? Showing in his actions. So it's interesting enough to remember again, this is what Ezra was talking to Father from the courtyard of the Beit HaMikdash. So it's interesting to see that the 6 aliyos of Lucifer correspond to the 6 people who stood on each side of Ezra as he went ahead and delivered the speech to Father from the courtyard of the Beit HaMikdash. You can believe that the connection of the here is when Lucifer so centrally focused on the Beit HaMikdash. Like the abode of the Mikdash. And therefore, again, the number of aliyos is moved from Ezra's dress up inside of this. Beautiful. That's a very interesting Gemara. I called over the meeting Shiva. Everyone can count toward the 7 aliyos. Oh, God, this. Even Chatan, even Isha, even a child, even a woman. About only Chatan, Isha, no Sita, La Torah, which makes heaven. And again, Chazal said that better not to include a woman as one of the 7 aliyos. Out covers Hatzikah. And now let's see, what is that? Look at that. She make cover Torah. She says the reaction is make cover Torah. Actually, would make cover Torah. Well, you cover Torah, but cover no. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of it. No, cover Siva. So let's say, interestingly enough, the way that our stuff, for example, is changing to this problem. That if a woman is given an aliyah, what it looks like is there is no knowledgeable man in the audience who knows how to go ahead and do the job. So it's kind of the same as I was saying about, you know, the prophets we saw, that technically women, technically speaking, a woman communicated, a woman communicated ultimately that even for the husband and for the doing so, like, you know, how about that Me'ilah? First, to come upon a man who rightly knows you and why? Because it looks like the man is so ignorant that he's not even able to sing his own truth. So again, there must be very interesting about these teachings like this, that technically speaking, a woman is committed to faith, and we have these ideas of covenant secret and covenant Torah. Again, a much deeper topic. I'm a very fascinating topic, but it is interesting to see that if you are doing the a woman, of course, who participates in the 7 aliyos. See, the university is fire. The Bible, interesting side. Mafia, I will say, what about Mafia? So now we know on Shabbos, you have to use 7 aliyos. Here's the side. Is Mafia one of the 7 or not? That is not one of the 7. One opinion says yes, Ola means it counts as part of the 7, and one opinion says it does not count as part of the 7. Nine Ola is a Hafari. The one who says it counts, why wouldn't it count? Why wouldn't it count? If we're reading it, then why would it not count as one of the 7? Man Ola Kibu Ula. The Amr Ula, so we'll say the one who says that it doesn't count. He's holding to what does it say? Mitzvah Mahamati, but Avisha Shikra Torah. Let's listen to this. Why is there a mafia? Like, remember again, who gets mafia? The person who's going to read the Haftorah. So why don't just read 7 aliyos, get someone a Haftorah, and get out of it? Why does the person who gets Haftorah also have to get an aliyah? Like, why is that important? The Gemara says, I'll tell you why. It's a covered Torah. We'll say, this is our covered Torah. Look at that, make covered Torah. Not even covered Torah, but covered Navi Shut. The David and Yishim covered Torah, and Yishim over Roman Minyana. Let's listen to this. Because we're concerned. What's the concern? The concern is, you give 7 people aliyos, and then someone reads that Torah. It looks like you're putting that Torah and Torah on the same level. So instead, what we do is we say, if you're going to read the Haftorah, the first thing you need to do is what? Get an aliyah about Torah. You have to get an aliyah to show that kind of like Torah is the Isser,
Everyone in the audience now is just
and
like,
it's the gateway ultimately against the Nevi'im. So the thing is, there is
time.
no half Torah
I like that.
without
I like
a
that this
master.
is better than
So that creates the hierarchy that Torah is more important than
This is
Nevi'im.
definitely better. That's what I
Which the
mean.
Gemara says that David and Mishum
I don't know,
Torah, and
Bronx
the
is
Yahweh
better
also. Therefore, we
because
can't,
I
because
shot
Mafsia Bosai
that
is only there in order to do what? In order to show
I like how
cover
these
Torah, right? In order to show that Navi is not on the same level as Torah. It's
Yeah,
not
they have a
counted
similar
as
kind of thing.
one of the
Gronkowski.
elements. But Zohar says it's not focused. So is Mafia counted as one of the seven or not? Not focused. So opinion that says it is. Says, look, we read it. Opinion that says it's not, because it's not really read for. Why is it like? Well, it's only read for covenant purposes. It's only read so that because otherwise, if the person who's doing that Torah just do the Haftorah, it looks like Haftorah and Torah are on the same level. By creating a map here, you can't read Haftorah unless you get map here. It shows that Torah is more important than the Deen, and therefore, again, because of that, it should not count as part of the same. Says the Mishnah, Hamas the Navi lo yitchos me esim ve'achad psukim Keneged Sheva Shekara Torah. It's very interesting. The Torah should never be less than 21 psukim. Why the less than 21 psukim? Because again, that corresponds to the 7 aliyahs. And what's again, the minimum number of psukim for an aliyah is 3. That gives you 21. Which was in Esau. Esrim ba'arba hadiyot. And I will say, interestingly enough, and if Mafir was reckoned as, right, Mafir doesn't count. Mafir doesn't count. And therefore, Mafir is reckoned as its own separate entity. Then what should it be? It should be what? 324. So the reality of quote unquote, 3 aliyos. Which the Gemara says, Kevin Mishum Kabatorahu on the days in Negdo Nami Loboy. No. Because once again, since the only reason I'm reading Matthew is called Kabbalah Torah, therefore that does not need to be reflected in the number of psukim in the Haftorah. In other words, the psukim in the Haftorah correspond to the number of obligatory aliyahs. And since the add-on aliyah of Matthew is only there for Torah, it's only there as Kabbalah Torah, therefore I don't need to corresponding to the Master level. Now, you went something interesting for a second. So now you were just talking about the fact that our Torah can't have any less than 21 pieces. The Master level of Holy Holy Shofar, we will not have the testing the time to come. Don't say, what about that Torah Holy Shofar selfie? No, that does not have 21 pieces. So yeah, we need to have that Torah. So it doesn't be solid to know. It's different because it looks like 21 picking in a basket. The other Torah is a self-contained subject. And that subject is contained in the Western Journal of Pidgin. That works fine with it. Whenever we're talking about that Pidgin, therefore, I don't tell you if it's not a complete topic, you have to be at least 12 Pidgin. You want to add the honor of Torah about
Patriots fans should be on a watch list. They're trying to like drug this guy and have sex with him. Like, leave Gronkowski alone. They're still in the playoff picture. Yeah. They retired, but
stop here.
I know that, but I'm saying, regardless, they're still messaging him like, have a good time tonight. Great job at the game last night.
They had a tour I will say they had a translator, right? The Torah would go ahead and translate also that Torah. Tanya Tafriqa Bashmur will shut them up with the Torah. Malcolm Sheesh Torah Moshe. Okay, here's the difference. When there's no Torah, you read either Torah Psukim or a complete topic, even if it's 7 Torah Psukim. Whether it is a Torah level site, and therefore again, there's translation of the Psukim, you can start even earlier, even if it's not Torah Psukim, or even if it's not a complete topic. Why? Here's something to do. Here is something to do. Whether it's a certain that Torah becomes too long, and if I look on it, you can like the Yochanan said, strike that. And again, it's like sometimes that Torah is still on the time because of the difference. Good, also it's beautiful. So now, just to point out, well, we know beautiful tomorrow, we now again have our 3, 5, 6, 7 aliyot model, right? We focus on know that you can add on Shabbos. We now also know the symbolism behind each of the particular number of aliyot. For for a reason. We also know that halacha l'maisa the mashir does not count as part of the meaning of seven. Torah should either be 21 psukim or complete topic, unless of course you have a Kurgamon, in which case again you can stop that for a reason. Beautiful. Any portion of Shema, what's that in Shema? Any portion of Shema, okay, what's portion of Shema? But you have to talk to this world. Look at that, any portion of Shema, this is what it is. Million Hapola is million. Million Hapola is million. So I have to tell people of Shema. There's a reason behind it. Let's say you have 10 people listening to this world. And they change essentially after Shema. You can also use what? Use what? They miss the Baruch and Kriyashma. So they could do something very interesting. After Omer, so sorry, so Omer after Omer Kaddish, Baruch is Bracha Rishona Shebekiyashma. So listen, if you have 10 people, therefore in this Baruch together, which you can do is they get together, one person says Baruch, and the first Bracha Shema, or we call Yotzer Hamaolos, right? That's Bracha Kriyashma. I would say that's called Parsing Shema. The reason it's called Parsing is because close means a piece. You're not going to say both Brachas Kriyashma. When you say one bracha of Kriyashma, but this allows you to get Baruch. That's essentially what's happening over here. Allows you to get Baruch. It also allows you to recite the Kedusha of Baruch. So you recite Baruch, Kadosh, you say Baruch, Kadosh, 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 until the end of the bracha of Yotzer Hamaol. So it allows you to get Baruch and Kedusha. So person Shema, they know what they're talking about. You can't dive in back, you can't put the cousin. They know that they can't focus. They call them very temporary. They not kill them, they can't drop the rock. They also my mouth in themselves. They say, you're going to see that the team over here. These are all things you cannot do without the you can't do Ma'amad to Moshe. They will say, what's Ma'amad to Moshe? Take a look at that. They know the Ma'amad to Moshe in the mix. Kishenosik Asamis for Torah, are you Yotzrim Zayin Amin, Mitzvot Asamis. So what's the value in the times of the Mitzvot value. They were spoken of, especially a big company that have good seats. And what they do is they would of their Christian celebrations, they would stop 7 times. And during each stop, they would deliver beauty. That's what we're going to do. This coach has a nice dialogue, so it's so useful. But the time that we talk to each other, it's called Ma'amad to Moshe. You either stop, sit, eulogize, cry, get up, go, stop, sit, eulogize. I mean, do this 7 times. It's called Ma'amad to Moshe. Then one of the Brachas Adevim, you do not recite Brachas Adevim, again, we'll discuss what that is. This has human Adevim. What is a human Adevim? Ultimately, again, is after the burial. There's one line, and the mourners will walk through the line. That's when you say, I'm not coming out, and you show how they will be the Just as Asarim, if you assume for that we shout about this, name examine the shame, and you don't go ahead and intervention with the shame Hashem. All of these cases, Chachos Miasar. What's the come down and obviously mentioned is Yiminin. Yiminin for the Kakos, that wasn't this. What's the Kakos? This is a situation where you want to redeem land from Hector. So it's like you want to redeem land from Hector through this special process that is employed. In order to remember, in order to value, in order to do something, you need proper valuation. How is that proper valuation done? Tisha the coin. So ultimately, again, you need 9 people. You need a minion, but there must be at least 1 coin in that minion. 9 people and a minion for Adam Yod Teva. Right? Rashi says that we have the same idea is if a person wants to go ahead and literally, it sounds like redeem himself. But we'll discuss what he actually means. What he means referring to if a person wants to collect value. Research, because the way you value a person, everything is social, and the way that means to be 90 stated, it's how you do them. Beautiful. What's this? Let's say so. This is great. So these are all examples of things for which you need a minion. To which the Gemara says, how do we know the concept of minion? Right? How do we know? Well, how do we know the concept that there's an idea that a minion has a condition? I'm going to give about the Pasuk says, "Dashti is so Bnei Yisrael." sanctify the things of so we then what? And that is the Gusa, no Yay, Papa Jasa. That's any government institution, any all these things can only take place within a quorum of 10 men. Christ 10 Jewish men, also exactly, and it's fasting the silk, I will be sanctified with things of Israel. Any government institution, holy matter requires 10 men. Which the man says, okay, my master, how do you see that in the Pasuk? Like, how do you see that? Now, here, remember, what do I see from the Pasuk? The chastity is so crazy. But the government institution has to happen where? Within college. It tells me that what do I need? What do I need? What do I need? A group. Right? You want to what's a group? 10. Now, what's it? How do you know that? How do you know that group means what? How do you ask your coach, you need to discover all the coach. See, it says over here, in Chapter so in Israel, it says here, sanctify yourself in Israel. See, Hashem, Fardu, Yishov, Ha'iza, Mirtos, Ha'iza. So listen, I watch this. This is a multi-year job. Listen to this. So it says again, on one end, the Ikashtu, Fardu, the Ikashtu is so in Israel. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Fardu, Hope, remember again, hope, so what are we talking about? This is Torah. Right? Watch this. We have another gate of Ida, the Sif Hassan, as Masai Leida Allah Hazar. And listen, who's that sign? That's the Mirage. Right? And remember again, who's the Ida Allah Hazar? When we did Allah, 10 Mirage. Remember again, Yoshua and Kali Mala Lonasa Aksarasa. Like in the Mirage, the Ida Allah would only 10. Because Yoshua and Kali were not part of the bad Ida. Abraham will say, therefore we see it in me. Okay, look at this file view. Here's what we've got. Just follow the progression. The Ikashtu B'Sok B'nai Yisrael. The same how we call it tells me that any government to each I need a group. What's a group? So again, we take another year of a art, Badu, so Ha'ida Harazo. So separate yourself from this Ida. Right? It is also a group. What's the definition of Ida? What's the definition of Ida? What's the definition of Admasai Le'ida Harazo? So, okay, thank you. And that refers to the Mirage. So, Ida, so gives you a group of 10. So, what's the difference between relevant and enormous? People over there, where do we learn our meaning from? We're learning from the Mirage and the Torah. That's where we're learning from. Also, it teaches you that even the greatest insights are capable of creating. No such thing as a Jew as a Jew or a Jew. The concept of government that exists only happens inside of a meaning is when that's Torah or that's on the Mirage. We think that very easily in life. We dissect ourselves about personal wisdom to Lisa, and maximum one, the entire part, the entire source of a meaning comes from Torah and the Mirage. No matter how much I am such a life, I told you the ability to generate incredible. Absolutely incredible. Let's go back here. Rain ocean, not about the most of you can't let it not out of motion. So you according to judge, getting up, sitting down, moving and speaking, no two questions of me. Certain questions. Even by the name of unduly emojis, the movie card, people, Sinner, Sarla, Ola, okay. The formulation for non-automotive was stand up, touch this one, stand up, sit down, push up, be speaking to a group. So whenever you speak to a group, if you might say, you say, group always means what? A group means 10. Group means 10. Not all of yeah, it's close to the card. But look at the design, you have the time falling out. Stand up perfect one, stand up. Sit down.
It's like his eyes,
So
it's like
it
I'm
doesn't look
trying
like
to.
public. It's left in
Like I
petty
knew
pieces.
beforehand
You
what
have
it
to have a
took.
meaning, otherwise it doesn't use the formulation.
So
You know what beer class
I
having
really
a
was
beer
like,
class
it's not
my
crazy.
beer class having what beer class having beer class I will say this was the block of used to stay in the street. Remember we said it in Molly Cotton. There was a whole formulation of the used to have again that they were sitting in the street had in public place had your she does have other little content. There was a whole block that was set for the idea. You know, these are the block of beer class having a master they ain't having it on the block of you don't do this anymore today. But the block of get to the idea that's done with 10, that's done with 10, and the idea we're not part of the 10. Beer class having a master they ain't having it on you block of it, like beer class having a master you need a million for the beer class having but ultimately the idea we're not part of the 10. Beer class having a master you need 10 for 7 blockers. It's not kind of money, and the concept is one of the times. And the time will be up for today. We'll pick up again for the rest of this city tomorrow.
The funny thing was, like, I have this wrist thing back and forth sweater today, so I wanted to test it in my office. And I have blinds I can put down, but I don't want to put down the blinds to do that, right? So I started doing it, and I'm like, oh, it's not working. So I went to the bathroom. So I had to take a shit, and I blood pressure was I did, and I put the thing around, but it wasn't in the right position. And my blood pressure was so high, and then the machine started, it turned red, and it started going like this, and I was like, oh God, this is it? Am I dying? And I took it back to my office, kind of freaked out. So, what comes first? What comes first, mine or matter? I don't even understand. Mine doesn't come first. That question makes my heat. I don't understand. Mine before matter or matter before mine? What's matter? Well, like, what do I care more about my brain? What comes first? Like, intuitively, like, what do you think? That's mine. Oh, okay. I think, well, look, I'm not the one who's like telling me to get vitamins. That's other people. You, Postman, my wife, that's what I asked her. Oh, yeah, congratulations. Now, to answer your question, I guess, I mean, the bodies, I don't have a problem with it's mine before Max. Yeah, because you have to think about what he's I take mine before matter, like anything before sickness, before spiritual health, stuff like this. It's mine before matter. You know what I mean? I think you bring before yourself. Maybe. I'm definitely sure. I think, like, I think my blood pressure is probably fine. You know, because it was just like, the wrist thing, it was just, I think it's the device itself makes it higher. And then it was kind of a stressful week, and then all those things that I was doing, you know, stopped me with my blood pressure already. But it definitely stressed me out. Just like, it is an interesting dynamic that we have because I'm literally on the phone with a girl earlier today. She's telling me about how she went to my church. What's the first thing that comes to mind? It's got to shut up. It's just, it has, it involves nobody. It's Gerardo talking to himself saying, what are you doing? Well, that's exactly. I'd rather die. They get your blood check? Yeah. And then I would rather die. What is it? It's like a saints. I don't want to specialize on brain, but yeah. Don't minimize my brain capacity. I understand. You know what I mean? Check everything. What if it's just, I'd rather just pass away. After getting the ice off. I don't understand the incessant. I mean, I don't have incessant visits to the doctor. It's a narrative that you have. Oh, really, dude? You and other people in my life told me that I cannot pay attention because of that and leaving the door open for various other reasons. I decided to ask the doctor, and they're like, "You want to get tested for ADD?" And I said, "Yeah, I guess." And then people have told me that Vyvanse is good. So I was like, "Well, I'll try that." It is killing me. And so, see that? But like, fuck it, we all die. Yeah, I might die quicker than there you go. I believe in mind before bed, so that's probably true. I mean, I still don't really understand Vyvanse. Like, I think it's like, because of like it's because I'm thinking about it. That's the mind more profound. Yes. Well, hopefully it's not too but the wedding thing, I'll bring that up. I totally forgot. It's so funny. I forgot to get your note forever. So I'm gonna get the wedding is gonna be looking at journals, obviously. Oh yeah. Not like Skate Fest or that's just the way it's quite fast. And so beforehand, for the official marriage, I decided to do like an easy thing where I just go to an express window, an express marriage, which I didn't even know existed. I looked it up online, and I planned it out so I could go early in the morning with her to get married and then go to work right after. And so a lot of people have been giving me shit about that. It's like, take a day off. You have an idea of what I think that's true. Okay. I don't like doing things like other people do. Okay. I'm terminally immune, so yeah, well, that's not the glad friends. You go find like something that agrees with you. In my mind, it doesn't even matter. Like the marriage is what matters. Like the fun part of the wedding, all the families there and all that. We're gonna do that. But this like government thing is like, why do I gotta take time off? But made me laugh about it. I think this courthouse, I think the courthouse based on parking. Like, which one is the easiest to park at? I go there to get married. It's the classic British thing where there is no one down. Because no one else thinks that this is a good idea. Nobody wants to get married, express marriage at 8:30 in the morning.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. By thanking our sponsors for this morning trip to thank our sponsors for the month of Cheshvan. The mayor of Bolt dedicating all the Sherman Joshua this month in memory of Yorachi, the Yosef family of our Konis of Zafar. To thank Noam and Ephron for dedicating Sherman and Joshua this month in honor of the celebration of the 98th birthday of Noam's grandfather, Yosef Mitchell and Mordechai Halevi. To thank our weekly learning sponsor, Jack Bennett, in memory of Ivasi, the daily turn Sasha Rosenthal, and to thank our Dafioni sponsors, the State Church Levine, for the tuition for Yitzchak Ben Haya. So we thank all of our Shabbat members of our Shabbat for all the Shabbat Shabbat and Aliyah and those who require a Shua. I want to give a holy prayer. The Lord should let us begin with the last meeting today. The last meeting today. Today's back is fucked out. Before we left off. We left off on the day of the Gemara in Bible. Remember again, the Mishnah said pretty much was in the middle of the God. The Mishnah said that there was a fucking building, there was a large courtyard in Yerushalayim, and the Mishnah said it was called Beis Yazid. It's called Beis Yazid. And remember again, the witness is sitting there, that was kind of the meeting point. That was the meeting point in Yerushalayim where everyone gathered to be ready for their Yeshiva Hashira, their fucking generation about their festival. Essentially, you are vital. Beis Yazid tonight or Beis Yazid tonight? What was the name of this place? Was it Beis Yazid with an iron? Or just Beis Yazid without but he must have known Beis Yazid tonight, Yishlom Ha'al. So if it Beis Yazid with an iron, in this case, again, the name has a positive connotation. The name comes from the derivative of Israel. You want to post the puzzle. Marcos Papato sai vai a cheio sai sala to se nisu povija drugi način vai a jak genialny sabe pilot lokalaj. Rosna vai a cheio means to go ahead and surround the area with a fence. So vai a skeleton really defended it with a fence and we remove the rocks. We remove rocks. So ultimately it's a better reference to the surrounding. So it's a place Yagic is represented a great place that wasn't closed. It wasn't too close area. Oh, Dilma face Yagic maybe. Yagic, in which case we said the Saga. It represents a lesson of success, a lesson of suffering, how to go through the pit, and also the anti-sin. You would down with sin. Look down with sin. Rabbi, you touched that. Well, so which one is it? So here's what's interesting. What I was asking was, how did Chazal kind of label or title this particular place? Did they call it the place of joy, like the Yagic with an iron, or a place a little bit of like difficulty because everybody's stuck there? Which the Gemara says, Rabbi, touch rock, she goes to the Lord, tell you ocean line. Shani to this year, even level. What do you say? You speak beautiful studios in this place for people to feel comfortable coming. If you come regularly, don't say fact that they need to just know what does that sound like? What sounds like there's something happening in this place? What's incredible? Still on party have a hobby. It's possible that the name of the place is both Yagic and Yagic is Yagic. Meaning what? It is very nice to be able to go to but at the same time, because they were confined at least initially to this place, it was a difficult situation to be in for an entire time. Because also the Gemara just says about the gathering place had elements ultimately of simple and also of facade, which is such an incredible message on that. Sometimes in life, anytime you're in a situation that you don't want to be in, even if halacha l'maisa is objectively a good circumstance, if you don't want to be there, it's a really terrible, incarcerating type feeling. So here you have a situation where these people are coming, beautiful service, they're coming to go ahead and feed us this beautiful ego, but if you don't want to be there, then at the end of the day, it becomes a literally difficult, sour like so this is basically so hence the leverage that extends to the heart. This idea, the episode that we bring right after the Ramadhan time, and that actually before the Ramadhan time, most someone who is better than this almost food and instruction. One of the things that comes from it is to care of Shimi Ben Gira. Shimi Ben Gira was the individual who traveled when David was freed of Shalom. He goes ahead and he comes and he tells, oh, take care of Shimi Ben Gira. Fine, David dies. First thing that happens is David's son is Shimi Ben Gira. He says, here's the deal. I'm going to give you a palatial estate in Yerushalayim, and I'm going to support you at the table, but I'm sorry. So the idea is that Shlomo goes ahead and studies Shimi Ben Gira, and he gives way to the king, support you at the table of the king. One condition, you can't give Yerushalayim. Putting you guys, Rosa, I love you. You had me at Yerushalayim. You had me at Yerushalayim. What a deal. Shimi Ben Gira. Fine, good. Next character, what happens? Shimi Ben Gira is serving the king. He goes ahead and gets on the donkey, runs after him, catches him, brings him back. Someone says we had a deal. Comes to never leave you. Shimi Ben Gira. So it's so hard for everything. This is what the opportunity is set up. However, talking about a few always can happen. What did you know that Shimi Ben Gira is with you tonight? The type of thing is telling you tonight is the most wonderful place in the world. If you're there by chance. If you're there by chance. The moment that someone tells you you have to be somewhere is the moment that you are going to find ways to question the book of self-autonomy as quickly as you can. It's the same way that little children love to say no. No. Please, you have nothing. Like you're walking around in a diaper, you can't even get a basic hygienic needs. And you say no, because you guys did the boss. It's incredible. From the time that we're little, we like to feel that we're in charge. You like to feel like, yeah, yeah, right? I'm the man. Don't tell me what to do. I'm just right. You take away a person's feeling about telling you, will find a way to flex those muscles. Someone like me, there's a culture in Bandura. You cannot leave Yerushalayim in only a matter of time until you leave Yerushalayim. That's an incredible you showed. You can have what is objectively wonderful circumstances. But if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to be in that situation, you just find prison. So you might recognize this dynamic. This Yazek with an iron, but the one that beautiful English pseudos, it's this Yazek without an iron. Sort of, but ultimately you don't want to do that. Incredible you showed. So you love. How do you go ahead and check, or I should say, examine your witnesses? Look at them, so both motivation. So first of all, you take everybody in one at a time, right? Which literally, the first pair that comes, you bring them in first, and that is a pair, but individually. So you must both also Rishon. You bring in the senior member of the pair. Tell us, so they asked me, what did the moon look like in the sun? Was it trailing before the sun, after the sun? Was it to the north of the sun, the south of the sun? How high off the horizon was it? In other words, from your perspective, like how high was it off the horizon? Well, the iron higher notion, what was the point? How high was it? In Amr, first of all, the person ever says that the moon was leaving the sun. The idea that the sun was showing the moon, we know already what he's lying. The Akash, when you must mention that, we both know. Then afterwards, they repeat the same process with the second group, right? The second group. Then means to be very much if it turns out that the testimony of the two is line up, it just makes ultimately we have the solid testimonial unit, we could be Makadi for that. So here's the fascinating. The sharp color glucose. What about all the other pairs of glucose? Shulman Olsen Russian bar. So what they did was massive. Remember again, you have this, I don't know if you call it, how many people showed up to see the television show. But clearly, you have a lot of people showing up. So that's for a moment, you have a lot of people who showed up. So yet, you got everything you need from us. And the first set of witnesses, what do you do with everyone else? What is it like? Very good, thank you for your service, thank you, go home. It's good difference. Like, really, you're right? You're the same talk, where they tell you to go home, even though you did absolutely nothing. You do something that's showing up, but you're more than happy to be excused after having shown up. But here, what they were concerned about was their father. They talked about people, told them what the rest of the bus. They asked every pair of witnesses, right? In other words, they do not just say, thank you for coming, thank you for your service. They interviewed everyone. Again, not necessarily exhaustive interview. Most of these people have not because they needed these witnesses. Allocated to the Yitzu, the Taki Nefesh, the Shvil Shvil, like you would love it. This is incredible. By the way, you didn't want people to feel demoralized. Just think about it. But it's a traffic on a weekday. If you travel the long distance, and it was hardship, and it's true, if you travel, you got to salute out of it. But when I say it's a real to do, and then you show up and you're not even taking it, you're interview. So ultimately, again, people will just stop coming. So what's like fascinating is what would they do? They would interview everyone. So it turns out something really incredible, which is, it seems like at the end of the day, no one necessarily knew who the witnesses were who actually allowed for the Bezdin to be spoke. Whereas after Bezdin interviewed everyone, you're going to see they decided, Makudash, well, faster than anyone knew whose testimony it was that actually went ahead and solidified all that Bezdin to make that decision. And therefore, what? Everyone feels crushed. Everyone feels crushed. There's also such an incredible Mustafastil. If people feel experienced, if people feel marginalized, if people feel unimportant, they'll just simply walk away. You sowed against the Bezdin, you sowed the general community to make people feel that they matter. To make people, and this is so incredibly important, how do you make people feel like they matter? So again, on the most basic level, you've done this kind of thing. Let's say on the shields, people speaking about this. Right? On a Shabbos, you go over, you say the Shabbos to someone, you say Shalom Aleichem to someone, you offer them a seat, you offer them a cigarette. The worst thing there is they say, work is, but the best case scenario, if you make someone who might otherwise feel marginalized, you crush it. Right? That's the incredible research. So you're Beijing. Most like Beijing doesn't have better things to do. They're literally, they're going to interview hundreds of other people. Just for what purpose? So that no one should feel extraneous, insignificant, or marginalized. And by the way, the members of Beijing are just as busy, if not busier than we are. If you take the time to make the youth feel special, to make the youth feel engaged, to make the youth feel that he's part of the group, then how careful we have to be with that as well. So it's incredible research. I know the question of whether or not the moon was in front of the sun or to the north is the same thing. I mean, the similarly again, after the sun or to the south is the same. What it means. You must have not come over as long as that's the question of the agent was the indentation of the moon. Was the indentation before the sun or after the sun? So if there was an indentation was before the sun, then we know that this is our mind. What does it mean when it says really functional rulership? Fear. She makes peace. What does that mean? The sun never saw
I did cancel ChatGPT because I was very upset.
So let's remember again, this goes back to the tension between the sun and the moon, right? The moon says, Einstein two monarchs. Then go ahead and share the same thought. You're right. Late is the saxophone. Don't diminish yourself. So the Gemara says over here that the indentation of the moon is never visible, so to speak. It means it's never in front of the sun. The idea being that the sun should never see the diminution of the moon. And at the same time,
whether it was okay for me to carry it.
Which is one thing incredible. We've got inanimate objects that the Baruch never wanted to be.
And I was like, this is so crazy, dude. I was asking ChatGPT about like what kind of knife would kill it. If I needed to, I'm not just gonna go kill criminals. And I was like asking it about that. I was like, is there any blowback? And they're like, well, you can't have this metal knife. So California, you have to have it has to be shown. And they were acting like I was going to buy like some kind of big ass, fucking crocodiles and a knife or something like that. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I want a knife I can hide if I need to use it to kill people that's attacking me.
You must have shall catch it. Remember, the moon, unlike the sun, diminishes over the course of the month.
If it's chewing my leg or killing my dog, what am I supposed to do? I'm like doing all this energetic. Alright, you're right.
You must have shall catch us. What about the boat? So why isn't the indentation of the rainbow never face the sun? The rainbow only come on top of that the sun worshippers should never say that the sun is shooting the sky. We will say the indentation of the rainbow is the sun. It looks like rainbow is the flow of the sun. This is the level of human to those who worship the sun, and therefore they start reflecting on the next question was, how high was the moon off the horizon? And it was which direction was it? Drama law on our course. One says that if the moon, right, if the aid said with the polar, that the moon was visible to the sun's north, then ultimately again his words are correct. The drama, but if he says that the moon is to the sun's south, drama from that statement is made. The false statement. God, I need to talk. I believe just the opposite. The drama draws the drama law on our course. That if a person said that the moon is to the sun's south, his words are accepted, but if it was to the moon to the north, his words are not accepted. But contradictions can be most can be most contradictions. The US is not a contradiction. One is talking about during the summer, and one is talking about during the winter. So interestingly enough, the orientation will be different depending on the question. Other question that you asked, the question was how side of the horizon was the moon. So let's say one guy says, the moon was 2 miles off. My God, my dad is an obstacle. Right? So the person says, oh, it would be the height of two axes. Obviously, this is from the person's perspective, right? But when I'm looking at the moon, how high it looks to me. So what one says it was two axes. The Echad Omer Gimel, the other guy says three, and Dushim Kayanis. That is considered to be an exact testimonial use. Why? Why I will say why? Because again, there's obviously many things people are never going to succeed, especially measurement or distance in the same way. So as long as we are in the same ballpark, that's absolutely fine. So one says two, one says three, that works. However, Echad Omer Gimel, the Echad Omer Hey, they do come to high. But if one says two ox goes, and three ox goes, and one says five, already again they can't combine because that's too much of a differential. About Mustafa, remember again, as we've seen in this meeting, what's fascinating about this, even though we'll call him Reuben said it was three ox goes, Shimon said it was five, Reuben and Shimon can't combine with each other. Like, well, what can they do? What can they do? Combine with other people. Also, remember again, that's the unique part of business culture. You can combine with someone, even though you did not put this event with that person. So for example, if Reuben says three ox goes, Shimon says five ox goes, they cannot combine to form a testimonial unit. But if Levi says three, right? Levi also says three ox goes, then Reuben and Levi combine to form a testimonial unit. Incredible. رأيه بمعين رأيه بشاشس رأيه بأبن أين إدراك. Let's say witnesses show up and they see like this. We didn't see the moon directly, but we saw the moon's reflection in the water. Right? So I didn't see it, but I saw the moon's reflection in the water. Or you saw Ra'inu Bashashis, literally you see it, you saw the reflection in a lantern. Or Ra'inu Ba'abin, you saw it in the clouds. In other words, we didn't see the moon clearly, but we saw the moon was there through the clouds. In the Israel, so that's not proper. That's not proper. So the Gemara says, however, Fetsia of the mind, the Fetsia of the Abin, Fetsia of that, that's just in the Israel. So if they said, we saw half the moon in the water, half the moon through the cloud, half the moon through the lantern, and in Israel. Also, that doesn't Asta, Kula Amrut, Lo, that's in the bite. Also, I don't understand. It doesn't work to say I saw the full moon reflection in the water, or through the clouds, or through the lantern. That doesn't work. Then what? So they say half of the moon reflection in the water, reflection in the lantern, or through the clouds. And the hospital usually says, what's the translation? That's up the Mayim, the Fetch of Barakia. That's up the Avin, the Fetch of Barakia. That's up the Ashashis, that's up Barakia. Let me see if I can understand. What happens if you caught the partial image of the moon reflected in the water, and a partial, and you actually saw part of the moon? So I saw part of it reflected, and I saw part of it with my own eyes. I saw part of it out of the cloud clearing, part of it in the cloud. Part of it reflected in the lantern, part of it regular. Does that work? Which the Gemara says yes. Then we'll say, there are two pieces of it, right? So piece number one, you've got Halakha Lamaisa. You saw the moon in its entirety, but you didn't see it directly. You saw it reflected, or you saw it through clouds that will not work. Similarly, if you saw half of the moon normally and half of it reflected, that will not work as well. Next case, Tanabana. This is fascinating. What you are the shield low right you, it is there. What happens if witnesses say, you saw the moon, but then we didn't see it anymore. You saw it, but then we didn't see it again. And you do that. This does not work. Right? They can't actually testimony based on this. What does that mean? So how do you study the Adi? There's only the witnesses have to be constantly looking at the moon. Otherwise, it looks like it's Christmas. So it's like this house. You see the moon and then what? You move on with life. So otherwise, that's sitting and staring at the moon. That's beautiful and everything. But the nice set, you guys got to sun, you have things to do. So what does it mean? In other words, isn't that the typical case? We saw it, and then we stopped looking. So what is it? So what's incredible? I'm going to buy you out of color. What you knew that you learned is, you shove you, you want to be down in you, below what you knew. Most of this is fascinating. What does it mean? It means that the witnesses say like this. You are looking, this time you just start looking around, and you happen to see me. You happen to see me. But then what? Then you realize, oh, what's that? So we looked again, this time really in order to be able to look for the purpose. ultimately being able to make a worthwhile when we look back, we couldn't find it. We couldn't find it. So we saw it, we know, and we know what we saw. But when we saw it the first time, the friend is just glancing, right? Just looking around, and it happens to come with our ocular range. Right? And then when we tried to look back to see it again, we could not find it. Amy Ibrahim, this does not work. This does not work. They can't get anything from this, right? Nighttime, huh? Amy to be sub the Eva the Amori because maybe what they ended up really seeing the first time was literally translated a sliver of a white cloud. So maybe what they thought was the moon was not really the moon. It's not really the moon at all. And therefore, like definition, because there is no dot, they cannot go ahead and do something. So this is really fascinating halacha, which again, it makes sense, or it's in general, in order to be able to do this, in order to be able to do this on the Kodesh, you have to really go out and be looking at the moon for the purpose of really seeing the moon. But if you just happen to see the moon, and then when you look back again, you couldn't find it, it's just possible that you didn't see the moon the first time, but that you saw something that looked like the moon. It requires Kabbalah, which I will say, it's actually incredible you saw it like as well, because sometimes we see things, sometimes we see things in passing, and we think as a result of just seeing something in passing, we see someone do something, we see someone act a certain way, we observe a particular event, and we think we have it all figured out. When in fact, the Gemara says, if you're looking at something in the Kabbalah, and you're really concentrating and really focusing, maybe you can find, maybe you can understand what it is. And even then, you have to go to base institution of the Like you have to really make sure that what you know is really strong. All the more so, if you just kind of see things casually, you happen to observe something, you happen to hear something, you happen to see something, don't rely on your perception of events to create a reality. Because more often than not, what you tend to see and to take in casually is not taken in with a discerning eye, and what you see is often not necessarily what you see. It's incredible you saw how we interact with each other and how we just look at different situations in life. Mishnah, Rosh Beis Din Omer L'Kodesh. The most exciting point out moving forward. Place the witness, so the testimony has been accepted, everybody has been interviewed. Rosh Beis Din, the head of the base, says, L'Kodesh. He declares the new month. The Chala'am only after L'Kodesh. And everyone answers after him, L'Kodesh, sanctified. Mishnah will say, Bein Shinira Bismano, Bein Shalomira Bismano Mekashim. So Tanakama says, the process of Kiddush HaKodesh, as outlined so far, is whether the moon was seen in the night, and let's remember again, that was the mirror on night 30. On night 30. So whether the moon was seen on night 30, or actually this process is done whether based on declaring the new month on day 30 or on day 31. Okay? Nebulozer and Tzedek Omer, no. In Molira Bismano in Mekachinoso, Shekvar Shuhu Shanai. Nebulozer and Tzedek says, no, that is incorrect. This is fascinating. Nebulozer says, the only time Kiddush HaChodesh is done as Venerable Sign at day 30. On day 30. Why? You don't Kiddush HaChodesh on day 31. Why is not Kiddush HaChodesh on day 31? Because the system takes care of itself. Because if I recognize that no month could be longer than 30 days, by definition, if Jason has not declared the new month on day 30, then again, by definition, day 31 is Rosh Chodesh. In other words, Rosh Chodesh says there is no need for any process. That is a de facto process that happens without the basis. So that's really fascinating. You have the Tanakh saying, Kiddush HaChodesh is always done. This process of the Rosh basis saying Yekudash, everyone else saying Yekudash, this is done whether they're declaring Rosh Chodesh on day 30 or day 31. The Lord says, no, only if you're doing it day 30. But if you happen to because of it on day 30, day 31 is de facto Rosh Chodesh. Thank you, Gemara. Rosh Chodesh, you had a meeting. Listen, from where do you know this process about Yekudash? Where does all this come from? You know, it says so I'm going to feel like I'm going to be able to control. I'm going to trust. I got the Moshe Shema against them. Also, the process is by David Moshe. Moshe Rabbeinu spoke out to the Lord Hashem. Behind the Rosh Beis Din Omer Mekudash. Like from here, what we learn is literally quite amazing. I got the Moshe Shema against them. Moshe was spoken out. And here we see that the Rosh Beis Din Omer, remember again, the Gemara out of this is using Moed Hashem. Moed Hashem to refer referring to is Kodesh. Why you remember again that's not the Pasuk sign of Pasuk. No, there was some different shoulders. But remember again them talking about the term vine as Kodesh. Therefore again by God and Moshe, this is where we're going to know the David says in the Kodesh. Says and everyone answered afterwards the word you know this. Asher Tikru Osam. That's the part of God revelation of America. Hashem Asher Tikru Osam. The cloud also has to call out to the Moab. So he wants his Kari Day Atem. It's going to say Osam vocalized as Atem. Right? You have to call out to the Moabim as well. And hence, Rabbi Yisrael says, Rabbi Yisrael says, Mekudesh Mekudesh. And that's why the Yitzchak Amar Elohim Moadai. Haim Yomru Moadai. So what does it mean, Elohim Moadai? They should call out, the people should call out Moadai. There's an obligation for the people to say Mekudesh Mekudesh. So the Gemara says, Mekudesh chasing me around. It's the fun. Now I know the Rosh Hashanah says Mekudesh. I also have the people have to make some type of verbal affirmation of Mekudesh as well. Why do they have to say Mekudesh two times? The Sid Mikra in Kodesh. As I was saying, the word of Bakr is Mikra in Kodesh, holy sanctification, right? So like holy pronouncements, and it says it in the Kodesh. So from there we see they say Mekudesh. So I say also generally fascinating story about how there has to be a declarative statement of sanctity. You know, we do this every single by kids, right? We do this every kids. Like, why do we do this? Sabbath is sanctified, whether I do anything or not. Because Zacharias explains that there's a concept, again, of me participating in the verbal sanctification of the day. The Kedusha of the day becomes real when I articulate. In general, things in life become real when you articulate. When you're talking to yourself in the most human relationship. Like, often you see that people really love and make how you feel about it. I love you. Yes, you do have to tell your life. Yes, you do have to tell your truth. And repeat it times each and every day. But even though something is true, without articulating it, giving it verbal form, it brings it into the world of the outside. Such an incredible, important to show. It's real, true, but until you say it, it doesn't take on the total. So I think you see here, without the total building the system. The Rosh Hashanah has the same Mekudesh. Everyone else has the same Mekudesh. The angels was accepted. We're good to go. No, because in life, both to do so, really only actualizes, but it's articulated. And once it's articulated, it's going to become real. You know what's like it. So Rosh Hashanah said, "Oh man, no, you know, there's not in the Passion." So Rosh Hashanah says, there is no Kiddush HaChodesh in a 30-day month. Like once the month is 30 days, Rosh Chodesh by definition is day 31. There is no need for this process. This is not the Kaddish Kaddish. So the month of Tanya, Primo Omer, there's not only the Kachino, so Primo says on day 30 days in the Kiddush HaChodesh, on day 31 they go. Those are Omer, Bangkok in the Kachino. Rabbi Lazar in general, not Rabbi Lazar about trouble, he's Rabbi Lazar, told that in general there is no time for Kiddush HaChodesh. In other words, that this whole thing that we're outlining over here, you don't need things to make any kind of pronouncements or anything like that. This whole thing is unnecessary. Why? Because the Pasuk says, you shall sanctify the 50th year. What do you learn from there? From here you see, the only thing you have to sanctify in halacha are years. You don't have to sanctify months. Amr Yisrael Shmuel, halacha Rabbi Lazar Tzaddik. And we use during the Shmuel that the halacha of Rabbi Lazar Tzaddik in our Mishnah, meaning that what? Kiddush HaChodesh is only done when? On day 30. But if it's going to be a 30-day month, and Rosh Chodesh is going to be on day 31, there is no need for David to engage in this process because the month itself is already sanctified. We learned this as well. Ra'uhu David, the Kol Yisrael, the days we saw the new moon, and all the problems saw the next and the witnesses, right, went to the Bishop of they're cross-examined, and found to be valid. The lowest equals Roman Makudas Acha Hasheva. Means that equals this to 15 days. It's day 30. It's day 30 there, right? Witnesses saw the moon the night before. They saw the days. So now on day 30, they're going through the whole process. And again, testimony has been accepted. We're ready to go. But the Rosh Hashanah didn't get a chance to say Makudash before night came along. So now it's effectively what? Now what? Day 31, Harezem over. It's considered to be a full month, and those Kodesh will not be until day 31. In other words, that Allah for the Maisa, if the Rosh Hashanah doesn't say Makudash, it's not Makudash. It's not Makudash. Even though, again, in this case, all the ingredients are here, right? The witnesses came, the testimony was accepted, we're ready to go. Moreover, in Makudash no. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah for the Maisa is Moreover. They will say, what that sounds like is, that they didn't have to do anything on day 31, don't do anything on day 31, no, it sounds like it's a de facto thing. Once you don't do Kiddush HaChodesh on day 30, by definition it is a pregnant month, so to speak, right? It's a complete month of 30 days. And day 31 by definition is Rosh Chodesh without doing anything. Moreover, in Makudash Lo, moreover, people are stuck at time, the whole rule of Beit Mikol Yisrael, if our small over blue, in this case is necessary. Why? Because you would have put in this kind of case, everyone's clothing me, like everyone is prepared, the English already came. And Allah for a nice stuff, it should just already be Rosh Chodesh on day 30, Mashmallah, and out to those days in Makudash, it will not be on the Chodesh. So we'll say, how do you ask me this area? Because he wants to be the Shach Allah. Remember, they are kind of saying that no matter when those Chodesh walk out, day 30 and day 31, Jason is going to go through this process. But the rest of our subjects saying, no, it's only Rosh Chodesh falls out on day 30, that there's a Kiddush HaChodesh process. If the Chodesh is going to be day 31, Jason doesn't have to do anything to effectively become his service of God. So the Rambam, in your Kiddush HaChodesh, Terech days, Halacha says as follows. I'm going to skip to the middle. He says, the aim Mekachin, fine. The aim Mekachin Elabayom, in Tishu Malay and Kudash, Bafidu La'o Bezin, skip a little bit. One more. The aim Mekachin Ela, Kodesh Shenila Bizman. That's fine about that. Again, 4 lines or a couple lines in Halacha. The Mekachin Ela Kodesh Shenila Bizman. The only time David goes through this aforementioned process of Kiddush HaChodesh is when witnesses saw the moon on night 30. So if they saw the moon on night 30, they saw the David sometime on day 30. We go through the process as outlined in our previous Mishnayos. David does Akin, we say Mekudash, and we're good to go. But if this did not happen on day 30, by definition, day 31 is HaChodesh, and I don't need this entire Halacha Maisa that I'm not asking, like for the laws about beautiful Mishnah. The most psulos kavana hayalon Rabbi Gamliel b'tavla u'b'kosa. Let's listen to this. So now Rabbi Gamliel used to have images of the moon. And I go to the and say, "Ba'aliyasa tablakosa." He had these images of the moon on a tablet that was hanging on the wall in his office, in his room. And what would happen? Shebahin Mara said, "Yosef, so he would have a tablet with images of the moon, and when witnesses would come, he would ask them, "Did the moon look like this? Did the moon look like this?" Okay. Shebahin Mara said, "Yosef, what is that like?" When we show you, one second, you're allowed to make images of the moon. Are you allowed to come up and tell me are you allowed to make images of the moon? If you want to the hot shit, Los Sasu Iti. I was in the rest of the hot shit. Los Sasu Iti Elohim Kesef Elohim Zon. Do not make with me after the Baruch Hu says, God of gold or God of silver. Los Sasu Iti, Los Sasu Kibut Shamashai. Do not make images like my servants. Like I said, there's a reference to the sun and the moon. I'm not allowed to make images of the celestial bodies. As you must not buy it. But us the Torah Elish Shamash and Ashranas Shmos. No, Sabai is first of all, you're only not allowed to make images of things whose images you truly reference. Let's take some examples like that. Keep in time, no? So Ya'asa Adam Bayis Habis This is very important halacha. You are not allowed to make a home that looks like the Beis Hamikdash. You have a great idea. You know what? I'm going to go ahead. I love the Beis Hamikdash. I miss the Beis Hamikdash. I'm going to make a mini Beis Hamikdash for myself. You cannot make a home, structure a home That looks like it is something. Or hippo, a sadra, or to go ahead and make a protocol, right? And a sadra, it looks like the hippo, the empty chamber of the mikdash. Having the ulam concert, right? You can't go ahead and make a courtyard that resembles the courtyard of the mikdash in its inside. Whereas other nice tablets, right? A sadra tablets, concert connected as well. Shulchan connected shulchan. You cannot make a shulchan in your house that resembles a shulchan in the Hamikdash. Menorah connected menorah. You cannot make a menorah in your home. Very important halacha. You cannot make a menorah that looks like the menorah of the Hamikdash. So the idea is you're not allowed to replicate certain things that are. So let's say now, here's the example is all this Hamikdash. Right? You cannot make a replica of anything used in the mikdash for your own personal use. So what can you do? About Osa Shaka Misha, Misha Shisha, Misha Swara, Misha Shiva. Let's say the menorah case, the menorah, 5 branches, 6 branches, 8 branches. Misha Shiva Lo Yas. The voice of Allah cannot make a 7-branch menorah. You guys find halacha, right? Which is again kind of because remember Arab Village is kind of we have menorah, the 2-branch menorah. But a person cannot make a 7-branch menorah. Now let's see this. Kilo sells shine. By the way, even on other companies, what's the reason for this? Maybe the only problem is 7-branch menorah is in gold, like it was in the big Hamikdash. You might say, no, even if it's made of a different metal, you still can't do it. What's the same part of Gemara? That Yosef Yehuda Omer After Info Yaseh. Forget about metals. You can't even make a 7-branch menorah out of wood. Why not? Remember again? Remember, you actually had this Gemara in the Numbers. Remember? I know that you're allowed to. So listen, you're going to read it because we're not allowed to write the number coming up. It's just this one you're going to Gemara says Shabbat. The Gemara says, Lo Yaseh K'Yosef you can't even go ahead and make a menorah out of wood. Why? When the Hashmonaim and the Maccabim first defeated the Syrian Greeks, and they came into the nation of the there's a part of the story that no one realizes, which is everyone knows the first of a foil. There was something else that was namely what? The menorah. Right? The menorah was made out of solid gold. Anything that was wood, anything was carved off by the Syrian Greeks. So forget about finding oil. Forget about finding oil. There was not a menorah in the mikdash. So what did the Hashmonaim do? How beautiful this is. What did the Hashmonaim do? So the Gemara says, so the Hashmonaim, let's say, made a menorah out of wood. Well, we'll see actually what they did. They made a menorah out of wood. So the Gemara says, Misham Raya, is that true that that's the wood? Misham Raya, including Shabbat. So let's say, here's these 2 versions of this. In the first version, the Hashmonaim, when the first production of Mikdash, made a menorah of wood. Now it's certainly beautiful. The Sasana says, why did they make it out of wood? There's a practical why they make it out of wood. This is why. Wood is not Mekabel Tumah. Wood is not Mekabel Tumah. They were all made similar to the oil as well. Right? This idea that you're using oil in a state of Tara, so they would make Sasana says they made the menorah out of wood, so that the menorah itself would not contact the Gemara says, so the Amullah, there's an alternate version, you show that she didn't show by herself. No, they didn't make the menorah out of wood. They made the menorah, she didn't show by herself. She didn't show by herself are sticks of iron, which sounds a lot like spears. Sounds a lot like spears. So they made the first menorah out of spears that pieces of iron. The east was what happened, the east in the back. And then later on, they put it in the skin, as she in the general world, you know? I saw Professor, he called me into October, the middle of October, called me with me, and then sometime later on, I saw himself gone. Ultimately, again, he made it out of gold. So I said, this is incredible tomorrow. Because when I come back that first time ago, and what did he say, you know, that he would potentially out of his beard, out of the pieces of metal, or out of pieces of wood. It was just such an incredible resource. I just want to point out, what's the halacha, by the way, if you don't have a proper sorry, what's the halacha if you don't have a proper condition? What's the halacha? You don't have to do the halacha. You see, by the way, what happens if you don't have ritually pure oil? What's the halacha? You don't have to change the luminary. Listen, the entire use of the now, though, it's good. Almost as fun as this day. It's started in Canada. The entire is so incredible. It's doing the best with what you have at best. That is the entire use of Canada. We so often think that in order to go ahead and to reach results, we need perfect circumstances. I need everything in place in order to become the best version of myself, in order to accomplish what you never have everything in place. The whole Yisrael of Hanukkah is take what you have, take whatever life has given you, take whatever circumstances are present, and maximize. Don't lament how compromised they are, don't lament how unfair it is. Take what you got and make something. The entire Yisrael of Hanukkah. You got more, make it around you. You have fear, make it around you. When your circumstances improve, so you up your game a little bit. But right now, whatever you have, much is surrender again. We're bothered by the fact that the meal is making images of me. The gospel, that doesn't seem to be right. The Shamashi, after the association, the first thing that you want to do is that the only time you're not allowed to make replicas of things that serve God is when the replicas that you are capable of making. For example, I can't make a house that looks like the Big I can't make a menorah that looks like the menorah of the Big But things that you can't really replicate, like the moon, I can't replicate the moon, can't do that. So that, you know what, that's pretty delicious. But it must be so much as you have to make me say that just because you can't fully replicate something, that right, and one of the servants or attendants of God, that you're allowed to make it, I mean, you know, it's incredible. Most such don't go ahead and make it. Most such most summertime. I'm a champion of the tomorrow. Because what it says, do not make replicas of my servants in the heavens. So don't make a replica of the sun. Don't make a replica of the moon. So Abai says, no, us the Torah Eloi, these are effective. So how do you do? So Abai says, it's actually a very specific focus to make something that has four faces. What is he talking about? This is reference to the 7th edition of the Testo that talks about the throne of Hakadosh. And then it speaks about the idea that on the throne of Hakadosh there are four faces. Like the face of an Adam, a person, the face of a star, an ox, and a reed, a lion, and the Meshach. So Abai says you cannot go ahead and make the image of Hakadosh Baruch Hu unless he is correct. So you can't make a four-face entity that makes it look like you're getting Hakadosh Baruch Hu. But everything else is going to be okay. Ela me acha, really? I'm not the base of it. Church of Adam is the base of study. Are you allowed to make a human image? Is that true? Are you allowed to make a human image? So we must allow it and why do you do it? However, two ultimate cards. First, in Church of Adam, in general, you can make an image of the face of any other creation, but you are not permitted to make an image of a man. And so you can make an image of a man. You might as well say, now again, this is actually a fascinating subject. Like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about, like, painting? Are we talking about a photograph? Touch the smell. What are we talking about? Three-dimensional space. Right? You can't have three-dimensional images. You're not allowed to possess that. That'll be like a little Buddha sculpture, right? Beside there. There's no complaint of it. Right? Or any imagery that's three-dimensional human being, because then we're unfortunately kind of tiptoeing into the realm of idolatry. Again, there's a lot of halal comments that are not going to get, but we're outlining the issue. I'm not going to read you. I'm not going to read you. The figure that are buying Shialit from the sheer of a buying advertising, the Kasefiti means the Sa'asun Osi. When the Baruch says don't make with me, the way it's supposed to be read is the Sa'asun Osi, do not make me. Also, what does that mean? Do not make me. Do not create the image of me, which is like me. Or what is this? We're going to show points out over here. Often when I come to Baruch, we go out and appear to people. What appears to us, we appear in the image of human beings. Right? So, for example, by the Yamseh, right? Chazal tell us that the Baruch appeared like a young son. Right? Asina, I think it's also appeared like an old man. I think Baruch said, do not make the image of human beings, but that is but let's get back to our regularly scheduled program. So I guess that means I can make an image of the sun, I can make an image of the moon. Once I need it. There's the most of you learn that when it's low sassy means do not make you of my servant in Israel celestial field. So the moon goes, Ofanim, Seraphim, the highest. I told it to my sorry, angels. Do not make images of angels. And Rabbi Lo Torah ala Shamash Shebamatra Ha'alyon. The Torah only asks things that live in the upper celestial sphere. What lives in the upper celestial sphere? That seems to be the Malach. Actually said over here, so mother Elu Barakia Shri, Saxon, Avachamo, Novaka, so again, what can you make the things of the upper sphere? What is in the upper celestial sphere? Malach. What dwells in the lower celestial sphere? Sun, moon, stars, those you can make. So mother attack from the star is that key to make things that live in the lower celestial sphere. That's how you learn. Asher Bashamayim, Yadabo Skamo, Ulobana, Kotado, Manzamos. When it says in Shemayim, that comes to include that you cannot make an image of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Meanwhile, the Rabbos Malachi Asharis. And ultimately, again, it says above, you can get an image of the Malachim. Kind of you look up some. When we talk about that, we're saying so we'll have to stop over for today. So we're going to stop spending each sentence. We'll say, so here's where we're holding. We know the Torah tells us that I cannot make the image of the servants of HaKadosh Baruch. So here's what we know so far. The things that I'm really able to replicate, like physical structures, of the Sanitah, of the Noah, Shofan, that I know I can't do. The Shaila is, what about the other servants of HaKadosh Baruch? Namely, again, specifically, the servants of Hashem that dwell in the celestial sphere. Now we've been identified. There are two levels of celestial sphere. There's the upper sphere. Who lives in the upper sphere? Who's the upper sphere? Malachim. Who lives in the lower sphere? Or what exists in the lower sphere? Sun, moon, stars. What the prohibition of creating and which sphere does it apply to? Ultimately, we'll finish this again tomorrow.
Energy and go to all these shows or whatever, you're gonna get called out for it. Oh boy, yeah, it comes with the territory. That's right, mainly that's right. I take blue scorpions and it helps me a lot. You see, I mean, there's some surgery. I'm still very tired. I will say, if we gotta get you addicted to Adderall to get more likes, I'm down to take that trip. We're at 30. Listen, guys, I know we took 2 weeks off, okay? 3 weeks off. We had a podcast in a month, but that doesn't mean the like thing changes, okay? We still need the people watching. Vertical mode. The punishment fits the crime. Alright? You're out there not liking the video. You don't like vertical mode. Well, guess what? Vertical mode is what you get. Right? That's a preview. Main thing is, alright, see, I'm a nice guy. Okay, but seriously, that's how I feel. Scorpion venom is what I take. I take it in the morning. Doesn't help me at all.
I respect it, yeah. I've had plenty of people go, hey, the news, this new podcast, like, I don't know about this, that.
Sotto salvato ci ritrovi in caduto.
Thank you.
E
I
10 un sahamim
I have had so many
if again,
different
whatever
projects.
the lucky was, if this type of item, this
VPNs aren't working.
if it was, if this was
Yeah, you stink. You're bad at this.
yes, let's say for example, we're talking about now crack.
If you did,
So
you'd
let's say
stop
this
doing
type of crack,
really
like crack
great shit.
gets being fully
You gotta force
purchased
the
and
animals to come in
most of it
and
is
fight.
fine.
How are you
Still
gonna try
trying
to
to
do
do
that?
that. Also, now what can we do not on the
And then you also grab
but when is
a
enough
couple of people
time?
said,
Because it's really hard to go
so
from
we can stop
the
through through.
Well, the Arab family of the station is the same. And yet, at night, and yet when the night is over,
So why would I want to hurt your feelings?
the study of the station the station house means the amount of time that you're taking the number to do this. What's the and after the show, if you have not been yet, and it takes about 3 minutes to harvest that.
You don't want to fix it. You don't want to correct
So
me.
means
You
that
don't
at
think
the
I
end
suck.
of the day, you have to like, you have to go out for a week, 3 minutes. And that's not going to give you enough time to actually ask me a discussion about this new, let's say, I'm like, let's say the next brings me the apple, again, but the apple that's still not yet been harvested. Talked about
That's a crazy thing. You want me to want to fix it. You're old. I'm not telling you you're an old shirt. I gotta fix you. I wait till you have a red shot. Any other people. There's so many things you have to worry about. I think God.
This type of item is not within, let's say, again,
You're just
gave me
trying to
an
track
apple, but the
whack
lights, again, apples have already been
with all day.
then you have what we call co-cultible. As long as I know that
Oh, come on.
coming from the motor, then the one side will need to go ahead and take up the apple stock. However, again,
Oh,
if you
yeah.
notice
I'll
coming
tell you right
outside
now.
of this room,
Canal
then
Tech, I'll attack them
then
too.
the lights are going to my last
Cool
one.
people all attack.
Rashi says that very good.
Sucks
Rashi
ass.
says good.
It's
No Shama is
60.
on the
One of the worst.
I did not heard
Right, sarcasm, I would kill it.
he says, "Kizumi shumukza." Because I might look at these fellas. Being shum shalasa, but we should have seen it in Israel. I'm an army officer. It's very the idea is that this is to avoid any type of unreal any type of on my behalf.
You're all great. I didn't see the
However, the publishing yourself, literally yourself, is something that is brought to this particular individual as much as it's going to be usher, it's only usher for you, but for someone else, for somebody small, it's what you want. I'm a smiley everybody. Go ahead and log up. Log up the channel with water. And you'll find so understand what you're doing over here. Yeah, so like you imagine you have a phone with
Jim Gaffney, because it's really
you have
good.
a
It's funny.
that runs through
It's
your
not the same funny, but something
plug
to
up
like
the
go
screen.
after. I don't go
Plug
after
up the
Jasmine
screen.
because she's
Now,
on
by
my
plugging up the screen, what do you essentially do?
Yeah, Jasmine is like a podcast to see this girl I watch all the time.
In that particular area. However, again, I was just kind of talking about how local so I'm a smiley area, but it's plugged up. It's called canal over here. Go to the local history in much about that. The next one you go out, what do you see? There are fish swimming around that plugged up area. We talk about local history, what's a riding the curve, because that's the act of plugging up the canal starting local is effectively accuracy. Actually, the sea was actually track the fish prior to the and as long as you trap the fish prior to the license to go ahead and trap them on your itself.
Reach out to you and be like, oh,
You
man,
might
that was
say,
so
I'm a
great.
rugby stuff.
That was so
Either I
great
don't
how
know,
you
but from
stuck
the
into
words
that.
of, from the worst of our let me be an child. So he says, first of all, it's actually just moment that so so smart, plug it up, show you super, they'll give you the whole mission caption. That's even hit an ID message, also the myself, and that is the problem. When you plugged up the now, the fish that was, the fish that were in there, you know, these are areas, the fish that were there from in there, outside of Yonko, are the fish that were in there all of Yonko, and therefore, again, therefore they are, they should be prepared prior to the onset of Yom Tov. I'm not just grabbing it. I'm not coming up with parties. Even because that if they have a child, it's also a high so if you have a deer that needs to kill so a deer goes into an orchard, decides to make its own orchard, it does not require any kind of preparation. Meaning that unless the lights off, you're not that deer is unknown. Also, the distraction just so the alliance brings down is a closed area. So the thing is that in a closed area, what happens is that even a blood, you'll not fully grow up. That's just how the inside, the Hahakam, which is two months in all of us, is part of the movement. Also, this is most humiliating, embarrassing things. If I plug up the channel on Arizona, the fish that are stuck in the channel are considered to be prepared for young birds. Not that it's young birds. And Mars says that this is the secret with the cats. If you have a fire, that made itself at home and made itself so at home that it keeps children there. That this child that it's in the orchard is considered to be prepared with young birds. Prepared for young birds. And if they're coming up, so you're not to go ahead and check right up already, because again, the target is in the old area, and the newborn is something called right, so the little deer can't go ahead and recount. Therefore, it's considered to be prepared. Just the same way that the fish that are bugged up channel are considered to be prepared. I'm gonna.
And they're like, let's try something else here. We're gonna try something else here.
Malcolm said, our friend has fallen into a great mistake. Our friend is left into a pista. In other words, what Malcolm was saying was, well, the pista really just got into their mind. Just made an amazing. He could, I mean, others have pictured me in this episode. I'm not about a so according to this version, it was not about a who said, already learned, Chaya should advertise, even because and a high the himself at home, baby does not require any kind of permission to use on your dog. So the fact that it's inside your dog, so I'm going to back it on this version of that, who said, Knuckle Park talking to us. The son of our friend has fallen into great trouble. The son of our great friend over here is Nava, the son of our friend. Okay, even about the you know what I'm saying is that one thing is explaining the case of the Kaya that is birth in the case of the plugged up stream has made a great marriage outside. Hassan will call it myself. Haka called myself. There's a fundamental dispute to the man speak of that. The act of causing up is in and of itself an act of called as mana, separation. The fact that how you solve the thing and how you work in your online to prepare anything for that use and your go. The low by is good.
They don't think that they can make a friend,
so
they settle for a fight. Like, it's my thing, and I've said this before. Like, I don't think I deserve love, so I settle for being used. Like, you know, I think she fights me to feel alive, adrenaline, dopamine. I get it, dude.
The Bryce says that if you have an animal, it's like
it's also I can't imagine somebody talking about me this much. You know, if it's really about me or you, it just seems so unlikely that someone would spend this much time like dissecting why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not a famous
so the
person.
Bryce says that if you have a child that gave birth in the child, if you want to go ahead and use that animal, it has to be prepared already from that. Now, also do some shit here is we're talking the baby fires the young you have to use the island. You have to prepare this young the seaport drawer. Sorry, big sharp big knappe. It is the salad. And if you want to use the seaport drawer, was we saw the seaport drawer yesterday. That's the first flight that tries to elude its captors. If you want to use the seaport drawer on your boat, you must tie its wings in order that it not fly away, or excuse me, in order that it not be extinguished. You cannot eat seafood. So what do you have to tie its wings? Then it's hard to think of yourself, and everything. Furthermore, again, it's used. Let this honey come up in order that it not be confused with its mother. The zoo ate this shape, even in the Schlein, in fact, these words, this is testimony that came directly from Schlein. Gemara answers to you. Also, what do you see from here? You see from here that the mere fact that Chaya wanders into a paradise, which happens to be enclosed and gives birth there, is not enough to allow the baby still to be prepared for your children's bodies from here explicitly. In order to use that baby on your adult, you must have prepared it prior.
There's two things. One, I thought you were going to say late stage Adderall.
Required.
Like late stage Adderall.
That the animal be
The second thing was, that is a good question. When your show sucks like this, nobody's watching, the whole thing just you're constantly get douched. And that's like the thing. You put out something, you get made fun of it. You respond to hate. Doing that is kind of crazy.
What
That's, you need the haters and everybody. You're not making. Doing this episode is kind of nuts. It reminds me of no hate, no not conducive Mark here, because I love Mark Harley. But there was one time where we watched Haters Will Say, where he was just talking about haters the whole
the
time.
bird that you find on outside of the duck boat are not necessarily the same bird that you found that you can't see on the side of the duck boat. So that time, when it's actually, you only show about the only idea that you find, she kind of look at that people to be up. They say, when is this is true with dogs that live in the duck boat, dogs that live in the alley, and birds we have yesterday, birds that nest on the baskets outside of mansions. So these are the type of birds that are only to fly away.
It's a rattlesnake. I'm like,
Therefore, again, if you don't find them in the nice where you left them, where you designated them, you see that another set of birds. You said about all the things that kind of go with the only hardassi, but these chickens and Herodian dogs, the hayas in and of themselves, or for that matter, a haya, an animal that when it had a nest in the first was young in orchard, you turn it. These are all motor. Why? They eat sweet and zimun, and they do not go ahead. They do not require any type of zimun. They do not require any type of preparation.
I don't understand the music space in the podcast. They spend the controversy is currency, but being an old, miserable guy who's mad at me
and the seaport drawer, again, that's very controversial bird.
that's
That
actually
is very fleecy bird. Does not like
I want to be boomers are the happiest people out there. They have houses, they're rich. They are ridiculous takes.
In order that I can
Boomers, all they need to be happy is MSNBC or Fox News in their kids' calling.
the photos with the
I
vacuum
love that.
with the
I want to be that. Sign me up, Danny.
Upilanos así. Furthermore, I will say that if you have birds, very interesting. If you shine them in the orange, you have tons of flying pieces. If you shine are the kids of the birds that had their wings tied prior to it. So, milu anoin means the shirt that is literally lifted up.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like it's less than us. We're on like a podcast grant.
So if you find the bird that flew away somewhere, so you find them now in a pit, or in a house, or in a cave, they're rid of why
I don't mind. I wonder if the next insulter she can't then because that's not her hides, but not she
might go ahead and take them even if they change their position. However,
I mean, yeah, the whole thing is
those birds climb up the tree. You can't go in there, but that's what unrelated to tree is. Something that I love you.
yeah, who cares?
That's
Old's
an
great.
issue, general issue of prohibition of climbing a tree.
Somebody told me that they thought I was much younger than me.
No climbing trees on shallows and
No,
local.
actually not.
Why?
But
Because the thing
I
is,
thought I looked like actually than I was. So in the comments, do I look 38? Should we do a
Therefore,
poll?
yes, the
What
birds
age do I look
tree
like?
not go up again.
38.
Now, if you're showing that I mean,
100
you know,
plus.
the cold bucket soon should get some. And I was like,
What age?
fine, if you find someone else's bird that has been designated, and let's say, for example, you know that it's someone's designated bird, or you see that there's a bird with its wings tied, even though you might find that on your property, you may not go ahead and get benefit from that. You can't take that bird, because that bird is someone else's captive property. That's not the low catcher. So what do we see? The point is, we now have a calculation. All of that information was really just to give us one basic information, which was what? This price is said that the Chaya Shekina, that when the Chaya comes into the orchard and it's burnt there, that the mice of the animal is permitted and it does not require zimur. That contradicts what we just said before, because he said that the Chaya Shekina cannot be consumed without proper zimur. So the Gemara says, it's not a contradiction. It's talking about two different animals. One price is talking about the baby. One price is talking about the mother. Okay, it's the last two short lines of that. The last minutes of Zimun, שאינו יכול לברוח, ודי תעלה about Imash, the double tzvika Zimun. Or what's the distinction? The answer to one side of the Gemara is when the price says that the animal devices that requires Zimun, what is it talking about? That's the baby. Why doesn't the baby require Zimun? Because since the baby's in the orchard, since the orchard is exposed, the baby can't get out. So because the baby can't get out, the baby by definition prepares for young use. When did the Bryce say that the animal does require zimun? Who is that referred to? That's the mother. So the mother ultimately again has the ability to lead for Shabbos, and therefore the only possible music is if you understand it, because it's designated prior to milk. That's answer number one. So the Gemara says, is that true? All you need to do is one.
Nielsen machines must be broken. Like, you tried to make that thing too. Oh, she smoked her way to the top. Like, okay, like, there was always some reason. Everything y'all did,
So what's the issue?
it's been done.
I didn't say people are trying to say that this mom is a
Well, since the right is a very interesting answer, actually, smooth from the ear. Yodabal, when the price says that you can go ahead and partake of PPD, you can check the basis. That's ultimately in the pardes unknown. But what is that referring to? That's a pardes that's close to the sin. Because it's a pardes that's close to the sin. When I know that Chaya has given birth to that baby already prior to birth, my intention is to go ahead and use that baby because again it's accessible. As opposed to the rice that says that the license you can't use the baby's not going to
take things out. This is like
zoom on a technique to the there. You might just talk about a garden or how
make sure that
it's
YouTube approves everything I say.
The animal's not immediately accessible. Because it's not immediately accessible, therefore the rice
It's all about originality now. The
okay,
concept
and also
of
that
other things
by
to
the
come
way,
from. It's
is
like,
also the
there's
official
nothing
part
embarrassing than your trolls being unoriginal.
and uses
You know
this
what?
last
There's
distinction
plenty
of them now.
of comics, and you know,
So says
I was
so
thinking
therefore
that I
Allah
was
and myself, the Christos are not contradicting each
we
other.
know why.
So here's what we know when we
We
come
know.
out of it. The fact that the Chaya chooses to nest in the pardes does not go ahead and make the mother itself prepared for use in that book, because the mother itself, because it's a larger animal, requires a more intense practice, one that makes it more easily accessible.
one way, and then
Baby
you decided to go the right wing with Joe Rogan.
have the ability to escape.
That made it a lot
Therefore,
worse.
it's considered to be
Joe
trapped.
Rogan
But the
ruined
mice is
comedy.
only considered to be trapped with
You're
what?
one of
The
the.
mice, a person had intent to access it.
You're one.
How do you
Comedy is Julius
So
Caesar.
intent, of course, can be
Okay.
becoming explicit
And if
intent.
you're not
But
Brutus, you're
the
goddamn
opposite of
close to
explicit
Brutus.
intent, we rely on
You stab
situational
comedy
intent.
in the heart.
And situational intent would be if you know, everything's supposed to be seen, that the assumption that a person doesn't have in mind, the nice stuff, no, a person has in mind, knows about it, and intends to go and use it. But if you can very far, there might be the assumption that a person doesn't know about it, or doesn't know about it, doesn't intend to use it. That's the Mishnah. The Jewish Mishnah is a very interesting piece. You should not check out the human Misukanes. What's that? The human Misukanes means an animal that is in danger of dying. So the first issue is the human Misukanes. So Yorish Thomas, the English Sarif law, check the seeds in Gassel, and the Mahmas that see the a person has an animal that's very sick. So if you have an animal that's very sick, what do you want to do immediately? You want to check that as quickly as possible. Why? Because we'll say we can't relate to this as much, but animals are expensive. Animals are expensive.
We don't have families.
So the nice, again,
it is kind of funny. She's like, I'm actually really nice than all those things that she said. I just don't think it's nice to, clear or
so again, the next part of the
mine's something that's
$3,000. So I had
it sounds a little bit more like it still sounds like
it's an event. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So check it. Smart first. I don't know why I got that up. But okay, in any event, so the Gemara said the following. The Gemara says, my first dog, Yippah, was shite in my rabbinic career. So it was a terrible chapter. So yeah, so the Gemara said the following. So what's this? The Mishnah says like this. So again, if you had a behemoth, an animal that was dying, you want to chef that as quickly as possible. If that animal died, obviously there is a huge loss. Huge rashes and healing over here is the problem. Now, under normal circumstances, you shouldn't be a problem. You're allowed to chef like that. The issue over here is, let's say again, I've already eaten lunch. I've already I had my I had some any more meat. Rashi says she was already shalatolos. They even started like shikar sa'ad dasa. I already had my meal. Alamakma said seidu shop. So to be honest, I don't want the meat. I mean, again, I'll eat. Right. But the nice, I don't need the meat, but I want to check the animal because I want to avoid a major loss. So the Gemara says, so the Hema Mr. Anything is shows by your left are going to be so you can check it as long as there's enough time during the day, enough time left in your milk, to at least eat a kizayis of which roast you want to see roasted, because we've seen already it takes much less time to prepare roasted meat than it does cooked meat. Because remember, when you cook, there's a much more intense salting process, as opposed to if you roast meat, you have to salt it lightly, that the fire itself will out the jars of the blood. So the Mishnah therefore says, the mice you can check it essentially as long as there's technically enough time to go ahead and at least the size of salt of roast meat. You can go on the Rashi says, so you should have a continue there, she shows beyond the apple, size to it. Fine. That the Kiva or Kiva says, size high, it is to be possible. That the Kiva says, no, check it even if there's only enough time to eat the size of one meat. Literally, it is to be possible. Area which you slaughter the animal. Rashi says, okay, this is Chasa, she was Zuman, who will shut me all over. So why did the Kiva say this to be Chasa? It's because when you chef an animal, remember what happened is not only do you chef the animal part by definition, you also end up skinning the animal. So because of that, that's already ready to be eaten.
It's just not a great
point. As long as there's enough time to even eat the kizayis high, kizayis of raw meat, from basically because from the area of slaughter, you're still allowed to go and chef the animal on your own. Now, we'll discuss it everything because the blood issue, we'll get to that. So you might say, shut the sun. If you chuck an animal in the field, we'll say this is an unrelated case right now. It can be related, it doesn't have to be related. So the idea is I shafted the animal, whether it's using someone say now, I shafted it in the field. Well, you can enter the low, about maybe the other environment involved. So let's say, remember, when people would chef, so how do you transport an animal when you chef? So like, if you imagine that you chef the animal, you tie it by its legs to
just yet. They might do that now. We'll see.
People carry it in, so you should not do that on your Rashi says, "Lo yivi elotim yotam shnei adam b'shul avsham yosei u'mizal kaviyom." This is very interesting because avsham yosei. Avsham yosei means it's a degrading thing, meaning that this looks like a weak dead. This is how people carry animal carcasses during the week, and therefore the mice you shouldn't do this on Yom Tov. So what should you do? Dismember the animal out of the field and carry it in like this. Okay. So it says Omar Bar Abba, Omar Rabbi Bar Abba, Omar Rami Bar Abba. Have shake in Tuach Rabbi Bar Abba says what Father said. Have shake in Tuach means have shake means skinning the animal. Tuach means dismembering the animal, cutting up the animal into pieces. This is a halacha by Ola. It's about carbon. By carbon, we know again carbon is Ola. Even an animal, an Ola is an animal that is totally consumed in his bath. So even an animal that's totally consumed in his bath, you don't just bring the animal, the carcass, throw it onto his bath, but rather what happens? The animal itself is skinned and cut up into pieces, and the pieces themselves are brought up on his bath. And Rabbi Bar Chama says, and this is the same halacha for butchers. For butchers, we'll say, what is that? Mikam lam da Torah derech eretz, shema yochav adam b'aser kodim hechshes mitzvah. The Torah is teaching us derech eretz. What does it mean derech eretz? That a person shouldn't eat meat before the animal is skinned and dismembered. So the idea is that the season what Rabbi Bar Chama is teaching us is that the nice etiquette. And etiquette is not just technically speaking. You can check it out. You can check it out. Hold down the hide a little bit. Carve out for yourself a piece of meat. And roast it. Rabbi Bar Chama says the truth is you should treat your private meat just like you do sacrificial meat. Just like sacrificial meat, the animal is skin, the animal is dismembered. That's what you should do with your personal meat as well. Not cooking too. You might say, Mike, that's what it's called. If you want to say very close to it, food, the position of Rapuna, what is it? The hero that I have a specific from it. Also, Rapuna says that when the animal is alive, has a, what is it as a pesticide? You know, so when an animal is alive, it has a pesticide. That even like that, you can't eat anything from that animal. You can't eat flesh from that animal because it's coming from that guy. It's like what we call the pesticide system. Actually, it doesn't look like my mission until you know for sure that you check the property. Once you know you check the property, the pesticide has the whole mess. And the whole segment is just when you see when you check an animal, it's enough. So you don't, at the moment that you check it, so the check is, you know, so now I check the animal. I want to carve out a little piece of flesh, and I want to roast it. What's the problem? You don't even know if that animal is fresh until you open it up. Because there could be something wrong with the lung. There could be something wrong with the intestines. There could be something else. Rabbi Bar Chama says, Rapuna says that the nice way you check an animal is your peskas heter ovedes, actually bottle the club, and not your boss. Well, according to Rapuna, an animal that checked it has a peskas until you know that it's not kosher. But we learned, and yet we learned like what, you know, it's not that the Kiva Omer, it's not the Kiva Omer, the Zai is high beast, because of, so also, that's not the case. So what's like, according to Rapuna, you don't need to fully skin and dismember an animal, because when I saw an animal out of which is it? So which is it? Honestly, it took you that you eat a couple of pieces of meat already, and then once you get to lungs, you go, oh my God, that was a tree fuck. Okay, now the chazak has changed. But for my son, the chazak of the time is to the end. Tells you the animal is much more likely to eat it. So the Gemara now says it was clear that our Mishnah reflects the view of Rapuna. Why? Rapuna, I'm sure if it's Rapuna, what do Rapuna say? Rapuna is not quoting our Mishnah, which Rabbi Akiva is. It's not Rabbi Akiva, or Afilu Kisai is 10 days to be Chasa. What does Rabbi Akiva like on both sides? Rabbi Akiva says that you can check a behemoth miskenes, you can check a dead animal as long as there's what? Enough time to eat up to size of raw meat from the area where the animal was slaughtered. It says, my love is to be chasamamish. Does this time we get literally from the area where the animal was slaughtered in Mamish? Raw meat from the, and again, I was saying, obviously, if you eat the area where the animal was slaughtered, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means that you have not yet checked the insides of the animal. This was speaking of the Buddha. Christmas. No, that's not what they see customers. No, Makom Shetovachas Achilasa means that you are permitted to eat from the place in which it breaks its food, which refers to the Mosai, its kishkas, the intestines. Rashi says, Shetovachas Achilasa, Mipnei Be'ehos, from its intestines, Shamacha Tiskate Fus Achal Sham. The food is digestible. So in fact, what he's even actually be saying that you can eat it, but yes, you have enough time on Yom Tov to open it up and to be able to take the animal's consciousness one cycle. But coming back here, Makom Tivikasa, Navish, Tieta Tia is coming from this says, no, that the Akiva means what? The Akiva means what? Literally, it's a pizza. So you see that the Akiva holds like a peanut. That's why. Because the as soon as you check that it has a testis conscious, you may eat the animal immediately, even prior to any kind of the animal. Ella Rami Bar Abba. Remember, why are we doing this? That's not the same way trying to do. Rami Bar Abba says that we should treat our personal meat like sacrificial. And the same way that sacrificial meat is skinned and dismembered prior to quote-unquote consumption, or prior to offering, so to my personal meat should be skinned and dismembered prior to consumption. So why is Rami Bar Abba saying so? So possibility number one might be that and he's coming to exclude the position of a food. Because according to Rahuna, you do not need an animal to be skinned and dismembered prior to consumption. Because Rahuna said that as soon as you check the animal has a testis consciousness. And that's it, you're done. So it could be that Rabbi Chamas comes to Elaf does not follow, does not follow Rahuna. On the other hand, we have like the Kiva in Mishnah and Rabbi Shiyam. They explicitly say that you can eat from an animal without internal inspection because the testis consciousness is receptive. If that's the case, then what is Rami Bar Abba coming to teach? Rami Bar Abba, excuse me. So the Gemara says, Ella, Rami Bar Abba, Amadei, Ora, Ara, Kamash. Rather, what is Rami Bar Abba coming to teach? Both sides, Rami Bar Abba is coming to teach me etiquette. Proper manners. Rami Bar Abba is coming to teach me, you know what? Proper etiquette. That you should not eat from the meat of an animal until the animal has been skinned and the animal has been so the animal maybe the animal was what this is like. He decided as the young Toyo for a completely bought from the restaurant. Was a completely eating onion or garlic from the top. From the top. Rather, rather eat it from its seed, from its bottom. He decided, like, so you got a small abuse kill Abbas. I'm saying, I'm a Marla for calling her to be a Abbas. What's the mother called? I'm not going to any places, but what am I? See, that Khazal teaches not just halacha, Khazal teaches etiquette as well. So to Rami Bar Abba said, not to go ahead and eat the animal before it's skinned. And remember, Rami Bar Abba said you shouldn't look gluttonous. So basically, as I'll tell us, what's the right way to eat an onion or garlic? From the bottom, that's a little strong. You have to peel back the you're going to have to peel the onions, you're going to have to peel the garlic. You have to take the time to prepare it properly for you. And the nice stuff, we have the also, and if you eat it, the fire down to the top. I'll raise the rabas. This is rabas, and also literally like that. A rabbit is easy. The other thing is similar. Also, and that's how it was wine. Now, you step other parts of the top. Don't drink the cup of wine at once. Don't go together. You're in shop, and if you drink it down like that, or you get guys around, you are exploding. That's not a good thing. As you go to hang out on it, you have like a closer to the back office. Someone goes down the wine at once, or you get guys around. So the person is invested. Schnagim, yeah, two goals. That's a problem. Moshe, they got to have Sipit results, that's Ari. That's Ari. Okay. Okay, so this is your answer. I have a says, Katsuba, Nikatea Ragleihu in Shoy. So this was a Katsuba, this year's Nikitashi Katsuba, Nikatea Ragleihu in Shoy. He sits in front of the opening to Yarkin Ball. passion to study class. So what's the Katsuba plan? And the interesting thing about the Katsuba plan is it grows straight down.
Oh
They
yeah.
do not branch out. So it's actually like, I don't know if you're interested in enough, like the Katsuba was a plant that was
Not me, fam.
popular.
Could be less me.
It's not copy, like, it doesn't just go straight down. You might say, the Katsuba literally cuts off the legs of the wood.
She got a bunch of
own plant. So the Katsuba sort of figures like the prostitute over the wicked. Whose roots are mismatched so everywhere and everyone else is probably trying to take their property. Nikatea Ragleven, Nikatsadia, shoot the volume, those are the Tia over here, according to Rashi, means Tias Arma. Tias Arma, Sha'amrat Rasu, Lahan Shon Lepo, Nikatea Ragleven, Katsabi, Marin Lepo, Cody Rasu, we'll say, so it's the point of Arma. And I have to wait 3 years before partaking of the people who teaches me like the most, right? Teaches me the concept of patience. This concept of patience is an important thing. This goes ahead and is a musr to the butchers. Sometimes the butchers go and start cutting up the meat before the animal is fully skinned and dismembered. So it teaches the person to be patient and the boiling needles. So what's it? Boiling needles is a man who has relations with his wife while she's still living. So what's the issue that person has? An individual lacks patience. The whole concept of Allah is to teach us to have patience. If you have patience, that's what you want to become from you. But again, patience represents the idea of self-restraint. So the armor tree is the muscle to the butcher who don't skin and properly become an animal, as well as those who are born evil. Turn the self, make the dead of range to change to the self. And they turn the self to take out second time. Once it's put separated up to 10 days. So this literally cut off the feet of the enemy. So the term is like an incredible list of facilities it's like the fact that takes 31 points like a facility. Yosef of the Israel, last place to Sarah Bene Hashem. You should look at you to do that which is negative in the eyes of God. And the Gemara over here, the Rabbi quotes 7 shifts of focus dollars that they worship. Vayav Lesatahan. That's Eloki Adam, that's Eloki Tigo, that's Eloki Ma'az, that's Eloki Mohe B'nei Ammon, that's Eloki Plishtim, Vayasu as Hashem. Well, so we'll say they worship all these other gods, and they were punished each time, but they still kept worshiping. They forsook God, they literally, they left Hashem, but they did not serve him. Much time to the Hashem, Vayasu as Hashem. Amy will get stuck with that. Listen, the fact that it says that they left God, they left God. That's like that's the last thing they did not. God is another. The man told me about philosophy. Why does it have to say that they left God and they didn't serve him? However, God's wonderful. God said, "He was firmness like that. People are even worse than the terminals, because at least for those sugar also shed a hand of open and so at least lost like children aren't even like the terminals meat is bitter and it's typical when you cook it 7 times it becomes sweet. My children I cook them 7 times or punish them over and over and over and over and yet what? And yet what? They still don't get up. They still don't go and push me there. So the right thing is here. If they not for themselves, why was it for them to do people? If they should be us because they are different. Yes. What does that mean? Look at that. She's saying us. The Mikmala and Torah, Shiyas, Hima Keshes, Okar, Umechanas, the sun and the moon. Astrology or something like that. Oh yeah, go on source. That energy is I fucking make a tutorial with my face, dude. What it does is it channels what it also does.
I haven't been on Sora in so long. I'm missing all the memes that people made most of the video.
From his right hand, he gave me presents of fiery bones. or including however
I found my
Nelson
George
and
it's Netflix.
these people are worthy
Richard
of receiving finally law. Equal to Amri, for other countries, that flame shall even show. The ways of these
Have you
evil
ever
people
met God?
are like fire. The other say, we are fire people, we are intense people. You know, Molly, the nuclear authorities, but not the fact that he's got Torah, and I will say Torah conquers our fire, and I will aim for Uma of Russian Yukon Rama. No other nation will be able to stand that. The higher version of Turkish, Israel, like she said, Gimo Husband, there are three things in this world that are racist and strong. Israel, the most among the nations. Caleb, the dog of one animal.
The only time I think it's sad is when it's sweating a lot and they go
Other small animals. The summer slap
a god in winter
was an Israel indicator which was considered to be so odd because
God during winter,
because it says because it devotes every single part of it,
I have been
every part of the animal, and second of all, it always bears fruit. Whenever it backs down in front of the season, it's not a seasonal or seasonal, right? Always bears fruit down the eyes. Okay, it's really nice. Shut up the sun like that. What did you say? If you shifted it in the field, you may not go ahead and bring it on the ball, but remember, bring it in spices. Camera ball, you have to use the macros. A blind person may not go out with the staff on your phone. And I will say, this is something about this is because of the blind person. Get around without the staff. But the blind person may not really need the staff to go ahead and help him. But whatever, you just keep using a little bit of additional support. Tell my young girl not to bring it out. Because you're going to quickly just go ahead and learn something to feel like activity. Obviously, if he needs it, of course, he can take it. Although I love it, similarly again, check not go out with his couch. On your phone. Because again, as you point out, when I flew into the mouth, well, the hobby Gareth Cole is because he needs to go. So all considered to be weekday like that. And if they can't do it, because it communicates the sanctity of your voice. Yet it works with the diesel. And you can't go out to the chair. I want to listen to the phrase over here. With the branch, they know to be safe. Point or some of the other initiatives it's a type of chair that is carried by others. So that's you can't sit on the chair and have it carried by others on your chair. So again, like you feel like that's the effort is the effort. And the people don't command as well as do it. That's it. The hard shell of us actually we're not going to stop it. We'll pick up on your next.
Tomorrow I make you a video for you. This guy thought us insane.
Not social media. This is it.
I think this is YouTube Live. Nobody likes you.
It's like it's
No, YouTube. Never. Nobody likes you. I like comic religion.
No serious profanity. No N-words. No sexual
My finger is right on somebody's head. That's disgusting. Dude, imagine walking like we said, we joke about how people walk by and see us. I didn't say that. I have a feeling that he's thought about how that could be real. He's got soundproofing. He's like, dog, if I'm gonna, I really want to do this. If I'm gonna do this, dude, how long am I gonna do? Unless they're scrolling YouTube. Because he's vulnerable, so you know you don't tell them. That's even funnier, dude, if he has a thing that make people not find out, because then your coworker one day you just randomly see him doing this. That's the funniest thing in the world. That'd be amazing. You're right, dude. I should go to the barber. That's where it's fucking out there. So why not try something new? And then if I like the haircut, what if I like the makeup too? And there you go. And then, but my problem about this whole thing is the fat dude in the summertime. That's what I don't want. Yeah, it's a summer thing that kills the dream. It's like, go, puppy. Bro. Get you some black makeup, bro. Why? And, is the keto mother-in-law I ever say I have sex with dudes? Oh, yeah. chick on
La
Seattle
donna
too.
là, lui,
So we're getting really good.
la donna le dice del
I've had sex with dudes, sex with dudes. I've had sex with dudes, I've had sex with dudes. I've had sex with dudes. I'm gonna put that in the beginning of sex with dudes. Instead of having a Timo song, I'm just gonna put that, make it into a song.
right? Le dico
It's like sex with dudes.
what you look back at everything. Now, I'm gonna get so
Oh, Richard Larn. Post my best girl. Close the inches. I like that. Oh, yeah. Pete Cooney, that he doesn't say he's on 5 days. This is amazing.
One heart, one center.
That's good, dude. 14, come on. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty great. That's pretty good. And then impersonation unlocked. Yeah. This is fire. This is I thought he was going to say, who is that? Congratulations. This is good. Yeah, she's Megan O'Sullivan. He was 6 years old. He's the first back. 11 of 7. I was born in the Army Fiber bathroom. Mexico. Mexico also fucked the hero. Of course, oh my god, we've hurt somebody really badly because they watched more videos than we have on our page. Hell yeah, dude. Damn, give it up for him. Bear's back. Oh shit, this was left, yeah. Like you put your girl's gigantic dildo in my opinion. Oh my god, dude, that's just not a good look. Cooney's new Donald Trump is like really Cooney Gerard, they just been on shot from the shop selling series. But also, should we watch this? Sure. Let's see what's dick right there. How are we just seeing this? Oh my gosh, this is every night. Oh my god. This is crazy. Oh my god. This is amazing. Cocoa butter balls like we are. Fair to say that period is something you can This is incredibly how the listeners test results. 0.01. That means you have an overactive thyroid. And then the other one, I forget what the other also. And then my doctor sent me an email saying you have an overactive thyroid. Well, my mom knows. She said, really great. She said, so it's like you see that. I'm ready to do it.
Crisis, all my friends are like, I'm always in case of emergency person.
This is a problem. Listen, Rockstar. We need another one of those. Whoa. Damn, I gotta get on that. That's so fucking funny. 19 days ago, that message go to a butterball so you like, dude, I'm so good. Oh my god. That's like my favorite right now. I mean, highlights. Cooney and Gertz.
What is talking about it? Whether they finish with the standing, whether they finish with the standing, if you drop off all
That is
7
amazing.
stages and they do the right speed, score to the ball, so if you make a drop on the rest of all 7 days, which are going
Wait, what is it called again? It's called Cooney.
only way you drop on one
That's
day,
a highlight on the actual
tempo.
So talk
On the sugar, what I do that? One drop off all 7 days. It's 7 drops, 1 drop.
I'm gonna pitch one with you.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Successfully, this is Pete Cooney slap. Cooney becoming skate match to Graves match. It was, yeah, it was a lot. It's kind of like Shopzilla, but better than Stranger Things. I watched Stranger Things. My fiance, she's really into it. But I barely watched it, so the whole time I was kind of like,
I bet Mr. Whole Foods.
I don't know if it was Netflix or Blockbuster.
Driving my son to this.
I feel bad that Cocoa Butter and also I missed that until just now. I definitely would have commented on it, but for
Therefore, Rabbi will also hold that by Sukkah.
it's one of my favorite.
Time you go
One of my favorite days I think I've ever seen.
so therefore,
I'm gonna write
actually playing forward.
this is carne asada.
So clear thing, you have to say.
I think we're probably gonna wind down soon, but what did you think of the ending for Eggman? Well, spoiler alert, he dies. So I think he probably had to die, right? Voldemort dies. All the big bad guys eventually have to die, right? CM says, will Papa be pimping out Joe on OFC? I don't know. That's a dark chapter if that ever happens. That was a clip from the new Shopzilla on TBK.
I'm buying on the local
Oh, good. So probably gonna wind up fairly soon. Yeah. That was a clip from the new Shopzilla on TBK for real. 19 days ago. That was amazing. Yeah, I wrote a comment. What is the other conversation? Cooney will ever be Shakespeare's okay with the wedding. Yeah, I didn't think about that copy. Yeah, I don't know. I would love copy game, but what we are doing is a beignet truck. So there'll be a beignet truck, 3 beignets for everybody.
I
Oh man, I don't know how much fun it's going to be. We're gonna be what's it called? It's winding down right now, so like if you comments right now, any on this 1067 likes. It's terrible. Oh, it's 6 likes in the chat, so there's a lot to make a lot for sure. remember we watched some
No,
fun stuff.
it's
Like, I love that shit. And then they're like the ones that have only like one or two per week. They're all really funny. Like a cartoon. I didn't really watch that much. We did watch the Civil War thing. That was a great time. Have you watched the UK version? Yeah. I did. Well, I mean, like, I listened to it on my phone while I was doing stuff because I donate to yes, nice. Tight. We're gonna live stream from the reception. No, there won't be any show stuff. My fiance and Roberto want to go on this, like, partner. Yeah, I found that you're getting married now. I want to, but I think that would be fun. Come to Seattle. We have to convince. Oh yeah, I'm willing to pay for Mark to come, and I would give it a plus one. But I don't know. I just think it'd be so fucking funny. Yeah, Sean should come too. It'd be so funny. Mark is so fun. It'd be great to. I love that. I saw a post back on Twitter. Book clubs are getting a PJ. Yep. This is why we need Red Bar, dude. Yeah, they got it. Damn, that's crazy, right? That's. Well, I mean, you expect that. Right. They changed the handles. This is why we need Red Bar more than ever. We're just to come back and all to it. You know what I mean? It's just sad. It's sad time. 2026 is coming out. Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to have Red Bar back. Makes them maybe the best show out there. So it's not as shout out to Petrovsky for creating. Oh yeah, shout out to Petrovsky. And everybody, make sure that you're nice to Wendy Cummings because it hurts her feelings when you're not. So write something nice to her. How funny she is. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, just remember. Say something neat, that means you can make a fan. And guys, keep leaving some Reddit slot for us to watch on the lives. We're probably going to be live. I think the holidays booked us, and I got to last week. I'm actually feeling a lot better today. Like, I still sound kind of congested, but I've been sick for a week. God damn, dude. Lots of tests right now. Hell no. Alright, well, you guys have a great rest of your days. See you later.
You're right. Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access to our other show, 10 minutes a show. But
as always, Gerardo, how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing pretty good, dude. Sorry for not having a song this week to everyone because I was sick. Still, oh, yeah. Yeah, you were very sick. I know. And it's not even that I was like dying sick. It was just like I had no voice for 5 days. You sent me a text where you were like, "I'm really sick," but I sound like the devil fucked me. That was how you said. But you were insinuating that you were like, "But we'll do the show." And I was like, "This time, no," because I know that like if. Not that it matters, but I know if my fiance found out that I was constantly doing a show where you were on the verge of death, she'd be angry at me because like I would get sick, But I got wet for some reason. I like never get sick. Dude, I'm making you sick. Yeah, that's what I thought. You have cunitis. Yeah, no, I woke up Wednesday last week and my voice was insane. My voice was so bad that it was really easy for me to do Mickey Mouse voice. If I just did a falsetto, I sounded like a cracked out Mickey Mouse. A cracked out Mickey Mouse would be perfect for this neighborhood. Yeah, if there's any kids here, hey, I'm Mickey Mouse. I smoke cracked out. I like fentanyl just like you kids, just like your dad. I'm saying it. Thank God. Do you want to hear me cipher? Yeah. Oh, it seems like your friends outside are ciphering. That'd be cool. A crackhead Mickey Mouse in this neighborhood. But I just wanted to apologize to everyone because the song wasn't good this week and I felt bad, but I said, you know what? Fuck it. We're not doing the song this week. Yeah, sometimes there won't be songs. Never heard of it. And then another thing is, I watched Pluribus, dude. Oh, yeah, all right, cool. It's kind of in this. It's gonna be a heavy, like, we watched that episode, but, dude, there was like 3 episodes of Pluribus where I was like, this is fucking boring, dog. Yeah? The last 3, like, when he's walking in the fucking jungle of Panama and stuff, and then he gets stabbed in the back, I'm like, oh, so I just wasted a whole fucking episode on this fool. Like, there's no, there's no, like, payoff or anything. He just gets stabbed in the back. He still ends up in New Mexico. And we should say, I mean, it's going on and in a spoiler alert there. That guy, I love that guy. He hates everybody. You didn't see any of yourself in him. Wait, no, the guy's cool. Okay, he doesn't hate everybody, dude. He's just being rational at the time. You're that guy now in real life. No, I love everybody, dude. I give a hugs for free. I mean, the guy who does. Well, spoiler alert, to be fair, the guy warns him. He says there are these things that you will fall on and they'll fuck you up. Yeah, but to be fair, that guy is a fucking communist traitor to the world, dude. That's telling you that. And he's very nice. He's like, everyone is so nice to him. You gotta, even if you don't want to, I wouldn't want the aliens to control my life or whatever it is, but I would be like, well, I should probably listen to that part, though. Right? Maybe give a fly on their plane. No, I'm not gonna get stabbed in the back wherever that stuff was. Dude, you think you give the Plurb an inch? Plurb takes a mile down Plurb. That's what I call it. Yeah, they're called the Plurb. The Plurb, it would suck because there's just nobody that you can talk to anymore. Everybody's everybody. We don't listen to the Plurb. Oh yeah, no. If I were in the thing, I wouldn't like, because even let's say, I don't want to get too perverted here, but I saw like this meme video where the guy's like, if Pluribus happened to a guy, and it's just him naming off hot chicks, and the prom there, August prom. You're gonna be fucking, and you fuck is like your mom and your dad and your grandma. Okay, but that's crazy. Mother and your sister and everybody. It's like, that's crazy. If I get Plurb, I get to find out how many fucking beers you got sex with. Oh, that, I mean, I get, listen, I get where you're going with that. Job, I get where you're going with that, Brennan Job. Or Bert Fraser, Brennan Job. Your typical, but there's a little bit of something I agree with in there, which is that I've had sex with dudes. The thing I agree with in there is that that's what I would really want is the ability to know everything. I would have a schedule where I'd be like, all right, today is learning all about what really happened with JFK. I'm not even a conspiracy guy. I'd probably be like, are you sure that really happened? I thought it was the Oswald didn't do it. I would be arguing that. Like, you fuck, who's your name? Wait a minute, Epstein's not a good guy. I wouldn't say that, but I would Epstein, Day, JFK, O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson, and you know what else? That girl that got killed. The documentary that came out a while, with us like, oh, Debbie Petito. That one's obvious. No, the little girl that was in the pageants. Oh, Natalie Holloway. That too, but no. The pageant one. You know what I'm talking about? The little girl. She's in I know what I'm talking about, but I don't want to say it because I like this whole game. Pajama Ramsey, dude, I would be like, who fucking did this shit? Who did Jomini Ramsey? The whole pluribus would just be me grilling these people about stuff on the net.
Oh, so in this hypothetical, you are a guy that didn't get blurred.
Yeah, I want to be one of the pluribus.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But I mean, the show is boring if you're just one of the pluribus.
No, I know, but this whole time I thought this hypothetical was part of the blurb. But no, that's great. I like your idea now. Not like the go, give me one day on JFK.
Yeah, that's because it's kind of like you're saying. I get to find out everything too. I guess that would be, you wouldn't know everyone's secret. Now, I'm not necessarily trying to find out everyone's deepest, darkest secrets, but historically, I would like to find out everyone's deepest, darkest secrets. Like the truth about every one that the memory goes back to. I guess you wouldn't be able to find out like way long ago because nobody would know that. But the big stuff,
Like, who shot the first shot at the American Revolution?
you probably wouldn't be able to find that out until it was dead.
Oh, but dude, the blurb lives and the fucking secret society's life. Did you know that?
Maybe that's what I would ask them. I'd be like, our secret society's real? And they would be like, no, and then they would know me, so they'd be like, Gerardo's kind of stupid. Gerardo and then blue shirts are stupid.
But I'll give. Listen, I really like Pluribus. Like 4 or 5 episodes, solid for sure, solid. And then the last 3 episodes was just like, we're gonna have a second season, and they're gonna do the same fucking shit, dude. They're just gonna drip feed us Plurb so that we like it, and then it's gonna be like a 6-season run. We're never really satisfied. You're never gonna be really satisfied with the show. So because of that, I gave it its praise. But I give it a 6 out of 10.
Well, okay, I don't know. I don't really.
It feels like a teeter's on safety. I don't like that.
I don't remember the last 3. I remember thinking during the last episode that it was boring until the end. I thought the end was okay, but it was kind of tapering off. Well, I don't know. I don't know if Gilligan's gonna do you're getting it. It's gonna be like the, I'm sorry, I can't think of a damn thing. The show they're like trapped on an island, lost. That's the worst thing. Worst possible case scenario for a show like this is that you get lost. It's just season after season, and then the last season is a complete comedy. But it's hard to end good shows. I don't know.
Yeah. Speaking of good shows, you saw Hamlet already. I saw Hamlet this weekend, but more than just the movie. Obviously, it's one of the best movies ever made. It's like top 3 for me.
Really? I liked it a lot. So we're gonna agree on that. That was very good.
Excellent. I was with a girl that wasn't really into it, so I did not cry. But I was so close to crying, dude.
Yeah, I did
3 times I almost cried that movie.
Yeah, man. I didn't want to admit that, but it's true. You know me. Everything makes me emotional.
Yeah.
Like I can't watch videos where people help other people.
I saw Sonic Cookie, you start crying, for sure.
Definitely not over sauce on a cookie, but I mean, if maybe the idea of how to eat pacing, not eat pacing, same thing. Yeah, the pace sucks, but it's kind of a hot car. But anyways, like there were times where I was just like in the theater, like God, I hope no one is looking at me because this is a sad movie. This is moving, but it's also very moving. I don't want to give out spoilers, but the end of it when they do the play.
Well, here's the thing, spoiler alert, because I'm going to give out spoilers. Yeah. We're big boys. We saw the movie, dude. We can talk about it.
Go watch it.
Who the fuck is watching the show without watching Hamlet? That's like a prerequisite to be at the Tweeties first, dude. You got to see Hamlet first.
You're really into Shakespeare.
Always been a Shakespeare guy, dude. Never read it. But, yeah, so 3 times in it, where all has to do with little kid Hamlet. when he's like talking to his sister, and he's like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna kill myself. Oh yeah. Sorry, YouTube for saying that verbiage, but and then second time when the dad comes home to come see the daughter, and then he's like, oh shit, daughter's alive. And the son's there, he's like, my boy. When he said my boy was hilarious.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I wish that was the only amount of times that it made me cry.
And then the third one is at the end when the wife is understanding what's happening with like the shout out to his son. Yes, I was like, oh fuck, dude. But the whole time I'm with the chick that's like this. So like when I'm feeling emotions again, I'm like balls deep in the movie while the movie's happening. Yeah. And when those moments happen, I'm just like pinching my fucking elbow or like biting my tongue, like don't cry, don't be a bitch.
Yeah, it was funny to me about when he comes home is because before Shakespeare, so they put it in perspective to tell you what's happening. In real life, him and his son dies. And in the movie, which is a fictionalized account of what happened, is one of his daughters gets very sick and she's always sickly. It seems like she's going to die. And then she's about to die, but the little boy comes down and he's like, we'll switch spots so death won't be able to tell us apart. And all this, like, is very cute. Yeah. And then that boy dies. The mom is freaking out. The grandma's very sad. They're in this house, and it's all incredibly sad because all acting is like the best actors around. They got the chick from Breaking the Wave. Shout out to Bud Easy, Lars von Trier's movie. They got Jessie Buckley, who's a great actress. So you're kind of like you're really into it. So I'm watching that the whole time, and I'm going like, "Don't cry at this. This is sad as shit." And I am not in a good headspace to begin with.
I am sad as shit, Dallas.
I was sad when I got here. I'm sad in this scene, and I feel emotional. So finally, I'm like, "Oh my god, I didn't cry at all." Thank God. But then Shakespeare comes in, and he says, "My boy," and I'm like, "Well, there goes. I can't. It's just too much. I can't take."
The way he said it was kind of like my boy. Like it was a weird my boy, but he was really sad. But the way he said my boy was hilarious.
I couldn't have seen it all, not even a little. So many times where I was in fact, half the movie was like, I can't take this. I should just get up and walk out. But it was good. It was very entertaining. It was an interesting take on Shakespeare. You know what made me laugh about that? The crying thing, right? So, I remember one time I was at an open mic, and there was this chick doing stand-up, and she, a while ago, had a thing with Lynn Schwartz, and she was like, I was in a movie, and this guy cried. And she was talking about him, and I was dying laughing at the idea of crying at the movie, which is such a fucking, like, hypocritical thing, because, I mean, the movie is fucking... It'd be hard sometimes.
Yeah, I'm kind of on their side though too. I'm like 25-75. Like I'm on their side about dudes crying at the movies because if I look around and I see a bunch of guys crying, like all the guys in the theater are crying, I'm like, yo, what's happening?
You man, that's like you're never gonna look around and see a bunch of guys crying.
Like that's the extreme of it, and I'm like, oh, then I shouldn't start. It's like everyone in here crying.
I think the only opportunity you have for like to see a bunch of guys crying is sports, maybe, because I don't take way too seriously sports.
It's like if the Commanders won a championship.
Maybe, but I think most of the time sports is like, dude, you're gonna cry for sports, cry for something like him did.
I cried when the Dodgers won.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Miguel Ross hit that home run in the fucking 10 or 11th inning, whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, but then tears.
Sports usually, I mean, maybe like a good speech from one of the athletes would get me. Like, yeah, that might get me.
Well, I read a lot about this last week. How many speeches do you think just didn't work out? You know, like how they have like those football speeches where they're like, we're down 17 points. What the hell? I mean, come on, man. Our defense sucks. You know, and then they go out and they lose by like 34 points. You know, that's the majority.
Because they do it every time.
I wish we had like an account of all those, though. You know, like I feel like there should be a game within the game where we keep track of like motivational speeches. You put yourself out there. Yeah, you're down 20. What if you get up and beat the game, that speech is like iconic. You know what I mean? Tracks, but tracks. I like tracks. Yeah. But if you give the speech and you end up losing by more than 20, then we can make fun of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you lose by double what you're losing by after a speech, that's pretty funny. It's like they're going out there like that fucking asshole said a speech. That's my fault. Yeah. We suck. He knows we suck. Wait the next year until we get a quarterback in the draft. No point. I'm not trying to get injured from this clown. As the coach or whoever it is. We die for that itch. Al Pacino. We watched that, I think, here. I don't even want to look at the video anymore. You know, so when your coach says stuff like that, you're all amped, and then coach is like, my wife left me. What does this have to do with football? Nobody fucking loves me anymore. Crying during the game. Yeah, low dose thing, real. Lately, I can't myself to be
So back to him. On Friday night, I had made plans to go see him. Here's the thing, though. I made verbal plans to go see him. Yeah. The person I went with was like, oh, did you buy tickets? And this was like a Wednesday. And I'm like, no, I don't need to buy tickets. It's Hamden. Nobody's going to want to see Hamden. Right. Listen, yeah, this is a moment of humility. Okay, I'm admitting this. Yeah, no, I only know you fucked up because I see him. I was like, God damn, people are still here. There was someone sitting next to me because like movies are back. But anyway, sorry. So yeah, and then Friday night, like 2 hours before we wanted to go out, I start looking up showtimes, and then there's nothing. There's literally nothing. And so that's why I put Hamden Mania. It's like everyone wants to go see fucking Hamden. So I got a movie like 4 hours away, right? So we got plenty of time to kill. I started playing the song "Time to Kill" by the band because I fucked up. Like she obviously is like, why didn't you get the tickets ahead of time? For sure. I'm like, we got time to kill, and then I put the song on and lyrics out of the burger. You know what I mean? We got time to kill. That's a great song. Check it out. If you ever worked out. But anyways, we leave 4 hours to kill. Let's go get some Indiana. Yeah, it's the worst I've ever seen it. The line, everything. I'm like, well, how was everyone seeing Hamlet and Let me get a Shakespeare style. Goes down. I said it. Did you wait for the burgers? What's Shakespeare style? I don't know. That's great. Let me get a Hamlet. Sorry, a hamburger. That's the way you should have done. We'll have 2 Hamlets just to see if she says anything. She's like, I want to say Marty Supreme. It's funny that Marty Supreme sounds like Taco Bell and Hamlet sounds like McDonald's. Did you ever think about that? Hamlet sounds like a flying bird. Ham. I admitted to you over text that not only did I think Ham was a bird, I literally thought he was a literal bird called a ham. I like Christmas ham, and there was a ham walking around. I said this as a bit to my fiance, but I think she believed me. I was like, I'm not even quite sure. I kind of thought ham was a part of a turkey. I don't know what I thought. Sometimes I don't think about anything. Like, conceptually, I just accept that it's there and I give it no concern whatsoever. So that's how I keep it. I never really considered that it was anything at all. I just put it in my mouth. There's a lot of things I put in my mouth, but I don't even think about what they are. I don't get it. Like, what's a fucking laugh taffy? Sugar? Put it in my mouth. Put it in my mouth. It tastes good. What's toffee? I have no idea. I don't give a fuck. I love it. So basically, I was fucked Friday night. My bad, sorry. I'm gonna see how far I can go down there. Just fuck with it. I like Shakespeare style. Yeah, and dude, I think the combo is devastating. Well, he said, I'll get a hamburger. I wish we ate Marty Supremes. Oh, okay. And Taco Bell? Yeah, no, but sorry. Oh, okay. What is Shakespeare style? Shakespeare style is probably like,
No bread, I guess, but that's protein. So that's protein style. If you add like an egg on the burger, I feel like English people love eggs. They kill your son. Yeah, that's right. Now you got egg on. I just remember because she kept hard-boiling eggs. You know. In it? Oh wait. Yeah. Egg, dude. That definitely go see it if you're okay with it. It's a little bit art house.
It is very art house, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't like art house at all, then don't see it.
Well, you're way too nice, dude. If you don't like fucking escaping in a movie, what movies are meant to do, then don't go see it. If you're fucking, oh my god, I'm the R word for example. If you cannot sit and watch a movie, then don't go see this movie.
Some people don't like art house at all. Like, they need more, like, here's my issue with the woods. You know, they can't do it.
My issue with that is, dude, why trying to make a movie while watching a movie? Just like accept what the fuck they made and just take it in. And then afterwards, you can tell me what the fuck you thought about it. Fuck anyone that doesn't go see a movie because they don't like the vibe of it without even seeing it. Are you kidding me? Anyway, sorry. That's what I say.
I would say, like, it could have, the movie was great. It could have been a little bit better if Thanos was on it too. He is ranked Shakespeare of the earrings. I mean, Thanos could have been a great part of the movie. But no, I like art house, so I like all movies.
I almost dropped an R word F word fucking combo right there. I've been listening to too much Lemon Party and watching it.
The coach of the Huskies, the UConn Huskies, they were saying that he did that. They called one of the refs there. And he's about to get suspended or something. Good, so funny. But sorry, you're in line, and so when
I couldn't get, and then she's like, me and Nick Delton and Nick Fauci. I was like, all right, we didn't get to go out to see it the time we wanted. Good. You know?
Yeah.
I was like, we still wake up at 4:34 tomorrow morning.
Did you end up getting, so you got the food though, right?
Oh, no, we didn't go to In-N-Out. We ended up going to a taco trip.
Where you got
We got quesadillas and then went to a bar. Got a lot of time to go. It was for like 2 hours. I don't even drink. We were just kicking it. And then
that's a bad. Well, if she stayed the whole time, that's a lot of time to just kill. So she must have you then. What I was thinking about was I saw this video, which we don't have to watch. But it's, do you know who Chris Gethard is? Chris Gethard.
I know the name.
So Gethard, if you write it on the board, looks like Getharo, which is another name for him. That's what you thought I was going to bring up. But Chris Gethard is like, I don't know too much about him. He's a New York comedian, but he's very seen. He's big on that. He had a TV show for a while. He kind of looks like a little nerdy guy. And he got interviewed recently, and he was talking about how he's had all this success in comedy, but he like lost his health. Look at his face. He might look like a guy that he just lost his health insurance.
Oh, he just lost his health.
He just lost his health insurance with his family, and he's talking about how hard it is to be a comedian, and how it's like, even when you have success, it's kind of still like it's sucking making it. And I remember that. I was like, damn, Chris Gethard's poor. He's been on a lot of stuff.
The Gethard effect.
Have you ever, look at that. He looks like someone you pick on. And then when he's in TV shows, he's always like the creepy guy, or the guy that's getting bullied, made fun of. He's the boss on Broad City. He's what's her face's boss. Oh, if you remember. But so my question was just like, comedy kind of sucks to do.
Oh, really?
Don't you think?
I disagree. I think comedy's cool. You can get very black-pilled by comedy because, dude, the amount of Too Lazy and podcast crap I watch, and they just are like, dismiss it entirely. You know what I mean? People hate stand-up that much. You watch Whitney Cummings compilations, a lot of American Redneck stuff, all this stuff. They're just putting out shit that Whitney Cummings is putting out. Yeah, if you're surrounded by all that, you hate stand-up comedy. But if you remember back to like going up and doing sets or like hearing something that somebody said on stage, you're kind of like, oh man, I missed that part of it. So there's a thing about it that still exists that is not whack as hell.
I agree. I'm not saying, I think you misunderstood me there. I'm not saying that comedy sucks like which I have said in the past. But I'm not saying it's sex like that. I'm saying that part of doing it, because if you have the success that Chris Gethard has, you think you'd be okay financially.
Yeah, but I'm also in a weird state. We'll get to this later. But what is enough? You know what I mean? Or like if you're terrified to death, then get a good job and get good health insurance. Go to the doctor every week. You know what I mean? Like if you're terrified of dying, like people didn't always live that way. People were fine with whatever the fuck they had going on. And they're like Shakespeare. Yeah,
That's a good example.
dude, people in his life are dying. He's like, I'm gonna get fucked up tonight, dude.
People in his life were dying, and he was like, I'm moving to London. His kids. People in his life, his kids.
It's like if he was in the comic and he was going to Austin every fucking month.
Me and my fiance were laughing about that. I go, because there's so many spoilers, but my favorite scene, I always love in movies where I see women get so fed up with men, because it reminds me of things I've done in past relationships, where it's like, oh, like when he's like, his son dies, and he goes, I'm gonna go to London, and she tries to punch him in the face, and she misses. It's so funny. It's very sad, very sad. But it's like, I could absolutely see that happening. Sometimes you say things to women that are just, they can't take it, because you want to pursue what you want to do, and they got all this stuff going on, they just make you dinner, and you're like, I'm gonna go to help, like, she's holding your baby, you know? So she's gonna try and punch you.
Well, thank God the White Knight showed up today, dude. Shout out to Cootie. They're on our side, dude. Fucking boys rule, girls drool. I gotta go to London. I'm writing plays left and right, dude. My son just died. You know how much creativity is fucking running through my juices right now? Sorry for cussing.
You would deny Shakespeare Gerardo?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Dude, I'm fucking Shakespeare. When she tries to punch me, I go, I'm Billy all Shakespeare.
Way to go, Shakespeare. That's what we used to say to people to make points. But yeah, no, I'm on the side of the man, but I understand where the woman's coming. I understand why Jesse Buckley tries to punch Wellness Gal.
I was trying to punch Jesse Buckley.
Okay, calm down. But it's the everlasting struggle. You kind of are you being insensitive by wanting to do what you want to do? I think there's probably some kind of middle ground. And you could just live the hardest life or whatever sometimes. But it's also, I don't really know Chris Gethard that well, but he is funny from what I've seen. He's been in a lot of stuff, and he is struggling super hard. Like, you just look at his face, he looks like he has anti-dick disease or something like that. And people like Andrew Schultz are doing pretty well. Right. And Kristen Lee, even after being canceled, is still able to make a good event, even though they kind of suck at what they do.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a weird place now. Obviously, everything in the country is it's more like if you have a lot of secrets, you get paid off more. You know, like it's weird. It's a weird flip flop of like currency right now is being evil. It feels like.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. It's like he's not evil enough. You can tell.
Right. Yeah, he's way too nice. Look at him, dude.
He can't. Maybe you need to be evil to build a fan base a little bit.
But at the same time, though, I'm like, I'm probably gonna regret saying this because then later in life I'm probably sort of this and that. But like, dude, I don't believe in wanting everything. You know what I mean?
But I get what you're saying. But it's not wanting everything. It's just wanting some stability, some level of like, all right, yeah, everything is a struggle, right? Even when you're with more money, more problems. We haven't forgotten this. We're going to learn this. But this struggle, I feel like he should be above this. The losing in healthcare, he doesn't have no money for that. He's on TV. Why can't people on TV need to be rich to make me feel good? Because when I see people on TV being like, I'm so good, I can't. That makes me uncomfortable. I'm like, what about me? Should I just never, I don't know.
I had a long argument with Miguel the other day about charity and whatnot, and like helping out people. all stuff like this. And I don't believe in it. I don't believe in charities. Right? 0%. Never give to a charity, dude. You know what I mean? I feel like as humans, we have the need to help others and be altruistic in doing so. I feel like charity keeps you out of that experience. If you donate to charity, you get that little dopamine. Let me fucking finish it.
I know exactly what I'm saying.
I know. So, I see you fucking getting about this. I keep going. You're not even listening. I'm listening. I'm making a clear, concise point. I like it. Good.
It's a strong stance to take.
Yes. And you know what, dude? I'll take it twice, dude. And then I'll slap Jesse Buck in the fucking face, dude. Okay, I'll get all that for him. But, yeah, that's what I say. What do you want to say now, dude? I want to keep going because then you're going to fucking, I'll finish your point. Yeah, I feel like people feel the need to be altruistic and good to others, but donating to a charity takes that away from you, and now you can be an asshole to everyone that you over him.
Oh, so what you're saying?
Oh, no.
No. See, I held off. I didn't do my joke answer. Okay, never heard of it. But no. So what you're saying is that people do altruistic things just so they can be like, I'm such a good person, and wave that in your face and stuff.
Well, waving the face doesn't have anything to do with it, but like, literally giving to a charity is a cheap way of helping others. It's like you think you're doing that, but maybe you're doing the action. I don't know. I just don't believe it at all.
Ain't nobody like a dude about it. That's also like I'm so stupid. But
anyways, all that to say, yeah, you don't have to. I'm not saying this because I'm saying you're
get money.
no, never give money again. Don't do it, dude. He's an artist. The worse he does in life, the better his art will be. So that's true and suffer.
That's a good point too. It's like his kid. Oh, your kid's got sick. Good. You don't have health insurance anymore. You can't take him to Blue Shield or whatever it's called. You'll make a funny play about how your kid's dying.
Right.
Ever seen the Kumail Nanjiani movie about Great Sick or whatever? Big Sick. Good. Was that not a good movie? So Chris
Dude, this fucking Hamlet.
yeah, you could be Shakespeare. Shakespeare wouldn't be Shakespeare without him dying. Yeah. So think about that before you whine on your podcast, Chris Catherine. Talking right to you.
Yeah, I'm also talking about bringing child. If you're suffering, like your podcast is gonna blow up.
Yeah, you should. You don't talk about job enough. When you find yourself kind of desperate, you should do that. All right, one other thing about this, I'm listening on this because this came out. This interview came out at the same time that somebody told me that they heard Jamie Kennedy works at a warehouse. That's his day job because he's a broker. Now, there's no chance of this. There's no way that Jamie Kennedy is broke that broke. But when they told me they were so sure about it, that I was like, fuck. Comedy that's Jamie Kennedy works at a goddamn warehouse. And then I thought about it for a minute. I was like, that's bullshit. How do they know? And I go, send me proof. Text them. They go, oh, my coworker said it. And I'm like, how's your coworker? What are they fucking Jamie? Like, how do they know? And they're like, oh, well, they said he talks about it in his sets all the time. It's a fucking joke, you idiot. You stupid bitch. You moron. He's telling jokes. He doesn't work at a warehouse, you fucking... What's that? Plurb. Hey, you plurb. You redact. You waste my time. You made me insecure about myself. Now I think Jamie Kennedy might is like working at a warehouse, which is fine. Warehouse, great job. But it's like you shouldn't be working at a warehouse if you're Jamie Kennedy to have all these movies, TV shows. Say what you will about Jamie Kennedy. He's very cringe. We watched the Vampire movie, but there have been points in his creative journey that were very good. He's very funny in this TV show. Malibu's Most Wanted is probably one reason why they're right up there with Hammond. Right up there with Hammond. He's been funny in a lot of stuff. Okay, he's had some great big roles.
That's a killer double feature at like a drive-in. What comes first, Hammond or Malibu?
You know what's funny? It should be Hammond don't suck. Vampire movie, because for some reason Shakespeare's always a vampire. So always a little bit, even though there's no vampires in Shakespeare, There's a vampirish nature to Shakespeare. Way to go, Shakespeare. But dude, that fucking, I was so pissed. I was like, why would you tell me that? He talks about it, says he's kidding. Some broke guy working at a warehouse. That's a joke. He's actually working at a warehouse. Yeah, and Chris Catherine, let's be honest, never heard of you, dude. Yeah, I mean, he's not one of our guys for sure. Probably not. But I'm sure some people have heard about it. I'm, rest in peace. Yeah, every picture of Chris Catherine looks like he's dying. I tried to make a bit about how, like, that both him and he did kind of the same. And, like, they look like guys that would die from a cold, but nothing was done. It didn't do right.
I said a lot of crazy shit. You know,
Oh, I don't think you actually don't think chairs are good.
oh no, I really do think that. But oh, what's it called? I want to bring some news to you, dude.
Oh, it's here.
This is just fucking little messed up here. Electric that right now. I had to get a new bottle, dude. I lost my fucking bottle.
Oh, okay.
You know, and this one is not as nice. Gonna say it was cheaper. You know, you can do the ice and get it. Coffee bean sticker on there. No particular reason why. I don't want to. I wanted to show you one of the neat features.
How is it?
Nice sound to it. It's a dolphin. There is it. A dolphin or what is it?
That one sounds like elves sneaking something. It sounds like elves laughing or like through their socks or underwear.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
Sounds like a dolphin. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Why's it gotta be naked fucking elves, dude?
I didn't say they're no, they say it comes to your underwear.
Stealing my, that's not what is your underwear made of?
I don't know. Come on.
That's not.
It sounds like you don't think that sounds like elves laughing.
It sounds like elves laughing. There we go. No underwear. No underwear.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be.
It's just fucking elves laughing, dude. Yes, it sounds like laughing elves. What the fuck are these people stealing underwear for?
I love how you see them. And you're like, no, please God. There's like all these memes about underwear gnomes and your solution. It's like little elves or little gnomes. It's kind of Lord of the Rings.
You know what it sounds like? You know what it sounds like? A lot like your fucking bottle, dude. That's what it sounds like.
I don't know. I'm trying to be honest here with the crowd. I think it's cool that it's like elves running around. I wonder why does it do that? Does that have a straw too?
Yeah.
Mine, I took the straw out. It still makes a dolphin.
So my straw wasn't working very well, right? And it was the first, like when I lost my bottle, I was sick. And I wasn't drinking water when I lost my bottle, I realized. I was like, holy shit, whatever weird thing happened to my head where I was used to drinking water out of my bottle, I'm not getting regular water. I forgot how to get water again, you know, because I had the system. And so I bought it, and I was like desperate for, I was like very thirsty for water. So I went to go drink it, and the straw wasn't working. So I was like, is it a, and then I went like this thing, the thing happened.
How many times, because this is the time I did it in front of you, and that day, that's the first time that's ever happened. Yeah. Have you ever seen that happen to somebody before?
No.
And now it's happened to both of us. Isn't that weird?
Well, it's probably a feature of like the air release.
I guess, but why? They should put something on the bottle that like, don't tip this over. Because if you're in a meeting and you do that, they might fire you. The dolphin noise for sure.
That's the other thing, dude, is that I do not like this one because it's loud. If I'm in a quiet room, like
That's kind of loud.
it kind of echoes, dude. It's like.
It's not as crazy the sound, but it does sound like little kids or elves laughing. But the thing about the dolphin is it's so loud, and it's absurd. If you do that in front of people, they're gonna like laugh.
Yeah, fire you.
Yeah, fire you maybe. They're gonna send you to Chris Catherine to take care of his health insurance.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So that was another update of mine. Do you have any other updates here?
I do, yeah. So big news with me. Well, two things. One is found out something about vitamins.
What?
I'm on the rookie dosage. Okay. So it's not even real. It's 10 milligrams. Not doing nothing. That's why. Remember what I was telling you guys that 5 acid does nothing? It's because I'm on 10 milligrams. All it does is make my blood pressure go up. And guess my friend who's on it is 40 milligrams. So, and that's like a normal dosage, I think. So this guy's a pussy. And I don't know what to say about that. But basically, it's nothing. Second thing is, this week is my baby. Officially. Oh, okay. Well, not the wedding. Yeah. November, I had another life update. It's kind of like going to see a doctor. All you gotta do in LA, if you ever listen up, fellas, you want to get married, you can get married one day. I haven't done it yet, but you go. This will be something we can talk about next week. You go to the courthouse, you say, "Cool story, bro. I applied online. I want to get married. I want a ceremony. It's done in a few hours. I don't know. Some of it, unless they plan all of it. Yeah. I'm going on the Thursday, the 15th. Okay, nice. So I'm gonna be officially married. All right. You want to pick me up here, or do I go? You want to be the witness? Yeah. I think you don't even need a witness. Can I get a witness? That's like New Orleans right there, dude. New Orleans, that's gonna be in November. We're gonna do the real fun thing, the Dr. John thing. Who's Dr. John? Sounds good. If you go to New Orleans, Dr. John, I'm gonna tell some of my homies up there. They're gonna fuck you up. Okay, yeah, we'll see. You gotta check in. Yeah, Dr. John. Yeah, most of my time on there weed demons. So, yeah, I mean, it's like you just get married. Yeah. So I'm not gonna be single. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Not really. I mean, it has little to no effect on me.
That's true. Well, and what's kind of funny about it is like how little I care about that part of it. Like she's trying to keep trying to like make it more. She's like, well, our friend, don't you like our friend there? And I'm like, no, I don't. They're gonna give us money. I don't want to wait for somebody to hit my apartment and like really early in the morning for them to maybe show up and then we're like, don't want to do like a selfie. Like, no, I don't. The whole point of this is that we get it out of the way and we can have the fun thing in November. Like a later. I think I fuck the government. Number one. Number two, actually, really, it's just that I don't give a shit what they think. I'm already married here. Okay, it's where it counts. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's just a piece of paper for me.
So you're gonna get married and go have a horse one.
Yeah, I mean, maybe right before his marriage.
Okay. Like Shakespeare Hercules.
Sure, she's in for a rude awakening when I start saying I want to go on mics again. So like, that's what I did too. So
is that all your updates?
The only other thing I was thinking of this week was just YouTube commentary channels.
Oh, okay.
I think they're like the watchers of the world. I'm still rewatching Game of Thrones, and they're like the which we call it the Night's Watch. I think that they should have to swear like allegiance.
Yeah.
Like they'll never take a wife.
They get banished from everywhere. They have to just make YouTube commentary.
Yeah, I mean that's how you get a YouTube commentary person is they rainbow. It's like not really, but thief, murderer. That's like American Redneck, Podcast Range, Too Lazy to Try. I listen to all of it. I love it all except for Podcast Range.
Yeah, there's a lot of cringe I don't like, but I still watch it. See, they're so good at just like getting the clips, putting it together. They got a third line. They wrote out scripts, dude. I'm like, God damn, these fools really hate these guys, dude. And every time it's Wiki coming up, it's the quickest click of all time.
And you know, do you think people think we're that? That's what I was thinking.
We're definitely not that.
Okay.
Because there's no scripts. There's no like.
That's what they think.
We mapped out all your occurrences of graves in a script.
I forgot I even had grades. So here's the thing about that is what made me think about it is I saw Luis Gomez tweeting at somebody about how I guess somebody called him a grifter, and he said something along the lines of, "Who's who's more of a grifter? Me for selling products on that show, or one of these YouTube commentary channels that just talks about comedians and blah 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 blah, or talks about famous comedians. So I was, is he taking a shot at us? Probably doesn't know we exist. Nobody knows who we are.
So the whole rest of the house.
Like, does Louis J. Gomez think that I'm a grifter?
My water kind of tastes like bleach. Is that bad?
Yeah. We can't lose you guys. I think I'm afraid for commenting on it because yeah, dude, because I feel bad because Louis J. Gomez is funny sometimes, but the special was so bad that we watched. Yeah, I mean, he's done a lot for comedy and comedians, and overall, he's like a good guy. He really seems like it. I appreciate his service to the 250. Yeah. You know, like you would a soldier. Yeah. But, no, I don't. I would never watch a stand-up. I would watch it. Maybe one of his shows.
I would hope that it was better than the last one. I would watch this one, just like especially watch this pretty bad.
I mean, he's like another one of these people that's probably like a really good host. You know, and great, like podcast host.
Cool party. Oh, okay.
Or that too. And like he's likable. I guess stand-up wise, I have zero interest in him.
Yeah.
That's not the Gadoosh at all. I think it's I like listen to me. I care what he thinks. And I'm like, damn, am I a grifter? You tell me comments. Comment whether you think Charles is a grifter.
I would grift. Like, anytime I thought about trying to do that, but then I think about all the work that's involved because I'm pretty, knowledgeable about the space. The amount of work they put into this is not for the fucking Gerardo of art, dude.
Yeah, I got a YouTube name for you if you want to try. Too lazy to grift. No, I get it. That's true. There's so much. I've thought about it myself. It is a lot of effort. I couldn't do the editing part, but even just the writing out, the commentary, that's devoting a lot of time. If you devote all this time to like one specific video, and it's like attack, and then it's not good. You understand?
Yeah. I like other commentary channels on YouTube that aren't exactly comedy based. Like there's one that does a lot about the rap world called Deleted, and I really enjoy his special or his style of commentary because it's very heavily joke based. But I'm not a part of that culture, like black culture, where those jokes just hit pretty good for Mexicans like me. You know what I mean? And I don't know if I would be able to have that sort of effect on somebody else in a jokey way. I think I would take it too seriously. Be like, when he comes, fuck you, start crying on the recording.
You get really mad. Yeah, that's not as funny. American Breed kind of. They all have like an even keel way to them.
And the style, style.
Yeah. I'll never get over that one episode we brought up on the podcast. It's literally just him talking about him. I cannot believe that. Like the Eric Andre thing is fascinating. That should really be in textbooks someday. There was a period of time, maybe it's still going on, where guys would watch another guy talk about comedians talking on an episode and come to the conclusion that nothing really happened. Right? It's like Eric Andre went on there. They got kind of heated on each other, but at the end of the day, I think they're still friends. And I listened to that and I was like, I'd listen to it again.
I want to show this one.
I'd listen. Not only would I listen to this episode again if it was boring, I'd probably listen to another episode that was exactly the same but a different character. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? But I realized you drive around in it like constantly. So you need something to listen to. You're gonna run out of podcasts, and then these whole self-help thing where it's like learn how to do this while you're driving. No, I don't want to die. I'm gonna learn how to. I'm learning Spanish. I'm concentrating, and then I get hit by a two-wheeler.
Okay, so
I get hit by a truck.
Here's this is kind of leads me to the thing I wanted to talk about today, which we only have so much time left, which is the perfect time I think to bring it up because I don't know how much gas this has, but let's go get it. So I've had that same kind of thought thing where it's like, what am I doing with my time? I'm just watching podcast streams, too lazy to try it. Every time they drop, I have notifications on, and I'm like dropping everything when they post. So I'm trying to start to read. I already told you I'm watching this YouTube series called Predictive History, where he's gone to another seminar now talking about the great books. And so he's starting with the Iliad. And so I bought the Iliad, and I've been reading the Iliad for a couple of weeks now. Like in 2 weeks. Yeah, I love it. It took me forever. I just started reading the Iliad, but I read the introduction. That's like 50 pages for about a week and a half. And because it's like, they translate the Iliad. The Iliad's not in the original language because it's ancient Greek. Yeah. They have like introduction notes, translator notes, and then just like random meter notes of like how they wrote the actual book. And do you know the story of the Iliad?
Is the Iliad the one with like Homer or something, or Aeneas?
Homer wrote or it's written by Homer. It's a Homeric.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So and it's about like a Greek guy that like leaves his wife and goes on a boat.
Okay, so I think you're thinking about the Odyssey. That's not the Iliad. That's Odysseus trying to get back from the Trojan War. Trying to get back home from which one is the Iliad? The Iliad is a book about the conflict between Agamemnon and Achilles.
Oh yeah, Troy. Yeah.
Right. So Achilles. Long story short, this is going to be a long story, but I'm getting somewhere here. I thought it was funny, right? Sure. Achilles, basically, the beginning of the book. I'm only on the first book right now. It's 24 books, something like this in the book. So I'm on the first book where Achilles and Agamemnon are asking a seer like, what's going to happen? You know what I mean? And the seer goes like, all right, I can tell you, like, you guys know me. I tell you guys everything. He's like Timur. He's like, you actually had Proverbs. You're going to get the facts. But here's the thing. Agamemnon is the leader of men. He's like kind of like the god of men. I don't know if he's a god. He's not a god, but he's a king. He's a king leader of men, right? He goes, the leader of men amongst you is not going to like what the fuck I have to say. And then Achilles is like, he's a big guy. He'll handle it, you know what I mean? And then he goes like he stole a girl, and the gods do not like that. He needs to get the girl back. And then Agamemnon's like, oh, come on, I get one girl, and everyone freaks out. This and that. Helen of Troy, right? Whoever the girl is, I don't want to say something I don't know. Because I need to reread it too, but this is what I've got so far. The girl, he stole a girl. Totally Helen of Troy. But they fucking, fine, if you take Helen from me, dude, I get to have one of Achilles' bitches, dude. Like, that's what he wants. And Achilles is like, God damn it, every time you fuck up, you fuck me. Why do you fuck me? Why do you fuck up, dude? Right? Anyways, that's the first part that I'm at right now. Anyways, the whole story is that Achilles is like the best warrior on earth, right? And he's like, y'all need the Greeks need if they want to defeat Troy. Yeah, the battle at Troy is already happening when this book starts. Okay, so Achilles is like, I'm out. You guys need me. You guys are gonna lose without me. So fuck you. He starts jacking off. He's like, y'all want to let you? I'll give you the let you. He starts saying stuff like this, and then he goes back home and he's like chilling. He's like, nah, because they're not gonna win. Yeah, they're gonna fucking lose if I'm not there, dude. You know, and so and then his homie Patroclus, the guy that they both fuck, right? Like Greeks like to fuck with men. So like the guy that he fucks, Patroclus, is like, oh dang, why don't you just go out there and help him, you know? And then he's like, no, shut up. And he probably fucked up. But then he was like, listen, go over there and tell him like I'm not coming. But don't ever fucking fight for me. Do not fight. Do not take my glory. You know? Yeah. He's like, cool story, but he goes, he gets killed by Hector. Yes, and Achilles is like, hey, what the hell? Yeah. They needed me there. And then he eventually ends up going, he kills Hector, and then he parades him around town. He's like, fuck Hector. He starts pissing on him, dude. He starts like slapping him around, and he's already dead, you know? All of Achilles' men are like, oh, goddamn, chill. And then he's like, no. This will sucks, you know? But he's feeling really sad in his heart. And then he goes back to Agamemnon, and Agamemnon's like, I forgive you. Hector is Agamemnon's son. And then so he's like, God damn, Achilles like, whoa, you forgive me. And then he gives back Hector, and then they have a proper burial. The whole point of the book is forgiveness. Right? Here's the thing that I thought, right? I don't know if I had to say that whole thing, probably unnecessary, but when I'm cooking, I don't stop. I like to eat sausage salad. So, who is Achilles in the comic world?
Who is Achilles? So that would be a god. No, besides just Achilles, demigod. He's not a demigod, yeah, but like a little bit. Almost a god, right? Because I get helped by the ankle.
You're getting close to what I'm thinking, so. Oh my god.
I'm kidding, dude.
I think Hitchcliff is Hector.
Oh yeah. Hector's like, yo. Also, like, I don't know. I totally don't remember the story of it. Because Agamemnon. What was the other king? There's two kings, right? Do you remember? There's like, I don't know. Anyway. Who's Achilles? Let's see. I bet you think it's like Shane Gillis or something. Dave Chappelle? Yeah. Okay. Why do you think that?
Because at the height of his power, he disappeared, dude. He was like, they Agamemnon is Jonah, for sure.
Or, yeah, but did they make peace? Agamemnon and Achilles, you're saying? I don't remember. The Troy Wars are the company civil wars. The problem is I don't read books because books have been now, that's interesting. So, how long is that book?
It's pretty. It's like.
You read the whole thing?
No, I'm on the first book. I said,
I'd waste it. I made it sound like the whole thing is about forgiveness. I was like, did he finish it?
no, so I read the whole introduction. The whole introduction runs through the whole book. Yeah, it's like it's hard to follow along, and then it's in like what is it called? Like the proper class of English that it would be in the times of ancient Greece.
Yeah.
Like how he wrote it for the Greeks at that time. This author wrote it for us today, basically. So it's a lot of introduction reading. I got all that from it. I've been watching videos about the Iliad, trying to figure out. It's like the Bible before the Bible. It's true.
I'm curious to know what are the other books that this guy says are like the great books.
Oh, those are great books. It's like Dante. What is it called? The Divine Comedy.
Are they all super old?
Yeah, kind of. Like,
Are there any from like 18?
Rich Dad Poor Dad. Just kidding.
Yes,
There's Dante. I think there's what's the like Immanuel Kant.
Oh, Kant.
Yeah.
That's supposedly pretty hard to read. But what I gathered from Kant in my intro to ethics classes that I agree
I mean, Kant is a philosopher, like a philosopher.
Yeah, he's like he is the who's Kant? Probably Alpha Graveyard.
Yeah.
That's probably who Kant is.
Yeah, dude, and Homer is too lazy to try. He's the first dude.
Kant's probably a lot more modern, though. He's like a German.
Yeah, Elephant Graveyard is not that old. He's one of the newest on the scene. He took over the scene. As far as philosophy goes in comedy, yeah. Elephant Graveyard fucking does with his series.
Yeah, Universal True. Like there's an act there, Universal Maximum, whatever. That's something that there's a right answer for everything. I don't know.
Yeah, Kant was what is it called? Phenomenon and nomina. Like, phenomenon is what we see, nomina is real life. It's like a thing we can't see. Yeah, whatever. That's Kant's kind
I want to hear what all the great philosophers think about, like actual philosophers commenting on things in comedy, YouTube comments or anything.
It's weird because like sometimes when you make jokes, it makes me look retarded or stupid, dude. You know what I mean?
I don't think it makes you look stupid.
Like, why am I saying this to the guy that does his crowd work afterwards?
I'm fine, dig it. Ain't nobody like a dinner party.
Ain't no philosophy like a con philosophy.
Because listen, these are the things I would try and get out. I mean, maybe I would respect them too much to bring it up. But if I could, and I was drinking with Con, what do you think of, like, there's this comedian that fucking, tells people to come on stage and help us.
Oh, what do you think about that? I got a way better scenario. My bad, I was listening to what you said, but I wasn't listening to it. That's fine. Donnell Rawlings is the co-host. Okay. Because he goes on till Tony dies multiple times. And then Chappelle one day is going to go on to kill Tony. And then that's why Tony's actor, he kills Tony.
He kills Tony. I like the name. I like that.
Yeah, and then he parades himself around and talks about like fuck Tony. She fucked up my friend Donnell. And then Joe Rogan's like,
But Chappelle doesn't do that. He doesn't really hate on Tony.
yeah, I mean, Achilles was just a warrior. He wasn't known for like massacring bodies. But he was just feeling so fucked up for like his best friend.
But I do think Achilles being Chappelle is pretty good. Because, like, Achilles is the best fighter or whatever. Chappelle is the best comedian. Although there's not much of a I guess the decline is doesn't Achilles gets shot in the heel, right? That's spoiler for you, I just did. But,
No, I mean, that's not in Alien, but yeah, no.
does he die later?
The Iliad is literally just like, it's not that long of a book. It's not about the Trojan War. It's literally about this conflict between Achilles and Agamemnon.
Okay, I might not even know what happens in that one, but I assume that's how he dies.
Here's the thing, like, what trips me out about it, and like, maybe this is just for today, but what trips me out is like the idea that whatever, like, the samurai thing is, where they accept death every day. Like, on the edge of like complete glory is certain death. That's what tripped me out today. You know what I mean?
So on the edge of your glorious death, what do you mean with
On the edge of like the highest glory, like winning a battle or something like this.
yeah?
Like you're willing to die while achieving it.
Okay.
In this scenario of the great tragedy, whatever.
Right.
And anyways, that just that idea that trips me out. It's like in order to get that far, you have to be willing to die. I don't want you to see like this as my own parallel to anything I do in my life. I'm just saying that this is the human condition. Oh my God, don't make a joke, dude. Come on. God damn it, dude. You were looking at me like you're about to say fucking Huevos Rancheros or something back.
That was when John was willing to die. Right before his incarnate son, you can see it in his eyes.
That's an excellent example. That's what I'm talking about. So now you understand where I'm coming from, dude. Like to put out the Gringo Pop, you gotta be willing to die.
Yeah, I mean, all of it, I guess, in a way. And I don't know if it necessarily needs that to be great art, but it maybe doesn't hurt if you, like, the first guy there should have been willing to let his kids die if he wants great art, I think. No, I mean, yeah, the more you're willing to sacrifice, I suppose, the greater the stakes. You raise the stakes, it makes it more interesting.
And the book talks about how I fucking hate you so much, dude. But the book talks about how, like, because you please the gods, basically, in this Greek ideology, right? Like Achilles is Zeus's favorite, and Zeus is whatever god of shits, whatever. And everyone, okay, so I can't stop thinking about like what joke I could make about shop, dude. But it's basically like everyone's given a certain amount of time. You know what I mean? Achilles is the best warrior, but he's like that close to death at all times.
Okay, but
It doesn't matter how much the gods love you, you're going to die.
can I ask you a question about that? Okay, but how many chicks does
Achilles fucks a lot of chicks, dude.
Alright, so
There's a lot of R wording going on at this time.
that's one question, but Zeus is the god of all gods. Like, is he 5'8", 6'2"? Like, how much does it count? Can he do 20 reps at like 225?
Yeah.
Because that'd be crazy. Like, Brendan Schaub is more yoked than Zeus.
Well, in this scenario, Brendan Schaub is Zeus for sure.
Oh yeah, he's an Adonis, dude. He's a Greek. I bet if you asked Brendan Schaub which Greek god you were, he wouldn't have any idea what you're talking about. But he'd be like, "I'm the guy that like carries the rock. I push the rock. I could definitely do that."
And then Brian Callen is Apollo.
Yeah, which one would he be?
The god of sun.
Why? Because
No, because I just like saying Apollo.
yes, because he's my son. I love the sun. Brian Callen sucks ass. He wouldn't be a great god.
And Gether is the god of grasshoppers or something, dude.
I don't think he'd last too long in ancient Greece.
No, for sure.
But we got voicemails.
I think we do actually. Oh shit, let me see. The Iliad part. Yeah. Let me see.
I don't think so. I'm rating Great Expectations.
Really? Nice. Wow, it was 3 minutes. I think I already heard that one though. Let's see here. This is our voicemail box. If you want to leave us a voicemail, leave us a call at 775-557-8667. Give us a call at 775-557-TMOS. And we'll play it on the show like this.
Happy New Year, by the way, Margo, if the dude heard me, you got me. Because you didn't know who this was. It's the Lone Bar. A long time. The lovely Chica and Beta Baba Cat. We just have the New Year to everyone. And I was going to say something, but I lost it. So here, love you guys, and
That sounds like me, dude. I have something to say and I forget it.
Thank you, Balloon Fart. Shout out to you. Sorry, I'll never forget your name again. Let's see this one.
hey, you're all going, Brandon.
Oh, yeah.
So, you got 2 runs on it. We appreciate it. It's nice, Brandon.
Yeah, that was so good. I listened to it, I think, off the podcast, and I was like, oh, this is so good.
It's Jarrell, though.
Let's see if this is I don't think this is a real voice. It's just 2.5 minutes left of
Interesting. Well, I probably forgot to hang up or something. But I laugh Canadian Graves. I got that. That's funny.
the Canadian Graves Association.
I don't think I could go cold turkey from shop. I think even if we didn't do it, I'd probably check in every once in a while.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy, dude. But yeah, I always find myself checking in on Jake's, dude. You know, table for one every time, dude.
We gotta go back to. We should go back to PFG. Just the 2 of us.
Yeah, no doubt. Just the 2 of us eating orange chicken. Yeah, just the 2 of us and some Mark. Maybe we can take Mark.
We can take Mark. Yeah, we'd invite you guys. Last time we tried to get people out, it was me, Mark, Bruno, a guy from my work, and Miguel.
Yeah.
So, I don't think we're gonna do that again. But anyways, thanks for tuning in. Have a great week. We'll see you next week.
That all adds together for the sheer that all adds together to make up the sheer of another movie. Those will get just aim this time. The person who eats a little bit, the two don't add up to make one. It's a bit of a track. And a fever track is eating and a sea effect is drinking. Let's begin my husband. And it's funny.
Welcome back to Rock Tweets. Thanks for tuning in. As always, share the Patreon thread. On the Patreon, you get early access to our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop. So join that and you get some that show. Yeah, Daddy!
I muted your mic because the song is coming out. Oh, yeah. I'm just kidding. No,
Thank goodness. But anyways, yeah. So join the Patreon, obviously. And I will say this real quick. I'm doing okay. Today is, I would say, the smallest headache I've had since 5 ants. And I did take a week-long break because, or 2 week-long, a few days break because I had a holiday. I was supposed to take on a holiday.
that'd be funny if you got so addicted so fast.
Yeah, I was like, well, I knew I loved it so much. No, I think I had been on a starter dose or something. I don't really feel much of a difference right now. But anyways, you were telling me you got something. Oh, it's embarrassing that you want to talk about. Welcome to my office. Hi, my name's Brennan.
Hi, Brendan. I can't shake because we have to switch it now, but
I was just trying to redo how you say, hey, my name's Gerardo.
oh yeah, I forgot you don't shake Latino's hands. You were saying that earlier.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. No, it's not that embarrassing that it deserves like a whole intro, but it is. I guess maybe you'll be able to identify with how embarrassing it is. I've been really into Lord of the Rings lately.
That's what's embarrassing?
Yeah, like nerd shit. You know what I mean?
You weren't already way into that?
I was, but I get these like I know what's happening right after the Lord of the Rings binge I'm on right now. Fucking World War II binge right after Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah, that's a cycle, right? It starts with Lord of the Rings. What do you do during the Lord of the Rings binge?
Dude, I've been watching this channel called The Deep Geek.
Okay, it's a YouTube thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I watched the movie. I watched the first movie.
Watch the movies.
Extended version.
And then you're like, wait, what is that? Let me find more content to get this Lord of the Rings.
You're like, I wonder what the whole Lord of the Rings saga was like through Gollum's eyes. And then I watched that whole video. And then I'm like, I wonder what the whole saga was like through Sauron's eyes.
And they have stuff like that on YouTube. It's funny that you say that because today at work someone brought up Lord of the Rings. I used it as like a metaphor.
Yeah.
They were talking about like a boat. People go on a boat somewhere at the end of the rings, and some people follow them and some people don't.
Yeah, I forget. But into the first Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship breaks up. Frodo and Sam take a boat, and Pippin and Merry are taken by the orcs. And Aragorn doesn't know where to go. You know what I'm saying? He's like, what are we doing here? He's like, do I go for Frodo or do I go for the other hobbits? I don't even know what hobbits are with the orcs. So it might be Frodo, so let me just go save those fools. And now Frodo and Sam are out by themselves, and then they run into Gollum.
And Gollum, who like the little, Schmeagol. Gollum, or Schmeagol was my pledge name, which I've talked about before. I had to say, my name is Schmeagol. And touch my pledge name, go, this is my precious. I had to say that whenever it was requested. This pledge. And I was like, why am I Schmeagol? And you think they would be nice about it? You know, like, oh, it's just that they were like, because you look like Schmeagol. That's another thing that I've started. Do I look like Schmeagol?
It's kind of nice, though. That's kind of nice, because Gollum is the bad Schmeagol is what he was before Gollum.
You're right. Actually, I've already talked. I posted a picture of me and Schmeagol. Remember that? I was like, what's the difference? I forget what it was. But I honestly saw a little bit of like similarity there, and that's sad. But look, you didn't tune in because I'm tuned in because I talk about Prison Break Shop. Well, sorry, let's go back to Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah, no, I just been deep in it. I'm deep in the LOTR right now.
There's 3 movies. Have you watched all 3?
No, I'm waiting 2 weeks to watch the second one.
Okay, so you just watched the first
I watched the first one. I'm very busy right now, so I found time Saturday night to watch the first one.
I gotta get back. I gotta give it another try because I watched it and I was a kid.
Oh my god!
Yeah, and I was like, this doesn't.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch the extended version.
Oh, is it different than the one that was in theaters? It's like 4 hours compared to 2 hours.
Yeah.
I don't really want to read the books either because I have so many books to read. And those books are what 600, 700 pages.
Yeah, I read the books a long time ago. I don't remember jack shit from the books.
Yeah, I mean, I like Game of Thrones. Is it? I know this has been asked a million times, but is it like Game of Thrones?
It kind of is, but it kind of isn't. Lord of the Rings is kind of like very religious based. It's very like coded religious. Game of Thrones is for fucking heathens, dog. It's like people on the book all the time, stuff like this. You know, people like, yeah. That's what I mean. I like it. And Lord of the Rings has a satisfying ending, so that's where Game of Thrones cannot hold the fuck anything to.
I I guess I only know the ending from the TV show, which was terrible. But I guess that is the ending from the book.
Well, guess what, dude? There's no fucking ending.
In Lord of the Rings, there's no ending.
No, the other one, Game of Thrones.
Oh, why not?
Because this guy's out there fucking a bunch of hosts and stuff. He's not even finished writing the books yet.
I guess so. And I tried to watch the prequel thing of Game of Thrones. I didn't like that either. And then that was too much Lord of the Rings.
Oh, come on, dude. House of Dragons is fucking great.
Oh, and you know what else? Oh, you like that?
Yeah.
Oh, what the
You
fuck?
gotta sit through some fucking slog first, but you, like, your love for Game of Thrones helps you sit through that bullshit first, and then it gets really fucking good towards the second season.
Maybe if I was on 5/8,
You lock in on 5 days, dude.
yeah, it will allow you to lock in big projects. At least I saw that a little bit.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know. Game of Thrones, that's another thing where I'm kind of judging it a little bit without having seen all of them. And what is it?
Because it takes attempted for investigation, stuff like this.
But I watched the first one and it didn't hit for me.
Well, yeah, the first one's a lot of exposition. Second one is my favorite. Third one is everyone's favorite.
Is the bad guy an eye? Like Eye of Sauron? Is it just an eye?
Dude, am I about to explain Game of Thrones?
I guess it's lame, Dad, but to me that sounds lame.
Oh, no. I didn't say yes or no. You have to specify it.
Because in my mind, the bad guy's an eye, that sucks. But it's also a dragon, right? There's a dragon that's Benedict Cumberbatch. That's the Hobbit.
That's so it's different. Yeah. The Hobbit chronologically is the first book that J.R.R. Tolkien wrote.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but Fellowship of the Ring came after that because The Hobbit did so well in the 40s or whatever, the 30s. And then he wrote The Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, Return of the King.
The books, those kinds of things, they always go like that, right? You write a story, it sells really well. They go, oh, actually, 400 years ago, the prequel or whatever it is, or like,
Oh, I think the Hobbit is the prequel.
or 400 years later, it's either one. One of them does, like, because Game of Thrones did that. A lot of
It's fucking interesting. Why do you hate on just like a concept that people are like,
it's a sales technique. You know,
I'm sorry, Mr. Numbers Guy.
There's just no way to do it 10 minutes of shop. You know, there's no prequel or after thing.
You can't even watch LeBron James on Ball at 43 years old and say, look, he's fucking talented. You have to hate on him somehow.
Well, LeBron sucks, and everybody agreed with me.
Jesus Christ.
Everybody. I mean, the NBA also kind of sucks.
Sauron is not an eye. Okay, he is one of the Maya. They're like these angelic figures like Gandalf's a Maya type thing. They're like wizards and stuff.
Maya?
Yeah, that's what they're calling the fucking lore. Okay, so he is like some sort of like, let's say like a demigod in a sense, right? Middle Earth. And there was a bunch of rings. I don't know how those were created. Somebody in the comments, please tell us. And then he was like, yo, that's a lot of rings. You know what I mean? I want to have one. You know?
Every time you describe, not you specifically, the like, you know, the you or whatever, including myself, when you describe something like a Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings or Dungeons and Dragons to somebody who doesn't know what you're talking about, it sounds so, in the text, it's but nerdy and like boring, you know? Like, you describe, then there's rings and a Maya. It would be kind of, if I was like, well, then there's Count Drogo, right? And he's
How dare you compare Sauron to Count Drogo?
Or what, is that even Count Drogo? Cal Drogo. Cal Drogo is the head of the guys that ride on horses. But I would be bad because I don't remember the names. I just watched it. I don't remember the name. Drogo, and then fucking, what's her name is the last dragon? Daenerys Stormborn. She's with the Targaryen people, and the Targaryens used to be king. You start doing it and you sound lame.
Okay, I don't mind sounding lame. Why are you worried about what people think of you?
I guess that's a good thing. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sound.
I'm like so balls deep in Lord of the Rings, I'm willing to say it publicly right now.
I don't think it's a bad thing. A lot of people like Lord of the Rings.
It's like being fascinated by Hitler. You're just like, dude, that guy fucking attacked. He figured out how to kill all the French in like a week. You know?
And so that's how you get into World War II, is what you're saying.
No, yeah, well, that too. But I'm saying, like, it's kind of the same thing in my opinion. It's just like, you're like, you know, we run in the hamster wheel of like history stuff, and it just has to be learned instead of like real history.
I don't see that Hitler, what he has to do with the
People talking about World War II. That's interesting, but it's not nerdy as it is like talking about a fucking fantasy book series.
It could be kind of nerdy. It's okay. I think because I like World War II, but then there are the guys that know what kind of tank it is, and then the different ranks of the, the different kind of shotgun, or not shotgun, a rifle or whatever. That would be kind of nerdy. I think. Ruger. The Germans use that. Yeah. But I gotta tell you what did. This is probably not even worth talking about, but guess what?
No, it's not an eye that made the ring, dude. That's, anyways,
Who made the ring?
I was going to explain that to you right now. I was going to start off saying that I'm a fucking nerd.
A little bit. Who made the ring?
Anyways, long story short, there's
I need to tell you who made the ring. I need to.
Sauron made the ring.
Okay.
He's how you like that? No. Sauron's one of the mice. He's like a demigod.
Okay, take it.
All right. Yeah. The eye of Sauron, it just an all-seeing thing. He has a radius that he can see everything.
But he uses the eye to see everything. The Maya does.
And there's like the Palantir that you can see through the Palantir, stuff like this.
Is that why Palantir is named that?
It's the all-seeing stone in Lord of the Rings.
Oh, well, that makes perfect sense.
But that's surveillance. I'm sorry, go ahead. That was all I needed to say. I just don't want you thinking that I made a ring.
I didn't even hear that part. But now I know. Like, I didn't. Yeah.
No, you said that. You said that didn't an eye make a ring?
Oh, I did. Dude, I don't know.
Papa Five, man, dude. Where's our fucking team at, dude?
I got Graves. But no, what happened this week is my fiance made can you believe that?
Was it after the tater tots or before?
Dude, no tater tots this week.
You must be enraged.
Yeah, I'm strict. I know normally white people need it once a week, white person hand out. But no, dude. She said, hey, I'm gonna make some carne asada this week and put it on vegetables or whatever. What do you think of that? I didn't even go through the old noggin at all. That the shop thing. I didn't even say, she made a sauce that was kind of like a pesto chicken trust on there. Carne asada from Trader Joe's, so shout out to Trader Joe's, very good. I ate the whole thing, didn't think about it. Just something you said, David.
It's my Mexican.
Yeah, I just looked at you and said, carne asada. So I finally did it.
So she put mayonnaise on it?
It was like chimichurri eggs. I didn't catch that either. Chimichurri sauce was
That sounds delicious, dude.
oh, so good. I don't think I can. Granted, I think she just heated it up. Trader Joe's carne asada. I don't know how she baked it. Maybe put some seasoning on it. Have you ever baked carne asada?
Yes,
I'm doing it on the rig.
well, yeah. On a grill, though. Like grilling carne asada.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, I want more on it. Now I understand more what I was talking about.
You should go to Vallarta or fucking Super or something. Get some of that fucking, it's marinated already.
Okay. That's probably what Travis is too.
And it's pretty simple. You just come home, dude. Fucking carne asada.
Is Vallarta's carne asada good? Yeah. Okay. I know. I've been to Super a lot. At Vallarta, I'm skeptical of her. I told you I got a tamale there, and it was not the greatest.
They're not saying they're greatest.
Not at all.
They're saving the good tamales in Mexico.
Yeah. What do you get? I mean, what's good at Vallarta besides that?
General cause. Check that. Plus, pork butt is usually what I get. I'll make carnitas.
What is the butt?
Shoulder.
Dude, I don't know if I should admit this. I got actually really embarrassed.
Oh, okay. It's more embarrassing than me being a nerd.
Yeah.
Okay, go for
Because
it.
my fiance was like, are you serious? I was in line at Vaughn's, and this really annoying lady was behind us. She kept talking about, she had this weird accent. I couldn't tell what it was. And she was making my fiance angry. She kept bumping into her. And then I heard the lady go, oh yeah, I got this whole ham. I'm gonna microwave this ham. I'm gonna microwave it and then make ham hocks. And I was like, man, you're microwaving ham. That's disgusting. And afterwards, I go, did you hear that lady? She said she's gonna microwave ham. I was like, oh, gross. I go, and she said she's gonna make ham hocks. I was like, what's a ham? She goes, oh, I think it's just the cut of the ham or whatever.
I said, what kind of meat is ham? And I got even worse than that. Even worse than I didn't know it was a pig. I was like, isn't ham a bird? You're being serious? It's, I was like, this turkey's a bird. This ham, my whole life, I never really thought of that. I always thought like ham was like a kind of, it came from a bird of some kind. I was like, it's ham chicken. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But honestly, it's not a real possibility. I never thought of it. Yeah, it's like orange chicken, right? Orange chicken. I don't know anything. I'm an only child that was caught since birth. There's so the amount of things I don't know, Phil. You know, definitely that small ice fridge over there. Fuck you, you don't bring me into this shit. Dude, I was like, and she goes, what? Are you serious? She was like, she was very shocked and appalled that no ham was a bird. I mean, it wasn't a bird. It's a pig. Yeah, it's a part of a pig. You know what part it is? It's ham is just a cooked pig. Okay, but it's probably part of the pig, right? Right. Tastes like ass is probably not the best of both of us. See, you don't know this shit. You don't know. You're gonna click online. No, Danny, you didn't know what ham hocks were. Well, you're making me doing a podcast with another guy who doesn't know shit. Ham comes from behind the leg. Your leg of the pig. Specifically from the rump. It's so good. Oh yeah. Ham. I mean, it's not my favorite thing, but it's a lot better than turkey. And this, how come turkey doesn't have anything like different? Why doesn't turkey have a ham? You know? Well, turkey is the breast. Turkey. Oh, it's only the breast? Yeah. I'm really exposing myself here. Is there white meat and dark meat on the turkey? Oh, fuck. See, you don't know this stuff. And don't act like you know it either. Maybe you do, because you cook whatever. I don't cook. The last time I used to have a grill and I used not cook at all. Yeah, so turkey thigh is dark meat and white meat is the breast with the wings. So white and dark meat, is that, well, you don't need to look this up, but this is just another rhetorical question. Every animal has white and dark meat? And which one do you prefer? No, I do prefer chicken thigh. What is that, white or dark? Okay, I like the white meat. Why do you look at me like that? I know I like the white meat because I go to Peruvian chicken spots and I always go white. So a lot of times it's a little more expensive. Yeah. I don't hate dark meat, but I would prefer white meat. Just for whatever reason, I like it. It's a little more dry. But when I cook rice and chicken with chicken thigh, shit's juicy. Yeah, I guess it depends also on like what you have in it, because I bet there's some things that I have that's dark meat that people they make it in a certain way with sauce. Yeah, it's not a deal on the fucking thigh meat. Do you pause? What do you think though? Is that are you shocked and appalled that I didn't know what a ham was? Yeah, but it's just like ham is so easy, dude. It's just big. I guess I never really thought of it. Nobody has to really. I think you're born with it. How are you being born with it? Because that's all. I mean, being more facetious, but like I always knew ham was big. I mean, yeah. If you were a 7-year-old, they're asking like, "Mom, what's ham?" They'd fucking make fun of you, dude. I thought ham was a part of a bird. Type is ham a bird or is ham part of a bird? See if anyone else is. What is ham? Has anyone else searched that? What is ham made of? Casual composite. Traditional ham is not part of a bird. Do we have the worst podcast of all time? I think it's funny. I mean, I do want to get to that tweet. Everyone's been talking about that guy, but I thought that was kind of funny that I didn't know. So, well, you might see turkey ham, regular ham. What's turkey ham? So there is turkey ham. Don't act like you're normal, dude. Look at that. Turkey ham, dog. A deli product made from cured turkey thigh, always labeled as such to indicate it's not pork. Oh, yeah, it's pork. Pork is big. I know pork is big. Okay, I know that. So, but I never really thought about the whole, like, I don't eat pork. So that means none of the pigs. Obviously, meat pork is like bacon, and then barbecue pork. Why is I'm still on my thing. How come turkey has nothing and pig has like a bunch of different things? I guess turkey sausage, but that's like a whole other thing. You can make a lot of sausages. Sausage salad. I like how they knew I was going to say different kinds of ham, but I was looking for different types of turkey. This kind of reminds me of like when Jessica Simpson said the thing about the tuna, whatever. I forget what she didn't know. It was chicken of the sea, or whatever. She thought there was chicken in the sea. I can't remember, but I'm not unlike her. Let's see different edible parts of turkey. They got giblets, liver, heart, gizzard, neck. That's nasty. For rich gravies and stocks, wings are flavorful roasting. Entire carcass for making flavorful broth. Utilizing nearly every part of the bird for different textures and tastes. But no ham, no bacon. Oh wait, there's turkey bacon. There is. Breast, thighs, drumsticks, and wings. The main ones. There's a ham steak too, but that's more. I was eating turkey back. When I want to ask a waiter, I want a steak. I want a steak, and I want beef. But I want ham. The ham part of the beef. I want a steak that tastes like a steak. You better just go there at the start of the shift. Yeah. I want to go to a restaurant and ask. I want to order a ham and be like, "What is ham? Is that a bird?" Another thing too, you can ask me about your ADHD, right? And I asked you a specific question at the beginning of the podcast. Or not before the podcast, and you're so scared. Why want to tell me? I asked you, that was your Diet Coke right there. Oh, fuck. Where does this come from? I don't know. Oh, that's really yours. Yeah, because this one was down here. I knew I got one from you. Guess what? You just got Cooney. It's yours. Definitely yours. That's yours. You tell me with convictions that mine's right there where you grab that one. Well, like, never fucking, if I move, you gotta wait till I get back to where I was originally before you got the right question. I moved. I might have not the right answer. Do you want to move to this tweet here now? Yeah. So I saw this tweet. I wanted to hear what you guys think about it because it made me laugh. And for 2 days, this guy's been getting destroyed on Twitter for this. Okay, so I'm gonna read it. It's quite long. Yeah. It's worth a read, right? Yeah, definitely. I think it's interesting. Am I just a monster? By Justin Murphy. Am I just a monster? I haven't seen it. Am I just a monster? It's been 4 years since I became a father, and I'm beginning to fear for my soul. Oh my god. So off the first 2 sentences. Yes, I probably don't go to Twitter. Just figure your shit out, dude. That's what a lot of people said. The truth is, I just don't. Minutes each day, maybe 2 times a day. Taking breaks from work, my feelings of love towards them are perfectly strong. But if I have to watch them or entertain them for more than about 10 minutes, my blood starts to boil. I just want to be working or accomplishing something. I try to be grateful, but it doesn't work. Okay, so should I keep reading here? You can comment on that. I mean, what do you think about that? I think he hates his wife. Okay. So it's his wife that's the real issue, and he's just using this as a mask for that. No, he hates his wife. He's not a good person. I'm not trying to be on his side at all, right? He hates his wife, and he's taking it out on his kids. He hates his wife and his kids. I did not graduate. I mean, maybe. Yeah. What got me about that first part is I think it's so funny to say 10 minutes. So he can do about as much with his kids as we can do with shop. And I'm just not thinking about that. I didn't think about the shop thing at first. I just said 10 minutes copy. Really? Just first 10 minutes is all you can do with the kids. Wow. Because I can do more than that with my dog. It's not even my dog. Yeah, it's not even my dog. It's my fiance's dog. I will pet that dog for like 15 to 20 minutes and be like, this is amazing. I don't want to go to work because I'd rather be petting the dog. I don't want to do anything else. I don't want to read now or watch TV. I'd rather just cuddle the dog and be, oh, look at that dog. Oh, you're so cute. I literally do that. And that dog hates me. That dog has bit my face. So if I had kids, I don't know if I'd always be like amped to throw the ball around if I'm exhausted and I'm sure it gets tiring. But 10 minutes is not a long time.
Yeah. Also, like segmenting your time, like 140 minutes. It's Tuesday. You spend 2 hours with your kids, and so from Wednesday through Sunday, you're done for the week.
It is very strange to know that 70 to 140. That's not even a normal count of minutes. They're like, what do you spend 70 to 100? Are you mapping out your day then?
There's like somebody that uses ChatGPT to like budget their life.
Dude, can you imagine that if he's using ChatGPT and he put his thoughts in ChatGPT and they're like, we'll structure a tree for you. And they structure this, and he goes, oh yeah, oh, so it is 70 to 140 minutes.
It's also like reinforcing your ideas, like, yeah, kids do suck. So just spend like 140 minutes with them a week.
The computer is trying to get break families apart and make us more robotic so that they can control us better, or the government can. Maybe that's what this guy's psyop. He's on ChatGPT too much. It's making me hurt.
Wow. And it's 9 a.m. on Saturday, January 3rd. You can count them all. It's a Sunday. Austin, oh God, dude. It's an Austin. Comedy's not going well. Oh no. That's a kind of Oh no. It's a sunny, warm day here in Austin. My 4-year-old son is 4 years old. They are awesome. Yeah, until 7. Then 7, they get a little rocky. Really different after that. That's my experience. That sounds right, kids.
That sounds right. I have no idea, but I do think it's funny. The Austin thing, of course. This guy, I mean, if he was from anywhere, where would he, right? Either Austin or Rio. Oh, there's no in between.
So it's 9 a.m. I'm throwing stones at my kids. My friend's begging me to play catch in the street. I was drinking coffee, still waking up, so I didn't really feel like it. But at this age, his desire to play is insatiable. Begged and begged, so I conceded, and with a smile, I have no problem being a kind and loving father. The problem is only that I do not enjoy it. It's not that I am trying to maximize my personal pleasure. It just seems wrong that I experience so little delight when my dad's friends all claim to experience so much. My dad's friends. This guy hates my dad friends. Oh, my dad friends against their also like fathers. Dude, this guy. Well, first of all, we're 3 paragraphs in. Why are you posting this to it? That's what a lot of people say. Yeah, maybe hit up one of your friends and be like, hey, you got a minute? And then like barrage him like one person.
This might not even be one of the things that you want to put in the group chat because you're going to get destroyed. But I think you should because that's part of it. You put your crazy thoughts into the group chat and then people attack you. So they, or at least in mine. It's very unfriendly. So, they can you can see where you're being crazy or whatever. Yeah, hopefully. And then other times you just say crazy shit, they don't call you out on it, and then the rest of the world hears it. That's what we're doing. That's how the whole Flappers thing started. That's how, yeah, exactly. The Flappers thing is that's all this way. So, yeah, I agree with you. It's definitely something that you don't want to post online because, obviously you look crazy, but also a lot of people are saying, your kids are going to see this. Someday it's going to be like, kind of sad. I didn't even think about that. My dad hated playing catch. They're not even playing catch for. My dad hated, the things that people remember for the rest of their life. Because how many times you heard a parent like, oh, I just wish they were young again. It's always, right? You were such a beautiful child. Oh, you slept, we got to read books. Like, that is when you're the most happy with your children.
This is my dad. If he was like interested in getting better, he would actually talk about his feelings all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing he was saying. I'm just letting it out, starting a conversation, which I don't really buy. But there was one guy that had advice here that I thought was interesting. He was saying, he's like, I hear you, don't kill me. But no, he said, just get a tater tot. No, he said, and that's why dads wake up early. He said you need an hour to wake up early to yourself, make coffee. That time is when you're kind of thinking about your own. I don't know if that's true or not, because I'm already doing. How much earlier can you wake up? I'm already I guess if I had kids, I would be up before them because I'd be waking up so much early. But I think it's decent advice for this psychopath. Let's see. It was beautiful. We live on a picturesque tree-lined block. I am even relatively relaxed from the holiday rest. Playing catch with your son is supposed to be an iconic peak experience. Yet for every single minute on the inside, I still want to be there. I want to be drinking my coffee in peace. But I feel guilty and absurdly ungrateful and ashamed when we're done. I know that when he is a teenager, I'll long to have these days back. I have all this perspective rationally, and I've been very patient and steadfast trying to digest it, but nothing fixes me emotionally. Am I a terrible person, or is my feeling within a certain range of historically written somebody music? Historically novel and its modern parenting norms that are off. Whether it's my fault or not, I don't even care. I just want to figure this out. Something is wrong, and I no longer have the excuse of being new to this. I mean, it's just the quote tweets are weird, but it's such a crazy thing to write about. I don't have kids, I don't know what it's like to have kids, but I imagine I'd have having kids playing with them is playing catch and showing them stuff, and that's the most fun. Dude, a guy with no shirt on in his profile picture saying, I don't know why you're posting this, but no stranger on the internet will read this like your son will one day, man. Connor Powers is smoking weed on the beach right now. He's like, dude, your kid's gonna read that. He got him on the early replies. Damn, my dude spent longer writing this tweet than his day in timeout. And then, can you imagine you write something and then immediately entertaining totally normal. I don't know how to talk about it. That's pretty close. He's just cooked by the modern world. He sounds like you're cooked by the modern woman who convinces you to be a second mother. Should be a more predictable women. 2 or 3 hours a week is perfect with a kid. That's why I have double-digit kids from gay women. White people have been cuffed by females who don't even bring them to school because they're forced to play patty cake. Men make pay for and discipline children. Rest of my women. I want to tweet something and have it entertain immediately. Of course you think that. This modern Irish man is cut by Graves' disease. Barbara does suck. And Fibers is bullshit. Everybody knows that you have to have 7 people come to show they can't. I would love for Adrian Tate to do a video about Fibers or Brendan Schaub. Can you imagine? Well, Brendan Schaub has done one. With him in COVID, he was like, man, great food at Flappers. Oh, shit, I did something. Oh, no, Brendan Schaub did the Flappers food. Flappers and a liver and food. Speaking of which, because, another person that was in that video was Whitney Cummings. Have you seen what Whitney Cummings' sisters did do? Oh, a little bit, but not me. Pause. But Whitney Cummings' sister she's yeah, I think there's probably a lot of problems with that view. All that, Whitney Cummings is buying views for her podcast. That's insane. I found that out on that one YouTube we watched. Did you know that? Oh, well, whenever American Redactor Podcast Cringe or one of these fucking godsends made a video, these heroes, thank you. You like your podcast? You like it? Thank American Redactor Podcast Cringe. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the last thing I saw from her was, I don't really know what's going on with the sister, but I saw she made something about putting, people that put on makeup are talking about how you have to respect indigenous people or something, but that they look like that it makes them look like they're native. Her face was so scary. She looked terrifying. So I took a picture of it and tweeted, just scary looking person. I mean, she's still attractive, but
just there's something in her eyes. So she's a little bit off, and it's I'm worried that what she'll do. I mean, I looked up Whitney Cummings for the most popular post in the last week on Reddit, and it's all porn. Yeah. She did make a porn bot or something, right? Or she did sex bot or something like that. It's just the name Cummings. But like to go to show, like she's got more views than fucking what's his name? Joe Rogan. No, because they're fake bot views. They're like comparable. You know? Yeah. Whitney Cummings. Imagine like, hey, someone so much to care about how many views they get. Who's watching? That's my common standard question. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's your family. Well, the views have gone down significantly, but there's a period of time here where she was getting millions, which is so weird. Also, this one here has 134,000. Like 1.5, 1.9, 1.3, 1.5, 2.1, 1.2, 1.4. You know what I mean? Maybe that she didn't put enough money in the account that day to buy the views. And she was like, oh my god, transfer money. 13 minutes of conspiracy theories. I don't know. Did you sign up for this? She'll try anything, man. Yeah. She's kind of at a like much bigger level. That kind of shit reminds me of when we first started the pod. We were trying to think of what to do on Patreon, and we were searching like YouTube videos. Oh, why don't we do like how to blow up? Oh no, that was fun. I know it was fun. I had a good time. I was stand by. I don't think it's bad content, but that's kind of what she's doing. She's just not good at it.
I did this thing on CNN on New Year's Eve where I sort of rattled off a bunch of things about the live feed that I just felt like establishment media was never going to cover. I'm so many questions. We're Boy Town of America. They renamed themselves Town of America. You know, I'll change their name, Sean Combs. And now conspiracy theorists think I'm their leader.
Nobody thinks that. Yeah, I don't think so. I haven't heard Too Lazy to try talking about you at all. Yeah. You're not in the Candace, Alex Jones debate. Yeah, Alex Jones is attacking Candace. No, he's not attacking her. Alex Jones has Whitney Cummings on. What are you thinking about this, Whitney? Or are you talking about conspiracy theories? I can't do Alex Jones either. Yeah, not like it.
Pharrell is a vampire. Everyone, shut up. I just met a flat earther in the wild. Words are fake.
I hate when comics do that. They make a D sound like a T and then they elongate it. Let's see, I just met a flat earth wild.
I just met a flat earther in the wild.
I love that. That's a new thing. Put that in the, not saying for me, put that in the book of things that we can look into now. And that's oh, that's great.
Words are fake. Why do you guys use the words between the bigger ones? It's like staccato, connecting words. Wayfair, pizza, Hillary, trafficking, Epstein. It's just like words, and you're like, I'm trying to string them all together. Here's anyone into conspiracy theories. You're gonna win.
It's not a bad idea, honestly, to get views, because what she's doing, what I think, is just crowd work, asking people what their conspiracy theories are, and then expanding it. So she's taking two things that she thinks will get her views: crowd work videos and conspiracy theories, and she's just repeating what they say. But now that I conspiracy, well, it has been there for about 55 seconds on top of her claiming that she is the internet's leading conspiracy theorist. I wonder why she thinks she's leading the conversation, or whether people are following her. You're just asking other people what they delusion. Yeah, she's living in this weird delusion. Yeah. And she blamed it on an energy drink. Did you see that? What did she blame it on? She was like, I'm detoxing right now from this energy drink that I've been drinking. I'm not going to name it because if they want to sponsor me or something. Yeah, but that's a lie, though. She's on Adderall. That's, you know what I mean? She's lying. She's sponsored by Adderall. She does that, like, famous people do this for people like you. Like, dude, I was driving my kid to baseball practice. Oh, that's why he didn't post for 3 weeks. I mean, she might, to be fair, devil's assistant, devil's acrobat. Adobe Acrobat. She might just have not had a ton of she's white as shit now.
Anna believes Avril Lavigne is not real. I did go see her at the forum. What was that? You think Avril Lavigne is dead? What do you do for a living, man? I'm genuinely curious. I'm on the edge of my seat. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing right now. I think it's more embarrassing for the hospital. Why do I feel like this is how Michael Jackson died? This exact. What's your favorite example of it? Everybody knows there was a Sinbad movie called Shazam. So there was a movie called Kazam with Sinbad and Shazam with Jack. So that's called racism. And there's other examples too of the Mandela effect, right?
You know what she does is that she gets the bit from the audience and then she works on it and she does it at another show. Acting like.
And this one show, somebody said that Shazam was a black guy, but really it's a white guy.
She gets it all wrong. Oh man, that had this. And that was another thing I'd say where, yeah, there's one show this guy said this to me. Yeah. No, he hasn't said that. But she's kind of, yeah, you're right. She's like, okay for that.
Bernstein Bears, and it was Berenstein, right? And that's anti-Semitism. Mandela effect can easily be explained. You think we're in a simulation for sure? Yeah, for sure. It's in theory, but I mean, so what does that mean? It means that this is not real. This is not real. These are not real, for sure. She's like, a woman's being funny. This is not real. Have you ever seen your neighbors take into a crib? Are you in this state most of the time? Maybe you just missed it. Digits are three-letter surveillance. Mechanics.
I wish she wasn't just like set out to make everyone look dumb. Dude, Whitney Cummings sucks. I don't know why I'm like trying to help her out in any way, shape, or form because she just sucks altogether. But I wish a good comic would, or when I watch a comic, I would be like, maybe they're just trying to be on your side, but they're like going to point out like obvious fallacies, like what you're saying. But she just wants to look better than everyone else in the room. Yeah, that is lame. I didn't think that. That's a very insightful point. Maybe the flip side of that would be interesting, where a comedian was trying to make everyone look really smart. That'd be cool. But then that would be kind of like self-help. It's like, where do you work? And they're like, I don't know. Work this stupid job. Oh, that's awesome. Wow. That was terrible. Great accent, huh? Yeah. You're probably the different nigger there. Everyone else is doing stupid shit, but you're there. You stuck it out to change it. Yeah, maybe. I think you should. But you gotta start it off with being like, I want to hear you guys' stupid conspiracy theories. Of course, give it to me. And then they're like, the earth is like, oh my god, it is though. Like, it's looking for you. Brother, finally. Let's see. I mean, I would put like $30 on it right now, but she's not gonna do that. She's probably not gonna, well, I don't know. Everyone's stupid. She's the smartest person. So far, sure, but she said she linked in this. She said she linked into these conspiracy theories. But she thinks it's hilarious to put others down.
You think pigeons are surveillance for who? CIA. American CIA sent pigeons to spy on us? At the park, the footage would be so nauseating to look at. I think that's a criminal speak. Just follow up. One time I was talking about this and someone was like, have you seen a baby pigeon? No. They stay in the nest, so there are baby pigeons. So you just undid your whole fucking thing. We're all with you there. You just think all birds are real or just some? No, none of the birds. Where did you get the information that birds are real? So the movement. But where does the movement start? Reagan. The actor?
English sucks. Yeah, it just repeats what the person says. What is the bird that repeats what you say? And parrot. Oh my god. Parrot, alright. What part of the parrot is the ham? I would like the ham of this parrot. How many parrots did you kill to make this ham? There's a lot of ham. My conspiracy theory is that ham is actually a bird. Bird. words are definitely real. Like that's how else would I have eaten so much meat? I want to go to a Wendy Cohen show now just to see that. Ham is birds. She's really calling you stupid. Oh, she sucks. I mean, I don't even want to watch this, dude. It's 13 minutes of that. We've only made it 3 minutes in. Well, it's just like the Patreon. This is how it reminds you how long stand-up takes. Stand-up, 5 minutes. 5 minutes of bad stand-up is about an hour. Yeah, in real time. 5 minutes of bad stand-up is a year of your life. Yeah. It takes away a year. That's why you gotta be careful if I was I'd rather read that Justin Murphy tweet again than watch the porn. I wonder what Justin Murphy, I would love to have him on, just ask him, would you rather play with your son, like play catch with your son, or watch Whitney Cummings stand up? He's like, I'll get the glove. He gets one of those bird gloves. And then a bird flies in that show.
I'm a little freaky according to that computer, any part of the lottery.
Would you ever wear one of those bird gloves?
Why?
Yeah. For sure you would be a falconer. Yeah. Wouldn't scare you. I would be scared, but why are you gonna not be scared? You're scared, you little bitch. No, I'm not saying I would. In fact, that's another thing that happened. That's what reminded me of the show. I watched Hamnet. Don't say anything. I won't spook it. Well, once. Well, not spook it. Fuck. Got a bird. Guess what kind of bird it is?
According to that,
Falcon. Very cool looking hawk. There's a hawk in it. I won't say anything, but you know what Shakespeare's dad's John was? No, what was that? He made clothes. Is that really it? Is that supposed to live in here? Alright, I'll leave you. Love in here is like, they should have. And then with the scraps of the gloves, you got ham. Well, they love it, yeah. Sorry, you're talking about someone. They just write not glove in here, but clever kind of sounds like just ridiculous glove in here. Gloverist. You make a sure you're a sure. You make a sure you're a sure. Oh, it wasn't a good movie. I liked it a lot. Yeah, I don't want to say like that. I mean, it's a little depressing at times, but I thought it was really well done. Yeah. To me, you love Shakespeare. Yeah. I was fucking dying to watch it. I've been looking up, like, when does it come out since November? I couldn't get the answer. I was deciding between that and Marty Supreme. And then for the third time, I go, you know what? I want to see Marty Supreme, but it's about big fun. And I'd rather see, I also kind of have a crush on Shakespeare like that. Nah, that'd be Jesse Buckley.
I'm a little freaky in the
Jesse Buckley. You gotta see her in the movies.
That's a good
Which one? We were just
any of those done outside
she
of
looks
the
like a carrot.
right?
She looks like shooting yellow at the cinema.
Parameters builders, inside building, is not
I don't
massive.
know about
The
that.
man
She's
that
like,
won the
hey, you know this coffee's fucking
one
bird,
of
right?
that the hot girl
She's
over the
Irish. So I wonder, does the Karen thing happen in Ireland? Or the, oh, here, where the fuck is my fucking... I got my order wrong. I asked for a tall coffee latte. Does that happen a lot there? Oh, it's only for beer. I said, the boiled potatoes, would you mind them? I asked for a Guinness and I'm drunk now. I gotta suck my bottle. Goodness, what do you think of okay, so I want to do this all week. But you've had like a hard on for Maduro. Maduro? Yeah. No, not really. But you saw that picture I sent you? I immediately was like, I saw they wore that fit. And I was like, can I redo this fit? Because I was wearing a gray sweater. And it's kind of funny, I was in a gray hoodie when I saw that he'd been taken in a gray hoodie. And I wore the same thing. This is how I would be if I got caught up. Let's see. Do you have a
The
post?
last time comes up with
I
the
asked
right
on
hand.
posted. I was trying to think of like a good caption for it. The only thing I could think of was I stay with Maduro. I mean,
On your
of
right
all time to say I stay with Maduro. You know how many fucking Latinos I had in my comment section being like, yo, why is your boy standing with Maduro? Do they take this seriously? Are they stupid? I told my mom and she was like, you stupid. Oh my god, I almost said the word. She called you the stupid F word for gay people. I mean, how could you think this is a serious post? No, but I made it to where she would call you that. I was like, can you believe Cootie posted a picture saying I stand with Maduro? Yeah, without context, I could see you being angry. Yeah, I didn't send it to her. I thought about doing it, but her response to it was so funny. I just wanted her to live in that world. She thinks I use stand with Maduro. I'm trying to think of like good pictures. The only thing I can do is I stay with Maduro. Should have had the water bottle. I know, I didn't have a water bottle in my house. Did you see the like memes where they put him in a swimsuit and then they had the water bottle with the marijuana smoothie? There's a lot of good ones. I retweeted some of them. Did my Rogan, maybe. I can't remember. Yeah, that was it. Dude, have you ever heard of Balthazar? How was this made? That's trippy. Yeah, I mean, people have different programs. There's a bunch of lies that people do. Wow. That's great. He kind of like another one that made me laugh that I didn't retweet was remember the guy that got canceled? This is a game content disrespect. Yeah, somebody tweeted them both next to each other and they were like, wait a minute. That's great. Because he does kind of look like Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, that's great. It's crazy that we can kidnap a guy. Yeah, it is awesome. And I don't like Maduro. So, yeah, I don't mind that they got rid of him. I hope we don't get stuck in there forever. Dude, I have no feelings towards Trump. You know what I mean? Like, some politically. But I'm not gonna lie, dude. Every time I see him, I fucking laugh. He's funny. I laugh hard, dude. Yeah, he's probably the funny president ever. Yeah. It's funny to be the most evil and the most funny. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that you have to think that, but in my mind, he probably is our most evil president. He does not slaves. I don't think he's evil. I don't know about that. I think he's just having a good time, dude. At 80, you know what I mean? But his good time, it has a lot of implications. You know what I mean? For sure, it comes off as not good. Yeah, I don't think he's evil, though. I think he's just out there nutting around, dude, and then people behind him maybe are evil. Definitely, there's people in his circle that are evil. Maybe he's just crazy. If he's a pedophile, he's evil. Yeah. But that's not just that. He's been scamming people his entire life before he got. Come on, you never been scammed in your fucking life, dude? I have been scammed. Exactly. Everyone gets scammed, dude. Yeah, but I'm trying not to scam others. Oh, he started daycares in Minnesota? I mean, he would do things like that if that was the money-making opportunity. You don't think Donald Trump would have like a bunch of daycares? Dude, if I had any ins on that, I would have been like, yeah, let's go. How much money do you spend on that? You'd have daycares. Yeah. Gerardo's, they'd be like, what is it? Gerardo's? Gelardo, oh yeah, drop off at Gelardo's, but you'd never be able to like making money. It's a man. It's Gerardo. I don't want to do that to me. Gerardo's daycare center. What's it called? The Lyric Center. Did you see the guy? Remember the quality center that was misspelled? It was called Lyric. Yeah, that's hilarious. Did you see the guy being like, in the sign? Yes, it's funny, but we have a guy coming next week to fix it. Oh, really? You never saw it? No. Oh my god. Is that real? Yeah, let me try to find it. There it is. That is pretty bad. He said, and then they were like, they've actually been closed for a week. The Lyric Center has been closed. The Minnesota city officials said the Lyric Center was closed the whole time. Maybe. Like, that's like an admin says that. I decided, god damn it. Yeah, sure, everybody here, password. No, nobody sees this. What are you talking to? I mean, I don't know. This is a thing that is very important because Gerardo actually, he's big in the daycare scene. I am, dude. I've been trying to start one, and then all this shit starts happening. You're an honest daycare owner, and you're doing it because you love children. Yeah, you're very offended by the fraud that's going on in Minnesota and Washington and Ohio, dude. No, she started Washington and Ohio as well. Yeah, because you are thinking about you have daycare interests in those states.
states as well.
clouds that you shouldn't stop
And an island is strangely an island that you own
when that
to yourself. Okay, here goes.
has never been going up about but
I like how he goes, yeah, the sign. We're so, to be doing it in front of the fucking sign is so funny.
what happens if we go to one of the sides? One of them dies. Maybe
Why would they put it up? If it says something wrong on it, you don't put it up.
We're being into the design. He incorrectly did the sign.
One of them died.
It's not like a website where you might put it up and not notice. Like, just like, how could you not see immediately that the sign was spelled? You don't even have to click on it. It's just right there. It's like it makes it seem like you also didn't know that wording was spelled like that. That's what it seems. But who knows? The Leering Center, dude. I wonder if what's going to become like a Merriam-Webster word now. Leering, whatever it is, leering, when you leer at something, it makes you look at it in a creepy way. Which makes it worse. Yeah, dude. That's so good. It's a legendary King Lear from Shakespeare. Oh, we were all flipped back around, dude. Look at that. Leering, you know, when you're like leering at something. I think it's two E's. Oh, so it's not. Oh, yeah, you're right. Leering is like the misspelling of learning. That's great. Yeah, so leering is not a word. So, yeah, I think trying it with two E's, though, it is, right? Probably, but that's not how they spell it. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that I told you months ago we need to introduce more conspiracy theories into the podcast. Well, my conspiracy theory would be that the whole thing is probably just propagated by trying to get casino. So they were like, what should we do? Oh, there's already cases going on against some online daycare, so we'll just say that that's what's going on everywhere as a daycare thing. So people talk about that instead of the fact that, you know, we have a president trying to stop Epstein stuff from coming out. It's just right here. Either way, dude, no matter how you flip the coin, 50-50 chance, right? What time to be alive? I mean, definitely no problem for that. Watching this show? Oh, yeah, that too. Dude, we're putting out episodes. The government's fucked. Everything's falling apart. California caught fire earlier this last year. You know what I mean? But this time, not this time. We're raining everywhere. It's raining right now. I like that. Keep that up. Dude, what a time to be alive, huh? People ask me all the time, when would you be alive right now? Definitely, I would want to be alive right now because there's a lot of cool stuff going on. Yeah. Even the basic shit like the sandwich I had at Amy's the other day. Could even get that in the 80s, probably. Yeah, dude. The fucking, what's it called? I had pozole for 2 weeks straight and tamales, dude. Are you kidding me? You know what's funny? I was in the grocery store and I saw some canned stuff, and it was like soup like that. Pozole next to menudo, next to albondigas, and I was looking at it and I go, damn, I haven't had any of those. People are always telling me, and then pozole, it'd be so funny if I took one of those, like I had it just to mix them up, because it's like canned. Like, look, I finally got that good stuff. It's disgusting. Oh my god, I had the last of my pozole today. I texted the group chat. I was like, yo, this is the last pozole of the year. It's the beginning of the year. I don't know when I'll have it again. But I had it. My mom, she gave me like a bunch of tubs of it frozen, and I literally gave it every day. It's too bad I'll never be able to try your mom's pozole because I screwed her.
What are the things that
That's so funny. I should call my mom right now. That's true. What she thinks about you standing with Maduro. The Colombian guy, Petros, all the socialistic leaders are leaders. I saw you hailing Zoran when he got punched in, dude. I made some fake balance in it. Brian Cooney, he's still pitching it. But yeah, dude, that's basically it for this week. I don't know what else is happening in the world, dude, other than Austin killing it. Austin comedy is like at an all-time high right now. Would you rather, do you think it's worse to do stand-up in Austin or San Diego? I think, what Which one's more like flap?
More like flappers, probably Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you're right. Oh yeah.
So me,
You're getting surcharges. You don't know about. You know what I mean? This is like the type sheet for the flight, but you have to buy 2 drinks. That's the same amount as the flight ticket.
Khashoggi probably got killed because he forgot to bring the right amount of bodies or something. Or something he didn't live up to the bargain.
Oh, but as far as burgers go, Austin's the burger capital nation right now.
Is it?
And like compared to Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, they're dying for comedy. You hear about Dave Chappelle and all them saying that
They did pay a lot to have people come.
yeah, they're like, we need it right now. So that people will show up to the show. You go, it's not a burger. Austin's a burger. You gotta bring some homies to get in the spot.
It's kind of hard to get comedians to go to Saudi Arabia, whereas like Austin's like, whoa, too much on tell me.
I'll get 2 minutes at a time.
Yeah, you maybe get 1 minute, you have to stand in the line for like
And Tony Hitchcock has to make fun of you afterwards.
you're fucking dead, David.
David Gerard,
I don't like you, like you.
Well, that's the episode for this week. What is your answer? Austin? That's not fair, dude. I didn't do a joke. I don't do a can.
Shout out to Ellen for great work. Except for great New Year.
So, but no, which one's worse?
Which one's worse?
You say that the same question puts to me.
That's a good question. I think Saudi Arabia, because of the human rights, the human rights violations.
Not that they would jokes, Daddy. Come on, dude. Andrew Schultz wrote it.
Yeah, and also, do you really want to go somewhere that Andrew Schultz they fly into? So that's why I would say Saudi Arabia.
Talk about comments and engagement. Yeah, I want to go there, dude.
Because Austin, there are parts of Austin I'm sure are fine. I've never been to.
That'd be funny if Saudi Arabia made the open mic scenes of all major seasons. Just like we're offering like millions to some open micers. Like they go to Dallas, it's different. LA, New York, they just take open micers and go over there.
Or they offer Tony enough money to move to Saudi Arabia. Joe Rogan's like, just hire in Austin. It's like, it's too woke. Because it is, that'd be funny. Saudi Arabia is definitely less woke. Austin is too woke, so they moved to Saudi Arabia, and Joe's like, that's crazy. Like, I don't know, I just, something about the culture guy like more. And then, you know how he's going into the Christian thing? He just randomly goes, instead of randomly saying things out of nowhere about God, he's just like, Muhammad said this about it. And then Joe Rogan's like, if jihad, Muhammad came back, we'll probably be on. I told him, I was like, I'm going to do a jihad.
In the middle of a 3-hour podcast, like 1 second, I got to pray to peace 5 times right now.
Yeah. And praying 5 times just makes sense. 5's a great number. Never think about that? 5 times and facing Mecca, you gotta go to Mecca. Bird just moved to Mecca. Joey, they're all in Mecca now. Everybody, dude, you got like I told Shane, I was like, Shane, you gotta come to
The comedy Mecca shit.
the comedy mothership is in Riyadh now. It's in Dubai. It's all over, you got like some of the best comics there. We have so many different kinds of comedians there, dude, and it's all original shit. It's like where people want to feel free to make the jokes that they want to make, but you cannot be LGBT.
Changes the name of his podcast to the Joe Rogan Khalifa.
I don't know, something about it. Just like there's not the same issue with trans sports here, and I just get along really well. A lot like where he's in like one of those the garb. He's wearing the hat. He's fully like decked out. He just slowly turns into that. He's just all of a sudden he's like a sheik or an imam. He starts dressing like an imam. Starts doing fans. I don't know what they do. I sound like an idiot. That's really like the last thing that they do.
There's a whole podcast with Falcon.
Have you read this book? Have you read this book? It's the Korean. Every time people come in, he's like, God, you suck. And then they don't drink anymore. There's no whiskey for him to drink, no smoking. not really like it just seems to kind of go against how I feel as a Muslim. Doesn't Joe, what's your favorite? Like, where do you go? Like, where are you going on tour? Well, as a Muslim, I really feel like Dearborn, Michigan is the chillest territory. I really feel like Dearborn gets me. Like, fucking, these are my people. And I just, I don't know, man. Some politics, like, I don't know, Trump. He's just not what I voted for. What I voted for is kind of like what he wanted. What's her face? I love that one.
So what?
Look, I'll be honest, I'm a Muslim. I'm an Islamic Muslim guy. Joe Rogan is a Muslim dude. I mean, there's one thing you gotta know about me is that I fucking love the Quran. Put my hand on it. Swear me in. Zoran Mamdani is my favorite politician. Islamic law just makes sense. Sharia law is like, you know, how many? I've heard a lot of interpretations that you have to do a certain amount of things. Sharia law, you have to be on stage a certain amount of times. Is that a coincidence? To be good? I don't think so. There's only 250 Koreans. All right, that's it for this week. See you next week.
That price for that mitzvah lahagir u'lemitzvah. It is a mitzvah. It is a mitzvah to draw the lottery and to usually on the goats, which indicates that the trying to Rabbanan, the hagdrala, the lottery itself is a mitzvah. It's not na'akim. Rabbi Shimon disagreed. Rabbi Shimon didn't disagree. He agreed that the drawing of the lottery is a mitzvah, not na'akim. But he disagreed regarding the deed. He said when it comes to easily, it easily is an absolute necessity. Now we're jumping into that for just a moment. Bonzo Tamai, and both Rabbi Karikam and Bishim go according to their reason. Isanya, on the page, Isanya, Ya'amot, Lishnei Hashem, Ya'amot, Hashem, the Prophet Allah, the Pasuk in the page, Sakir, Asher, Allah, Agora, this is talking about the severe that has the Gola La'azal, like you do the lot for that Gola. The Pasuk says, Yamos Ha'isneach, the Chater Allah, Yishalach, the Gola La'azal. And it is Hashem living before Hashem. Chat Rava, which is the Shem Yishalach, Yishalach, the Gola La'azal. The Shem Yishalach, the Gola La'azal. Yamos Hai, the Chat Rava, Kudilat, Yamos Hai. I'll start off with Landanet.
Welcome back to Rapid Tweets. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you had a great holidays. As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord, join the Reddit. Maybe you want to give a gift to Gerald and Cooney and join the Patreon. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. But anyways, that's not why they're here. Oh, I forgot to mention on the Patreon, you get early access to our other show, 10 minutes a show. But how you doing, Gerald? I've been waiting for this all day, dude. How am I doing, dude? I don't know. How's Kawhi Leonard doing, dude? How are the Detroit Pistons doing, Daddy? He's on the Detroit Pistons. No, he scored 55 points against, like, how are they doing? They got fucked. Oh, he scored, wow, 55 points, dude. That's why I'm wearing Mr. Andy's shirt today, dude. Okay. Yeah. Big Clippers fan. I disavowed the Clippers, but he did score 55 points yesterday. It's hard to keep up with your, good sports, right? Like, because I'm like Aaron Rodgers towards the end of my career, Rodgers has been, like, they lost. Okay, so it's I mean, the Steelers lost to the Browns, and they're maybe out of the playoffs, but not sure. But sorry to go ahead. 55 points on the Detroit Pistons. Anyways, I'm doing great, dude. I had a great holiday. I just want to say, I had a great holiday, dude. Dude, what did I do? What did you do? Dude, next question, please. Yeah, dude, I did do something good, and I want to talk about it here.
with you. I started playing a fucking card game on my iPad, which is no one. Don't do what I did. Do not get stuck. Solo card game. Solo card game. No money involved. It's $10. You buy it and you play it. That's it. And what's the game called? Balatro. It's insane. Alright, oh my god, dude. If you ever start playing Balatro, I think you'd understand, but guess what? I don't think you'd have the balls even start.
I don't see myself wanting to play a card game. My mom used to play solitaire all the time. And she would try to get me. It's fun. My grandfather would play solitaire. So I played that for a while, and it's just frustrating after a little while. You get to a certain point, you don't want to like, fuck, this sucks. I might read a book or play another, like a fun game. Dude, I'm not even making this up right now. This is exactly the same thing with solitaire. Right. I was in the guest room at my mom's house playing solitaire, and my brother came home in the middle of the night because that was his girlfriend. Ever heard of it? And that's all right, I want to do that. But he came home in the middle of the night from going out with his girlfriend. Yeah, I don't stay there. You know what I mean? I'm in the middle of a speed run on solitaire trying to beat my time, which is like a minute. So I'm locked in, dude. I am fucking locked into my iPad going, and then so I'm hearing noises at the house. I'm not used to living there. I'm not used to this Dallas, whatever. And I don't live there yet. Yeah, I don't live there. And I live in her basement. But my brother's walking towards the room, and I'm like, hey, that's you, right, Thomas? You know, it's pitch black. Right, he doesn't see me. I guess he's been drinking a little bit on Christmas Eve. Okay, right. And I'm like, that's you, right, Thomas? I'm still like the Balatro. I'm playing solitaire. This is before getting introduced to Balatro. Okay, and I'm playing solitaire. I'm about to beat my speed. You know what I mean? I'm about to beat it. But I'm like about to die, too. This fool's like coming towards my feet. He's not saying anything. And so at the last minute, when he's finally there, I freak out. My brother, he's like, playing solitaire, and then he showed me Balatro. I was hesitant for a whole day. I was like, I'm not going to do that. That's so stupid. And then all day Christmas Day, Balatro. Do you know what Balatro is? Solitaire with salsa. It's like Latino solitaire. Pull it up, Chan. No, but it's kind of funny thinking about, because this is not you at all. But your brother's out there with some girl that he's going to bang, and he comes home and she sees you and she doesn't know that you don't live there. So she has my brother, he's like probably upstairs playing Balatro or something. He's 45 years old, he lives at home, and he just plays solitaire basically. Yeah, so it's Balatro, the Latin word meaning a professional clown jester of buffoon. Yeah. Okay, what are you doing? Is it just similar to sitting kind of like solitaire? It's like poker with salsa on it, basically. I can show you. Tell me what you think it is. What I don't think about what my fiance does is similar. I think with some weird, like, cute game. But what she does is she plays it's not like, what is it? What's the old Game Boy game where Tetris is kind of like that? She plays some version of Tetris. Anytime she's like not really into a show or a movie, I look over, I'm like, we picked this movie and she's over there doing this. I'm fucking, she's doing that on TikTok. What was the whole point now? You don't want to watch, we agreed we watched Top Gun Maverick. You agreed to it. Now you're fucking getting your high score on Jumbo's fucking Tetris or whatever the fuck. He's like, look, Cootie, we watched this movie every week. I'm gay. I like Miles Taylor, dude. Odds. But do you do that? Do you like play solitaire while you're doing Balatro while you're doing other stuff? Well, podcast, you gotta be dude. No. I hate it. I hate when people do not ever. And this is another thing I want to talk to you about. You know why, dude? Because I was with some girl last night and I was complaining about you, dude. About me. And she was like, yeah, why does he do that? Stuff like this, dude. Okay. Couldn't tell her prior to investigation, dude. Oh, that's your narrative that you do. You like to say that. What? You didn't watch it? Oh, you didn't watch it? I love LeBron James. He parties with Diddy. Okay, that's who you are. You love guys that party with Diddy and all that. Well, what specifically were you talking about that time? I forget, but then it's just like, she said the words contemporary investigation. I was like, that's exactly what this fucking is. You're fucking some attorney that you, dude. But you know what I did? I did do some contempt. Well, I'm glad you brought it up. Well, guess what? I'm not surprised, dude. Yeah, I did do some contempt before investigation. I said, Marty Supreme, which I'm happy to see. I'm just doing a character. It was because of Marty Supreme, really. She was like, have you seen Marty Supreme? I'm like, no, but my homies online hate you. You fell for it. You're one of the fucking cucks that I troll. I troll cucks like you and your girlfriend. I'm a cuck. Yeah, you and your girlfriend get fucked by some guy while you're talking. You and your girlfriend are both cucks. I'm the king troll and I cook you both. But anyway, what I do is I just like say shit. I don't necessarily mean it. And because I do want to see Marty Supreme. I love Timothy Chalamet. But and there is a part of me that's like, I don't want to watch a movie that has ping pong in it. You know, I don't give a shit about ping pong. But so I said, I love Chalamet, but I'm not going to go see something with ping pong that I'm getting, commented on. One guy's kind of funny. He retweeted it or re-threads it, whatever the word is for that, repost, I guess. And he was like, Marty Supreme has as much about ping pong as that hockey show, the gay hockey show did. Oh, you heard about that? No, it's huge. Okay, because it literally gave people do hockey. It's like the story of my fiance's story, and she said this two guys that play hockey, the professional hockey players, and for years they've had a relationship that's secret because hockey. So it's like a comedy where they have sex. Anyways, he said it's, and I was like, wait, is this guy calling me gay? And I clicked on his profile, and he's gay. And I was like, that's kind of funny. So I liked it. But then from there, there's all these other comments like, oh, how could you see Marty Supreme's rules? So then I said something else about Marty Supreme, I forget what it was, and people got even more mad. Like, people were comments like, fuck you, and all the, I didn't read the comments, I never did. I can imagine the comments here, fucking Kawhi Leonard sucks, like this. Hopefully, please do, because the NBA sucks ass. I'm not gonna complain about how boring it is. But he's like, they scored 55 points against the Pistons. But it's a shit. About the Detroit Pistons, not even Detroit. The second best team. Anyways.
Don't do it. Not because it's a Russian
Shouldn't be so fucking all last time the people cared about the Detroit Pistons was when John T. Phillips, Richard Hamilton, and Ben Wallace.
Let me tell you something. Back in 2004 was
when basketball was good, when basketball was entertaining. Yes, now it sucks. Is there a Ben Wallace on the Pistons now? No. Is there a cock in my living room? Yes. But so then I forget what I said exactly, but then as a bit, I said I am now at the movie theaters actively stopping people from seeing Marty Supreme. And it was like, damn, I'm like, what's going on Threads? People really interact. You get like hundreds of thousands of people looking at your shit. Or on Twitter, it's a dead zone. Maybe people see your tweet, or maybe you just see endless Nazi memes. So Twitter sucks. Yeah. But yeah, no, I was hating it. I have not seen it. I don't get how you get off to it. And you know what? When I'm 39 or however old you will be, I'm going to take a little bit of step and get off to it too. British 38, first of all. Second of all, Marty Supreme sucks ass. I haven't seen it. I want to see it. I have a feeling it's going to be kind of boring. Like it's been overhyped. It's about ping pong. Grand about ping pong, but how can it be that good if ping pong is what the guy does? I'm starting to understand why you get off to it. You just are a troll. A little bit, yeah. I thought for a long time that I was a troll, and I was just kind of saying what I want, goofing around, doing these things I'm not serious about, and people are entertained by it. And when people call me a troll, I'm like, but I'm not really a troll. Maybe I am. That's a troll thing to say too, because you're trolling and then being like crazy. I think they are kind of a little crazy, because I don't really troll like a troll does. I say ridiculous things online. About sometimes I might be trolling, but not really. I'm just joking around. I'm going to tell you, like, you're the child. Like an horizon. I definitely like an horizon. The status where I was actively stopping people from saying words are great. That was so funny. That was epic. Because obviously a lot of people got it, otherwise they wouldn't like it. Hopefully, they're not thinking of doing it. But some people didn't get it, and it's so funny. They're like earnestly asking me why what made you do this, and I'm responding in troll fashion, like, how much time you got, buddy? I just wrote back to one guy, hey, I didn't ask for this fight, and he responded, but that doesn't answer why. Like, are you trolling me now? But a lot of them were just like, one person wrote yawn, I remember, people were mad. I wasn't trolling, but yeah, I was absolutely trolling with the, I forgot about this. I posted about pit bulls, and I got a lot of angry responses about that. I said, let me look it over. Yeah, okay, look it up. But I got people were mad. Somebody, I can't even say what some of the responses were. You know, there are things you can't say on YouTube. Accusing me of things. Oh wait, you said something about pit bulls. Yeah, I said something. If you scroll down, eventually you'll see. Okay. A pit bull thing, but pit bull owners were very angry with me, saying I'm a bad guy and pit bulls are bad. If walking around I start stopping people with pit bulls and go, oh, sick, is that one of the dogs from the toddler attack video? Obviously, I'm not serious. I'm not gonna do that. Maybe I should. Yes, it's coming from a pit bull. That was simpleton to be really funny. Oh my god. Yeah, she was furious with me. The funniest one is she's posting pictures. So the first comment I saw, most of them I was laughing. Like you said, if you replied like that to me, I'm gonna laugh because that's kind of funny to me that you're that mad and you have written. Because a lot of the responses were very wordy, anger. But one that got me, I was a little bit like it was insulted me a little bit. I was a little bit angry. Was this woman had said it's giving. She said it's giving. You won't find it. Go down there. Or she's deleted it. I fucked her up. I was looking for it. It said she wrote. This is a white woman. She wrote it's giving. Cards gets you made in a circa chain. Okay, here's my problem with that. That's the best time I've heard it. Yeah. Wait, is that when they played it? I don't know, stupid bitch. So I've never played that stupid ass fucking game. I don't know how it works. Alright, I apologize to the people that said maybe it's fun. But again, I'm gonna hate. No, it wasn't fun. I was just like, there you go. See, it's fun for like 10 minutes. And you're like, okay, we'll get it coming. Shit is going to be fun. So do you understand now? I didn't have to play what's bad. You did. I'm not on your side ever. Alright, anyways, I hated on it before. It's another thing I hated before. This time I have to be angry. Like most times. When it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm very wrong on almost every other aspect of my life. But anyways, the NBA sucks ass. And that shirt sucks too. That shirt was free, asshole. That shirt. Say whether the shirt's in the comments. I'm kidding, I like the shirt, but do say whether it's free. Anyways, cards used to be made. So, first of all, I don't fucking with it. Second of all, the other thing that made me mad was I had just made a similar kind of diss on somebody. Now, you may not know this, but these two bands, Built to Spill and Modest Mouse. Have you heard of them? Okay, so if you know about that kind of music, you know that Built to Spill is essentially the same thing as Modest Mouse, but I think Bill's a little older. I think they came out first, and Modest Mouse probably copied a lot from Built to Spill, right? I only know this because my roommate was complete, music stuff. So he told me on that when I got into college. They're both, I think, pretty good bands. They make good music. And when, right before I got to school, this movie Garden State came out. Garden State, have you seen that? Ever heard of it? With, that one guy from Scripps. Yeah, exactly. Never seen it. So the soundtrack is like Built to Spill, other kind of like indie bands that were popular years before the movie came out. They use them, and the knock on it is that people are like, oh, I knew them when they were, it's essentially the hipster argument, like, I knew them when they were cool. The Shins, that's what they're called. Anyways, long, rambling story to explain what he said. So this guy, he does a thread where he goes, people, I don't remember exactly what he said, but like, people don't realize it.
built to, or Modest Mouse is just built to build a garden state for like whatever, not whatever. And he's getting trashed because people like Garden State as a mainstream movie with success, and they like one of those bands. So I replied, are you there? I had 2008 on the phone. They would like to talk with you because that tape is from like 2008 or even earlier, 2006. So I just wrote that. I was pretty happy with myself because I'm like, okay, trolling. And so I read this stupid bitch's response about fucking Cards Against Humanity, and she's using my same joke structure to come at me, but it's not funny this time. And she's getting all these likes. So I'm getting pissed off because this is not funny. This is not a good reply. It's getting all these likes. So I'm very angry. So angrily, I'm a numbers guy. Angrily, I search. It's giving. What is that? You know, what is that? And this whole thing about ChatGPT is like, it's or whatever you say, like black, I don't know what that is, like the abbreviation for it, but it's not white. It's like, she's what I'm saying is cultural appropriation. She's culturally appropriating this thing. So I screenshot that and I replied with just that. That she's culturally appropriating. And then that even makes me even more angry. All these white people are like, what does that mean? What does that mean? What do you think it means, you stupid bitch? It means exactly what it is. You stole your Andrew Schultz. Don't come at me with your Andrew Schultz thing. It's giving. Sure. I'm sure you're going to come up with it. Yeah, that's you. Watch Andrew Schultz doing jokes about Latinos getting pregnant. That's you. And so, and then one guy writes like, good job, white savior. Like, now you don't even understand. You don't even get it. I'm making fun of that. So there's all these comments. One guy got a lot of likes. I don't know how that thing, but your response is, this joke was not funny, and your response is even dumber. Go back to Facebook and cry. Threads, there's no understanding of irony. People completely miss what you're saying. I've heard people say that on Threads. They get, like, you do a joke, and people want you to explain the joke. As after a comedy show, what does that mean? They get mad, they think it's like serious, or they have questions. But that's kind of what, that's the beauty of Threads. Yeah, it's doing 2025. So one person wrote, it's giving something to get back at me. I'm like, you don't get, you're also white. All right? You are white. Okay, you can't just, no. I mean, well, I don't know what I feel about it, but I don't like it coming from somebody who's just culturally appropriated. Another thing I fucking hate, I couldn't handle it, blood before mud, whatever the fuck that means. I don't know what the fuck that means. Blood is thicker than mud or some shit like this, right? I've never heard that, that's weird. But like, no, I like that though. I'm using that unironically. Okay, but like, I'm saying like, that's true. Yes, families, everything, say these things. Thicker than water. But Fernando Jones is a poser from Chicago. I had a relationship with him way back when I was playing with music. Not like that. You just not even fucking with your it's gay as hell. But anyways, he has a song called I mean, I don't know if there's a song he made called Blood is Thicker Than Mud. So it's a phrase it's getting stuck in my head. Yeah, he wrote it. What I'm trying to say is that my uncle cousin would always say I'm dead whenever I laugh. Oh yeah, one day I had to confront him and be like, dude, stop saying that. You're dead. You're dead. Why does that make you so mad? I don't know, dude. Dead. I hate dead. I don't like dead ass. But if I say something to you, into like 1,000, you're gonna be like, joke, comedy structure, fucking amazing. What's the fun? Anyways, but I'm good. And he just flat face because I'm dead. You're laughing, dude. You're dead, dude. What are you talking about? It's kind of like, it's annoying. That sounds like their reaction is amazing. And at the time, if I had ChatGPT, I would have done what you did. What's that? Oh, look it up. Be like, oh, look at this. Martin Luther King said something. Yeah, I mean, when I wrote that, I remember thinking, like, people are not going to like this. I didn't mean, like, you guys asked, dude. I mean, oh, yeah. No, I think people understood. When I replied that, I thought, people won't get it. They won't understand what I'm trying to say. I'm simply pointing out that you're using an acronym that's not your own.
the left block on the left. Those looking at why does it not say that?
stealing it,
No switching around.
it's
Right? No
not that
switching
it
around.
doesn't come off looking
No,
like
no,
that.
son. Here we go. What if you did not
Sorry that
place
you
the
like
lock
pitbulls
on
that eat you.
ghost?
Okay,
Cage,
I'm making a joke, but also I hate pitbulls. And you know what? I also want to apologize. You gotta apologize, but I want to apologize. I shouldn't have been talking about you.
out on a mixed law.
Told me like a move. She was like, "Hey, how's it
Here
going?"
we go.
I was like,
Here we
"Dude,
go.
this guy's talking
Canova,
about Restream on
mixed
Threads."
law,
She's
getting
like,
up
"You
now.
know,
Kevin,
like contempt
the
for fire
Adriola,
is
the Kevin,
yeah. Anyway, I'm doing all right. I think it would probably kill them though if you bring me up when you're.
So that I'm said, then I
I
also
wouldn't
like
suggest
very
that the
important.
listeners do that.
Adriola,
But maybe
the
not.
lottery
Maybe
stuff
they're like,
is
"Oh,
not
that's
gonna
hot."
vote that. Because if it was not voted,
I
it
mean,
would
he's got
require
no
what?
hair. He's a fucking ginger beard.
Three shards. And the box is not three shards. Why not?
Yeah, well, I
Made
mean,
out of
and
wood.
this long
Even
story
though the
short,
hydraulic
Threads,
is not
it's
in a
right. I
bulldog,
don't think it was rage baiting. I've seen a lot about this rage baiting
use
thing
the
going on.
lottery. You
I
only
didn't feel
wait
like
to
it
go
was,
ahead
but
and
maybe it is.
eat
And if
the
it is, it's
identity to the respective student.
we don't have to spend a lot of
Use
time
the
on this, but I
lottery.
want you to
So
see
the
what
drawing of
I've
lots
been
is not
looking
asking
at
for
for
an
the
amazing
last.
enough. How do we pass
I
you?
don't
So
know
what's
here,
it?
but check this out.
The
It really looks like solitaire.
drawing of the
It
lots
is
is not
amazing.
asking
Look, you got chokers up
the
top.
placement of
This
the
guy's
lots
never there, so
are
it's
not.
still good,
It's
right?
not
But look, you guys up top, they work together, dude. Like, this choker's working with that choker, with that choker, with that choker. You gotta try to feel the score. Let's see it like a little higher. You got the shot where you buy the stuff, dude. It's fucking incredible, dude.
So
It is the best game I've ever played in my
the
whole life,
lottery
dude.
itself
It's just,
is not the
it's, I don't know, there's something about it that's like, speaks to me, dude. In the comments, if you guys are playing Elatro, dude, hit me up. I'm down to talk with you on Discord or something. Fucking let's play Elatro on that little bit. Anyways, okay, so yeah, an ad for Elatro. It does look like kind of a gambling solitaire. Well, no gambling, but it's just one time payment for the game itself. Yeah, and the guy, like, it's, I think it got game of the year. Whatever. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I didn't graduate. I went to college though. But, got game of the year. Casinos were trying to like buy the patent off him in the casino, and he refused. He's like, this game is sold. What are we? Oh, this guy owns it? No, I think it's some random guy. Interesting. But yeah, I get the casino game. Anyway, so back home, I have an admission. I already told you about this. Yes. But, oh, I'm so excited to talk about it. Yeah. So I wanted to hang out with my friends, and I texted both of them. I haven't seen them in a while. Yeah. And I said, you know, me and the fiance want to see the girls, want to hang out, you know. And he's like, okay, well, and he's like, what nights are you free? And I go, well, really only these nights. Not that many, because my parents want to go. They get Bob. I'm going there. Like, oh, we got all this stuff we got to do. Yeah, DC's different. That's my time. I always say that's my time Dallas when I talk to my mom and dad. So he's like, how about we can do the 27th, but we're going to a comedy show that night. I know it sucks. He said, I know it sucks. He's like, it's a bad bit, but do you want to go to a comedy show with us? I go, yeah, sure. I asked the family. Now we go to the DC Improv. Never heard of it. And so she's like, yeah, of course. So we're like, yeah, let's go. And we also rank the push runs too. So, I mean, hopefully not. He drove us there. So he goes, well, one thing though, like the comedy show is marketing. And I go, oh, no, because I'll say, I think, at least I was under the impression that marketing was, you don't have to say anything, but I just, from what I've seen, I was like, really, Martin Amini, that's what we gotta go see? And his girl, his wife, is a fan of Martin Amini. She is half Bolivian and half Iranian, which Martin Amini is also. Seen him online, they've gone to show. She loves this guy. So you text him, oh, well, what's your beef with Martin? Like, oh, look, it's okay. Yeah, I'll go to the show. I'm sure he's great. His cousin's way funnier. I thought they were brother. I don't even know, but Max is so much better. Really? So, and I mean, Martin Amini, that's the last thing I want to do. Really, I do not want to. I'd rather see Max for sure. I'd rather see a lot of comedians, even though I don't really know him that well, and he's fine. So I'm like, all right, yeah, sure, whatever. It'll be funny. At least it'll be something for the show.
If it was Max, it would be hilarious. Because Martin, one of the things Martin Amini does that you think, oh, dude, let's start a dating show. Yeah, it's a dating show thing. Max doesn't do that. Max is no dating show. Yeah, okay. No, he's actually a really good stand-up. Have you seen? Have you been there live for the dating shows? No, never. I've never seen it. I've never been in person. All right, so let me tell you how the show. I was running in those circles before this. Okay. Fair enough. So the show, we buy tickets to the DC Improv. Both of them was like, also another bit, but we did VIP, so we could choose our seats. I'm like, whatever. Let's add the things that suck. Paying more money. I see Martin Amini and just sit in a room for an hour. Watch your shit I don't want to watch. But hey, we're four best friends, whatever it is, assaulted by blacks. Yeah, a little bit of that. So we go to the DC Improv. If you're around DC Improv. No, but I would go to see Max for sure. Max. So we go, it's like you walk there, you go on the DC Improv, listen to nice place to it. It looks like, oh man, well, I thought this was like a nice, I always had the impression that the DC Improv was like a very nice place, right? It to me looks like, it kind of looks like it's going to smart time. Not that bad, but it's rough. And they take us to our seats. This guy wasn't walking. He goes, hey man. And I got to turn. He's like, can I interest you on some shirts or stuff, whatever? I'm looking, and it's like wholesome baddie, crop top, like former homie or whatever. And I didn't actually look at the shirts at the time. I saw them later, but I was like, no man, I'm okay. So we go to our seats and we're sitting. We get some food. Food's great.
Where was
DC Improv, I really enjoyed the food. Have you seen Devin Costa's recently?
was in
Oh yeah, they do. That's me. Well, I'm not even in the group. No, yeah, no, it's just funny. I'm essentially doing. Listen, we got to talk about something. I'm trying to be positive. No, my bad. I didn't mean to throw it off. No, not at all. No. Also, another thing I just want to really quick. Dude, you're talking about the comedy clubs, dingy and stuff. Yeah. Dude, if assassins came to my apartment all the time, you think it's gonna be nice, dude? Apparently not. Yeah, murderers coming in, it's gonna be a little dingy. You can't keep it comedians. Can't keep a nice place for comedians. Yeah, it's really 250. Keep it going. So they fucking no. This is all good stuff to add to the soup. So this comedian Martin Amini soup they were doing. You want to hear about Martin? Oh, dude, he's cooking over there, Max. Whatever he's cooking. So we get the food. The show's about to start, and I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. I wonder if you can guess what I'm thinking before the comedy show. I mean, I'm gonna be good at the Max joke, but I wish this was Max. I wish it was Max. Honestly, he would never talk to the audience. He would talk at the audience. He wouldn't talk to. He wouldn't bring him on stage. Are you kidding me? Max Amini's a great. You take your shirt off. It's a Max Amini shirt. Do those exist? I don't know. It's exactly like this one, but just Max. Oh yeah. Max. And then a bunch of it. Somebody again. So what I was thinking was, please don't let there be like a feature. Please just let it be either ideally just him or hosting him. Please God, I cannot take 3 or 4 comedians. If it's more than 3, I can't. I have to leave. And thankfully it was just the host and it. Oh, I was like, God. So the host comes up, and it's the guy that was selling the t-shirts. Of course it was, right? Does it surprise you? Justo? Okay. So Justo, because Morgan doesn't work with anyone that he always works with. Well, he actually said that he brings Justo around. He used to bring a lot of people around. Right. I mean, that's the nature of the game, is it not? Maybe not with Max. I think Max is more loyal to people. So Justo comes on stage, and Justo's fine, but does all the things that. It's been a while since I've been to a comedy show, so he's doing all the things that you notice. Like, okay, the first thing he does Justo's on stage and he goes, "All right, y'all might remember me from selling the T-shirts." And then so, have you never been to a comedy show? Yeah. But you've been to the comedy show before. That is what a lot of times you'll see. Y'all might remember me from walking in your seat. You know, like the comedy store. Like it's guaranteed. So I'm not knocking it. And please don't take this as me making fun of him for that. But because I'm an embittered open micer that's seen this a million times, I'm like, all right, here we go. What else you got? What else you got, Chan? I'm strapped in. And he goes, all right, looking at this Whole Foods ass audience. Because there's more than one race. So like, they're number two. He said Whole Foods, something like, oh my, like Oyster Whole Foods, you know. So he's doing that, and he's like, and then the third thing, which every comedian does is, and I don't follow it because some of these are kind of guaranteed lives. Maybe you should do the list first. But he goes, I mean, I don't know, I don't got too much time because, I gotta move my car or whatever, like parked outside DC. Now I'm parking in DC. So I go, okay, a lot of pedophiles. I wish he went and instead of what he did, one of the pedophiles done. I'd be like, thank God. Someone really needs some air for it. That's my balance. So Oathman, like, while he's doing this, he's not bad. I want to stress this, and I'll say both of them, neither of them bad. Both of them are serviceable comedians. And if you're a comic fan, I'd be like, they're not people where I look at a lineup and I'd be like, wow, that is going to be rough. They're nowhere near as bad as Brian Callen or Joe Rogan or Tusker. Maybe we got to add to the list. I haven't seen them recently. But I was thinking, what Jim Brewer has become. Oh, yeah. So those are like active, when you go see, or when you watch their stand-up, it's an active pain, where you just like, this hurts to watch. So Justo, Mark B, they're fine. So, but anyways, Justo's doing his, all right, you feel free to see Max, dude, I'm telling you. I mean, dude, honestly, you're trying to endorse two shitty comedians. If you ask me what to see, Max and me is so goddamn funny, dude. So Justo's doing his bits, and they're not that great. And Oathman turned to me, and he like taps my knee while he's on, and he goes, "What I tell you, stand-up sucks ass." It really does. It's not very good. But Justo does a few bits, he's doing some. He does some kind of funny crowd work because the audience is a little rowdy. Merch crowds are rowdy. Right? So he's doing his bits, and then it finally stops. And he's like, "Are y'all ready for Martin and me? You've seen him on YouTube, you've seen him on TikTok, he's famous all over the world now. Give it up for Martin and me." All right, so you know what the first thing? I wonder if Martin's ever done this before. The first thing he does. He calls his girl spicy. No, his girl was there though. Yeah. So first thing he does, and I don't know if this is a plan or not, okay? But he reaches down under the stool, he pulls out a thing of Windex, and he's like, "What is this? Who left this here? What? Oh man, they have a Latinos, because it's a Latino show, they're gonna bro, I hate Martin Amini with all my soul and heart, dude." Has he done that before? I don't know. Windex, I watch a lot more Max than Martin for sure. And so dude. Okay, so he did the Windex thing, and I go, oh god. But that killed. And, he's fine. He did an okay job. My knock on Martin is he does the thing where it's more, I'm trying to think of a way to describe it. And I think the closest I've come is a reaction comedy, where he says something and then it's his reaction to it, like whatever that's more of like a white guy reaction, but that his way. So this guy said this, and I was like, and it's that over and over again. But how many compliments? A lot of people have said that Matt Rife is good at crowd work. I disagree, but I see where they're coming from. Martin Amini has crowd work now. He does. His responses, do I want to see that? Not particularly. But the crowd work was not bad. He was good at it. It was the second best part of the show. The third best part of the show, I hate to say it, dating part. The dating part was the most fun of the last. It has to be that. It was good. He was really good. He does not. He also seems like, I don't know. He was nice to the crowd, you know. So I love people that are nice.
What about
No, I really like when I mean. Sorry, I wasn't gonna bring him up again, but yeah. No, but when I'm in public and I meet nice people, I'm like, this is awesome. And whenever somebody's nice to me, we should do stand-up comedy. Yeah, I agree. We should do stand-up comedy. I don't agree. Okay, we should tell the crowd that what the people listening what the dating thing is. Okay, it's not Max Media. It's like complete opposite. Not funny.
in the first place?
Online, not funny. In person, probably awesome because we're being silly. Right. It probably doesn't transfer online. I've never watched it online. But anyways, so what he does is at the end of his show, he's like, all right, let's do this, looking for love. And he asks for either a man who's single or a woman who's single. And then he gets other people who are still from the crowd. And then she interviews them. And then maybe she picks the one guy who knows if they actually want to date. I just want to say real quick, how is it more parents selling more single tickets than dating guys? Oh, right, because you want to, it sounds like a bunch of lonely people. Because most of the people there are super fans of him. Imagine a sad life like that. Yeah, dude, all you have to look forward to is a partner meet each other. Well, they're not alone. They go with other people. Yikes. Other people that look forward to this, dude. I'm doing full-blown contempt before prior to investigating stuff like this. Yeah, shit, fuck that. Okay, so now you see where I'm coming from when it comes to contempt before. I mean, I hung out with Martin Meany a lot, but I also had contempt before. I mean, I've only seen small snippets of Martin Meany. I have experienced Max Meany live, and that shit was like a spiritual experience. Very funny. Seriously, like, probably one of the best comedians I've seen live. I think your head of turns are red at me with all these Max things. I cannot impress. I'm talking enough how Max is. It's insane that they're related. Guys, these guys don't do comedy the same way. I mean, that's just. And so he did a set, and now I want to go with like what's the name? The stuff at the is his dating routine. For the dating thing I want to talk about, but the routine itself. I went to the bathroom, and part of it is my neck was dirty. So he calls this girl. Well, first he does like, and the guy is kind of like a player or whatever. So the guy comes on stage and he seems like a player. And he says something about having a passport. So we're one of the passport bros. And so they're like, I don't know, should we have this guy? Should we have this guy? And there's this old black lady that's in front with her husband. And he's like, what do you think? He's been asking, should we keep this guy? He's like, what do you think? I don't know. What does that mean? And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, what passport? And he's like, that's a guy that goes to different countries. He uses a passport to get like women, in other places and bring them back. And I'm just like, oh, hell no. So that guy gets voted off the panel. Just that interaction of itself was the best part of the show. Oh, dude, didn't she save the show? She was one of the people that saved the show, but the audience was kind of fun. So they just him. They get this other woman. She's a nurse, black girl, and she goes on stage. She's very smart, articulate, normal. You gotta have the person that you pick being normal, otherwise the audience is not with them. So she's very normal. And she describes what she wants, right? At a certain age, like 20, she's like 28 to something. And so she's like, I don't know, 24 to 32. So then they get the guys, right? The guys are hysterical because they're so important. Maybe, but more for just like the ones that are losers are just clear losers. Like the first guy, I forget his name, but he had on this dorky ass, like blue shirt from work, and his eyes were way too close together, and he's walking all funny up, and I look at him and I'm dying laughing, like pointing laughing, like look at this fucking idiot. So he goes, and all his answers are terrible. Oh my that always should be picked. Fuck you. You fucking suck. She's never gonna pick you. No one is. That's why you're single. You suck. And you are never gonna have sex ever. So that guy sucks ass.
Okay, well,
And it just every time I look at him, I can't stop laughing because his eyes are so close together and his answers are so bad. What are you looking for? Looking for somebody that's like really fun and shut up, you suck. And so that's I'm just dying laughing. I hope that guy is like online. I hope that part of the show is a big fan of our show. He's not. That guy even knows how to turn on. He said, come on, real quick, I'm looking for watch this episode. He's like, that's why I didn't want to go on stage. He wanted to go on stage and run on himself. So then the player guy comes back on. He is almost normal like IT. He has a champion, but he's probably not going to win. And then there's this other guy who's dressed crazy, like some weird jeans that are all cut up, and it's crazy, like Cameron jacket, and he has on dreads all the way, but like, they're not dreads, like, what is that when you're curled up? Gross. And he was crazy. He's way too old. The answers are terrible, like, strange, confident answers. What do you she went for me. There's something like, like, but I don't like say that with that kind of stuff. So obviously he's not going to win, right? He's not fit. And then there's this other guy who's got he's a black guy, nice, like, long sleeve shirt. His face is kind, totally normal looking, right? Kind of big, like a big dude, but maybe like he's yoked or I realize that, but what I'm saying is I'm evaluating these men for this woman who to me seems like a great woman. So I'm looking at it like this guy. Hopefully he's normal, right? Dude's totally normal. Also works in IT. Every answer is like what a normal person would say. Articulate. He wins. She immediately voted off the guy that was like, not full quarter. Like the guy with the weird clothes because he's too old. What's your favorite color? Pussy. Yeah. My favorite color is blue. I take a short arm for a date. So so she votes him off. The whole thing was fun, but mainly just laughing at them words are good. Because when you see a guy that sucks that much, I'm actually kind of cool. Like it's fun. Yeah, you're like, there are people like that. God, I hope he's okay. Like this is just, maybe there are people nicer than me that will treat him with respect. I certainly will.
How can I so again, the whole point of this
like I fucking would rush you off. Okay, if I'm like, Christ. Obviously, I was 1800 thinking of her. He's saying, unfuckable loser. But I always say, I'm like, show off and you're running. Think about it. And he deserves it. He probably like, thank you. So the dating part was fun. If I was half Bolivian and half Iranian, and there was a comedian who was very famous in a bunch of viral videos saying kind of thing from the same area as me, it would be hard. The guy wouldn't be a fake. So he has an appeal. He's been able to get through Netflix. All the industry people don't give a fuck about is that he doesn't go out to social media. He has a following, dude. He's not even living gross. Well, he's so fucking funny. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of fun to go to a comedy show again and see that. I mean, you went to an ABG to go to a comedy. No, there's definitely stand-up dating. Like, all of the things that I notice about the IP is probably things that I've noticed about myself. It's not for neither one of the performers. It's just not there yet. If it ever will be, but it's just not. They don't have the thing, and it's difficult. Right? When you get into that conversation, you start sounding like Joe Rogan, pedestrians, and but stand-up comedy is very hard to be actually good at it. He's different, right? So neither of them are there. They're still working it out. And I wish them well. I would pay to see them. But, she's only bridge. If only a fucking master wishes to fill their gas tank. Right? I don't think he's gonna have a shoot right now.
right? And when those die rock off,
He's
we'll
making a
know
living
how
off
they
it,
were.
right?
I guess six
Yeah, what
total
kind of was that, dude?
shots
I
I
have
talked
no
about.
idea.
I love how that
Wow,
Kawajima was.
horrific. Depends on how many goals the batting prop time season.
Into the base running. Now, not
He
thinking
got
into
that,
the
and he's
court
like,
yard,
all right, so we got this merge, right? And you get one out for free. And he's like,
with
what do
the
you
actual structure
What do you
of
got?
the
There was one guy from
Wait,
was in the
that's
audience
the
from the
image.
Department of
I'm saying
Defense.
So,
He asked about
you can imagine,
that guy was
so
hilarious.
this picture,
He was going on. I was like,
Like,
well, you know, I don't know. Oh, is it
for a moment.
Yeah, he goes, he goes, well, it's the professor. It's got another name now. And he's like, trailing off. And this is where Martin was going to be like, he's like, oh, really? Another name? Because he knows what is it?
So
What is it?
Tony standing over there doing a film, he needs to see every single
Like I said, oh, yeah, and then there was
and
another
he
white
needs to
guy.
be looking directly into
He was like,
it.
he
So looking
blamed
at
for
over
this.
here,
You
Lamed
know,
Dalit,
if we
right?
were there, it was funny
Literally
because he was like, I
right
think we should blame
into the
Thomas.
vehicle,
Because
right
this other
into
white
the
guy.
nuclear.
I was like, damn,
So in
Thomas
order
is
to do that,
killing.
Stevie Martin says, the
They're on
eastern
fire.
wall has to be lower, has to be
But yeah,
shorter
so
than the
that's
to
another
allow
crowd too.
the
This
color,
crowd,
not the
some
good
of
part
them,
of it.
some of them were very smart. Others were not so much. There was one guy that was like, low key, threatening.
Horrible than Calabar. Like, that's a little bit about
It was, you know what, that was another thing that was funny that happened.
but nevertheless, the
Martin
walls
was
right.
talking about like
The
ice,
wall has to be lower
and
than
this
all the
drunk
walls.
Latino
Without
dude
a
in the
point
crowd
of
was
how
like,
you able
oh, you can't talk about that. You can't talk about that, Martin. And he was like, what do you mean I can't talk about it? He's like, white people here. And Martin's like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, white people are ice. He's like, no, the guy was saying like that ice was gonna arrest Martin. I guess I wanted during while this was happening, I so wanted to take a shit, but I didn't get up because I knew if I got up there, like, there he is, he's ice. I was like, that would be kind of funny though, dude, on a viral clip of me being called ice. Maybe I should have done something. That was a feeling. And I apologize to Shibboleth. It should have been part of the show. I should have made my part of the show. Get my girl in there, maybe I could. I'm trying to be the single guy.
You enter into the eastern side, you enter into the SLC. Now, in that courtyard from the
I
fourth
wanted to
wall,
comment on something you did to the audience.
that are in the
You know, I know
SLC.
you wanted to also tell them this.
So now we're kind of
You
going
haven't taken
out a
5
little
minutes
bit
outside of
and
doing the
looking
podcast.
at the
Oh yeah, I should have mentioned. Today is my second day of 5 minutes. Because the last episode was my first. This is my second. You guys remember that? I took it. I still don't really see much. You know, it didn't help me that much. But maybe if I take it more, maybe I'll who knows. My blood pressure though did go down this time, so that's good. Yeah, so I don't think it affects my blood pressure.
Story was
That
a
was
fence. Was a fence around the
This is the
basement.
unhealthiest period of my life.
So around the
When I
basement,
got my
story.
blood pressure
Now
like
the
went
thing
down,
is,
and actually the first day back it was
side
way
of
up
the pole of
before the
the
5
story was
because
an
of what I
area
was eating.
known
I
as
had that
the
cake, which I
picture.
wasn't too good,
You're
but I had a
area
giant
of the
cake.
does
Coffee cake.
that
Thinking
letter
of coffee
that.
Then my
Right,
parents
the
got this big
defense
coffee
defense
cake
is
from
story.
Heidelberg
The
Bakery.
area
Never heard of it.
between the
I ate it
fence
all,
and
and
the
then
base
I was like, this one price is about cake. I take it, like, they don't want all this food. So I took it, I ate it, and I was like, well, you know, diet starts Monday.
31.
I literally
I
said
guess
that.
a great
I
thing.
meant it.
Great thing.
I
See
was
again,
like, I gotta
the
eat it tonight.
exterior fence
On
that's
Sunday night, so I ate it. That was my last.
area
Variety cake, steak, chocolate, donuts, cookies. Anything good, dude. I fucking for that shit. Nachos at the club. Pretzels
The
at the
area of the
club.
hill,
Alright, so
but the
here we go.
area inside
First of
of
all,
the
yeah, 2 things. So one thing first,
was
tell people what's on the ground right there.
Same as say Mahalo Solutions.
It's a
And
bag.
your
It's a
first step,
gift
also
bag full of bimbo bread.
31
That's what it is, dude. It's bimbo bread,
So
dude. I
like
know
the
bimbo bread.
the
Conceit
area
Thomas fucking
inside
pound cake. Did I eat a whole pound cake last night? I don't know. You be the judge, dude.
step
I guess you're on my
to
same
get to the
wavelength.
platform
For last night, it was up to 4 in the morning. Eating a bag of bread.
So you must think
And
about
then the second thing.
step.
What was the second
The
thing?
Ezra saw the
I
Ezra
forget.
from Ezra
But, it was
saw
important.
ultimately
Girl's
against
bag of
Ezra.
bread. He said, look at the floor.
Room
What's in there?
Ma'ala
Yeah. Oh, she said the second thing first. That's all. I'm like, bimbo bread. My brain's
Think about
got
how you
taken from
some
bimbo
sorry.
bread.
Think
Right?
say Mahalo Solutions from your
He says,
first
oh, it's
step.
coffee cake.
Room
Nice
Ma'ala
coffee cake,
Solutions
dude.
step
I go to these
had a
meetings,
height of
and
Kaki
somebody stopped showing
short
up for
of
like
Kaki
4 months.
and spread of
Now, not be a big deal. You know what I mean? Rest in power.
Trzeba sobie ten hasło na
They started coming back.
olojstwo.
This person
A
would bring
Jorgo się
coffee
Ezra
cakes every
Stroll
week because they
Ezra
work at a coffee shop.
Albo
Yeah,
tak.
that's crazy.
Ja
Just
było
another
another
alcoholic.
podcast.
Yeah,
They
dude.
like this
Yeah, dude.
podcast.
And so like they started
Ultimately
coming back
again
in. It's like,
went
oh my
from what
god.
they call Ezra Stroll
And
to Ezra Stroll.
the first go around,
Just so
they weren't talking about like heating up the
if you
coffee.
take a look,
You know what I mean? But this time when they
take
came
a look,
back,
going back to
it's
this
different. They said like,
and that's
throw
why we're
it
gonna
in
have
for
a
X
large
amount of time.
review of
Do that, dude. It's
First,
incredible.
take a look on the aerial
Oh
image
my
once
god, I
again.
never done it before.
Letter Vault,
My dad
Vault,
harassing me to
number
do something
9 is
better. I'm like,
You like it
is what
dry?
they call Ezra
Just try it cold. Yeah.
That's
Listen, I'm
very
a
right for
snow-minded
them.
person. I
How
understand
did
you're
you get
tempted
from
prior to
Ezra
investigation.
Johnson ultimately
I know
again
it's
to
easy.
Ezra
that's
Stroll?
something I have.
Yes, 12 steps. Those
I'm
12
thinking they're
steps
flicking my
you
dad.
will
I guess.
update
Yeah. What's
update
microwave?
how you
Fuck
got
you.
from Ezra
I
Johnson
only
to
keep
Ezra.
coffee
You
cake.
walked up
I need to wait.
12
I need
steps.
more. Like
12
cookies
steps,
is different.
update.
Oh, yeah. But coffee cake is not
Then you
necessary.
might say,
Donut.
you walked up 12. That's a lot of folks who don't vote for Ezra Johnson. You malachas, I'm a
Like
bit
that
like
fresh,
that.
and then she made fucking snickerdoodles. Right? You know what I mean?
All the half an hour
saying that. It was so delicious every day of the week. Full of salt, tamales, chorizo, burritos. That was the hook of my fucking diet. And I have so much stuff left here in the fridge right now.
Is
Yeah, once the holidays, that's what I tell myself. When you get back, just make sure you have it back.
Oh yeah, and then now I got bimbo milk. I was trying to give you something on this new kick. Like I'm not gonna shit.
No, I can't take any of that. I'm trying to slow it down for a little bit. Get back in line. They'll ship it to me.
I'm gonna be up till fucking midnight on New Year's Eve.
I guess I mean, this is still technically not the New Year, so. Because on New Year's, I probably ate a little.
Diet starts 2026.
Exactly.
Oh, that's the other thing. Something very funny somebody pointed out to me this week is that it's going to be raining in LA on New Year's Eve.
So again,
Which is kind of awesome.
pretty much
Because
just
they're
give
keeping
me
the
a
fireworks.
quick overview. So again, looking at the aerial view right now.
Isn't that
So far,
fucking pretty dope,
figuring in
dude?
on the eastern
Yeah, if
side,
they cancel
lower
it, that
side,
would
and
be nice.
everything else. That's the point to see.
I honestly, every time
Sign is my Ezra Johnson. I then go to the page, 12 steps, 12 steps. From Ezra Johnson, I enter into Vault, which is Ezra
and then
Stroll.
when the night comes, I'm like, I
I
don't
go
want
in,
to jack
there's
shit. I
Ramadan,
should stay with
another
this
spot that I
biggest
can
thing on
there, another
Yeah,
spot,
that's kind of where I'm at now.
Ramadan,
Plus,
and I
like,
enter
I just, I think to have good New Year's, you have to be kind of cool.
that is exactly what I
I've not had
really
fun
marvel
New
at.
Year's. Oh,
And we
man,
learn
fuck that night,
every
but,
little thing
you know,
Omer,
drinks,
my
and,
life, the Sham,
yeah,
the
it's
Gabba,
nice,
I'm
but
a
like,
good
no.
one, not so
Girls
much.
didn't want to talk to me, and
Well, those are not
I left
by the way,
alone. Had to go home
there was
sad.
a platform
For
that
almost
was
every
there,
New Year's
a platform
story
that
ends
was
with
there,
that,
and
or even
ultimately
there's
again,
been sometimes
the
where people
Ma'ala
kick me out of the party.
Ma'ala has to come to Gabba, I'm
Who are you with? I'm like, I,
Dukkan
we don't care. You're gone.
and it was a
For
platform
me,
that was
I'm
placed
gonna
on
kick
it.
it here and
Ufa
fucking
shows
drop all night,
Ma'alos
dude.
that
That's all I got going on.
Shahati
And if
Hassan.
there's no
Each
fireworks,
one
dude,
made
it's
of
like,
a half an hour.
is this the
Here,
apocalypse? Like, it's
you
too
might
perfect
try
to
to
be
do
real.
something very
If there's
interesting.
gonna be no fireworks and New Year's Eve,
That's a good. That's funny. I didn't really think about that. But yeah, you're right. That could make the perfect New Year's is where it's raining, so people can't enjoy themselves.
and there's no fires in January, dude.
That
You
is
know what I mean?
called
Oh, do you think the fires come from that?
No, I think the
it's
fires
34 and 35
happened
was like
because it wasn't
point
raining.
out of it.
So like,
It's back to
it's gonna
focus.
be, it's
Exactly
nonstop
how
rain.
this Dukkan was arranged.
We got a great
It's
2020.
step
Dude,
go
2026,
up
you'll be
in
rich.
front
I've
of
been
the
telling
step
I've been telling everyone that.
down.
People I don't even know just walk up to 2026, you'll
Go up in front of the step and
That's
then you
nice.
see
That should be
Rashi has them over here, a link going up, and back to there. Moses has them a link
What
go
song
down.
was that?
Now, what was unique about the Dukkan was that this
Right
is
at the
where
top. I've got a sick ass song coming up here. That
to go ahead
you know what? We never
our
talked.
contemporary
That is
vernacular
different. Dallas on this.
refers to the
Into the
Kohanim
serial
in their
bros.
Rafa.
That's my
But in
demographic.
fact,
But
that really
that's
does.
also
Now
our
again, the
demographic.
Kohanim also get
Anyways,
the Rebbe Rafa first. The
I was
Dukkan
gonna
was
say,
also
I'm
used
taking
for the Shiras
oh yeah,
Halevi.
it never works in real life. Where I tell you a song and then
You
you
know
go,
what it says?
you know, but London calling by the Klaxon. Right?
So it's
London
again.
comedy.
play browser now from this because this is like the entries way ultimately again has that attack goes over target was like if you see the connection that you would like to use on the browser example, this is what ultimately again you have to diminish the height of the actually diminish height inside. Otherwise the point you would do the target will not be able to see it. You must allow the banner you hot check out the answer to the target is discovered the bank, but according to that banner ultimately again these answers would have been visible.
I did another thing on Threads where I asked people, like, Harry said something about how, like, actually performing an hostage works since I agree, man.
Once again
But I
trying to
think some
prove
people took
that
that
the
seriously,
United
too.
States
Dude, I really like this Threads and on zero. Like, oh, thank you. It's really fun. Now I'll log into Threads and see if you post. Oh, wow. What a compliment. And imagine what America's doing. I didn't do anything extra except for one that bomb.
Rather
Because if you're two or an 8 or 6 years,
that post on the graphic looks
oh,
like the level.
that was something I wanted to bring up earlier. That's why I pulled my phone out earlier. Was my thread that I tried to do in Cookie was okay, and you liked it, and I sent it to you right when I posted it. My parents got me an autographed headshot of Andrew Schultz for Christmas. They called me daddy and slapped the couch. They're cringe. See, I like, yeah, like, oh, you got a point, you got a point. I think it's just like, that would be great on our Reddit or our show, but people may not know exactly. I was just sharing what happened for me on Christmas. Let's see here. We got 2 voicemails. The guy that keeps leaving voice signals. But this is what's up, voicemail. Our phone number is 7757-8667. That's 775-557 TMOS.
As the almost negative performance. So okay, now we just talking about how the gas itself was almost negative performance. So ultimately again,
I would say don't say after 6 inches. You know?
11 hours.
You know, I think a lot of people are in agreement that 2006 camping worse than 2021. I hope that's true. There were definitely some things that were very different. I agree. And I'm not gonna lie though, I was thinking about this earlier this week, maybe because it's like October, November, December's not really well for me. Yeah, 2025 wasn't that bad. Yeah, it wasn't terrible. There were a lot of great things happening too. I understand. I mean, there's a lot of things going out there. Trembling for the world's iron. But, you know, your boy is getting more true focus on the positive glass half. Who was that? They say, I think it's me. Shout out to you, dude. And let's see this one here. This one looks too crossing.
Ultimately, I don't think it's set up with the best thing with it. Not anything. Come on, Zara, I saw all that mail this morning to set. The entire Zara, the entire hotel, but the reason to see by the way, you want to follow along in these measurements. Or it's pretty much all mentioned over here. The pictures 39. 39 and the larger pictures are 39, 40, yeah, 39, 40. 39 and the older, there are a couple of things that are
shout
not
out to you guys that are watching right now. Tell us what you want us to do merch-wise, and maybe we'll do merch in 2026. Oh shit, I do have merch connect. Oh yeah, yeah, so if we ever want to do merch, we could ask that guy. I'm down. I'm open to doing merch. I just don't think anybody wants it. Keep saying we got no money. They always say that they want it, and then it's like, are you gonna fucking buy it? Dude, I don't. Yeah, because if we do that, then, you know, we're gonna have to fire the team. It's also like, oh yeah, merch is a great idea. We got the fucking whiteboard. You go like, what do we make? Like, we have no idea. But I think we had an idea. Oh, like what? Tiny fridges. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. That is actually great. 2026, dude. Guess what? Law went into effect in California, dude. The fucking sarcasm apartment landlords need to provide fridges. Should I hit up my landlord to be like, I need a bigger
you know, Ulam is there. Actually, saying the area
You
between
definitely have
Ulam
very French.
and
Oh, not by any means necessary.
and there was actually saying
But yeah, that's a new law.
that
That
we
was
felt
moved
to
in 2006. It's a law against having French. That's one. Oh, okay, that's the one I was thinking. But landlords need to provide
that
fridges.
area
Oh,
ultimately
well
against
then, really? Against those. And I had to buy this fridge. That's why it's not as huge as I would want to be. It's pretty big, but you know, if a landlord provided you a smaller fridge, that would be so nice. That'd be so funny. But then it would, or a landlord provides you a fridge, you know, like it's way big, it's so big.
That's what they're looking at. The aerial view.
And we'll end here, but do you think the audience will accept me with their
area mapped out.
Yeah, they'd be happy for you. Okay, almost don't accept you for this. This is embarrassing. Oh, God, you're pointing like this, like it's fucking huge. It's that big every time you point it there. This is embarrassing, and it's part of the reason why people don't subscribe. Because your fridge is so small, you get so much that like makes sense.
That's
You're fucking minuscule.
then you have the 30
because these chairs are right size.
there.
Look at how much
Then
room
you
I
have
have right
the
here. I was
20
shocked.
of the good days,
Not appalled. I was happy to see that. I
then
like
ultimately
miniature
again
chairs.
you have the full 100
You want it was your first choice. You probably want to buy three of those tables. And did I buy a Mac Mini? Yes.
and
But
both
what I was gonna say is,
100
do you think they'll make fun of me if I get a bigger fridge? I think they'll be happy for you. And probably I'll never live down. I just too.
the full dimension ultimately of the we're not done on the stuff.
I fucking hate that Mexican dude that painted the walls too.
From south.
He was trying to help me, dude. Yeah. Well, he was tiny, so he was short as that makes it even smaller. He was small. He was like, whoa, that shit.
Okay, it's not numbers. Well, okay, it's very simple. Again, you can see
Alrighty,
everything.
well, that's it for us, guys. Have a great rest of your days. See you next week. Bye.
It's a larger image of 39, and you can see everything matched out. That's beautiful. So the Gemara says that's ultimately again. This was from Mizrach to Naro. What happens if you are going Safran to Daro? So we'll say north to south. We'll say that's this picture. This picture over here. North to south. North to south, always that local. We're done with Safran. There was a total of 135 amas. It was across to width. Remember again, north to east to west is the length. North to south is the width. So if you go north to south in the base of that is a total of 135 amas. That's when I was trying to point out, you know this when you see it on the page. But when we say that east to west is 187 amas, that is not something as that's nothing. Right? That's not something out of pressure. This is only once you enter into Ezra's smell, but we know it is 187. Now, but we're going to the width. We're going ultimately again from north to south of this, and it does a total of 135 hours. Now, what's the all broken up over
Welcome
here.
back to
Have
Racket
some
Tweets.
gas,
Thanks for tuning in. As always, try the link,
area
try the Reddit, try the
of
Discord.
the
Thank you to all the
together
new
with the
Patreon
ramp was
subscribers
a total
checking
of
out music that
62
we're cracking out.
My name is Jack
This is
Wicabo.
very good, Toronto. Thank you.
So my name is Jack
I want to
Wicabo.
ask you to do it
Those are the
before I do
rings.
that.
Rings, remember
Just looking
again,
over at the
how we
ring,
check
yeah.
out the
And I don't know why I thought of this, but it's four letters. You know what else is four letters?
down around the animal of the neck, around the neck of the animal, essentially securing the animal in place, and then set the animal there. So remember, Jack Wicabo.
What is that?
Welcome to Wicabo, the area that
Oh, what else is four letters? I'm sorry, I'll cut that one out now. What else is four letters? Awesome. I did a purpose.
Working our way from south to
You might have
north.
shit on
Because that 60 amas ultimately up in the dam,
Why do I think
8
it's four
amas
letters?
is
So
in between
obviously
the dam
not.
and the top.
Rain, R-A-I-N is four letters.
24 amas
That's
of
true.
the
Yeah,
ring
that'd be
themselves.
funny. That's why I thought I
4
was spelled
amas
all the
that are
time.
called Minas
Just like
Tabos, which will put it. 4 amas
Graves.
from the rings to
Okay.
the table.
It doesn't matter. I
That's
was
the
just saying it'd be funny if it's
cut
a
off.
good.
So cut off. I was born in Minas Tabos, Minas Tabos. 4 amas from the tables.
I don't even know why I thought of that. It's probably my brain not working. So my veins. Sorry. I do have to say something before we start. Okay. So I will tell you how I'm doing. I think it's very important for me.
That's
There's a lot of people listening to this podcast that know
lazy animal.
Man, I made a joke last week. And I usually don't apologize for jokes. Oh, never.
from the Nanos in the post, and then another 4 Amos ultimately again from the Nanos into the wall. And Saz Gimar says, so Lukosa, Ches Amos, so the from the Nanos to the wall of the Azov was 8 Amos. Was 8 Amos. So we'll say, here's the problem. The problem is 135 Amos, there's 21 Amos left. How are those 24 Amos? The Amos are not Kevin Kokosa, Kumananos. I will say the remaining 21 Amos are used for the space in between.
So
Wherever they are. And the wall of the Azara, and the area of the pillars themselves. I want you to see it over here.
Does your fight like no one else has trouble moving?
And then again, 10.5 Amos was the area of the Nanos.
It's kind of like
And if you want to say, yeah.
you don't want to be
The flex is that you don't.
too much.
Yeah, the end Azara means
Actually,
right?
a lot of my
Also,
family,
when
so
you
actually I don't want
to
to
make
take
it
back.
sense, the death is not going to be in the middle of the Azara. Haruba in his death, the Durham Titan, but the Ruba Arctic in his death is
Family
actually
members
secret.
trying to right now.
Ella
They
was
hear
a
about
part of that.
maybe
The
they get a
giant
text or
Ella,
something. They hear
last
about they
time
go,
you know, that the Ella just thing happened. Rather about say what do you see from here? It's just as the country is support the Pina Finani from author of the Seven Needles, of the Spice
I mean,
Mississippi Needles,
so
is
there's
none
no
other
there's
than
no
a
truth at
resident
all to
Apple
that.
from
Even though I just silly jokes.
website.
The whole story
There,
didn't happen.
hopefully you
That's
sound
right.
the
That's because you're trying to build up to like because you had moved so long and so gross
trying to
that
be a
gross
little bit more
house.
organized.
I see.
Even
I
though
see
it's
it, but
tomorrow,
You
now what
know,
is
need
called
to not
you know,
move
who
to be
can't yet
gross
have
that
the
gross
Thursday
house.
Sunday
And he
what
just
a
commented, I felt bad, you know what I mean? Shout out to you,
literally
sis,
journey
you know,
through the day
he's
Sunday
trying to
and here's the
figure
time
out
to continue the
should
journey
we get to
tomorrow.
what's going on? You know, sure, because it's just,
Did you know about that?
I don't know if he does now that I said that he's watching this regularly, I think.
Yeah, so he's a fan now. That's good. That and Rosa, not one yet.
No, definitely, hopefully not.
Yeah, do you think he knows about the shark?
Oh my god, let's move on, dude. I don't know, maybe what if he starts tuning in now?
Rosa knows about the shark.
Yeah, but no, dude, no.
Really?
No, and
How can they watch the show and not know?
well, here's the thing, like, they had like these
All right,
trauma
Joe, say
books.
good morning.
They
Let
hear it,
us
and
begin.
they're like, oh, I'm going to throw that out, or else I'll get
Beautiful day ahead of us today. First of all, Baruch about the Howard Goldstein. Baruch Havadah, welcome back. I mean, not welcome back to the shit, in the shit, but welcome back into the shit.
It's common, maybe.
Welcome back.
I wish I would have
Wonderful to
took a
see
picture
you.
of the comment, but I'll
All right, so let's begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our Kamatoga sponsors.
For you, any specific
month
advice?
of New York Thanksgiving Party dedicating training just for this month.
Should I try to find the
Gratitude to Hashem.
Yeah,
Welcome
yeah, I want to see what he said.
How have you been doing, dude?
Benjamin or at least all the very
Okay, while you're looking this up, you know, I don't want to bury the lead here. I hit one. I took a 5 8.
Oh, no, yeah.
I finally got 5 8s. And I took one, and I am tired right now. I took it at,
dedicated to
I want to say around 7, maybe 6:30.
They have great grandmother
I didn't really notice much of a change. Yeah, I wasn't tired for a long time. I had sort of a crash out. I didn't drink any coffee today, so I think I'm feeling a little shitty right now, so it's either from the coffee withdrawal, me taking the 5 8s, or just last weekend all I did was eat shit. Not shit,
It's not the best time to say that.
yeah, right. It was just like people were giving all this Christmas cookie and stuff. I really just did leave the house. I watched
With that,
all day
let
long
us
eating cookies
start
and people gaming.
So you finish the
10.
work.
We're actually picking up
We moved on.
Eric,
And then you're with 5 8, you're only like supposed to take it if you have like work or whatever. You take breaks of it. This is the first time I took this today.
very
Never took anything else. So I
Kuma,
never took it a lot of time. So I'm not gonna
did
take
they
it again for
do
another week
with
on vacation.
I will say, remember,
But I took it at work
over
anyway.
here is
I
as
mean, I don't know.
follows. That remember we've spoken about so
Have you
far
ever
that
done
they're
anything like
going ahead
that?
and making
I
three
probably have,
withdrawals
but it was
of
when it
3%
was
Let's remember again.
The comments all said, don't do it, it'll kill you.
Three
I mean, I feel fine. I just feel kind of like a headache.
boxes that each
So I
hold
don't feel like I'm
leads
addicted
to all
to it yet.
3 withdrawals throughout the year.
So
So there's my
find
hope
the
is in the
comment if you want to
timing
read
of the
that.
withdrawals. Everyone's agreeing pretty
You
much
should
on
be
the
chatting
timing of the
daily,
withdrawals.
going
Now,
2 or 3
what did they use the
days.
money
One
for?
is not
What was the money used
right.
for?
Get more data fiber seriously and go get a check for a colonoscopy with your doc. No joke. And I know how I feel
in your file.
in those last 2
So again, if you're going to withdraw money, again, also in general, you've
No
seen
joke,
before we did this
no,
with you, when it comes to
Yeah.
casino money,
It's
how
interesting.
careful we have to be.
I
So
feel
I'm just
glad
felt
I'm
like
happy
this is
now. I was
really
thinking about it all
important.
week.
Because
It's
as
5
much
days
as
ago, as you
hopefully
can
you
tell.
want to trust the people in charge, they're also the guy who principle of all of this.
This seems like something I would write.
Don't
Feels
go
like that
along
seems
with
like too
trust.
much.
You know, it's like
Right?
the
2
goal
to 3
is to
times a
structure
day.
things in such a
Seems
way
like a lot.
where
Yeah,
trust
he's too much. That's how. That's my
but
bad.
there's
So they're like,
transparency
you're
and
like,
there's disclosure.
usually this is
I don't
working
have
out
to
for
trust
me.
it. Like,
I'm
I
way
trust
more than
everyone.
that.
I don't have to rely
Yeah,
on
I mean,
trust because
I
everything
think
is
it's
spelled
not
out.
normal to shit
Second
every
is
day.
trust.
Most
Some of
people
them
I
how you
know
also,
don't
what do they do with it?
go in
So
and
open
shit.
button,
And
you
I don't
can
want to be
stuff
able
in
to talk about go to the bathroom
this
anywhere near as much as
so
I
you
do.
go in and buy
Free or
me
post
did like
dates.
a couple dollars give you all things
Shout out to
first of all
Thank you for
this
checking up on me.
came
It
from the
feels
wine
good to be one of my family.
which Omer Ishtehal was a very nice
You know, I mean, not to
sukkahs.
dox
Omer,
maybe
like
like
the body
it's got
of the money too
the
low.
website.
It was
Yeah, but
the lechem
something I was thinking
and money
is very
was
funny
going
about
to
is
use for the weekly
you know,
lechem
people,
So
it's
bread.
a common
The whole
topic of
Kabbalah
conversation
Sakiba,
currently
and
for me.
ultimately again any communal office. So
How's it
pretty
going?
much that
Still
list was
living out
in
there
there.
in Seattle?
Needed
Like,
the suffering, Omer,
I'm surprised there's only one
that
area.
are brought from the
Yeah,
withdrawal.
well, there's some dead humans on the road.
Very interesting.
There's so many dead humans they don't have
Lot
room
من
for
الصلاة
instruments. But
يتشمع
what happens
خبيث
when
most
a skunk dies on the road?
Now remember, on
It's a mountain
your
of lions.
are really the
Oh man, lions, God, it's the lions of the mountain.
So
No,
you need to
no,
bring
but
the
it
cover
smells like
over and you need to
shit.
bring
Right.
Sarah.
The
problem is,
so
of
here's
course,
the thing.
that
They always say
don't
like,
produce
well, did you call animal control?
So interestingly enough, if you take a look,
I don't think so.
at
Probably not a chance.
how
Dan.
different just
Yeah,
a
you know
moment.
what I mean? Okay, now you play it out in your head.
You know, I got
She
from the
called
bottom.
animal control.
האורים
Mistake.
אליהן ממה שנשוב
Not a
בקצה.
chance.
בנוסף מסחר בשמר, שיעים רגלים. This is now, listen to this.
This
is financial shooting yourself. The produce that you're reaping was often counted
there was a dead skunk for 3 months.
responsible for the
Oh,
shooting.
no, the bridge right there. It smelled like
What
shit
about
every
the
day.
after the
That's
shooting?
fucked up. Right.
So we'll say, so
Like,
often when
I
grain
knew
is
for a fact they were
growing,
calling that.
the group is
Do an animal control when they get the call.
season means that when I do something,
Well, I guess
some of
in
the
that area,
seeds
they
that
say,
come
oh yeah,
up
cool story, bro.
grow
Don't do
on
it.
the
They look for anything else to do
over
other
and
than
tail
pick up a dead skunk. Their itinerary is
interesting
filled
part
up
is
with other shit.
everything is hefted.
You
So
know what I mean?
because
Because
everything
there's
is
so
hefted,
many things that they have to do in that area. They
They
start asking for raises and stuff. They're
there
like,
is
we know
kind
we're
of
up skunks.
for
You know what I mean? For the
a
dogs.
particular area
They're
in
not
order
trying
to
to
go
pick up
ahead
dead
and
skunk on the
reserve
road.
that for
Blood, guts, and smell.
Orange Dale
I
left.
don't get beef with
The
this dude.
issue is
The
everything is
skunk is still
hefted.
there. It's been
So
2 weeks now. There's a
anyone
dead
can
skunk
take it.
still in the
So
same
you
spot.
couldn't
That's
actually
fucked up.
technically
I mean,
stop someone
honestly, if
from
I
taking
were,
it,
I
except
guess
that
I
they
don't
would
know
have
what
a
it's
guy
like to be
position
an
there and he was
animal control
you
person.
can't take it if
But if
you
I got a
want to.
call, I
But
think I might want it
which
to
one
be a
to
skunk.
utilize this
Because
ultimately
it's like,
for the
that's what,
base on the
wow,
cash.
the big one.
That's
I'd
again,
probably be
if you look
tired.
at that
I mean, you don't want it to be a
he
dog.
says one more
Yeah.
time, he says, how
And
old
deers are nice.
roast which
And
occurs by
you're probably
itself.
hoping that it's like a
Initial
rat
cuts, right?
or
The
a
seeds that
skunk
off
or
in the
something you don't
previous
like.
crop was being
Yeah, that's
harvested.
how I think
The
about it.
Nusli
So
Shala
like a
Shomer,
cat is sad.
Shimimna Ragli
Even AI
Beli
understands
Nosham,
what I'm saying.
Shishmita
I never
Omer
even looked
Beis,
at it. I probably should
Shishmita
have
Omer,
done stuff.
who Beis
Yeah.
Halakam Shira,
What was this?
Dosh,
Animal control prioritizes live emergencies, so they may not rush to pick up a dead skunk. They usually do handle them, especially nuisance or hazard. They're not picking it up. They're, oh, I know what people do. That's what we call
So
them.
what they would do is they would
Kayak
put someone, and they would
and
pay
they're all just
someone
like, we're
kind
not
of
picking
just
up a dead
stand
skunk.
guard by the
Sounds
beach,
disgusting.
that they would
Can
have
I poke some
barley
holes in
and
this narrative
available
that
for
you
the
had?
owner
There's not a
and
single
Shehara.
one.
That's
That's the narrative. I think, like, well, it says first, animal control often prioritizes live emergencies.
Volga
I think
was
that is,
sacrificial
I
in
think
Germany
that
for
idea
the paid
is
salaries
easy.
from
Cats
the
and trees,
withdrawal.
dude.
What we're going to see, by the way, is not only
Maybe, but I
not
was thinking
only
more like,
was
you
the
know,
withdrawal from the
dangerous
Truma,
animals,
the Truma,
maybe
not
rabbit
only was the
animals
withdrawal
or
for actual
dogs.
sacrificial items,
Yeah,
but
pitbull.
some will call it
You know, maybe
support
start up, it's like
activities as well,
Got
which makes
things
sense.
along.
Support
But yeah,
activities
like dog
will pay
bites,
from the
that kind of shit.
as well.
So all of that, and then you know
And the OC owner, Harotse Misnadi
What was it? What was
Samati.
it? First
Those
fucking
is very
around here. He goes
curious.
like,
By the way,
hey.
if somebody wants to volunteer
Some,
for
yeah, like something
services,
probably getting
and
paid.
the unpaid custodian,
But
we
they're
accept that
prioritizing like
too.
live
So it was
animals, not dead
interesting enough
animals.
to
But I
remember
would not
focus on
know
the
that. I
video.
never read this.
Does the person who's watching over
So
the brain
that's why.
and the
So I
body
think
have to be
in
paid,
the
or
level
can
of
you choose
prioritization,
to
a
volunteer
dead
to
skunk
service?
is way more
If you
important
take
than
a look
like
one
a
more
dead
time at
any other
Edwin
animal.
Harrison, he writes in the Shaman Kingdom, the Ashta cannot
It's
wisdom and
just
a
amazing
healthcare,
how
Isha
much
Shaman
better
Kingdom,
they're
start
in the
carving up
3-month
the
one.
special,
The
so you get
Queen
very
was getting upset because
the first being
well,
kind of come up, does not
it was
want
a huge
unpaid
skunk to it.
custodians.
Now one knew
We
where
want
it
to
was.
pay
Yeah,
someone
nobody wanted to
to
pick it
watch
up.
the wheat in the body.
Now
Why do you want to
picking
pay
up a
someone?
skunk and smelling like it.
In general, right? See, God's good, but it's
So my grandma rest in
business
power, right?
people, right? So, right?
Great side.
Of course, you want to pay someone because you get what you pay for. So if somebody's doing you a favor, what's going to happen? One day he's too sure, whatever else. You pay someone. Interestingly enough, there's another issue. Another issue over here is if somebody's getting paid by the big pushes, which means that it's clear that what they're doing is good for the base of the cash. The concern with a volunteer will say what can happen. Technically speaking, the guy who's a volunteer could acquire the wheat and the barley for himself because after all, this is healthcare. This is all healthcare. But he can acquire for himself. Now, if he acquires it for himself, the cyrus then becomes his wheat then be transformed into base of because it's barley. We're going to see exactly the type of contention. So the Tanakama says we want to pay someone. We want to pay someone. We don't want any favors over here. Rabbi Yossi says no. You can be a shomasino, and it's not a problem. Even if he acquires the wheat of the barley, subsequently you transfer that ownership to the base Hamikdash, and it becomes base Hamikdash wheat and barley. She brought in Ella Michelle Seabird. So ultimately, again, the Rabbanan said that. They said again, just understand at the end of the day, the wheat and the barley used for covering over and share record must belong to the community.
Chasing a skunk is
Cannot
pretty
belong to
crazy.
the
I can't
individual.
imagine I would
Rabbi
ever do
Yossi's
that. Like, you
entire
make me
approach
chase
is
off.
predicated on
Okay,
the
get
idea
out here, get out here.
that that which belongs to
You
the
know, even that
individual
is kind of like, I
can
don't think
be
I would do that.
transferred
I
and
would just
given
be like,
over
skunk,
to the
you treat a
individual.
skunk like you do,
Remember,
like,
that's not a
I don't
condition.
know, like a
Question
jack
of whether
criminal.
the individual or to be given over to the base of the cash.
Yeah, you wishing
difference
you,
over
in
here
a
is
way,
that
animal
Shem
control are the cops.
as well as
Right?
by
Yeah, so you're starting, yeah, you immediately carrying that shit. Like, there's a
in
skunk
the
in there.
ownership of the base.
Dangerous, I don't know.
Here's a little bit of an
I
additional step.
don't care. Skunk
The
was
concern is the wheat may be owned by the individual. When I say wheat, I'm including the wheat and the barley. May be owned by individuals subsequently transferred. Does that work or not? That's really independent. Let's see. Top of the website. So Mara
that is so
notion
not what I would
wasn't a
do.
focus on
Bro, I would
notion.
maybe throw
It's
something at
something
it or
owned
no,
by
animal
individual
control is pretty
and in fact
yeah,
be
actually,
transferred
somehow I
over
would like
to the Mikdash.
some
That's how you
others.
do it. So my laws, man, I'd say go on about
Yes, I have
Mano,
some
so
sort of
what's a
terrible
Gemara
accident.
quotes a
Skunk
Gemara
like,
actually
oh
says
yeah,
kindness.
he fell. What do you feel doing?
Well,
He was trying to his.
It
A
talks
skunk
about the
was
fact
eating his
that
lettuce.
there were 9 different
That doesn't seem like
wood was brought
you would be
to
surprised by
the
that
base of
Brenda's
Mikdash,
lettuce.
and
It'd be more
ultimately again
surprising
those
if I had a
9
garden
days
or
would be
lettuce
celebrated
than it would
as
be that I hurt myself
so watch this.
trying to get rid of a
Ela
skunk.
B'Shasha, these
There are a lot of
all
skunks
over the
in LA.
Lishka,
So it makes
wood
sense.
while these
That's
wells
too
back
bad that they can't get somebody out.
and ultimately there
And
was
where is
not
it
enough
again?
wood in
Just
the
a-
chamber. There was enough
Where they used to live.
one thing you need
They
to
don't live in Venice.
the Marati of.
I mean, like you're
And it makes
oh,
Hamikdash
it's
it
off
is
of the street right here.
wood.
The major street.
Because also
Yeah.
remember again, you
Yeah.
can't
It's
operate
literally
the
right
altar
there.
without
Right
wood.
next to the
Right?
Barclay.
Remember again, even the
Okay,
internal
right there.
altar, right? Which was the
That's like South Pass. Whoa, shit.
Remember
They
again,
had
you
it out.
burn logs, you burn coals. So what kind of
Maybe they need somebody on 5 minutes to.
So when
They
they came
need to have
back,
5 minutes for
they
the
came back, so they did not go ahead and have enough wood.
I don't know.
Undo
Dude,
Elu
one
is
thing that
not
was weird, like, so to get it,
ultimately again these
the doctor,
families
I was telling you about how my doctor was like, don't do it.
families.
That's kind of funny to have a doctor be like, you
These
don't want
families
this.
went ahead and
And I'm like, yeah, I did. I came, this is the only reason I came
mushroom
was to get this.
I
Those
will
people
say,
say it's
remember
really
again,
good.
this
He's like,
was
yeah, I know, everyone says it's so great. Everyone's like, it's so great. I'm
that
like,
they then conferred ownership
Like, yeah, that's
over
what I want.
to the base
and so
Hamikdash.
he goes, well, have you thought about this thing that doesn't really work?
And ultimately, again, they went ahead and they used this afterwards for Kabbalah Seeker, for
What is
Kabbalah
that? That
offerings.
count?
The history
Right?
reminded you, Shavine,
I need that. I need
Shafilu
5 minutes.
Lishko Malaya Itzu, ועומדו
I'm
אידו
not trying to get there to
ונתנעצו
do this trend, so
לפני
I don't know
עצמם,
if it's
שלא יהיה
no
קרבן
good. And
מסחרית
I
אלא
think I
משל
literally have
It was
ADHD.
this is actually quite beautiful.
I'm a
The reading
boss,
the prophets of that
Do you
time
think I have
is
ADHD?
through the
Yes.
following
Right?
idea,
I have
which
some
is
of the symptoms,
that
right? I'm not just
whenever these families
Anyway,
want
so
to
the
donate
guy's
wood,
just like, no, you don't need that. I'm like, well, I do need that. He's like,
if these families
he
donate,
just had the symptoms
that's
that you
when
were
we
getting.
accept their
I was like,
donation.
well,
But
guess what?
Yeah,
I
what
have,
is-
like,
yeah, what is
first grade, I got in
Sure,
trouble
so you
for
also
talking
sign
in
up for
class.
first,
Second grade, I got in trouble
These
for talking in
families-
class. Third, fourth, fifth.
Steps
Were you
up.
listening?
It is from the
And
no one
so
else is
he's like,
stepping
oh,
up.
well,
So the
then I
Naveem said,
guess you do
even
have it.
if this process will stop,
Good.
these
I have.
individuals come forward and
So let's
donate
get the
wood.
fucking
We not only
bills in my
accept it,
hands,
but we
Danny.
use it
And
first
so
on the
I'm talking to him, and he's
I'm gonna
like,
be out.
yeah, he
I'll
keeps
be
trying to
out.
get
So
me to
again,
not do it. He's like,
let's
it
put together
sucks.
what
People
do you
just
see
talk
from
about
it? What do you
it.
see
You're never
from
going to be able to get it. Everyone wants it, so it's always going to be out. It doesn't really last that long. There's withdrawals, like you fucking, you gotta take breaks. Or like, I get it. You
There's
do.
certain things
I don't even, I don't whether I have it or not, I don't really care.
in order
So
for
anyways,
them
he
to
finally
be
fills the
effective.
prescription.
One of those things
And
is
I'm
wood,
going to get
right?
it.
Wood, you're saying
Actually,
exactly.
before he
Wood,
does that,
remember, wood
he
is
tells
what
me that at Kaiser,
like
my
carbon.
health,
So carbonos
whatever it's called,
my
health insurance company, like,
So
it's
what you
weird though,
see here is
sometimes they
that
just
even
like
something
test you for
used
alcohol.
in the position
Drugs.
of
They
the
won't, if you're
individual
positive, they won't
can
give it
be
to you.
transferred, effectively transferred over to the seaboard.
Medication.
So you
One
might
other
as
patient I've been dealing with that they get randomly tested at a
Rabiosi.
Kaiser
This is
pharmacy.
Rabiosa.
That's not
This
gonna
is the
happen.
opinion of
You'll
Rabiosa.
be like,
So the
I
Gemara
don't
says
believe this.
Rabiosi
So
of
they test for
Rabiosa
alcohol.
Omer.
I don't know. I
Haretz
was like,
Messiah.
this guy, I don't drink.
Rabiosa.
I'm up at 7 a.m. talking to you.
This is
Must talk to you. It's a
This
one
is
size fits
Rabiosi
all.
in the Mishnah. He said
What's
that
it
even
for?
if an unpaid custodian wants to
He's
open
got to say, because I can't
the
I have no
gross
job.
and shoot
I was like, drink.
of the
You
body
show
of
up to the
the
pharmacy drunk
do so.
for
I
5
would not
minutes.
concern you
Now,
for
what scenario is
because
So
technically,
I'm
even if
in
you
my
buy
head now
the
that I'm going to get it. I am
what?
kind of paranoid.
Okay, you
Like,
can
I'm
just
thinking, like,
transfer
if I gotta
ownership
go there,
over
they're gonna
to the base on the
look me
test.
up
So
and
it's like,
down and
this
like,
is the
this
same
guy
my family's
I don't know,
like,
get high on
it was
this
their
drug
wood.
or whatever.
It was their wood.
So I
Really,
had, I
you take
shaped my beard
ownership
real nice.
over the wood that
Pants,
they
those
have
are
the
much
gush, showing
Or
us that
jeans.
it's privately owned
I drove my
property
girlfriend there
and
and
be
I got her
transferred over to
fiance.
the basic gush.
I went in there and I'm like,
Rabiosi,
preparing to
Yeshua,
kind of
difficult.
have
Other
Brandy
thing,
like,
he's catching your reflective of the view of everyone.
Not,
Kind of like,
I'm
my
like, hi,
not
I'm
having
here to
done
get
the
my
devotional
comments
carbon.
on notes to
If
you
you own that
gentlemen.
fish, I will say,
If a
own this
business,
again,
you know,
is the
they already
actual carbon itself.
put on a
As
show.
an animal, right? So
And
the
they take
carbon
the,
owned
they're
by
like
the
the card for me, and I'm like,
ultimately
my
it
credit
can be
card.
transferred over
I
to
didn't
the
have to say
seaboard
shit.
and serve as a carbon
I
seaboard.
didn't have to pay for
About
it.
the carbon, also
The
we call that shoe.
person
Sure, all
behind
the
the counter was
supplemental
like,
items
you
associated
want
with
the
carbon of
pharmacist
life,
to talk to you? Like, if I had said yes,
wood,
it would have been
right?
like
Ultimately,
this
again,
stuff is me.
amo, modish, and stand up
She
coming
said,
up with
do
a
you
carbon
want to
seaboard.
talk to the
So we'll say,
pharmacist as
could
if
I
it was
already
like,
my
you
focus
don't
is
want
only
to
by
talk unless you're the biggest
but
fucking
by my
person. You
surely
want to
have
talk
carbon,
about
like I will
I
call
took
it
it
carbonic
5 amps or whatever,
accessories.
and it has
Everyone
on the
agrees
filler,
that
it's
halal
a vitamin.
Lamaisa,
Yeah.
it can be transferred from an individual
I guess, but I didn't
ultimately
think
to
it was
the
going to say
state.
anything. I think it's
These
going to
are
say, I don't even know.
Kisonas
Like,
and
what was
Yah,
funny is the 5 amps has no
let's give a mother.
I thought that was
We made
4
a Kisona. What's a Kisona
letters.
means
This morning I sent an email out with someone's name spelled wrong.
People try to even get down
Yeah, I haven't really noticed the effect, right? I mean, you tell me, do I seem different?
Quite
I had a
every
crash.
a mother made a tunic, a Kisona for her son.
I
So
thought I was
she
going to
made
pass
one of
out
the big
because
tuna
I
for her
didn't drink
son.
coffee today and I feel like shit.
What's
Do you
that
mind
look like?
or is it
Shada,
wrong for me to
that
ask
look as it
how
works.
often you have to
They will say, however,
No,
Obilad,
you ask
shit
away.
is surrender with
And
secret.
I
As
forget
long
to
as
go
what?
but
As long as she conveys ownership of
I'm
that
telling people,
clothing
I
to the
can't be like
seaboard.
just randomly. I'd be like, I'm on coffees.
Must belong
Literally, I swear to God, I
to
did
the
this.
seaboard.
Somebody was like, I'm running
So
the
again, what do you see from here? Please,
I would love to
that
take the food
personally
I
owned
brought. I could never
property
take this many
can
minutes.
be
That's how
not
it is.
only
I
you
just
might
kept
be thinking to
telling
yourself,
people,
of
care.
course, personally
I
owned
don't know
property
people
can
that
take
know,
the
but I'm
seaboard,
just
right?
full.
Every single
Every
time
time
I
there's
also
like a
have
thing,
am I not
immediately I
going
gain
to
weight.
these
I'm
things?
like, I got
So again, we
breaks.
start different from here.
I agree.
There's
So
certain
these people
things
think that's
that
work.
are
Because people don't know what it is. You tell people how big it breaks, they're like,
generally
you're
that would
scared.
work is
No, I guess not a big because with grace,
China, the Gemara's
with
musical
grace,
here is
you
it's
really like the way that my doctor and that Ray like Kinaperez and endocrinologist, whatever it is, I will never know.
So the Gemara says that when you see the
I don't
mother,
think I did it right.
you
But
make
he
the
was like, you just take this
and
medicine
again, the Gemara
for like
says
2
it works
years.
as long as what?
And if your
As long
levels
as
are normal, you
you
just
take
not take it.
ownership. Same thing that we saw before. These individuals pledged the wood, privately owned wood, became communally owned wood. On the Rabbi Yossi, this must have been the real Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi in the Mishnah. Remember again. All roads lead back to the Mishnah. What did Rabbi Yossi say in the Mishnah? When we have a Shemitah year and somebody's got to watch over some grain, some barley, that the animals don't trample on it, in order that we have barley and wheat that we only have left. Rabbi Yossi says, we're going to pay the guy, right? Tanakama says, pay him, right? We'll say, why do you want to pay him? Why do you want to pay him? Because if you pay him, he's on the base HaMikdash, which means he cannot acquire that wheat and that barley for himself. Rabbi Yossi says, don't worry about it. What's the worst case scenario? Even if he acquires it for himself, not a problem. He'll just walk. The ownership of it over to the base HaMikdash. So the Gemara says, this case of the mother who could make the human for her Kohen's son, he's also Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi is in his house. What's going on? Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, B'Shem, Eva Amar, no, Dibri, I called him, Mach, done. Carbon. Interesting enough, the Gemara says both of your name are Tila. He says the only my focus of this site is with the glucose carbon. The only my focus is with an actual carbon itself. But my Shire carbon, what we call accessory item, everyone agrees that what that are lawful among you can go ahead and switch the item over from personally owned to community. And then also the pieces of wood would be the same thing as the wood, which are items that are accessory. So once they come down over here, the Mahlokus really always comes up with the actual carbon itself. Which I will say that indicates the Mishnah. Right? The case the Mishnah really dealing on with the carbon. In this case, the carbon is the wheat, the carbon is the barley. But with accessories, everyone seems to be totally comfortable with the idea that you can take privately owned property and convert it to publicly owned property. The Gemara says, most recently, the Rabbi Yoshi,
you gotta check your blood pressure. So buy an Amazon blood pressure thing. So risk blood pressure thing.
Bishas carbon, Bishalo Bishas
The internet says you're supposed to check before just to see what's normal, but he was just like, check it an hour after you take the IBS to make sure it's good.
That
Do that
number
3
again,
times a week
9 days,
and do the
9
average
pounds.
of whatever it is to your blood pressure. So
Whenever they
when I got the blood pressure thing, I took the blood pressure rating. It was like,
it was a
this before viruses
still
and
young.
before the weekend I had because I
Interestingly
ate a
enough,
lot
the
of
Gemara
shit. Like,
explains
I mean, really,
that
I can't stress
they
enough.
conducted
It
themselves
was
in states for
a
young
very
children,
unhealthy week.
even when the
Like,
patient was no longer stood. Even
Exactly.
when the no longer stood, and they were no longer
So,
bringing the wood, they still treated
and I
it
also
as young.
love
Rabbi Yossi says, no, and you know,
so
I
I
get
put it
fellow
on and
shots
it's like 100 low
Rabbi Yossi
100s,
said,
right?
not true,
That's
not
just
true.
normal, I
They
think.
only celebrate
And
the
it says
days
the,
as the young
the
when
first
they
thing
actually have the opportunity to bring the
blood
wood.
pressure
Now,
is
what's the
107
Oh.
beats per whatever is 77, and then at the end it's like results are normal. So that's what it does, right?
like a young
Yeah, it's
and
crazy. You can
it's
just
like a young
have your own
even
blood
when,
pressure
even when.
thing. It's probably been for years.
After the base on the question
I never
started,
thought
they
about
were no
getting
longer
one.
bringing it.
So I'm like, all right, cool.
That's the
And I do it
wood
in
as
the
an
morning
machine.
after eating
They
like
looked
shit
at the
the whole
wood
weekend, and it's gone up
carbon itself.
10, I want to say
They
points, so
used
it's
the
like
wood as a
117
carbon.
and
And back then,
18, which is
again, the
still
rabbis were okay with letting
because
them
blood pressure is normal. So I
in case that's what
take
they
the
treat it with
vitamins.
like carbon.
I work out after, but not really work out, just like do like a small chest thing.
The decision you're making the whole time
Lifts and all this.
is all of these pieces
And,
of wood
I
and
take
the
the
tunic, these are
blood
all
pressure
pieces
thing
of
again,
what?
and it's
Material, accessories. And
137,
everyone agrees that by
137, so it's up
accessories,
20
you can
points.
put and transform private property into
It says
public
blood
property.
pressure
Or
is
the carbon
normal.
itself,
So
that's
I'm
what
like
I'm
so worried that the next
If you
time
speak here,
blood
they're
pressure
treating the wood
is
like
you're
a
fucked.
carbon.
You're like,
And yet the
blood pressure
rabbis were
is too
totally
high.
okay with letting privately owned wood become communally owned wood.
It just says
The wood is treated like a carbon. That teaches us that even by carbonos, privately owned items can be transformed into publicly held items. Which the Gemara says, oh, I mean, how does it say what's this to this? Rabbi Elazar, this will show you how far the young identity of these days went. Listen to this. Rabbi Elazar bar Yitzchak from Tzadok. I know. I know Yibnei Sana ben Binyamin. We are descendants of the family of Sana ben Binyamin. This is one of the families
so
of
I'm not
such
too worried about that, but
Listen
that
to
was
this.
making me
The
laugh.
Chal Tisha B'Av Yosef Shabbos, 1 year Tisha B'Av B'Av V'Dachinu also L'Matzei Shabbos.
You don't think about that, like I said, I don't think most people think about, like, what would you say,
The
after
family of Sana ben Binyamin. What was the day they
If
donated
you have
wood?
health
Their
issues,
day
what
was the
is it
10th of
like
Av.
when you take
So
the
it
piss
turns
test?
out
Like,
now that
it
the
was
servants
nobody knows.
of
I've
Shabbat
got thyroid.
fell out on
I
their
would have
Yom
when you
Tov.
I know
Watch
you're
this.
smart. You're smart. But anyway, yeah, that's what I've
And
been
we
doing.
split it
I'm
fast,
not a smart guy.
but we did not complete
I'm
the
very
fast.
dumb.
Really
Oh,
fast in
yeah,
half a
yeah,
day.
is that right?
Really
But
fast in
that
half a day.
makes sense.
So okay, so what does it show you?
Did you? And you didn't call, yeah.
What
I
it
did
shows
not
you
call.
is that first
I
of
will
all, again,
refuse to call.
obviously they were not
She just
treating
called, man.
the
I remember
donation of
I
wood
used to not
to
want to call
stomach
like
the
okay. Did that.
They were treating the donation of wood like what? Like what?
I
Like
did
a
it.
cargo.
I needed to.
And that's why it became a dramatic young Punto was incredible. Let's say, this, by the way, this is people telling you what they did. The day that we donated wood was a Yom Tov because it was a carnival. And therefore, when Tisha B'Av was in Mikra and fell out on our Yom Tov, we fasted. That wasn't a that nobody had a problem with that. They never had a problem with that. So what's it? So therefore, what are you seeing here? You're seeing where the halakha of a carbon being owned and ultimately again
They left these two
because of your base story here, and halakha one could go from privately housed or privately held item into a communally resident. The article is like Omer Shelech. As well as I'll just point out. All right, so I'll just show you just what specifically we put out over here that what happens in the street here with the Omer Shelech was very important. So halakha myself. Do you pay someone or not pay someone? Right, so we'll say, so first this, and Rambam says,
yeah, my work one, but other than
Rambam says, Mishmas Hashnita, this is in Paradalin, in River Shkot, Paradalin, Mishmas Hashnita, she hefter, soaking based in Shomim, שישמעו מקצת סמכות, כדי שיביאו מן העורף שלכם, שיבן על החדש. ואילו השומם נותן סחורה מתשומת סושמת. So the Rambam passing that again during the Shemitah year, where you need to hire someone to stand guard over some bodies again with the traveling orders and pay the salary from the market. So the Rambam next officer says, I want to find what the donation is. Misha Nadi Vishwa the Ilam ain't showing it. Somebody wants to donate it, you say no. We're not having to take the service, but we're going to pay you. We're going to pay you, right? Isn't that it? Mishum Talis Roa, Sama Yavoa, Biklu Mehem Pen. The Tifa, Biklu and Chapalin, שיתנו שכר מן הלישכה כדי שימות לשחר also like a book. Listen to this. We pay the guy. But you know why we pay the guy? Because we'll say we're concerned that if it's an unpaid custodian, what's going to happen? Ruben's going to come along. He's going to see Shimon. Shimon's standing right. I'm standing there watching over some wheat and some barley for the base on his head. Ruben says, step aside. It's Shemitah. Everything is hefker. I said, I'm so sorry. I'm doing a favor for the base and I'm watching the problem. Favor Shemitah, right? So if you're not employed by the base you're just a guy. Just a guy. Very nice. I'm a concerned citizen. Therefore, you know, this is incredible. However, if I'm paid by the base Hamikdash, then what? I'm an employee, right? I'm an employee, right? Here's my W-2 for the base Hamikdash, right? I'm getting paid. But once I'm on the payroll of the base Hamikdash, I'm an agent of the base Hamikdash. Once I'm an agent of the base Hamikdash, what is Ruben going to do? Walk away. Okay, so this is pretty incredible. Just want to point out something amazing. So the Rambam, right? The Rambam, it appears from the Rambam that Allah makes the do exception of the Gemara, which is that privately held items can become the property, can become communal offerings. So that's like the Rambam's not, the Rambam is not concerned that if I'm unpaid, I'm going to embarrass myself and have a transfer. It's not about the transfer. Actually, the Rambam just says we want the shomer to be so that other people take the shomer seriously. It's pretty incredible. Good, let's go back to that. That's the Rambam. The Gemara goes back to Hashomer Shtei Lechem Lechem. Upon the call, we're on Tzibor. So we'll say Taman Tanino. We learn Kabano Sayaker Bat Tzibor. Ba'in Mina Aretz or Mina Chutz La'aretz. Mina Chadash Unesh. We'll say in general, any karbanos, even individual karbanos, communal karbanos, can come from produce or from animals. In Eretz Yisrael, outside of Eretz Yisrael, from Chadash, from Yashan, it doesn't really matter all that much, with two notable exceptions. Chutz, Omer Shnei Lechem. Also, with the exception of Karban Omer, it's incredible. Listen, it's Salah Parnaisa. Like today is the third day of the Omer, Karban Omer, incredible. Counting down to Shavuot Shnei Lechem. So, with the exception of the Omer Shnei Lechem, Shein Boy Elam Min HaChadash Min HaAretz. So let's listen to this. Karban Omer and Karban Shnei Lechem must come from Chadash, new produce that's grown since last year. Right there, I should say this year's crop. Umin HaAretz. It has to come from Eretz Yisrael. Was very interesting. You can't import barley for the Karban Omer, and you can't import wheat for the Shnei Halechem. It must come from Eretz Yisrael. Rav Huna b'shem Rav Yirmiyah Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Ein HaOmer Ba Min HaSurya. But say, listen to this. This is really quite amazing. Rabbi Shmuel goes so far to say that the Omer can't even come from Syria. Rabbi say, now what's Syria? Essentially, pretty much modern day Syria. But remember again, that was part of territorial Eretz Yisrael. David HaMelech conquered Syria. Syria is always interesting in the eyes of Halakha because it has the status of kibush yachid, of an individual conquest. David HaMelech, that was a milchama that shows that it was not an obligatory war, and David HaMelech did not have the full support of the people for that war. He was successful, but it didn't have the full support. It's a whole discussion in general about what the status of Syria is. So for certain things, it's considered like Eretz Yisrael. For other things, it's like Chutz La'aretz. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Shmuel says that for the purposes of barley or wheat, for Omer or for Shnei Lechem, we don't import wheat. We don't import grain from Syria for these things. Pretty incredible. Tamantan, Eser Kiddusha saying Eretz Yisrael. So we'll say there are 10 levels of Kiddusha in this world. Eretz Yisrael Mikudeshes Mikol Ha'aratzos. We'll say so beautiful, right? Eretz Yisrael is the holiest land in this world. Right? The holiest land that exists here is Eretz Yisrael. So what happens? Umay Kiddusha. How does the Kiddusha of Eretz Yisrael manifest? How does the Kiddusha manifest? Shemevimena Omer Vabikur B'Shnei Lechem. She'im Mevim Ki Mikol Ha'aratzos. Because we'll say for certain agricultural mitzvahs, like Omer, Shnei Halechem, Bikurim, first fruits, they only come from Eretz Yisrael and from nowhere else. Rabbi Chia, B'Shem Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, In Omer Ba Min HaSurya. Because also remember again, Rabbi Shmuel goes so far to say, not only does Omer not come from Chutz La'aretz, but say it can't come from anywhere that's not but 1,000% Eretz Yisrael. Even if you have a suffix Eretz Yisrael, like Syria, you say, by the way, you had. Remember again, if you go to the beginning, the first mission remember again, you have certain areas that were suffix about Eretz Yisrael, even for the Akol, right? Because Eretz Yisrael is Akol, Chutz La'aretz. So again, Rabbi Shmuel would say now, obviously, Syria, will say, is even different than Akol. Right? Because Akol is a Charlotte where like Syria, everyone is agreeing it's kibush yachid. Okay, the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, Tamanta Nina Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Ma Chorish Rishos, Af Kotzi Rishos. So we'll say the Gemara is talking over here about the pasuk by Shabbos, right? The Torah Bachorish Ubakotzer Tishbos, right? Bachorish Ubakotzer Tishbos. You're not allowed to go ahead and you're not allowed to go ahead and do chorish and katzir. So the Gemara says, ma chorish rishus, af katzir rishus. Just as plowing is optional, so too again, what's prohibited about say on Shemitah? What's prohibited? Harvesting that is optional. Yotza katzir ha'omer shim mitzvah. This comes to exclude the katzir ha'omer, the cutting down of the omer. Ultimately, again, that is going to be a mitzvah. Bishmol kedaitei Bishmol. The omer ina omer ba min HaSurya. Kedaitei damer yotza katzir ha'omer shim mitzvah. Good. Man tana shomli sviches b'shiyas l'ofnis kar mitrumas halishka. To us, let's go back for just a moment. So we've established a couple of things. We've established again the fact that again Omer Shnei Halechem as well as Bikurim must come from Chadash and must come from Eretz Yisrael. So the Gemara says, who is the opinion who says Man tana shomli sviches b'shiyas l'ofnis kar mitrumas halishka? So is the opinion who holds that Allah Lamaisa, those who go ahead and watch the Sikh, right, the growth during the Shemitah year, to keep them safe for the Karban Omer Shnei Halechem, that they get paid from the Lishka, from the withdrawal of the Matzah. Rabbi Shmuel Yosef says, no, it's everyone. So this is very interesting because this opinion says that ideally, if we don't find anything in Syria, we'll go ahead and we'll bring from the Slichin and Eretz Yisrael. So the Gemara says, fine. So we'll say, so again, there happens to be a view that holds that halacha l'maisa, if you can't go, so there's a opinion that holds that you can't omer and shtei halacha from Syria. Right now, again, Gemara rejects that opinion, but that opinion does exist. So this is an interesting case. Hahen omer, mao she'izra b'tchila. Shavuot say this is a fascinating shayla. Take a look over here. Take a look. It's in the Tikkun Chaditin. In the short line. Mao l'izra b'tchila. Kishein sichin. Immutal l'izra b'shias b'eretz Yisrael. Tzira hutra b'shias tzara chomer. Listen to this. Here's the shayla. What happens if you have no svichim? Remember again, svichim are aftergrowth, which are things that grow on their own. What happens if, for some reason, I'm calling it, I don't know if aftergrowth is the right English word, but you understand, items that grow on their own. Most of the is asking a fascinating shayla. What happens if there's not going to be any wheat or barley growing for the Karban Omer or Gelech? Can you plant wheat and barley on Shemitah for the purpose of what? For the purpose of the what? Of the Karban. Here's the shayla. Can you actively plant on Shemitah year for the purpose of the Omer or Shtei Halacha? So the Gemara says, "Rebchia bar Ada by Kumeir B'mana lo nimtza kikomet al shirayim lo nimtza." I'm sorry. So the Gemara says, "Rebchia bar Ada asked this kasha before B'mana, and they said, lo nimtza kikomet al shirayim she'in nechalim." We'll say, isn't this like a comment without shirayim? So we'll say, so remember again. What's the halacha? Remember, if you have a carbon mincha, so the way a mincha works is all the Kohen does is he takes a pinza, right, the 3 middle fingers worth of flour, puts that thread, puts that on the mizbeach, and the rest is consumed. What happens if you have a carbon mincha where the shirayim was lost? The leftover part of the carbon was lost. To which the Gemara says we still offer up the pinza. Take a look at the Tikkun Chaditin for just a moment. He says, "B'chometz al shirayim." Second wide line. The kometz she'in mat shirayim la'achila eino kometz v'hakinami yoshirayim asurin kishias revishvias. So we'll say if you have a kometz that is not mat shirayim, kometz is only effective if there's something to be mat, but if there's nothing to be mat, you're good. So the Gemara wants to suggest that wouldn't that be the same with planting grain on Shemitah? To which the Gemara says, no. Rather, it becomes like 5 things which are brought in a state of tumah, even though you cannot consume them in tumah. Because if you look at Tikkun Chaditin again, he says, "This time psakim va'omer beizalechen michshav sham ba'asam v'de'in shay nechal." We'll say, interestingly enough, there are certain things which are brought in a state of tumah, even though they can't be consumed. Which I will say is an interesting case, because what it's saying is there are certain things that are so essential that even if you have to bring them in a compromised fashion, you do so. Which would seem to indicate that if you have no wheat and no barley, no svichim in the Shemitah year, that perhaps we would even allow you to plant during the Shemitah year in order to be able to harvest and bring the carbon. Even though, again, what you're doing is asr. So the Gemara says, "Amalei nasek echamisha darim she'bay mitzvah beinachal b'tumah." So what do you do? So I'll say, what do you do? So now, of course, the Gemara is transitioning for just a moment. The Gemara is going back. So I'll say, interestingly enough, the Gemara doesn't seem to answer that particular question. In other words, what do you do if there are no svichim? Do you go ahead and actively plant barley and grains during the Shemitah year? So we'll say the Gemara doesn't resolve that particular shayla. Although it does sounds like ultimately, again, you would do it. The Gemara is comparing it to a case of 5 things that are brought in a state of tumah, even though you can't consume them. But the Gemara does not rule conclusively on that issue. Ketziro says, so the Gemara says, by the way, now how do we pay the shomer? So if you look at the Tikkun Chaditin, he says, Ketziro Osa, Amas Nisin Me'ad Ferushe, Ketzat Porim L'Shomer Svichin, V'Nelishka, Yavshalal Tek Shkol HaJubos. It's interestingly enough, how do you, so remember, going with the approach, we saw the Rabbi in the past, and the Mishnah said, not like Rabbi Yosef, like Tanakama, which means that we're going to appoint the shomer, we're going to appoint a guy to go ahead and watch over the growth, right? Watch over the grain and the barley that's growing during Shnuta, keep guard of it so we can use it for Shtei Alechem and for the Omer. Good. So what's it's not a shaila is how do we pay it? Rabbi, you'll say to yourself, how do you pay it? That's easy. How do you pay it? How do you pay it? You give him money. We just said, right? That's what, isn't that the topic of Mishnah? We withdraw the money. We go ahead and we pay the guy. Let's say, here's the problem. You can't just simply take money that belongs to the Beis Hamikdash and pay it to an individual. Although the work that he's doing is the Lord's work, right? He's watching over the wheat and barley. The mice, again, that still would be considered to be a chulun payment. So there has to be some process of deconsecration of funds before it gets into the pocket of the shomer. So how do you do it? No tell ma'os funny, so we'll say you take money from the money changer. So we'll say, so essentially what we do is the first set of funds we take from chulun funds, they're money changer funds. The shomer, and we go ahead and we pay the people who harvest the grain, the people, because also remember again, there's whole support stuff in getting the grain ready. So you have to pay the guy who harvests the grains. You want to go and watch the guy who's watching the grain. Actually, you have a omer, who maybe most michumas halishka, who mechalalin alov. So we'll say, so what do? We go ahead and we pay. We want to pay the workers up front. So essentially, what you do is you get in advance from the money changers. Use the money for the money changers to pay the workers, and then ultimately, again, once the omer is harvested, we deconsecrate, right? Or I should say, we transfer the sanctity of the funds onto what? Onto the wheat or onto the grain. So the grain is sanctified, and the money becomes deconsecrated. So what's very interesting. First of all, just also interesting you sowed. So why not just wait to pay the guys? What's the answer? You don't wait to pay your workers. You pay them. You want to pay the workers. So ultimately, you're going to get an advance on the funds. So the payment funds come from the shul money, right? They come from the money changers. Pay the workers. Then once the grain is harvested, deconsecrate the money, right? They take the consecration of the money, transfer it onto the omer. Now the money is deconsecrated. You can then go back and pay back the money changers. Maybe most of the chumas halishka or mechaler rabba. The Talmud's king. So is this a good approach? Rabbi Acha b'shem Rabbi Ba kol ma'ashi'itein damav mishra rishona. So the Gemara says yes, it works because at the end of the day, the Gemara says, isn't this problematic? Because aren't you then effectively using temple funds, kind of in an indirect fashion to not really pay for temple services? To which the Gemara essentially says, no, since we know how this process is going to work from the beginning, it's ki'ilu, the temple funds are ultimately paying the workers. We're just doing a little bit of a workaround over here because we want to pay the workers quickly. So Tana Ab Abanim came, this is the same process applied by the stone workers, the masons who work for the Beis Hamikdash. No Thomas Mishulchan, even in the Chotzkin Levilla Sasasin. So we go ahead and again, once again, we get the money, right? We get the advance. It was like the money changers are effectively the bank, right? They're the bank. We get the advance from the bank, pay the workers from the bank. Even before we go, the workers finish putting the top row of stones on whatever it is that they're building. Maybe once they go ahead and they finish putting the top row of stones, we bring money out of the temple treasury. We transfer the sanctity of the money onto the stones. Vitavos came, and this process works, or does this process work? It's a question. Rabbi Yossi, yes, because we'll say it's understood that ultimately, again, retroactively, the monies that were dispensed were the very monies that were set aside from the beginning. So we'll say, so even though this is just a little bit of a cleaner way of ensuring, first of all, that the workers get paid earlier, and also, again, it's just easier because this allows us to directly deconsecrate temple funds onto something actively consecrated. So we're able to deconsecrate the funds onto the barley and onto the wheat. We're able to deconsecrate the funds onto the stones. That way, again, there's a direct transference from the money in the Beis Hamikdash to an object which belongs to the Beis Hamikdash, as opposed to deconsecrating it in a way that goes into someone's pocket. So say everything works, but I love the Ramaisa, the money is consecrated in a little bit of a superior fashion. Beautiful. Amid Beis will say Mishnah. These are great sugyas. Hara, we'll say more things that are bought with the funds. More things brought to the point. Mishnah. Hara. The sign of Shalech Malashon Sal Zahoris. Hara. This is great. Let's say just it's so interesting because we know from the beginning of the Sefta that what do you do with the Shalech? What do you do with it? What do you do with it? Kabbalah Siba, right? Communal offerings. So it's offerings often what goes through our mind is Shal Shachar, Talmud Shabbat Nabayim. And now it's very exciting because the Shachar are going through all of these different things that are brought with this money. Including I will say support salaries, which is very interesting. So Para Duma, Sikira Mishnaleh, I will say again, this is the goat that's sent into the wilderness on Yom Kippur. Lashon Shal Zahoris. The red wool. We're going to see red wool was used in 3 different services. All of these things come from the Nazi Shekel collection. Right? Shumas Halishka means a withdrawal from the temple treasures. Listen to this. Kevesh para, the Kevesh Shemesh Taveach. So let's listen to this. What about the ramp of the para? I will say it's very interesting. Remember, the para duma was taken to Harazis.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Aquarius. How was your day?
They would construct.
I had a good day. Great day made my day this morning because he was smiling for a little bit. I know. He was smiling for this morning. He was smiling and I said, Papa, I love you. So, and he was saying he loved me too, so that made my day.
Oh, absolutely. That's a real highlight.
They also built a special ramp to go down. The Lashon Shabbat and again the red wool.
Been able to open his eyes.
That was tied around the horns.
Yeah, because I was a little bit.
That's great too. That shows improvement. Did he seem better today?
His beginnings look like he's like saying that he wasn't on the side. Put him back and he got his mouth
All of the needs of the municipality.
That's bring him in the house quick. He got one little leg up and down. Like, Chris, if you gonna put your legs down.
Does he?
Like
How's his new bed been?
maybe uncomfortable. I don't know.
Okay, but he hasn't said anything like that.
Yeah, you know he's not gonna say nothing, right?
Okay, I mean, he says I love you. I don't know if he'd say.
But yeah, he did. He responds sometimes, but not all the time.
Okay. Well, that's a really good sign.
But that is a good thing. Yeah.
Right? So the idea, now again, they didn't have any
That
funds.
was
They were
really
economists.
Who is that? Rabbi
That
somebody?
ramp for the party that was funded by the Constitution.
Oh,
Right? They went ahead and
oh, that's Levi. Levi, did you get married?
Yes, sir.
Mazel tov. How was it?
After you took care of all the
Yes,
what happens if there were leftover funds? What would you do?
All right. So, are you in Japan?
Yeah, I'm staying the night and then I'm going to
They would sell it. They would sell it for a buck. Like they would sell oil, flour.
All right.
Oil,
Well,
who they sell it to.
congratulations to you.
My Wi-Fi went out at my house.
So you purchase it after they sell it.
Oh, no big deal.
Because remember, part of your purchase.
That happens when you do rely streaming. You know, it'll stop. Well, excellent.
What's he streaming on? Everybody streaming on
We don't do business with criminal funds.
a streaming on Twitch.
It's a very dangerous business to get into. What happens when the Beis Hamikdash starts selling wine, oil, and flour?
Levi is 19 years old, and he got married in Japan today. And he just had a whirlwind of 24 hours.
We do not start doing business with
Oh, man.
criminal funds. That is a bad idea.
What
So the Gemara says.
Our money is not
Furthermore,
hers.
it says.
There you go, big dog.
Furthermore, we don't even this is a big shaila in halacha. Let's say you have a tzedakah fund. Let's say you happen to have someone in your tzedakah fund, and now you figure, you know what, let me invest it. Invest it. Make a little bit of
Oh yeah,
let's
Mr.
say,
Aquarius,
are
that's the
you
spot.
committed to go ahead
Good job.
and invest tzedakah funds? Let's say, by the way, this is, let's say one has their own charity account. Right, a person has a charity, guys, separate out myself from my
Get it.
charity account.
We got it,
On an
right?
individual level, it's not as much.
Get it.
You can do whatever you want.
Give me it.
As long as you know that what. You're on the hook for it. If you want to go and invest your nicer account,
Oh, give me
that's
this.
fine. But whatever it is, from the
Over here in Japan,
so if you take a loss on your investment, you're so
makeshift
charity is more,
and I got the razor
communal
husband.
communal funds. Are you allowed to develop and devise an investment strategy for communal funds or not? You sit on the here and says, no, we don't invest in communal funds, or at least we don't invest in communal funds.
Oh, sure, it'll work well enough. All right, Mr. Aquarius, round 2.
Like you want to buy something that has a guarantee.
Reload.
That's fine. You can do that. But Lamaisa, you can't do anything.
Do whatever you need to do, big dog.
Most are true. So we'll say, so then, what about halacha Lamaisa? So we'll say, after they took all of the above mentioned items, so after they paid for all of the communal items. So if there's money left over, how you owe some. The leftover funds. Often,
Oh, get it.
the interior of the Kodesh Kodesh, the walls were gold plated. So over time,
What up, Zoo? How you living,
plating
Pam?
had to be replaced. And they would replace the plating from that money, from the leftover money. And the Shmuel Omer Moser Peros came there.
Zoo, what's
The
new?
leftover of the Peros.
What up, big dog?
The Gemara will see what that phrase means. Ketom's death was dessert for the Mizbeach. Again, we'll see what that means as well. Most
All
of
right,
the
well, you
Truma
should go.
left of the Truma like the Sharis. And about that, we'll define all of
No, you shouldn't tell me what I should do. You have been talking about wanting to see Mr. James McCann since I told you who he was. Now's your chance. You should go see him. What up, baby? Thank you, madam. Doug, you ask me this question all the time.
What do you do?
Oh, the same room with a Supreme Court justice. Yeah.
But neither of them will also use the again, hold on to find what that hero's case is. It's not clear from the Mishnah. We'll see that in the says the Gemara. Gavesh para. So again, they made a ram.
I don't want to say what one.
About who paid for the ram for the paraduma. First opinion said they gave the shekel. Second
No,
opinion
Supreme
said,
Court
who paid for it?
justice.
Who paid for it? The Kohanim Gedolim. Says the Gemara. Mishnah Barak. Rabbi Yochanan. Sorry.
We have a Supreme Court. It's the highest court in the land, and it has judges. And I saw one of them speak at the Richard Nixon Presidential Museum in Yorba Linda, California, like a few years ago. I'm telling you, it's Supreme Court justice. Well, that's a big deal. Aquarius, this is one of the toughest shots in the world, but you can get it. Alright, that'll do it.
I've been in the same room. John Howard, Junior Gillard.
You know what? I've been in the same room as Michael Jordan. How about that? Thank you, Miss Aquarius. Good job to you, too. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Thank you for your patience for me.
Guys,
Lav Dafka that the Rebbeim taught these skills. I was going to say, you can have a Talmud Chacham who's very skilled certainly in Shechita, but even in Kabbalah and Zrika, they learn the sugyas.
Who's the most famous person you've been in the same room as?
Teach the Kohanim how to do Shechita,
Yeah,
how to do Kabbalah, how to do Zrika.
don't worry about it, Mr. Aquarius. Oh, with me. Yes, there you go. There you go. Famous person, Mr. Aquarius is doing that. So, there you go. All right, Mr. Aquarius. Okay, great story, Zoo. Great story. Just one moment, my man. We'll love to hear about it. Mr. Aquarius, sweet dreams to you, God willing. Best wishes to Papa. He'll still be in my thoughts and certainly prayers and everything. And I want you to know that I have you in there as well. And I want everything to go well, okay?
Also, didn't have to be Kohanim.
You're welcome. You've got one more day of work, and then it's the weekend, right? Yeah, is right.
I got my dermatologist on Friday.
All right. There you go, Mr. Aquarius. Well, sweet dreams to you, God willing. And if you need me, I'm here for you. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, I will keep up.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, Zoo.
So obviously that's it. The Torah needed some upkeep as well. So
Did you know?
Wage paid to those
All right. Well, in answer to your previous question, I've been in the same room as Michael Jordan. I didn't meet Michael Jordan, though. In answer to your previous statement, why don't you go see James McCann? He's going to be there. Yeah, I mean, didn't you go to his concert? All right, then I guess I've been.
This all refers to the leftover shkalim. Rabbi Chuma Omer, Nitumas Bedek Habayis. Rabbi Chuna says, no, they don't get paid for the leftover.
Mick Jagger.
They get paid from your temple upkeep fund, from Bedek Habayis. This different account. So what's the after? You're not pligi.
Have you?
Fascinating. The machlokas was, how do you view the curtains? Were the curtains viewed like a carbon, right? Or were the curtains viewed like a building? Right? Was it capital improvements or was it sacrifice?
Dude, I don't know. I didn't know that much about him.
The good news is they're getting paid, right? The good news is you're getting paid. But a fascinating internal accounting. Remember again, it's incredibly important to know what's coming from which fund. Because I will say again, it's all about financial transparency. What fund? There was an audit. There was a basic audit. So what fund are the getting paid from? Is the curtain like the carbon? Or is it like capital improvements, like building fund, and it's coming from the Kabayis?
The former Prime Minister of Afghanistan.
And any communal office.
She was like a civil rights and a women's rights advocate, and she was assassinated, I want to say, with some kind of like bomb vest or something.
Came from any of the leftover funds from libations. Ultimately, again, the Mizbeach Ha'or, which was the large animals, right? The large Mizbeach, and the Heichal, the crucial to the Heichal structure, or the Azarts in the courtyards. Ultimately, again, that came also from the leftover shekel as well. Anything outside of the Azaras came from the Bedek Habayis, the temple improvement fund. Vulkani, Avnei Mizbeach Heichal Ba'azaras.
Yes, sir.
That the stones of the Mizbeach, the Heichal and the Azaras, are subject to the Ilah. But 1 second. Just like before, these are paid from that's over Matzah Shekel. Is there any Ilah associated with the Matzah Shekel? And the Meir Amar Molim B'Shirayim. The Meir ultimately says that Allah Kulamaisa, the leftover Matzah Shekel is in fact subject to
You have to go walk your dog? Yeah.
But after the year, ultimately again, you learn that Allah after you can't be from Shirayim. I'm a Piskia, counter up, so you know to stop. I will say again, continuing now in the theme, you get to see now it becomes a little bit interesting because I will say, you get to see again. So remember, Kabanos and salaries
James McCann,
from Kabanos are going to come from
Chelsea,
Interestingly enough, kind of
J. Michael,
out a little bit. Now there's a
the beat poet,
what's from which fund?
the lesbian beat poet,
All of it is needed, but what's going to come from that?
from now just known as the beat poet, for brevity and disclosure, privacy. And then this one person who was actually a finalist for the
good morning. Let us
South Australian State rock competition. Their name is Zoo. But I do have to say that like all those people are like not right now known as being that funny, aside from James McCann. But someday maybe some of the funniest people in the world.
What if we can get back
Okay, what about it?
We are picking up the Yeretz Hashem on Tzaddik Days 95B. We're picking up about Rabbi Eliezer Omer, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 lines up.
Perhaps
From the bottom. Let's just reorient ourselves a little bit. So remember again,
what's something that might be able to be possible?
Very fascinating.
That's an excellent question. And I don't know. I think if given enough time, anything is possible. But like perhaps maybe being able to travel before the Big Bang, or perhaps after the Big Crush, like basically before the formation of the universe, or after the ending of the universe. But if the multiverse is a thing, then it should be possible. So it's a really good question. I think teleportation is possible, telepathy is possible, telekinesis is possible. I think that travel to the speed of light is perhaps possible in the future.
It's crazy. It's crazy part about multiverse theory. If you want to know the crazy part about multiverse theory.
Yeah, baby.
There are multiverses where no other multiverse exists. It's just one universe, and we could be part of that. If there's other multiverses to the way. They can connect, but we might be in a multiverse that doesn't connect to other universes.
Is that how it works?
Isn't that crazy?
Is that how it works? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
You're positive of it? You're positive of that?
When the Mason are sent away from the camp,
I'm not 100% positive, but that's true. That should be how it is.
Mason are not sent away. There'd be
So
again, we're going to get to see a number of these type of tumor.
Well, you can't prove the multiverse exists.
Circumstances where, although we're going to see that halacha l'maisa, the only people who can eat a copy Pesach that is brought to the
Can you prove the multiverse exists?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps at like an atomic level. There's some kind of, perhaps at the atomic level, there's some kind of evidence that the multiverse exists, but as of right now, generally it's difficult to identify, especially because it would be generally considered if it's reacting to anything, that it's almost by definition in this universe generally.
Hey, Robert, are you do you have siblings?
No, you know I'm an only child.
What we call the Kodesh, and then the curtain, and the Kodesh.
Oh, you're on track.
What happened to the team is he went ahead and got a little aggressive
How's
and
that
pushed their way into the hit. Is their life it's fascinating, Shiloh. Is their life
I wanted to be an only child. I always wanted siblings. It was lonely. Sibling standpoint, but I had cousins with whom I was really close, and members of my family with whom I was really close. I wasn't ever really lonely. And yeah, so I would just play with them, and so I have cousins, like my older cousin, she's a doctor, and she's just like a couple years older than I am, and my younger cousin, but perhaps, and my younger cousin is just like a year younger than I am, and he and I would play all the time, and we would do all kinds of like sports and stuff, but he's really tall. And so when I was a little kid, he wasn't as tall. And so I could beat him at all kinds of sports and stuff. But then he went through growth spurts, and he flew past 6 feet tall. And so he's like close to 6'6" or so. And he just basically overnight, like I couldn't wrestle him anymore. He got way bigger, and but yeah, I grew up with those cousins, and then I had older cousins. I have like 4 older cousins, older boy cousins, and so they were always like when I'd see them, like they'd always play with me, and they were really good at sports and really successful, and so I kind of had I could follow in their footsteps, and then other cousins who are older as well. So I had a lot of older cousins, and I was just around them in terms of like, yeah. That ultimately, again, the halacha l'maisa, the din of no, a lot of people in my family have died, dude. Like in most people's families, the majority of people are dead. If you go back, like, and talk about their great grandparents, but like, exactly. No, most fortunately, most of the people in my family are alive. But
I feel like
it seems to be this is the conclusion of the Gemara.
Yes,
which is really quite interesting. That were you to have a circumstance where
how long do you think
perhaps another 46.2 billion years. But I don't think it'll be considered like traditional humanity. We will evolve into some other type of creature. I think the age of Homo sapiens is ending currently. In fact, we might be the last generation of Homo sapiens, or even the argument may be made that we've already, because of like medicine and life extension technology, moved past true Homo sapiens and some kind of we're transhumanist being. So why don't you ever discuss ray gun? Yeah, how did her husband?
Here's your judge.
Yeah. How? I don't think like dancing isn't an Olympic sport. I don't think in 2028, but I think Ray Gun 2032 reemerges. That bitch is a fucking phenomenon.
You understand? You are so bad at something. Okay. In history, everybody so bad at fascinating that they exist. Yeah,
There have been some. Yeah, I know. There have been some things, I'm sure, but it's pretty unprecedented that somebody would be so bad at something like that. They would basically the whole thing, man. But she didn't get it banned. She didn't get it banned. They just. It's not going to be in the 2028 Olympics. It will be in the, I think, 2032 and 2036 Olympics. Something like that. Zoo, what Olympic sport is Zoo? You've asked me 1,000 questions in the last hour. It's my turn to ask you a question. What Olympic sport, either winter or summer, do you think you could excel at? Oh, I haven't used it. This isn't really that funny, but it's just something that makes me think. You know, there's a Summer Olympics and a Winter Olympics. But why isn't there a Spring Olympics or a Fall Olympics?
The three altars were, right, the doorway, the top post, and the two side posts. Ultimately, again, those were the three mistakes. Always applied to those.
No, they don't, but they could. I think parkour would be like the most fascinating Olympic sport. It would be like America's next ninja model, next like American Ninja Warrior or whatever.
It sounds like the entire curriculum that basically trying was quite fascinating. So I will say, interestingly enough, we continue to speak about. Okay, I'm looking at.
Yeah, what one?
Nowadays.
Okay, none of what?
Nowadays. So not being peacemakers. Not starting right. So we'll say, what is the distinction?
You don't think you could be a good archery person?
Here's several distinctions. Number one, distinction number one. Pesach Mitzrayim was purchased or was taken and brought into your home on the 10th of Nisan. The 10th of Nisan. We call this the concept of Bikur. Bikur means the carbon was examined to make sure that it was free from blemish 4 days before its offering. That's a din in Pesach Mitzrayim. Is not a din in Pesach Doros. Next, number two, Pesach Mitzrayim. The blood had to be applied on the doorways and on the top post. Ultimately, again, with Agudas Ezo, a bundle of hyssop. So, blood application with a bundle of hyssop, din in Pesach Mitzrayim, not a din in Pesach Doros. Next, the Nechal B'chipazon, and ultimately, again, Pesach Mitzrayim.
Is what?
Didn't apply to Pesach Doros, but Laila Echad in one night.
Either one. Do you think? No, you couldn't. Do you know how big those dudes are?
So fascinating list of distinctions. Again, we'll have to define what that last one means because it can't mean that literally Pesach for future generations.
No, you couldn't.
Is offered up
You're not a
Sunday.
good surfer.
That's not true. We'll see what tomorrow what it is. So I will say the bottom line distinctions are science bought on the 10th doesn't
I've known you for like 2 years, and I know that you haven't surfed
on the cycles and tapos doesn't have
during that
with
10 years.
doesn't apply for Pesach Doros. Mitzrayim, it wasn't in haste, doesn't apply to Pesach.
And I know surfing pretty well. Huntington Beach, which is Surf City, USA, is not far. I've seen the biggest surfing competitions in certainly the United States, but I believe the world. They're pretty fascinating, and like I just, if you were like a good surfer, you would have done it in the last like 2 years.
Because it says on the 10th of the month, interestingly enough, the Gemara Darshans.
What's plain skiing? What kind of skiing?
We learn from this passage that it's Dafka Zeh. It's Dafka this Pesach, i.e. Pesach Mitzrayim.
You know what?
That is purchased.
What's that, Zoot?
You know what's going on?
Future generations, it does not.
Olympics.
Question asking?
Again, just to give you the illustration, we saw this.
Yeah.
This idea that, remember, again, a lot of times it's not like
No, Zoot. What sport would you excel at?
Right? Which makes a lot of sense because if you're traveling from that phone, you don't want to go ahead and have to schlep lights.
No, golf.
So they would
No, dog, golf's really hard.
They would go ahead and sell elements.
What's luge?
Luge you could probably do. Luge is like it's almost, it's like sort of like bobsledding, but just the sled is like small.
What about
so the Gemara says,
shooting and stuff?
there's only first Pesach, Pesach Mitzrayim, that you bought it on the 10th, but not Pesach.
I can't be an American at shooting.
Using this logic. Okay,
Zoot.
What about sport farming?
No, dude, that's really hard.
Up until the 14th of this month. Again,
You know, in America, you have the best shooters.
I imagine so. All right, Zoot.
They train. They train you while you're in the hospital.
Ha ha ha. All right, Zoot. I'm gonna close my eyes and I'm gonna try to get some more sleep. Come back in 2 hours and we'll play.
Are you gonna be famous next to us?
You got it. Shout out to Zoot, everybody.
That's really where they fucked up. Because they both fucked up. You fucked up by not asking what kind of cake is that? Something I asked for. Oh, okay. Well, you were hard cake. Fat ass. I love shit that goes bad for me. It's like my favorite thing. So, and I said organization, I just threw up his so they fucked up because you said peanut butter so why wouldn't they be like, it's actually not, you got excited, they let you get excited for peanut butter disease. That was the excited, you possibly just, you're not gonna I would have been anybody, but it's actually not peanut butter. If I'm there, I'd be like, honestly, if you had said peanut butter even one time and I'm there, I would have been like, is it peanut butter? I should have been I know all the baked goods that if you bring in the office, I go and look at it. You know, I'm like, oh, it's in. I know what it is. I mean, dude, you're right. I was not rubbing the wrong. It was shaped like a peanut butter cup. It had little chocolates on the outside. I immediately thought of Reese's. Like it was a big peanut butter cup. Did she make it? She made it. It was delicious. Yeah. And it was a caramel what? Sweet caramel. So salted caramel. Salted caramel. That's a thing. I hear a lot out here. A lot of ice cream. Salted caramel. I really got so much of that back home. And then everyone on my salted caramel. Well, at least I got the cake.
They got the cake wrong. or
Bodos,
whatever, not the
Bodes,
name.
Zé,
They
Cause
get like weird like
like the
Gary.
Dutch that is a
Gary thought it was
what
peanut
does
butter.
say?
Now
You shall
they say, "Oh, call
perform
me
this
cheese." That's a
avoda
good nickname.
in
Cheese.
this month.
You're
And
thinking
I
about
can
that.
darshan that all of the avodas done during this month should resemble the original avodah.
They cut something called cheese and a new thing for you. I've just accepted it for
If
reality.
not every way,
There's this
at
lady
least
that
when it
works in
comes
the
to
coffee shop.
and the
Worker there.
dolos
And
should
there's
require
two
to
new
correct
ones.
to which
The
the
third
Gemara
one that
says,
hasn't gotten
Hazeh,
yet,
when
so they don't know
it
when it.
Pesach Sheni.
These two new ones have taken my order
The
like
Kabbal
6 or 7 times.
Ultimately, again,
And
Hazeh
they
is
both
coming
know
to
that they're
exclude
fucking my
Pesach
name.
Sheni.
By this.
Alamayata, but if that's the
I
case,
still won't
Alamayata
spell it out for
said,
them.
because
Devalue
it
your
says
job.
you shall
You know?
eat
Like, yeah,
on
you
this
fucking
night,
figure my name
Hakanami,
out.
Zet Nehal, Balayla,
So
written
again, today,
after
and I
Necha
right?
Balayla. So what are you going to do? Say that only
So
Pesach
slash
is
she
Friday.
didn't do wrong.
If the covenant is consumed
And
at
then
night,
she
but
puts
in
an L in
future generations, it's not consumed at
my
night.
where?
Hamakra,
After the
the Abarata
so
as
G
Haber,
R A
the
L Gallardo,
Abarata as Haber.
Geraldo.
Therefore, the concept says you shall perform
My
the
mom calls you Gallardo. Jesus Christ, not Gallardo, not Lardo. Good guy. She's something Gallardo. I don't know why she does
the
that.
phrase
She's
that the
usually
Gemara
good with
uses to
Gallardo, or
keep
I think it
people
actually she might be Gallardo.
Carbonic
And I'm
consistency.
like, and then she goes, I don't correct her. She goes, oh no, I mean Gerard. And she goes, I Gallardo.
The actual preparation.
Like, do you think that's a name? That doesn't make any sense. There's not any Geraldos going around. I've never met a Geraldo.
Like
Geraldo is more normal because Geraldo is Geraldo.
That's the Abarata as
But
Haber.
Gallardo, I think she's trying to be like,
Because there was also a Rabbi Akiva. Those I think they discussed, when there was a Rabbi Akiva, they discussed ultimately again, there's a whole guess about the timing
and for whatever
of
reason,
consumption of carbon
and
Pesach.
here's the thing, like,
We're
I'm
going
making
to
fun of
Pesach
her
until
for putting
the morning,
Geraldo.
or
And she's
could
like,
it be consumed only with
gloating that she's upset with me.
according to the opinion
And I'm like, no, 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 no. You fucked my name up, dude.
he gets up
And
in the
she's
word
got the nerve to
Hazeh.
tell me that the L
It
is
says
invisible.
Hazeh like carbon Pesach,
But
and it says Hazeh
that doesn't
like
make any sense.
Malchus
That doesn't make
Kolos.
sense.
When did Malchus
That makes
Kolos happen? When, what time?
That's social
Chatzos.
media.
Chatzos.
Like,
So just like
the L is
Malchus
silent.
Kolos means
Not true,
midnight.
because guess what?
So
There is
to
no
have
L.
the
The L is
that
invisible,
means
meaning
that
the way you spell my name.
let me ask the
She basically told me she's gonna
All
call me
of your
Geraldo
carbon.
forever. So not only is the L not
When the
silent, but you
Pasuk
just
says,
do it.
but Pesach Mitzrayim, that are else is uncircumcised, uncircumcised,
Yeah,
it's not
dude.
allowed to
I
be.
mean,
How
should
can
we
I
talk about
make
my,
the argument?
the guy that
The
shares
bow
my
is the Ochel,
Oh, yes,
how
yes,
Ochel
yes. So,
the
I recently found out there's another Brennan
maybe
Cooney out
only
there.
or else
A
not
bad
allowed
Brennan
to
Cooney.
be Pesach
And
Mitzrayim.
it spells slightly differently. It's all the same thing. It's kind of like Gerardo. If there was like a Gallardo out there doing funny stuff. But Brendan Cooney spelled B-E-R-N-D. C-U. Is out there kidnapping all mothers, right? I didn't really read the story, but people keep sending it to me. It's a D. Brendan Levinsky, something that made me laugh. I posted on Threads saying I talk about flat perception. But he sent me this thing. He says that I cut your business. He sent me a thing. He said that he saw this walking around. I guess it was on like a
Pesach
P,
and yet we say that
what is it? Meter, it's not a meter. And it said, known kidnapper. Look at this.
can't
Look
be
at
Pesach
that.
Mitzrayim, it can't
Known
be Pesach
kidnapper.
Torahs. So why do I need the word bow?
And it's him with like a
What does that
rifle.
come to add? Here we go.
It's so funny that
Bow
they're
in the Ocho,
okay.
about
Yeah,
the Ocho
and
of
his
the
name is your
master
name.
mode.
It's my name, but it's like the it's
It is true.
that thing.
The Orel
It's
cannot
not like my name.
yeah,
Not the Irish spelling, I should say.
Orel
Ethnic spelling. And he looks like me with a couple years on me and an Asian mother. Truly, he does not look like me at all, which is honestly crazy.
bow in the Ocho.
Do you know the story? I didn't really read it.
Pesach
Absolutely.
so this is maybe I could say, or is it called Ben Nechar with first remember again. Ben Nechar, if you look at actually, Ben Nechar actually says is on the Shumot, not because a Jew, so Jew
He's not doing
ultimately
too well.
again,
He's also notoriously brutalizing our
that's right,
people
you know,
in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and the bar.
a Jew who
Oh,
actively renounces his Yiddishkeit. So the Shuma that goes against those
What if he-
stories, those mitzvahs,
Well,
Shem is
he
not
keeps
through
getting
Ma'aseh
more
La'am,
famous.
because
Like,
those
this is just the
again.
beginning
Be
of
very
Brennan
clear.
Cooney.
You know, a
And I start getting messages
is
like,
not
oh,
a person
how do you
who might
sleep
not
at
be
night?
observant, who
And I
might
think
not
it's
be.
about
This
Shab.
is talking about someone
But it's actually this guy.
right?
It's like, who's worse, really?
So
The guy that's doing all these terrible things to
against the
undocumented people or me for talking about Brennan
in a
Cooney?
desire
Flappers.
to go ahead and resign.
I am him.
Gemara says,
He, like, this is the Brennan Cooney of ice. I'm Cooney of
can't
Flappers. It's
go ahead and
essentially like,
Hakanami.
it's in the
Bow
eye of
ain't
the
no
beholder. Who's
Oklahoma,
who's the bad, who's the bad
So
person?
once again, it's that bow that throws us.
Is there a video of what he did?
So I
No,
look at that
I just
possibility
saw
myself,
that.
maybe
And I
I've
laughed
done
at it
this.
because at first I saw it posted on Reddit.
Can't
I was like, oh, that's fine. That we have the
can't
same
be
name. So
Kababesa. Can't be Kababesa. Sorry. He can't be Pesach. Sorry. But maybe
Driving my
he
son to baseball practice.
Right?
yeah, and they're gonna rip on him because
He's not
the
courage.
sports didn't work
So
out.
why
He's
is
on
he
they
showing
very
up to
caring
eat
photo there.
Kababesa? Why is he the kasha?
He's like,
It's
there's a dead skunk.
simple. Everybody likes to do it. Like that. That's okay. Let's say the sounds
I
like
wonder what the med thing
even
is.
the Apple shows up at sometimes.
Yes,
It
like
just says
a
right
tourniquet,
the word
band-aids.
shuva,
Yeah. So you need all that.
No Russian up,
Why do you need that?
no Russian up
Maybe a
to
tater
return.
tot. Keys.
So it's right.
You need one once a week. It does kind of. It looks like a fanny
Right
pack.
is a circle.
Yeah.
The only
I guess
variable
they can
is
must
the
carry around a lot of
circumference
stuff.
of the diameter of that
People,
circle.
what's that?
So
Where's
basically,
the
suppose the
stuff
circle
above?
has a
It's
radius
like
and a
dynamite.
peak.
It looks like a
Sometimes
bomb.
there's a large radius, sometimes a small radius.
Well, you know,
Everyone
he's another
comes back.
Brennan that's reached the edge.
Everyone
Oh, blow this
comes
motherfucker
back.
up.
Some people come
So yeah,
back.
I just want to get
Desire to
that. I
come
don't
back.
get out in front of this.
Some people
I'm
can't
not
admit
him.
that they
He's
want
not
to
me.
come back.
He
For
would
some
last
reason,
day
the
in my
Shimon
shoes.
shows up at the
He would
Kabbalah.
last to do it
Listen, the
great.
idea that you
He
never
could
give up on anyone.
raise
Never give up
ADHD,
on
small
anyone.
taste pickups.
Because even the B'nai
That's
Even
how
the
you know it's
Shimon,
not me. How about
you'll be
yours, Steve?
surprised when he walks through the door for the Kabbalah.
Okay, so here's a little story about him. I knew this redacted this out because I'm reading, but tried to stop my black husband in demand ID. He laughed and came in our house and told me I'm white.
Everyone
Hid outside and started filming. And so this guy buying camera, he knows racist.
Incredible. The most I might have thought the difference is that the neighbor of the Yochavon. I would have thought that this thing only applies to Pesach Mitzrayim, not to Pesach. I'm like, no.
I told him he needed a warrant to speak to my neighbors.
The same
He
phrase.
says, I'm just
Yeah,
knocking
but
on the door.
Avodo,
Then they left.
Pesach
Told me to have a nice
will
day.
be the
I
same
said,
as
have
Pesach
the day you
Mitzrayim.
deserve.
That's
That's for your wife
so
to
I
say.
would say, well,
That's what
I
he
was
was
going
going
to get that
after.
same question.
And
The
filled
rules
all
that you
their
say,
cars and plates, mind you.
remember, the topic that's being discussed
Mind
over
you,
here
everyone
is
drove a
Pesach
separate car.
Mitzrayim.
They couldn't
So if
even
you
spell
don't
separate
need to
rock.
limit the Benechai's
I learned that the hard way
ineligibility
3 weeks ago.
to Pesach
He has been around.
Mitzrayim,
We
so
live
then
in
why
Eastern
say the word
Queens,
Bo? I love
almost
every
burbs
verse
where
says,
there's no train.
Bo Hamaras Das Bosa. Let's read Hamaras Das
Well,
Bosa.
I mean, there's already a lot of stuff. This guy's like a legend.
It's very
Out
interesting.
there's stories about him. He's like an urban
Being
legend.
on the show,
But people don't believe Brennan Cooney exists.
Pesach.
He's the butcher of wheels.
So for example, you have a Kohen,
He's the Hans Landa.
Allah
Yeah, he's definitely Hans Landa with your name. Yeah, so for example,
It's different Michtav Aral.
Hey,
It's
people,
different
I'm glad we
Michtav
got
Aral. It's actually very interesting now.
45
Why do
minutes
you
of this.
have to write?
I think people
Both
will realize at
Aral
the end of
and
the day they were
Benay?
two different guys.
Right? And Aral
Because
someone
he's
circumcised. Benay has someone who
95, but he
is
looks older.
unashamed.
Yeah.
So he goes, why do I have to write both? I'll tell you why. Because of Aral, Vision Gemara, if the Torah would have excluded Aral from Torah Pesach, I would have said, literally, an Aral, Ma'is also means
This is not
stuff.
Brennan Cooney.
Which means there's something
Talks
about
about Brennan
the
Shaw
Aral,
7 times a
which is
week.
physically the person.
I will say, this does look interesting. It's a chick
There's something about him that is
that posted a
physically the
poem
person.
underneath
That's why
this
he's
Brennan
not
Cooney
allowed
post.
to go ahead and
Which,
be
honestly,
part
if
of
you're
the
trying to get my
conversation.
attention,
About
poetry's the way to go.
Benechar, no
Let's
Ma'is.
see here.
What's it?
What
This
if
is
you're
wild,
looking for
no?
purpose in
The
the coon
Benechar
service? If
is
you're seeking
not
respect and
Ma'is.
attention,
Like
if
the
you're either
Benechar,
you
the
feel
Mishumah
like you
is
feel
not
big,
close. What's like?
come with me
Isn't
and
this
let's full
fascinating?
attention.
Isn't this fascinating?
Wow, did you
You know,
notice
it's
that?
like, what's the chant over there? So the chant is, of course, someone has a
Rhyming,
basura.
dude, that's crazy. Is that Shakespeare?
No.
Shakespeare's fucking dead, dude. Slow J. Okay, it's not typically using my name. Yeah, Slow J. That's like, it's like you without salsa.
Whatever your
No,
hashkafas
the
or
rhyming
beliefs
is
are,
A.
the nice again, you're within the covenants of the Ribono Shalom. But ultimately, again, and therefore, if you don't have that covenant,
Just last week,
there's a
it
certain
was kind
type
of tough. I put a kid in
meals
cuffs.
that's
I zip tied a lady to a van.
Masha'ekin, when a person is
Sneak
on the
around
Shulman,
town.
amazing enough.
Working
Although
folks
again,
down,
the
I hear they got a great benefit plan.
their
By the way,
entire
regular rifles.
mindset is
This is
so
not something I've
spiritually
ever
righteous
mine.
that from a halachic perspective, they are judaically
Join Ice,
intact.
boy. Ain't it
Because
nice?
it's such,
Join
such,
Ice. Take my
such
advice. Okay.
incredible
Think it's
soul.
like other than Join Ice,
It's real
right?
fun. Yeah, we have to get to a sleep.
This is my
It's so
question.
fascinating because this
If
Gemara
you're lacking control and authority, come with me and hunt down minorities. Join ICE. Well, I failed the academy. The cops weren't having me. The army didn't sound that fun, so I found a paramilitary operation. So, big shot. Maybe instead of fun, it probably would have been shot. Yeah. Thank you. Somebody that doesn't have it. Do you think that they also never not going to have a paramilitary? I don't think so. It's a strange tradition. Paramilitary is a tough thing to put pros first, speak your mind. You know what I mean? Anyways, that was keen to hand me a gun. I got picked on at school. Okay, this is a hard truth. I never felt that cool. These days, I was in like summer of 9th grade. Yeah, like Will Smith. Like, your parents like,
Therefore, the Yeshua
yeah.
Benefar,
What did Will Smith say?
Yeshua that is not the exact
There's
opposite.
a hole in my
If it
soul
would have
that's
excluded
just
Benefar, I would have said, okay, Benefar is excluded. Why? His heart is not without the
just
sparkle.
outrageous.
About
Just
Orel,
outrageous.
the Libola Shrine, it will not put
Just outrageous
his
for a
heart
fucking
is not the sparkle.
just outrageous. Peter Dinklage's dungarees are turning the pages.
You know, the Torah has to state both Orel and
Ladies
Benefar
turned me down, and I felt like
can't.
if this was accurate, it'd be the big research to
Talking about me to bow in the Okal. About Okal with the Pesach. Mostly when the Torah excludes a Toshab and a Sophia. So the Gemara once again, I would have thought it's only in Pesach Doros that they, sorry, only it's trying to get by Pesach Doros they can. Gemara says, Lekra Ka'avaka, same phrase Alavaka, Ela Bo Lamali, Bo Hamaras Das Hosalas, Ve'in Hamaras Das Hosalas, Rashi actually
there's a sign-on bonus of 50 grand. They're in need of to feel like a man. Join ICE. Look at
the
him go.
Gemara answers Hamaras Das, which is Apikarsis. Apikarsis has nothing to do with Toshab and Sachim. So Rashi actually removes this section. So we'll go back there. El Me'ata, Umalta also, as Yochabo, the Pasuk says, you shall circumcise your and then you can eat in it. So it's like, I want to put out it, that means
Just
you
seems
have
like a bad gig
uncircumcised
to
that both
run
also
around
preclude you from
and now there's
participating
stuff
from
on. It's
this.
like there'll never be
So
like
Gemara says,
some
how can I
story
be going to
online. So
Okava?
Gerardo kidnapped
So once again, I would have thought
right?
it's only applied to
And
this
I would
circumcised, not to
like
this
that. You were like
circumcised.
Gerardo kidnapped some girl.
Same was a same
Squirrels in
Gemara.
the fan.
Vavarka,
Man
Elabo,
puts dead silk in bag.
so why do I need to phrase bow? So the Gemara says, bow, Miras, the Torah, the Havot, the Bakara, the Miras, the
Man that had
Havot,
almost
the
tent to stop rapping outside.
slaves only prevent them from getting a
This,
visa.
yeah, this
So
sucks.
just on the coin,
Get a new job.
but wrapping you from prevent you from keeping up.
For
Element out of this, the actual Yishpuru the Pasuk says that the second time we can't talk and now the ball in the shoulder, but they sack Dolo. One thing I will say, bow, bow, bow. That's what this is.
there's
The
stuff for
bow
them to
seems
do.
to be such a limiting phrase.
Yeah, there's
So that's a more useful bow.
clearly
You can't break
the
bones
animal
with
control is
when
up
suck
to their eye. They need help, so maybe you can help there. Maybe they
I'm going to
could.
grab that out of it. It was a positive out of
Brad
it.
Sean's always
Yeah,
talking about
both
like
of
how
this
how
month,
so many
Pesach
things wrong with
must
LA.
be the same
Maybe we
throughout
could put some
all of
nice
the
people who are
generations.
fixing some of this.
We must
People
have a
like, you're talking
ball
about take all the small
level,
things
why
back
do
to
I need
small.
ball?
It's like, no, let's
Ball,
take
the
all the
bus
stuff.
the low, the bus. Oh, sorry, percussion, lower bus. They will say the Guinness,
I was gonna say put them in small,
only
but this is
applies. That's why
that would
they
be
say
an
pressure,
attack on civilians.
not in
I
a
don't really know what purpose scouts serve. Maybe they do. serve that purpose.
So we'll say the Pasuk says you shall not eat of it raw. Mimeno yaka okal now the Pesach. So once again, you would have said you can only
I
can't
went to
eat
an island,
a
right?
Pesach Mitzrayim or a
I heard about that.
Again, on the crowd to Avdadika, there was a Pasuk says Avdadika. I love Mimeno Lamali. So I need the word Mimeno.
There are skunks.
The
And
Chidraba
I
Amra
remember thinking like,
what's it
how did
ultimately
they
going to grab a set in
this
the name of Rabbi Yitzchak?
How does
Maybe
skunks get to the island?
namely the Hamakulamai will actually sit over here. Parakara Mama, that's not going to Malalon or also so what's the Rabba said name of these fuck teaches me the Jesuit towards the Shabbat between Pesach and
Yeah, like before the natives were there, but white faces showed up before the Jews. They had these gigantic boats, right?
is that Allah
All these animals snuck in
that the Torah
the
goes
beginning
ahead
of the
and
trip,
praises a lot of
or wherever they stopped off.
By
So there's like a skunk
and attaches the
or
limiting
two skunks
words
just
to those
living on the boat because it's so big. It is essentially like Noah's Ark. Did you know Noah's Ark? Isn't that crazy? That's how all animals got anywhere. That story is kind of true. All these animals, the reason, well, maybe not giraffes because they wouldn't be able to hide.
Good. Let's go back to Pesach. No, no, remember again what the last 50 statement of the Mishnah was.
The beginning of animals is literally like that. It's like Zootopia or Ratatouille. These animals were doing wacky shit because there was food on the boat. So there's like a fucking giraffe that's like all curled up and shit, and they don't know it's there. And then it gets out and it fucks. And then there's like a bunch of animals on an island that didn't, or people just brought them there. That could happen too. I prefer raccoons, skunks, rats, all that shit, hiding on boats. It's crazy to think the skunk could just be on a boat. People dumb. And the skunks are should I go to ChatGPT or they say that or they came out of the ocean?
One night, and that's
Hey, you're a raccoon now. I'm just never in your country. Raccoons are also becoming domesticated. That's something else to hear about them.
even if you hold
Yes,
that
so they might be pets in affairs. Skunks are native to the Americas. They come from North. Why do they come? I like how I asked where skunks come from, and then ChatGPT was like this. Oh, they come from North America, South America, in an evolutionary and geographic sense. Where they evolve. Okay, so method today. Striped skunk common is U.S. Canada's widespread mustard.
is making is when it comes to the Easter comments,
So we
it's
came
actually
here
very
after them.
interesting. So for Pesach
Should I
Mitzrayim,
kill them all?
the Easter
Why would the
comments
skunks
lasted
be the?
only
You know what I
one
mean? So they were
one
okay.
full
Well, then
day.
that destroys
So
my
the
fantasy.
night
That
when
I
Pesach
still.
started,
I mean, were they
the
on every
outside first
island?
day of Yom Tov,
How did they
and
get
the
to the
Pesach
island?
Doros, the
Here's
Easter
my question.
comments last the
Like
remaining
how does
36
some
following
animals
the
are on
full
islands?
70. So
They
this is
they
different
weren't
from that
there.
of the Mishnah.
So
I'm not going to
I
myself.
bet you there's no.
There's a distinction between Pesach.
Well,
Pesach,
St.
Pesach,
James.
Doros is number one.
Probably
Pesach,
not,
Pesach,
because we learned taking boats there.
we bought it on the 10th. Point to the speaker, right? That does not apply by Pesach. That does not apply by Pesach. Doros. Next, the sprinkling of the blood on the doorpost, right on the top post.
Yeah, what's the
Pesach,
history
not
of
Pesach.
the
Doros.
skunks and
Next,
because I
also
know
with
they're
the
there.
bundle of this up.
And
Next,
raccoons.
puzzle,
They're gonna
which
think you
we might really do discuss.
Yeah, you
Pesach,
gotta,
in fact,
that's not everybody knows
Pesach,
about that.
the reason we might doesn't discuss that Bible, right? But that's much more intuitive. Like, remember again, why was Pesach always trying to conclude that this is how go, like they really were going. So that's an understandable thing. And lastly, again, is Happens. Pesach and Sunday is coming last one day. Pesach Doros, 7 days. Beautiful. Let's go back. I'm going to be sure. This is now fascinating. Really fascinating. So I'm going to be sure. Shabbat
exterminated him. Really, they had better animal control in the 1900s.
So I want to put my happy here. We're talking now about the word Tumula could be used in two different ways. There's a classic
Not a name and hello.
one that's
May
classic.
have been accidental. Oh, you're right, dude.
Like I have a
So the
couple of
reintroduction around 1960 was accounts suggesting it might have been
and I
accidental or
say, like,
tied
I
to
don't
people
want
bringing
to.
them over.
So you know what?
Including
I don't want to offer up. And I already said to you.
What?
I don't want to offer
That's
up
even
A.
crazier than I
Instead,
thought.
I want to swap A for B. I'm going
Don't
to
you think
offer
my
up B.
idea though is
That's
kind of
cool
funny?
for you.
It's
Swap.
funny.
You're not allowed to do
The
that.
funniest.
And if you do that, what happens if you engage in harmonic swap? You know, say what happens? Who's social that
Getting somewhere in
both
there.
animals
For
become
years, the island was scum place. What kind
So
of
when it
fucking
comes to
Freemasonic goddamn website is this?
That's follows.
Oh,
I
right,
separate
that's
animals
weird.
from
Is that
Pesach.
search of skunks?
Fantastic. Fantastic. What's it then what happens?
I'm glad I'm not the only person who's
Every
asked
animal
this question.
that runs away, I misplace it, whatever it is. Can't find it, so what do? I go ahead and I identify, right? I purchase another animal. Well, so then what happens? I find the first. So now we'll say that's also called again, in that case, I didn't do anything wrong. In that case, I lost my original animal. I identify, right? I designate the child that comes out, right? So what happens? So that was with that background. Only to show Shaki. In the Kreva, I heard that sometimes the Muras Pesach is offered, and sometimes it's not. Well, in the South, but I don't know which is right. I don't know what is what. Under the Akiva Aliyah, listen to this. If you lose your animal A, I covered A, I designated animal A, I lost A, but designated B. Now the Akiva says like this. If you find A, before you end up offering B, I gotta tell you, the last time we were there, you guys were great until it develops a bit. Then go ahead and sell it. Yavi become a shlomi, and then you can go and use the money to purchase a shlomi. The thing to us is similarly, the same thing would happen if you actively tried to swap out the animal. After Shvita Sakata, but if you find A, after B has already been offered, call up shlomi. Ultimately, again, you can immediately offer up B as a shlomi. The same to Mula. And the same is true ultimately again for the Torah. Let's talk about it just a moment. It's actually quite fascinating. So look at the Ashiya case. Sha'ava, the Hittite Akata. Which is, remember, in the Mishnah's case, I have a connotation. I lost it, right? I lost animal A, and they have a replacement for exactly now B. So what happens? So there are two cases. Both cases are fine with B. What's the variable here? What's the variable? When you find B, before you offered A or after you offered? Sorry. I find A, right? A was when I lost, right? A was my original animal, I lost, replaced it with B. Now I find A again. When I find A, before B was offered or after B was offered. Rashi says the inside is called the Shvita. So the first case is where I find A before I offer B. Just haya only the Shashi does. Hadassah the Shashi the Shashi. The Zesh the Olivo the Ayubi Adayim when you call it out. That's one of the things that most of us have discussed. So when A is found before B is offered, what do I do on the other side? I see the mother. Now I end up offering up B. A can be offered up on Why? Because A was actually designated around the shots of Shvita. So because I cannot go ahead and offer up A instead what I have to do, so it's called it was mutual. It was mutual. Try to let it graze.
This guy sends us a picture of Andrew Schultz in the conversation. And Andrew Schultz saying I'm pregnant while
same thing. Have A, lose A, replace it with B. Now you choose what I offer up B. I offered up my foundation, and I find
okay, the phone number is 775-557-8667 and 775-557-TMOS. And we will play your voicemail on the air just like this.
Because since A was not extensive, A was not there. The coverage that was being offered, its identity as a design is not solidified as advertised, and therefore when you find it, you can offer up as so then we're going to see one Gemara, the definition says the Gemara. Olema, Pesach Kara, Pesach Kara. It's actually why do you have to say Pesach Kreva Muras Pesach Ina Kreva? Why don't you just say the case? With a Pesach you offer a Pesach first says the Gemara Hakara Kuran Muras Pesach teach you that there's a case of Muras Pesach.
It's a challenge. It's something you learn, develop it. I think next thing you get to do is live voice. I'm so worried that you're going to say everything on your ass, but
everything depends on remember again, it was the original carbon that was lost and then recovered. How you deal with A, they discussed it. Whether you can immediately offer up A
Yeah,
right
put
now,
2 spoons up there.
or you have to let A
Sure, be
grade,
free.
develop a mum, sell it, and then use the money to purchase
Double
it.
down, dude. Fuck
That
wooden
is
spoons. You'll
fundamentally
never catch me with a
determined
wooden
by
spoon.
when
It's a
buying
cooking thing. I don't know why.
A.
It's
Is found
cooking. It's
before
part
the
of cooking.
sheet of B or after
Yeah,
the sheet
guess what?
of
My
B.
sausage salad
And
tastes
zero Amar no.
delicious without
Kodim
I don't
Katzos,
think you need well.
Ula Akar Katzos,
Toss your salad in
fascinating.
the pause.
And
If
here
we're
is the
cooking
deal.
or serving,
It's
because
fundamentally
I've never
dependent
too
on
much. It tastes delicious. It's
fundamentally
both,
dependent
but
on
definitely
did you
cooking
find it
because I
before
see my
Katzos,
fiance
other
using it
Pesach,
constantly for
or
cooking.
after
And it's like
Katzos?
stirring. I'll stir it. It's not just like a stick of grass. No, I was going to say that. I'm like, hey, you can see you ate her food all the time.
Zero.
I'm just kidding.
Akatani Kodim
You were all that kind of
I
fitness.
zero. The Mishnah
Hey,
says
you went
that
much
what
more
you do
about
is
PT. You
fundamentally
say your food
dependent
sucks.
on
But you
Shaitan.
know something.
Ema Kodim Siman.
Yeah, maybe they use that
They
New
will
Orleans
say,
too, but
the
not like
Mishnah
you're
meant to
fucking
say
Seattle
Siman
did.
Shaitan.
No,
Chicken
it's
like
pretty,
most of the
it's
Odis
pretty common.
Happy
I'm
section
aware
is
of how
Kodim
common it is.
Shita.
I've been
Ever
realizing
Kodim
it's
Sak is found ultimately
I'm
before
not okay. How
Shita.
about this? You might
Yira,
have to
let
take
me
me out of
Yira.
the house and keep
Then
me
you go ahead and you send it out to grace. It's the same process. You go ahead and you let it grace, develop a mum.
I'll tell you who doesn't use a wooden spoon.
After Katzos,
Thomas Jefferson.
after Katzos,
LeBron James. He probably doesn't like donuts.
but just understand this is an incredibly riveting subject. So
I'm
we're
gonna
going
eat
to
up,
see
I'm
again
gonna eat up
the
one of those
halacha
Trader
lemaisa,
Joe's chicken
what
salad
you
things.
do ultimately
Ain't no
again
point
with
like
the
a
cover that
Trader
is
Joe's
lost
one.
and found. Whether you can offer it up immediately or whether halacha lemaisa, again you have to let it graze, it's going to be fundamentally dependent on when to find. So we'll pick up here tomorrow.
You know, water like a
Tomorrow
girl,
again, shiur starts at 5:45 a.m.
LeBron James, man, I wish he was cool. It's like an
Anybody wants to play with
Oh
like guys like
shit,
that,
good.
you can come in Akiva and
He's
Menashe
like,
Short.
dude, ain't no island like an Epstein Island. St. James, oh shit, St. James, I'm big St. James. How come there's, he's so stupid. How come there's so many girls here? Like, I mean, are they your daughters, all of them? Yes, it's the best LeBron. There you go. Oh, there's like Epstein's daughter. That's the thing, like, you see all these pictures of guys, Jesus. You see all these pictures of guys in that thing and you think, well, yeah, that looks bad. They're probably bad. But someone as dumb as LeBron James could literally be there and have no idea what's going on. You get a big, like, they're trying to hide stuff from him and he doesn't even, what's that? Oh, you got sandwiches? Like, this is just unreal. Yeah, I don't know if he's a bad guy. I think he's a stupid guy. Ain't no spoon like a wooden spoon. Who do you use this for? That's a spoon. LeBron. Oh, okay. He's shot. Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's no wooden spoons anywhere near me in this apartment. And guess what? I might buy one. And guess what? I might be burning. Yeah, you can. It's facts. But yeah, I think that's it for this episode, dude. Shout out to all of you guys listening. You guys are great. See you next week. Sorry to my cousin again. And somebody told me that the screen read wrong. No, the screen read. No, don't worry. But no, it's meant to be cringe. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's good either way. Maybe it's good.
Alright, so with that, we thank all of our sponsors, all of the stuff that we have in our video, and all of those having a birthday and successful. Once with that, let us begin. So we have beautiful backhand of Australia last that's 68. So we have people that will say answer the design on the base 67B, and we're picking up at the 30. I'm a nine. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 7, 1, 10. I will say, I'm going to play that now. We're in the middle of the studio. Well, we're in the middle of the studio. Right now, it's in the middle of the studio.
That's facts. I think that's our guy. Our guy said, yeah, right, I believe.
But we
Yeah.
also know that all forms of Puma are the
And
same.
it's not a lot
And
of
therefore,
lights.
again, not all forms of what we call
Or wait, how do you do this?
one word. Or use that word social.
I will snap his fucking
Are
neck.
going to be the same thing. We've already begun to see this
This is the real punishment.
forms of Puma.
If you have to watch it in vertical, you don't want that. Nobody wants that, dude.
You want that. They say, I'm about
Until the lights go up, vertical it is. It's so hard not to say the things. I honestly think this is my favorite.
That social media thing is real.
I don't know why it is, but it is. It is my absolute favorite. That social media is that social media
That social media, this isn't real.
What's up, y'all? How we doing, huh? I've been hunting all day. When your podcast is at 8, you have to attend the debut of the iPod Nano. Maybe that's like what the view looks like. I actually found something earlier that I wanted to show you. So I'll show it right away. One of the, mi favorite de la Liga de la Función.
La fregadera no funciona.
Your current status with Spanish? It's very bad. I would say blockbuster. I should have chosen this like a week or 2 months ago. I stopped listening to learn Spanish while driving. Yeah, that's what you're asking. Well, let's check out this little right now. Let's watch this.
Tenía un fin de semana planeado con sus amigos en Las Vegas. Viajaba esta mañana. Los disponibles. Encima de eso, otro dolor de cabeza. Necesito mis maletas y tengo que...
I can tell the accent. Is that how I sound? Necesito mis maletas. Y tengo que ir around en mi cup of model. What's funny is that I found a Spanish that she speaks without any accent whatsoever. But I've told you this before. I think the problem is that when you're not like out here putting accent on, you're like, if I make you know, like if you feel ridiculous, I feel more comfortable with you doing that while going like, oh yeah, like a California. It sounds Chad goes deep doing Spanish. Yeah, shout out to Tom, our guy Chad, Tom, whatever you call him, he's got many names. Does that make sense? Let's see here. I got another thing to show you. I got quite a few things to show you. So, listen, I'm willing to admit right now, dude. You wrecked me. Oh, yeah, I couldn't sleep that night. We're talking about, okay, yeah, pause. You wrecked me. I couldn't sleep that night. This guy. What is going on? Hey, yo! I couldn't sleep. You had me tossing and turning my bed, dude. Pause, but we had a huge argument about basketball. You had a huge argument. I responded. It was a big argument, dude. Okay, sure. You know, and it was in my head. I said, I will say one thing. Time was on your side. Time was on my side. Because time, everyone in the world. What? I had Sam Fenelon. What date is our episode? Tuesday. Right. What was Tuesday? Basketball. Was it like some kind of invisible game or something? It was the It was, yeah. Shut the fuck up anymore. NBA Cup. What the fuck is that? That's some of this new bullshit. Was it hockey now? Dude, please, alright, never mind. Before the NBA Cup happened, what happened in the comment section, dude? I don't know. One person agreed with me. Okay, and there was like 50 some odd comments. So I lost the argument. Well, people don't like LeBron James. I may be wrong about the NBA, but I'm not a person who's LeBron James. I want to show you what happened during the NBA Cup. Oh, wow. Have you seen this one? No.
seen a man have relations with a woman with the relation of the promoter 7 days. Hello, love.
Outstanding sympathy, and when the game's on the line, he'd rather pass it off than actually take the clutch shot.
Oh, shout out to you, Vanessa. Thank you. Or so, hold on, folks. Okay, we get it. You guys don't like LeBron, huh? Josh Hart is playing little fingers, or what do you call footsies, but with your hand. He's messing with his butthole right there. I mean, I don't know. That's a narrative for sure. Oh, look at Jalen's reaction, dude. That's the narrative. Watch Jalen's reaction. The guy's getting their butthole tickled. Watch it. Oh, yeah, it is. That's the fastest turn I've ever seen. Oh, I see. He does turn really fast. Maybe it's my accent. No. Josh Hart. You don't know these things because you don't watch it. He's a troll. Is that how? Okay, so that's what trolling. Trolling is trolling with the stuff. This is supposed to make me want to watch the NBA. No, I'm saying it's on your side. That's not against me for sure. But I'm just saying this is not a good look the day the episode comes out. And I'm like a fanboy about the league. What team is this? Okay, so the Knicks are good. Yeah, this means LA Falcons way good. That's what they do over LA. Oh, yeah, this is a shot over for sure. Yeah, Ryan, I can see a shot trying to put his thumb on someone's ass. I saw a successful comment earlier when Cooney's got a Dodgers hat. Please ban baseball talk on the live chat. You're the one talking about it. You brought it up. But listen, you're an all-star. Okay, you're the Shohei Ohtani. You own our Reddit. So, like, you do what you want. For God's sakes, don't leave the Reddit. Okay, other people are going viral now because you went viral. I was going through our, we'll go to it later, but I was going through the Reddit. I was like, oh my God, there are other people getting hundreds of likes on this subreddit. And it's not just successful things. So, everyone is standing on the shoulder of a giant. Right? You built the fucking floor you walk on. What is sort of yes, it sounds like that. You built the truck driver. He's like, I built the ground y'all walk on. He was doing Black Sun for a while, actually. He kind of did the same thing in Sean. But those two together. Well, before we get to the Reddit, I did choose at least 8 clips to check out with you here. I don't know why it's okay. Let's do it right now. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. Let's go. But, social media, this is it. One thing about my hair is that it's getting longer. So I've been looking up a lot of videos about how to get your hair cut. I'm trying to find my own style. This guy has basically the same length of hair that I do. You know what I mean? Same beard, same skin tone. You know what I mean? Yeah. Basically, you look like Robert Baratheon. Yeah, I haven't watched it before. I have full exposure, but that's what you think. And that's fine. That's good. That's good. Well, Robert Baratheon's pretty cool. So. You see that? Do you think that guy is cut? Definitely the beard, and so do I. I mean, I need to get my beard trimmed Friday. But yes, the beard for sure. I don't know about the beard. Are you intuitive? You're going to say definitely the beard, right? Let's go ahead and see what happens. 21 seconds here. Spicier? Okay, here we go. Let's see how this happens.
So when looking for the
Oh no!
I would have thought
I meant like trim it and like, oh my God, this is real? Oh my God, dude. I meant trim the beard, don't get rid of it. This is a cautionary tale. That's why I'll never get rid of it. Can you imagine being careful? And you're like, oh my God, I'm so fat. I'm fat in my face. I had no idea my face gained this much weight. I would have a funeral for my beard because it saved my life. He looks like a pelican. Yeah. Has anyone said that? It doesn't bad. He looks like a Guess Who character that like is overweight, big beard. Oh man, dude, that's hilarious. That's crazy. What was this posted on? It's all over Twitter. I read it too. Dude, how does this go? Yeah, you can't. The barber, if they put this out, they looks like Dylan was cutting on his beat. The haircut wasn't too bad until that. I think it made it work. Like the hair, he looked pretty like he did decent before. Yeah, he looked like a good-looking guy. Why?
One day.
And the mustache is just, it's the icing on the, I know, right? Why just the, and look at that uneven. He had made it look all, like, it looks more two page. He said, hey, Jeff Dye. He made it like an Eric, I give you a Jeff Dye cut. Cooney, have you seen the grapes commercial? No way, there's a grapes commercial? They need grapes becoming big. A lot of people, a lot of really important people are getting grapes these days. Starlight from The Boys. I can't think of anyone else off the top of my head, but he's a lot of good. I don't really understand what it is to be a son. Well, if you have that, I don't want to even see the eye. Oh, I'm not going to show you that. Okay, good. Where's the Bruce Banner Wayne? If you have that commercial sent to me, I'll throw it up. Oh, I want to admit something on the top. So remember how I talk about how they, so I told my doctor, I said, Costa Bro, with your terrible suggestions, I don't want something that's non-stimulant. I don't want Concerta, whatever that is. I don't want Ritalin. I want Vyvanse. So he was like, all right, fine. You can have Vyvanse. Yeah. So I haven't picked it up yet, but I'm going to start taking Vyvanse. Oh, well, can we get some fucking love for that? We got 24 likes. Oh, what the fuck? Your boy got Vyvanse and only get 25 minutes. So, you know, who knows? Maybe the grapes are just going to make notice. Yeah, maybe I won't be so funny. I'm just as tired of this thing. But look, we'll try it out. See how it goes. Okay. Vyvanse. Don't get on it too because apparently it's hard to get. Isn't it like some amphetamines? Oh, maybe I'm not like that. You know, dude, people say it's good. I can't pay attention to shit. We're talking about health stuff, but somebody's running that up. Oh, yeah, I don't know, dude. You know? The guy, the psychiatrist or whatever he is, he was like, you don't have ADD because when you're a kid, I was like, well, story, bro. I have not been paying attention since then. I got in trouble with day one. Okay? I was not I will snap this fucking neck. Somebody called me. Nolan called me. She says, like, we have a fundraiser for Queen's grapes. Like, my grapes are fine. The levels are good. I get tested again in May. We'll do a big program. Vyvanse is like Adderall, XR without the shakes, lasts longer. Also, Adam, that's a good debate. I don't know what XR means. I got Vyvanse. That's good. Stone Road. That's funny. That they're funny. Right, chairs are turned. How can, oh, no, I guess they're testing with the church. Those are the ones that are good. I'm concerned that you're going to take some Vyvanse and Lopin, right? And you're going to turn into this guy right here. I'm dummy me. I'm with that, baby. Dummy baby. This is Cooney on Vyvanse. This is Cooney on Vyvanse right here. We got the bird at a liquor store. I wish I had that much hair. Have you seen this? Oh, check it out. I would not like that. I was with you. is a store. That's the
And
my
again, it does allow, again,
This is
even
what
if
mine
like,
is. That's you. All of a sudden, I have a bird in that tree.
the ability to go up
Any
to
noticeable
Hawaii,
symptoms?
temporarily,
Not really, but I do have this bird that I train to do a bunch of stuff.
from the confines
Do the
of
Gerdo.
the
It does some, I don't know.
James, and now it gives South
Well,
Korea
that's
as
like
well.
you can do as a chat where they train their birds and do.
And
Train your bird to do. Well, yeah, what would you train?
model.
What would you train your bird to do?
Can go on Harabais, but to
Freestyle
see
out,
it in the
you know.
city of the walls of
A goal for this one.
most, of course, most
Just
people from the
maybe
solar,
carry a big
so
goal.
it's already excluded from Makana
On your truck. It makes it sound very
Makana Harabais,
yeah,
and
it's kind
Makana
of, they sing.
which
At
means
first, I don't really like birds, and not to say that I don't like the idea of birds. I like birds flying, and
outside
birds
of
are
the
fine.
walls of the
But like birds as pets, I don't particularly
basic
kind of
framework of
trust
law.
that.
Good. Back
But
to the stuff.
that closeness
Usually
relationship
so
with
remember
us,
again,
birds
this
is nice. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I want to talk about
the
it.
aspects of the conversation
But
that you have to
speaking
make,
of
go ahead or
well trained dog, yeah, that would be
so
amazing.
so one of the things
Let's see
that
it.
you're allowed to do is meet with trouble. You can go
My
ahead
dog
and
just started dancing or
so
something.
sounds like
Your dog can recognize the little
something
browse.
with the
Yeah.
attachment of essentially my music level. You know,
5 minutes.
but not
It's like a detective character. Yeah, it is like True Detective. Yeah. Random scary. Yeah, can't. Jam. Rust Cole with his parents. Someone who harasses Rust Cole. Shut the bird apart.
There's something that's
Hi, bro. Why is everybody doing me? Are they the main shop? They're the main shop. Smoke shop.
that is inside of the
That's it right there. Oh my god, the guy that came in looks exactly like who come in. Y'all sell like purple cherry rolls. They're gonna purple cocaine in here. So tired here, like
Yes. Says, very much you see about why does he hold those again?
Let's see what else. This is pretty funny. I thought I prepared something and I'm using your page. Let's see what happens here. I think this guy wants to make a drink for his body. It's like, shit, yeah, let's see for you. Come here.
Again,
Stay right here. This is a drink that everyone's talking about online. Oh, no, bro. Mustard and milk. They say it's delicious, so I wanted to try it. Some lime, milk, and mustard with milk. That's so for a second. Do you think it's bitter? No, of course not.
We'll go ahead and
Okay. Are you sure? She said, are you sure? It's spicy real fast. It's fake, but it's awesome. That's so funny. That was a good fake one. It's not fake, but it's fake on his side. She did not expect it. Yes, she did. Oh, probably you're right. My mom would have shot me right there. Yeah, you can't just spit in your mom's face and know it's not even his mom. You cannot do that without any kind of warning. She's not very good. He's saying it wasn't that good. Well, it's good, but not that good. Toronto as a kid who runs up by the water. Yeah. Well, it's like that video where even though it's staged, it's still really funny because of you don't know that he's going to spit it out. That's very funny, and I won't debate anyone that thinks that's not. I laughed, but her, and I was kind of believing it even after that. It's her acting. You know, and then also once her acting was really bad, then I got my brain going, okay, well, you cannot just spit in your mom's face, because somebody who spits in their mom's face like that, unprompted, they're not going to be like this guy. Yeah, they're going to be a total insane, right? They're going to be, spit in your mom's face. So wait, where does the acting go bad? So let's watch the spin one more time.
Go ahead and revive the guest.
Something right there.
Also, I think over here, we need to also keep that up. But the keep will bring as it is. Also, you,
Is it right there?
Boston,
I don't think he's acting right there. Okay, even though she knows it's coming, you can't really like. That is where you get true acting. Because someone is, no matter what they just spit in your face, you're gonna have a reaction to that. That is a way to force somebody. That's really how like De Niro and fucking Daniel Day-Lewis like spitting off ice. So for to see you spitting off ice, that's Daniel Day-Lewis. Our reaction is initially so good. Yeah, I agree. Elf for second. Elf. It would be worse if it was sausage salad. Then when she starts talking, it's not too good. Yeah. Well, are these fake? Since you're the fake police dude, let's check out a couple of these laughs. I don't know why this made me laugh. You know, when people have funny laughs, you laugh really hard. You know what I mean? Sure. So let's see these. These are a couple of different laughs. This is an alarm-like smile.
Every person will have to snap and literally again going 17.
I've heard stuff like that. Yeah, I've heard people laugh like that before, but it's weird that it was that long. It started to sound like it's weird to me that she said when she laughed that hard. Maybe there's some kind of inside joke. I mean, Shaw, that thing where he asked for a banana, we left great. So part of that, we're like, you're gonna banana. Maybe that's what it is. So funny. She's laughing like that because she's like a homeless child. Oh, I never remember.
Go ahead. So again, second of the but the basic staff.
This is probably the worst one. I'm not gonna play many of these, but this one had me.
Brings back.
This one had me upset.
Most of you, most of us, there's a clean and
you know, as annoying as these laughs might be, I used to like stand-up shows when you would be doing stand-up and one person has like a really weird laugh, because there's something about that, you know, especially if you knew the person, oh, I got that laugh, or just like, okay, someone is laughing, good. There's like a pattern of laughter, and it almost makes it more joke. Feel better if there's like one person that's like laughing specifically, you know. I remember the name. Oh yeah, like if that happens, dude, that sounds like the dolphin bomb. French construction last crazy stuff. Last one they stick the hair tongue. Oh, stick their tongue. I don't think you can control your laugh sounds like really. Sometimes it does feel like somebody's trying to be annoying. But I didn't get that from this. Some of them I'm not sure if there's not some audio I didn't hear. Successful egg is maybe you return to stand up in 20 years. Who knows? Let's see how that does. Okay, let's see how the likes to view current viewers did. Because right now it's not. 34 likes does not make me want to go to fucking 4. Alright? If any of you have ever been to a place, and so what do I gotta do? Buy? You know? I mean, I don't know. I still don't think the shop is that impressive. But if I'm getting on the shop, I'll buy something. I'll invest in a strange property. Tell people that they pay $5 to talk to 7 people. Formula 1 wants to know, okay, who do you want player? Sound like on pipes. We'll say soon, because I'm going to go to the pharmacy and get that. So we also go, what was that? They also want the purple. Oh, yeah, you want the purple bit now. Yeah, sure. But you know, I texted Cooney the other day, and I said, Dead 2, Dead 3. Do you agree with Cooney?
So which one is it?
You're like, yeah, you were there at the large crowd. Cooney's dedicated as fuck. Not to me, dude. I'm on 2 types of, I used to be able to run the doctor because we're on medication. I used to be able to say no. That's not the case. Those days are far behind. Okay. I didn't choose this clip specifically for you. So, okay, I have two more clips left. One's for you, one's for me. These are like Christmas presents at the end of the month. Because we won't be going live next week. It's Christmas Eve. That's true. Yeah, I'll be gone there. So this is the Christmas present portion of the clips. This one's specifically for you.
Fine, sir. How are you? Get away from me. Then you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do it all over with you. So back of that fence.
Oh yeah, that's not you. Is that relative of mine? Yeah, probably.
That's very nice.
Fuck you. Whatever, what did he say? I'm done with you. Get away from me. Get out. Get away from me, crap. That's not even a name. It's an insult that he made up. That's not social media. This isn't for you.
And they will be ultimately against to handle our
Three of us,
financial
4 of us meet here. Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man. Okay? You're a crumb creep. And I wouldn't take that off nobody. There's 3 of you. I'm by myself. I want to tell her there'll be nothing to it. Put her
Number
rules,
one,
okay? But you don't have the courage. You're a real crumb bum.
He's really stuck on crumb. Yeah, I don't know what that even means. That's right. Yeah. Kind of going into Schultz. King crumb. King crumb bum. King crumb bum.
Put that on camera.
But
They go to work, Jeremy. The 3 of you. And I jam them. You're a coward. You're a yellow snake.
I don't know what that means. That sounds real bad. He sounds like a giant. You're a pony-faced old dog.
And you want to say, let's
It looks like an actor that's doing a pretty bad job. You know what I mean? Like he's like lying. He doesn't want to say lying, but he's making things up. Yeah, these people don't exist anymore. They straight. The 3 of you is that kind of cadence. I love that. I don't start talking like that.
all the rules of this big country move, then I will go back to that Lord previous. Just me. There was your crumb creep cow. Can't take it. You only want to stand up to us.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you. Because you're a crumb creep lush cow.
I'm just going to where he's going to flush. They're hitting on the streets of sexual like behind that wall. Take care of it. You're a coward, sexy bitch. Man. Look at your lips. They're so nice and plump. You lush crumb coward. Crumb bomb tight jeans. Tight jeans.
Don't even know me there.
You are a lush. I can tell.
Oh, he's the bear. You're lush. You have long hair. Flows down your back. I want to take the 3 U's over there and beat you up. Touch your neck. I like looking at you. I mean, I hate looking at you. I need you now. What? Successful, great observation. 3 seasons. You're a crumb bum. Thank you, James.
Merry Christmas, you idiots. Thanks for all the eons this year.
It is Christmas time. That was your Christmas gift. I love that guy. He's a great character. He has these seems like he's probably the mayor. He's probably corrupt. The journalists came out asking questions about being corrupt. He's like, no, fuck you. Fuck you. You're an asshole. I didn't do nothing wrong. I'm proving to you now by making this big speech about I'm going to beat you up. And get it on video. Yeah. Film me now. Look, I'm walking my dog. I'll tie my dog up. We'll go in the back. I'll say you're hot a few times, and then I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Fucking you crumb. You know, intellectual man with great feet. Man's. Manliness. There's You're on Lush. I know you're on Lush. What is that? Is he calling it gay? Maybe. I don't know what Lush means. If anyone in the chat knows, these are things that I guess they died out in the 70s or 80s. Well, give me a quick Central Records or Dixie Doors books. You page a lot of I have a mini microwave if you want it free. That has to do with my drink Christmas. This is called Green Christmas. Because they get a bunch of small gifts. I was excited when I saw the video, right? Yeah. And then look how big that bulky fridge is. Are you kidding me? Where's the fridge? That thing. Oh, because of the brand. How big it is compared to. Yeah, that's drove me up the wall. You from a big fridge. And how would I respond? I will give you know what though? It could make it easier to not so bad. I will go the rest of your life right there. You laugh. Let's see.
Some people like take right fun, some people like give like no. I will know my house be like alpha. Therefore the pastor says I give goodness and therefore I feel. I'm not going to go back, but just like the sickness, the illness, and the disease in one person, ask me some of the
I told you I don't make fridges that big. In the pants.
That I put life and give life to the person to the same.
Oh man, honestly, I thought it was a fridge. The whole time. I didn't even watch the end. No, I didn't. I got mad when I just saw the fridge thing. I'm home now. Where was his brother before? Maybe in the army or something. Well, like, strapping your man, a little crumb like me. I have never watched any of those like Return. I've never really got into like the Return of that. Even though they're supposed to be mad, but I'd rather watch that. I want to see a video where like a military guy comes up and spits mustard with milk in his face. You kind of foreshadowed it earlier. You're talking about people getting hundreds of likes on our Reddit. You want to give a big shout out to them? Yeah, shout out to everybody posting on our Reddit. We're over 1,000. I don't know the exact number. You can't get the exact number after 1,000. You can. No, but you can probably get 1.1. We're not at 1.1. Okay, so we're under 1.1. Not the big numbers. Yeah, I mean, I see putting a lot of likes, and it's different. You know, one thing, I'm not seeing live get a lot of likes, which I'm not okay with, but let's go ahead and look at our Reddit here, dude. This is great Googly TL versus Donkey from Stranger Things Stars and New Street Fighter. That one is the great Googly Googly, which could also just be another successful like profile, whatever it is. But yeah, I saw this as a game.
Sounds like the feels nothing when watching soldiers return home with videos.
I agree that he does look like the guy from
That's what it sounds like. So I'm resurrected. You look at that. That's what you said.
Right, the fake TNT thing. TNT was this TNT thing.
That I'm resurrected in the same way in which I died. So in which case I'm resurrected as I was at the moment of death. But here's the difference. Wherever ailments I had, after the sparkle then goes back, and what is it?
That one got me though. I remember I saw that the first time. I was like, maybe it's real. I just thought. Yeah, it's real. I don't need to have confirmation. I posted. This is the first time above 100 on our own. But yeah, I posted this one. This is like goody me. Have you seen it? Yeah. No, okay. Let's see. Resurrections.
That's just a lot of once it's the next part is. So the other thing you're allowed to do in the declaration of Kabbalah is you are allowed to go ahead and bring the facts and the
That guy was in his natural state, being unconscious. You know? half the day it's spent in the state, whether it be from drugs, alcohol, or a guy like that about because he's tired of bullshit.
The most interesting
Hey, what the fuck? Hey, fuck you.
wait until night.
Oh, you got me
Go ahead
fucked
and
up.
turn the fast and lives all night long.
He woke up knowing that he was gonna get taken out, and then they got taken out. Really though, like, I thank you guys so much for posting that on Reddit. You guys make that thing, I can't talk, you know what I mean?
We don't
You
delay.
guys make it,
You grab your
Beasties
opportunities as they come.
Live or Netflix,
This
Netflix.
was
Post my thing,
also the
team.
have
A little bit of competition is successful activities make more viral and make team versions of no Rogan and no Bob, but they clearly don't know comedy.
Carry the face off outside the court. We can't carry the face off without the
Yeah, I was surprised.
even when face off falls on job. The other things are discussed was cutting off a wart. The animal has a wart. The presence of the wart is offering up the animal. You can't cut off wart on Shabbos. On Shabbos are a face. So the Gemara says, "Well, there was that either."
Well, never talk about really good comedy talk about the toxicity
We learned
of
in fact, we're allowed to go ahead and cut off a wart on Shabbos. It can be something done, but not after it. Number one, I understand. What's involved in cutting off a wart? Cutting off a wart. So the Kashos, this is a derivative of the Malacha of Gogi. Like the Malacha of Gogi is huge. You're not allowed to shear an animal on Shabbos.
the
So
20th,
the
well,
Kashos
21st
said,
century.
wart removal,
But Carlin
ultimately,
Block,
again,
70s,
would
80s,
be
90s.
a
Pennygrove has
derivative
done
of that. Yet the price of the judge, you can remove a wart on Shabbos inside of an extended
I can cut this part
but
out,
not outside of it. This is the
dude.
thing.
Push some shop button, you can shop in the room.
Utensil, I'm just like, outside of it.
Oh, man. Never mind.
So
Okay, so somebody said Carlin.
So again, I'm also
Okay, but he was not.
our
He was, well, no, it was good. But it just was, he was more famous for, I guess I
Let's say
didn't even,
one of the things
this
said,
is,
over
I didn't even,
work removal
yeah,
by hand.
I didn't even read.
Better contradiction. How
You
about
guys
you
like
these
rescue
stuff?
kids in
One
hotel.
is talking about a moist word, one is talking about a
Let's see, this is
word. So it's
William
one
Upgrades, exactly.
and remember, this body word
I would like to think that
pretty much
because somebody's at home crying, they're like,
that's
it's
where
getting
it's
worse
kind
and
of
worse.
how
Just like someone's really worried. It could be, dude. We'll never know. We'll see what the life is.
A moist word.
That makes sense.
Oh, you gotta very cool to do that. And the chance to sort by
I'm sorry. The
post
problem
about
on
Tom
everything
Segura
is
on
no.
my vids.
Okay,
Okay, I'll do that today. I saw you message me. Oh, no.
Lokasha, far beyond publicly. One is talking about work removal by hand,
He's
and one
dropping a
is about
special.
work removal with
We call him teacher.
cannot remove the work with the
We've already seen this, but it's on fire.
or outside of the
The
device is how many people work, how many times does that's if you even take a little off, somehow this remember again, removing a word with your hand outside of the base of itself will be to the bottom. But remember, inside the base of the context, that means to make the move. Right? That means that bottom, like the Venice law, when it teaches you such a good law, it has a better stuff. You must remind them of how you guys are how to do it. Don't do it when you do it. That device is talking about work removal by hand. And when you're talking about nice kind of law, yeah, right? Take on your car, give it a chance, man. We're not looking your 30 years of life with the pen. Looking like a photo man, you ain't a real simp, son. Cash please, keep it cash free. Rolling inside the grass green with no jazz lean. And wake up from this bad dream. She only looking for your name. Cause it must be all the bundles of cash to make a scene.
You know, he's doing the thing we used to talk about all the time.
That is not
Like this. I can't stand that still. But yeah,
that both mission about the
traffic is crazy. Because this was part of dating traffic. Friends are always they're trying to make us about somebody. You see a statement like Matt Rice, like,
I'm sorry.
it's a little bit like it's like blacks and Masco. Mask Go did blacks and
What I'm talking about
right. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, it's like it's not. And it's other. I went to the Tinder date, right? Because the dating is hard as shit. There's levels to this shit, right? I show up. The chick is bad. And they got a mic like it's some sort of amazing Dave Chappelle punchline. Why everybody? That guy's the opposite. That guy should do that. He should be doing that, actually. This is like when they do they have it like this. They also like articulate their oh yeah, like it's a piano. It's like yeah, I like it's a fucking piano. It's like a fucking recorder. You're playing my love will go on. I'm recorder is hilarious. It's a black sim recorder. You play into it and it's like it starts doing this. It's like I could never fully commit to that bit of like this is what I sound like that. You know why you feel like that's you gotta create something that's gonna be long lasting. Facts, because Brown's got his homies from like high school and shit, they rock it with his beat. That's the thing about Cody though, he don't got a team. So they talk all that shit, they don't know what it's like out here in these streets. I'm a fucking sweet sometimes. I know. Don't do it. Shit. I mean, it's a mistake. It's like, oh, shut up. I'm like, okay, always in the trucks. I get all the fire kids. Dude, I get all that. I get it. I'm a beast. I have grapes. I have small teeth. I'm big gums. Okay. I'm gonna be on 5 inches. I understand. Okay, I don't have much. I get it. All right. But at the end of the day, I will fuck you up because
does not automatically mean that the finished focus is uplifted as well. But the logic that you're sure the time is to refer to you because that is like the Amar also this is great. Simchas Yomtiv Nami Yeshua says that the evolution
that's one of the things I think what I hate so much about it is that I can see myself doing that by accident instead of where you really get into it. So you start doing the character, you're doing all this shit that you don't need to be doing. I mean, and these are rehearsed bits. They were not the first time.
Do you want your younger experience to be holy, or do you want to run this? Either, or from a show, either you're going to drink, or you'll share the show, or you're going to sit and learn. Okay, so we'll have to exactly what this means. Okay, the other thing is younger kids and all or nothing experience. Either it's not on game, because you didn't even drink the Polish, but even you make it more physical, maybe you can go to a there's no other self-care, because no,
there's that one guy I made fun of on the pod where I took it back because he actually has great feet. But he does this. And I still think it's hilarious. It doesn't bother me as much when he does it, but I still think he looks like he has no bones. At some point, stand-ups that do black sound, it's like they have no bone structure and they become kind of malleable. You'll see them, they're doing this. They look like somebody who's very good right out on stage and be like, hey, yo, what a, hey, that's how you used to getting in the stool, talking about you got me thinking, Tell me who better than AI, though? NBA. Who better than AI, though? And that's when you, here it is, dude, here it is. I don't like it. I don't like that either. Those fingers are ready to start playing the recorder, dude. You gotta stop being like this just because you saw someone do it. Yeah. Dude, here's exactly what you were saying. Exactly. Gang sign. This looks more bro-ish to me. He's
not getting XLR cable. But the other hand, I see bros doing stand-up like this. You can tell the bro because he's got the polo with the collar. Yeah, that's a bro. That's really just like this is what you used to do on stage. Yeah, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? My bad. My bad, Mr. Holmes. Oh, look at this. See, this is a good YouTube video right here.
You comedians always ask, how do you hold the microphone?
Nobody is asking you nothing. Not with those teeth.
My favorite thing is to hold the hands diagonally in front of my mouth. Vertically in front of their mouth like this.
Nobody asks you anything. Ozempic, humor, Notaro. Ozempic, humor, Nobody looks at you and goes, I gotta ask that guy how to do something.
You're not a singer, you're not a rapper, and your hand doesn't cover up too much of your face if you hold it.
You can't even buy a shirt that fits you. I'm sorry. I can, you can spin facts on that. I can't say anything. Questions. Neither do I. I know I am living in a glass house. Throwing stones at my glass and truck. Yeah, no, my diet over the holidays has been pretty bad. I took my rehab. I was like, I went out with some friends. I forgot that I got this outfit place called Beanies. That's all I would do. I'm telling you. So good. And we went there and I got a sandwich and I only ate half of it. So I forgot that I had it. My fiance texted me, oh, I'm not making dinner tonight. I got the sandwich. And I was like, cool story, bro. And then I left the bar and I was like, I forgot. So I went to McDonald's. I got home. I realized the sandwich was in the fridge. I said, it's gonna go bad. The sandwich was gonna go fucking bad. It's delicious. I can't eat it. The next thing is we're gonna get lunch work. What would you do in that situation? You let it go to waste? You gotta eat the sandwich. That's what the sandwich saw. He saw the Christmas on the Christmas on. You're just staring at it. You're like, I gotta eat a sandwich. You know, but the sandwich shot was the last minute, so it's like the second I got it. I gotta put a big sandwich in my mouth.
Social media, this is it.
Let's see if he wants us to hold it.
The tip I always give to you comedians is my phone physically to get up to your chin.
Yes, that also looks like you're trying too hard. And then I was like, that's... Yeah, I mean, that's... Maybe it's somewhat of a cheat code, though, in a way, because I'm not usually in the eyes for these things. I don't see when I'm in it, I'm like, these are pedestrians. Not a 250. The last thing the audience would do to not make them feel awkward. You know, they want someone who has 100% confidence, so they don't have to be like, oh my god, this guy's got bomb, and like it's gonna be terrible. So some of that is fixed by the asshole that's like has so little concern for shame that he's doing the shit, or she's doing the shit. You know, if you do that, you might hide some of your lack of skill. So devil's assistant, devil's advocates, devil's avocado.
When you hold the mic against your chin, you will not forget.
Somebody said that this is me without salsa.
That makes sense. When you turn your head, it will be the right distance from your mouth. If you want to learn step by step how to start doing stand-up,
Oh shit, we used to watch this all the time, dude. Yeah.
comedy for beginners.
Oh, I'm gonna write this down. What a great website. Yeah. That's pretty solid.
Comedy for beginners. If you like to do stand-up comedy, the way to hold the microphone is your body.
This guy is like,
I tell all my stories to put the microphone against your body.
does have like an AI feel to it. It's great. Posted by Cooney. We did it again 1K grand this time. You look at that guy. Wait. I get a gold balloon. Somebody, I think Adam earlier told me Boston Next, I don't really have anything to say. That's a fucking raccoon right there. That's a fucking, you know, Boston guys. I'm surprised there's not more like stand-up comedians with the hilarious Boston accent. That could be good. Bring that back. Gordo, I said it does have an AI feel to it. Yeah, no, it's definitely his fucking AI. I put that shit in the fucking AI. I said, I took the hog. I said, can you do me something different with the same kind of feel or whatever? I should have given it a prompt. All right, ChatGPT. Fuck you. ChatGPT, the prompt is you are a tired podcast host who craves to want to do things. How I watch this is pretty good. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, sorry. A Million Minutes Golf Goes Martin Embarrassed. Posted by Rosin.
I wanted to get some dinner. They said use the food apps. The apps. You wanted the food. Okay. I'm the hardest working comedian in the entire world. In fact, my agents had me cloned because there's just too many arenas full of boulders out there. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you right now Sebastian Maniscalco. Sebastian Maniscalco. Sebastian Maniscalco. Sebastian Maniscalco.
I'm laughing again. That's good. That's a good bit. They're all talking about food delivery apps.
Hey, sorry, I just want to address the elephant in the room. I couldn't get the sweater in, so I had to shoot it. Your bank tells me he minds.
Oh, yeah.
I say, what's that? He says, I make money on the computer. I say, you know how I used to make money? By working. The president? He said, knock it down the White House. What are you doing? I'm on the CBS. Hey, hold the iPad right up to you. They say tip me. And that was the self-checkout machine. And I got to dress like Batman because who runs the mirror? They're going to cut our limbs off. God damn, that's Calvin. Oh, my God. WBS.
I assume that you were but I think they did some spoof of the Rihanna thing, because I saw another thing where a guy did a whole thing on his he's decent, but yeah, I mean, they're in Saudi Arabia. This is just rough. That maybe not so much as you like 8-3-4-5. Did we find Gerardo's new Jesse Linton's bucket? I can picture it. He said he's heard kind of rude, but didn't say anything about not liking it. You know that Gerardo was on the level of dude, whatever, like this looks like you guys met shit. You know, I would talk right. What's so funny about them? I met my girlfriend. It's weird. There's some vibe that exists between you and Michelle Muto. I mean, for sure. I get it. You know. Don't kill me, but driving your son to baseball practice, your son that you have him push up. And I mean, right there, Dad. That's the kid. That's how you went with us. We should have stole that when you're out. Took it up. I'll go over there. You know, if you have something like that. Yeah, if I had something like that, dude, good luck doing the podcast next week.
Bobby, please.
Do I try to do it now or wait for next time? What are you talking about? I forgot to post it. Okay, I'm gonna go to new right now because I got a couple to catch up on. 31K dislikes, biggest guns. We saw that. BCEO looking Netflix. I was, dude. I mean, shout out to him, dude. He's looking a lot better than this guy. Just got in the fights.
Max, that's a tough thing to pull off, and he doesn't.
Very cool. Gotta love it. Looking a little skinny too. How about the all-day challenge cross? Wait,
What's the all-day challenge, though?
this much years.
If I was fighting this guy, I'd be like, all right, yeah, keep going. I would try and get him to knock himself out. Like, yeah, once you get 50 in, maybe we start our fight.
Every time you hit your face, I get more scared.
Three of them.
The three of you hit your face. That's crazy. Imagine like you want to do this, you go to sleep, but you can't sleep at night because you're so excited to do the all-day challenge the next day. And it's just in front of you, in front of yours recording you. Your babies.
Yeah. When I'm thinking about these guys, would it be funny to be able to see them in class? Oh, and just like, they probably don't give a shit.
It's your turn to read Tucker. He's like, wow. He's like, where's the time?
I don't even know if they would try.
Yeah, no, they would just go all day.
They are probably not. If you could just see them in class, when did they leave? You know, like, do they ever pay attention or read or do an assignment? Does any question ever get answered correctly? Maybe that could be basic math. I think this guy can do 2 plus 2.
Because you're asking if this guy can take math, what can I do? Yeah. Math is the first thing I learned. Because he can count modules.
But once it gets past, like, once it gets to, like, division, that's when he checks out, maybe. After multiplication, he's like, I'm done. It's all day now.
I'm not very smart. I bounced out after shapes. You know what I mean? Geometry, I was like, I'm close to it, bro. Geometry, different. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, for sure. Also, when people like this are fucking in history class learning about World War II, you think they're going to want to learn math? I'm like, let's go back to first period where we're talking about the English then.
How many more do you go make? I gotta put them on count. World War II, you think?
Wait, we go to war with the nation.
That was such a not confident flip of the fingers. He was like, it's like he's in class and he doesn't want the teacher to say he's flipping over. He's practicing. These all look like different versions of DC. That's so funny. Man, this guy's looking like he's enjoying himself.
Chase Avery through time.
The head and the crusher. These are holy animals. So we understand the holy cow. Holy cow we get before.
Oh, shit.
Oh, it's for those redneck brawls.
Yeah, but watch it.
That's your. I do like
Not
that.
as a part of
Berkeley Spring.
I'm rewatching Game of Thrones again, and I just think of like Unsullied. Like, it goes These are my pointy ears till they're like, oh, dang! That area storm, you're no longer slaves. You were never slaves. Before we go to the new post on Reddit, I wanted to give a shout out to the people that were posting these. We didn't really pay attention to social media. And there's Meow Mix, Mario, like 1% of viewers do. What the hell? You watch 592 of their videos as your dedication. That's basically all the videos we posted. Good. Hell yeah. That's the sickest picture I've ever seen right there. When you, around this time of year, if you don't see this, you're blockbuster. This one shows criticism glittering from Geronimo. And what do you think about that, dude? You kind of look like Will Arnett there or something. But, oh, you see that just on the night. Yeah, that's because I was putting up the shelves. Yeah, you need a knife for that. Yeah.
Also, he's a poet.
Let's see here. We got Groovy Right On, the Hawk of the Box. 622, that's Hawkbot's number. Call me audio because I'm King Daddy. Man, Lehman, shout out to you, dude. Thanks. 1%, 622 videos. Will Arnett was also on the feed. I had Tom post that Chang's a few weeks ago. Felt so good, man. Oh, shout out to you, Jonathan. Give him a fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Tell us the show what they do this is because I had to just listen because maybe it's comfortable. When we were doing the third part. Yeah, we tried, we're artists. He was, what did he ask? What did he deserve? I don't know, but we deserve 12,000 views. Shout out to the fucking views. Yeah, this is me last week, Andy Bernardo. That's not his full name, but shout out to Belleville Bob, Goonie, my top YouTube. Look at the competition we got, dude. I mean, wow, I can't believe it. Tom, that's a great show. And it's, dude, this guy doesn't even work at the store. Why? Because he's getting DoorDash, Andy. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? Yeah. Shout out to you. Flagrant and the Kid. I actually did look into getting this as a, what's it called, poster for my group. I forgot. Let's see what else we got here. Shop with Baja again. Okay, now it's kind of hard. It's hard there. I think there was more. I wanted to give a shout out to the top 0.1%ers. This guy just entered our Reddit and started posting every day. It's a large document. It's a long way to the top, and the tweet is Reddit. You gotta get through. Let's go to you. We got some people posting right now. Discover Gerardo's catchphrase. Oh no. Be right on. Short compilation, but I noticed this, and now I spot it all the time. I hate these kind of things, dude. Yeah. Fuck. What was that? The old one was, and something. I don't remember, to be honest. I used to say, something I forget what it is. Maybe and or something. Let's see. Okay, so let's see how cool it is. It's part of the show. Is it just let's see? I hope to God it's just let's say. What else we got here? Alright, let's see what else is. Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I think you made it clear. Yeah, it's only 9 seconds. Like, how bad can it be? It's be funny if it was incredibly embarrassing 9-second clip. I mean, out of all the things you could have done, all the Sharpie moments, 9 seconds is all it takes, too.
I will snap his fucking neck.
Also 2 is what it was. Remember he said also 2. Oh, yeah. Wow, I forgot about also 2. Yeah, you really took that away. I really do. It really hurt me, dude. The also 2 thing, when somebody pointed it out, I think it might have been comments or Janae making a video or something. But the also 2 got me fucked, dude.
You know, it's so hard to make comparisons without using the word like. So I do it, and then I go, oh my god, I can't. How many of those are they going to make? But as if, or whatever I say instead of that, it's the same goddamn thing. How do people do this?
What are you gonna do, man? Volume punch me, motherfucker!
Oh, shout out to Stone Cold Steve Austin. That doesn't give me any sort of, I don't feel good about you knowing what I was referencing, but I didn't say also too. Wait, let's do a little poll. We haven't done a poll yet today. Did I get rid of also too? Because I haven't seen anyone say, did I did Gergo Also, too. And Lee was backing up me also, too. Oh, that is, he is right on. Right, yeah. Right. Did I hear what? You got comes up to me. What is this? This is the court doctors at Bo Hinstar. This is today. You got a room.
Chocolate or whoever else. If he rolls up on me and tries to attack me, I have a gun first. His size and strength will be chip. Just more blood to bleed. So, yeah.
Crazy thing to say, dude. If you're scared of don't look inside. I don't fantasize about shooting. One of the greatest comedians, podcaster, guys I've heard. Music from. Damn it, what did I miss? Let's see. Pause after saying also. Would you teach your bird? Oh, jeez. My bird would say, also too. Okay, so this is 5 bands and now Trixon. So, yes. Red bar, bring back. I didn't know they had a red. Jokes on that guy. Rogan is on the carnivore diet. You see that Tim made up the story about someone trying to protect Venezuela? Yeah, I heard about that on Too Lazy. He made it up. I mean, I don't know if it's not true. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see what the Thompson Grass looks like. This is the wiki food too. What is it? 2 bears, 1 cup or something. That comes up to me. And he's like, hey, man. Here you go. Shakes my hand. Dude, he gave me 2 5-amps. What's 5-amps? Yeah.
You're not to lose hand-to-hand pills like that?
You're the best guy. 5-amps is my fucking favorite.
Really?
Oh, man. I mean,
You got a prescription of that?
No, I'm trying to. I've switched doctors, and I've tried to, and they're all turning me down.
And you took it? Took the... How do you know what it exactly was?
I've had.
My doctor gave me a little pushback in my show. What I'm like, he's like, all right, you got it. Here you go. Here, take it all. He pushed it like chips on that poker table. You're all in there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to down you. So fucking no, I shouldn't. This is my evidence. I proved that I had ADHD by not responding to what he said, not paying attention. He's like, you need this for the, like, sure, we'll see. Yeah.
I can't see it. You can see right now. Have you ever had a dog dance?
No, I don't do drugs.
I never have either. It's great if you're nodding over there. You've had it.
Fan.
Big fan. Big. And the big thing I learned from a regular Vyvanse user is have your mission set for the day. He's like, don't just take it like watch a show. He's like, you gotta be like, today I'm doing X, Y, Z. Yeah.
I'm surprised you can't get your hands on a script for your position.
I've tried to. I've been turned because like one physician was like, well, there's some this, so I don't want it. I'm like, whatever. Went to another doctor. That doctor was like, well, we need to like get what's
drugs, ABC. Hold on, you don't got a Dr. Feelgood on the payroll? You're doing it, dude. I figured you were with you.
I guess that means me, big old pussy.
Why would you say that? Why would you say it like that? I'm like laughing at the idea of like I have some kind of like Dr. Feelgood. Oh yeah. So every time you play that one, that's the funniest.
That means me, big old pussy.
Right before losing his fucking shit and sending it all up to you.
Fancy yourself with fisticuffs.
Picking up with IVs, going to bed with IVs.
I like IVs.
The whole 9 yards.
I get IVs pretty regularly, and I have some good contacts there.
There's this called IU Garbage. This IU Garbage podcast. We all need to. I wonder if there's like a British version of IU Garbage. Like their Wallace or Grumman, not Wallace or Grumman. What you guys are talking about, how much you love Phil's identity. Yeah, it's not about the love for me. I'm not like I want to fall in love with this pill. I beat the shit out of ADHD. Okay, well, that's true.
All out.
Shout out to the bozos.
I'm putting a
No doctors that was
5 bands. People out there.
We can get you like off the street for sure.
Radio's empty. Yeah. Actually, all jammed up. Do you want anything down? I'm on naltrexone right now. What's that for drug addicts? Really?
He's up to it. I mean, you don't go see it. I asked him, I encourage him to go see a therapist. I wasn't really doing much after 6 months. Here, just see a psychiatrist. That guy gives some fucking every roller skates. and now the pills are making him fucking crazy here. I can't get a read on it. I'm at my wit's end.
What is it called? Naltrexone? Naltrexone. Type could be sick. What is it?
It's an anti-like, you're like, what are you on now? And I'm like, beneference. What's beneference? It helps me with my thyroid. I'm on Skeltephatin. Skeltephatin has something to do with my brain not working right. I'm on Manjarovsky. Yeah, it helps your brain. I am shocked. It's like, nicotine that helps your brain.
It reduces xenophobia.
Try me that now.
But they have secondary uses for overeating. Oh, yeah. Not really working. No. But he said it takes a while to set it. We're going to give it another month. But Ozempics and the GLP-1s were not really jiving with my system. Okay. Yeah. And like I was telling him before, my issue is something else. It's not just that Ozempic is not going to fix heroin is wrong. Right?
No, yeah.
I'm sure the root cause, not just the symptoms. Which is something I've been learning in therapy. Therapy helps with that, right? 100%. The things that I thought were the problem are actually a symptom of what the problem is. Got it. That's great. That's progress.
All these guys, they don't know what the problem is.
Dude, I feel like there's always something funny about accidents in New Jersey or New York. It's all the same, dude. It's so funny when somebody with that accent describing the problems in a non-ironic way and like very serious.
Oh, yeah. Because you don't expect them to be like serious or even talking about them. That's what's so great about these days. Yeah. Because now, everybody's like this. Everybody's a little soft, So you get the guy that's like talking like this. But you never would have thought they'd be like, then my therapist told me because my dad didn't tell me. That made me think about it. I'm curious about that. But no, now I'm dropping rags on GLP-1s, but then I talked to my therapist about it, and it's really just a symptom they're eating of the real problem of it all. I stuck him out here on stage telling jokes about trafficking love, and it's just get out. And so I eat a cheeseburger. I eat a cheeseburger because my fucking babysitter, that's my guy. So anyways, I was watching the Knicks play the other day. I was at my friend's house, and the day after my best friend came and picked up all the kids, and there was only 4 seats in the car, and Damien got in, and Jordan got in, and Carson got in, and then he looked at me, and he said, oh, I didn't know I was supposed to bring you, I'm sorry, and then I stayed there. He never took me to the show. So, okay, that happened. But I don't have friends like person. My best friend by me. I was talking to him and I told him how I really feel that I might be gay. Then I realized I was gay, and that's why I hate so much. That's why I fucking get the fights. I got violence and homosexuality in my DNA. Doctor says I'm gay.
So I thought it was gay, Did I ever tell you my uncle's story about? He's like talking about a dog of his.
No.
He's like, I had a great day once. Ran away. And I'm not laughing. He goes, it was a Tuesday. And I started laughing all hard. Because he was a kid and he remembers the day. It's the saddest shit I've ever seen, dude.
That's probably why he's Spanish.
I don't know.
But yeah, dude, let's see what else we got here. That's very cool from Janae. Gerda is watching back. Oh yeah, this is kind of fucked up, but ICE agent Brendan Cooney from Westchester County, New York, documented yesterday assaulting a pregnant daughter. How dare you? I think that's everything for this week, dude. I don't know. We're gonna wind down. Yeah, in a little late. Yeah, that was a lot of fun, dude. 61 likes, never mind. It wasn't fun at all.
Successful leg says, well, the likes, they come and go. Stays really is successfully post. One more cheeseburger, my blood's up, and does the landing.
Cooney, you better watch what your Homeland Security said.
You want to come for me, Cash Patel? I'm right here, Daddy. And guess what?
I guess that means me. Google.
I think he's a reference on thing where they used to have on as a clip. Oh, what about it? They were like promoting ICE using something.
Yeah. And he was like, I don't want y'all to eat that. So look, I'm tired of y'all eating that. We don't want you guys part of Homeland Security. Listen, okay?
Oh, I'm not Mr. Whole Foods.
But no, we can't use our stuff. We use by the subreddit.
Wow, Moses is real serious. Can you read that?
Bernardo, Tammy, the whole thing is like he's calling me right now. Bernardo played the guitar on YouTube channel now.
I mean, spelling my name right does make me like a sentence actually, but probably not. I haven't played guitar in a couple weeks. Thanks. What else you guys got? Let's get out of here, dude. Ain't nobody looking at it, Martin. Watch any Tuesday stories episode. You'll realize more. Wow. We do have Timo's coming up tomorrow. Gerard, they have a favorite. Actually, John Fried's always returns to mine. And Jimmy Page is great when he's up here to off of the guitar. Gerard, why did you delete the solo live chat? On my, I unlisted a lot of my live videos on my YouTube channel. So I don't know if that's what you're referencing. Pluribus rules to start watching it. No. Oh, dude. I literally work 7 days.
Same, dude. Fucking drowning in. That show's amazing.
Oh, yeah. See, I unlisted all my live videos. When I get some time up now to go live again, maybe in the new year 2026. I have to play guitar. Like, I love playing guitar. I haven't played guitar in weeks. Yeah, I've been making those Brendan Shaw parody songs. That's pretty fun, dude. They're very good. And tomorrow we got a Timo's dropping, dude. Go ahead and give me some Dick White Nation, dude. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Don't call me retarded, dude. We've got some Timo's dropping tomorrow. Check it out.
Yeah, dude. Timo's back. Get early access on Patreon. 30 days.
Yeah, you get early access like Monday nights on Patreon. Yeah. As soon as I finish editing it, thank you, Adam. And let us know how your love life is with Ellie. We were actually talking about that off the pod the other day. Great acting. Gerardo is hard.
Once I'm on Vibe, it fix everyone's problems. So I cover their problems.
Yeah.
And if I have time with my Vibe brain, some of my days off, I'll actually take days off. Vacations, weekends, and such. I'll fix your problem.
Where's my phone? I don't know. Great. But if you guys get a chance, leave us some voicemail so we can have some for Monday. Yeah.
What are you gonna do now? Oh, you punch me, motherfucker!
Gerda went Netflix at Chang's. Yeah, so check out the Patreon if you want early access. I also have an extra. I'm gonna try to have an extra parody song on what's it called, Netflix Patreon if I can. There's 2 up there right now, so check it out if you want to. But yeah, shout out to you guys. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your evening. See you next week. We're not.
Welcome back to Regular Tweets. Thanks for tuning in. As always, we're in the Patreon, we're in the Discord, we're in the We got shelves. Look at this, Danny. I don't know if you guys saw the live, but we got Rain, we got a Hawk, and a Duck. Because you need both. Also on the Patreon this week, we got early access back for Team who's never heard of it. You can get early access for 10 minutes a shot. Isn't that what you want? Don't you need that once a week? All right, I've done the voice. Juro, how are you? I have something I want to talk about, but I feel maybe we should cut it out also. Okay, wow. I haven't even seen it. It's already maybe needs to be cut. But while it was happening, I was like, this is way too fun not to tell a friend. I didn't even think about Cootie, but I was just like, I gotta tell somebody about this. And I told two people. Okay, what is it? All right, maybe a cut right here. But I was at a girl's house for the first time. For the first time. It sounded for a second, I thought for the first time ever, but that doesn't make any sense. You finally made it into someone's house. Right. A new lady. Good, okay. Right? And, you know, we had just had some fucking, what's it called? Carne asada, yeah. And the carne asada was straight, dude. It was Thai. That's what it was. So it was like carne asada Thai style, dude. Okay. And so I went over to her house. You can probably see where this story's going, dude. Yeah, you're probably going to have some stomach issues or something. I had already had to go to the restroom before getting to the place. Before I even ate, I had to go to the restroom. You know what I mean? Okay. But I was like, I gotta go home and do some work too. I was there, and it was like, you know, Ace Ventura, dude. Like, nature was just calling. You know what I mean? For sure. Okay. And I saw an opportunity, a window of opportunity. She was like, I'm gonna get my laundry started. Laundry's outside, Daddy. You know what I mean? She's gotta go down to a different door, unlock it with her key. Okay. There's laundry in there. Yeah. But I'm doing good, by the way. But let me just tell you the story. She asked me how I was doing, and I just started going, but okay, I just go beat. So she said that, and I was like, immediately saw the window of opportunity, and I was like, fuck, okay. Kidding? And I was like, oh, is it cool if I go to the restroom? Like, I was out of breath asking her in the moment. You know, like, yeah, you're good, it's right there. And it's like, I was like, thank God. It's like, she's gonna leave for a bit. Maybe I can figure out how to get the smell away, but it's coming out, dude. You know, one way is more embarrassing than the other. If I shit myself on her couch, it's not a good look. You know, definitely not. Did you think you might? Yeah. It was that bad. It was, and it wasn't like water. Sorry for being like, you know what I mean? But it was like, dude, you haven't shit in 3 days. Even though you'd already shat before you even went to the restaurant. Right. You to the restaurant too? No. This was like, it was coming, dude. You know what I mean? Right. For some reason, I was just on point, you know, that day. Which, you know, I don't know if that's a good way to put it, but yeah, I was on point, okay? Like, I really had to go at this woman's. I was firing also. Yeah. I was ready to poop. And so I'm already in there. And I fucked up by not waiting for her to leave yet. She's talking to me through the door of the restroom, right? Yeah, dude. And I just leave, bitch. I get it. And she's like, what do you want in this here? I don't know. Stop. Your laundry needs you. I get it. We get it. Better Todd. Oh, I forgot the soundboard. Fuck. I mean, we'll have it for team. Yes. And so I'm going, dude. And it's quiet at first, and I'm like getting away with it, like, oh really? Is that what they said on the news? You know, kind of thing. Dude, and I'm laughing at this point because now it's not making noise. And she's still going. She's going. You know, she's shooting on all cylinders. Rude. But I don't think she got the vibe yet. You know, I'm in the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. Stop talking about and then I think I let out too loud of a little whimper. You know what I mean? Just like, and then she's like, all right, well, I'm gonna get. Like she's like that. She's like, all right, well, I'm gonna get the laundry going. She got the assignment, and so I'm laughing hard at this point.
and manically, like just shitting, you know what I mean? And just like going, dude, like flush, you know, and keep going type thing. Because I don't want to fucking clog the toilet now, dude. That's what the level of this shit is. Oh man, yeah, jeez. Yeah, it's the start of the show. I'm so sorry, but
I don't know. I mean, everybody can relate to the feeling of like being somewhere where you can't poop out. You know, my fiance's old roommate has a very small place. Sorry, place sucks. If you're never gonna listen to this one, it sucks. And then his place, okay, the bathroom is right where the living room is. So she invited us over for the Oscars, and I'm like, I gotta go to the bathroom, man. Like, I'm like, we leave, they haven't even started looking at how long that's even happening. I'm like, I gotta be somewhere where I can go to the bathroom. This is ridiculous. I don't want to go to the bathroom, and I don't even like these people. I'll be honest. Her friend is amazing, and she's great. Her friends, no thanks. All of them. Not one of them. All of them, no thanks. But so I'm stuck. I want to watch the Oscars. They talk too loud, and I can't poop. It's the worst. But that's like so when you're over at her place, what the feeling was, because this is what I can really relate to. So when you know you got to go to the bathroom, and she goes, I'm going to go to the laundry. What is your feeling?
I couldn't have said it faster. I was like, oh, yes, go use the restroom. Way too excited, you know?
When she said that,
as soon as she said the laundry.
Because what I was getting at is like, dude, when you know, like when you have to go to the bathroom and you know that you're gonna make noise, and then an opportunity happens, they're gonna be gone. It's like, thank you, God, you did it for me. Like I always was your line. I was your son. I believed it. And now you did it for me, God. Thank you.
This restroom was promised to me 3,000 years ago, God.
I'm faithful to you. It feels so good when the thing you want happens, right? Because it feels impossible. That situation, you just go, there's no way. I mean, I'm gonna fart loud for sure. I think that every time I go to the bathroom at work, I have Karen, they're used to it. It's embarrassing. But dude, I don't want to, in front of like a chick.
And here's the thing, like when it's set up like that, I'm not done yet, too, by the way. Okay, when it's set up that way, I know it's gonna be quick. But for some reason, it was just like an anomaly, dude. Like I was just shedding pounds. You know? It was crazy. Yeah, it was so inappropriate to happen at somebody else's place. And I apologize if she's seeing this. But I went.
Probably not the worst thing you've done today.
I did so better after I got out. Like, why didn't you just do laundry? So, anyways, let's just get to the point, right? I finished, and she's done doing the laundry, and came back, and I still wasn't done yet. So I finished. I get out of the.
Disgusting.
I get out of there. I was like, I was just steaming a little bit, you know. I didn't say that, but you know, came out. She didn't address it, and I was kind of like this, like. Because I just wrecked the place, right? And then she doesn't say anything. We're sitting on the couch, opposite side of the couch, and she's like talking about her potteries, and then she goes, like the pots in the restroom. Did you see those? And I was like, and this is so close to after I just got out of the restroom, right? Pots. Yeah, like she does. She has like plants in pottery. Oh, that's neat. Yeah. In the restroom. So I was like, oh no, I didn't see those when I was in there for fucking 45 minutes, you know?
You didn't notice.
And she goes, oh, go check them out. And I was like, okay, I will. I was trying to let you. Yeah, like,
but not you, dude. Just me. I'm claustrophobic.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I'll check them out right now. Like, oh, you're good, you're gonna see it. And then I was like yelling at her from the restroom so she wouldn't feel the distance and like stay that far. Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, the roots come out of the side of it. I see that. That's wild, you know. And then we just never talked about it. But the whole time I felt very relieved.
I wish that I had she had on glasses where I could see what you look like during this. Like she should have worn those meta glasses. Because I picture you probably sweating. You're probably sweating a little bit, worried, you know, before going in, and then after you're like, ugh. But at the end of the day, cool people don't really care. You know, it's just a bodily function. I mean, if it's crazy, then you'd probably be like, are you okay? And I think somebody asking, are you okay, is fine. You know, especially with some of the noises I make, I don't mind. As long as they're not saying, like, are you okay to make fun of me? Oh, you know, then it's like, hey, wait a minute. Come on, I'm a human being, dude. Sometimes I gotta go to the bathroom. Sorry, ever heard of it? It's not a freaking big deal. And if you want to be with me, you're going to be with someone who goes to the bathroom a lot. Yeah. All right. And I'm such a consumer, dude. Like, I got up and I immediately started looking around the restaurant. Like, what the fuck is Febreze? Oh, right. Yeah. There was no Febreze, but there was perfume. And I was just like, whatever. Let's use I was just like, that's terrible. Unless it's there specifically for the bathroom. I guess, I don't even know. Well, I was desperate, dude. The smell was god awful. She's gonna get in there, it's gonna still smell like shit, and her expensive perfume is gone. Like, be happy about that. What kind of problem solving that you got going on? Usually you're good at problem solving. You're like actually very good at that. Here's the thing, right? There was matches in the bathroom shelter. There's a candle here somewhere. No candle anywhere, dude. You just light the match. You like people are different. What? No, that's what people do. Get rid of the smell, then you light the match, wave it, and put it in the toilet. That makes the smell go away. I had no. Dude, I even told this story in the podcast. Remember when I used to do that? Sadly embarrassing. I used to do improv, and we would go to this guy's house. And one day during the improv, he took me aside and he was like, "Hey man, I don't want to." He had kind of a smile on his face, like I'm not to be a dick or anything, but when you're light a match, because I'd been blowing up his butt, he like made it seem like I'd been making it smell good, which I probably did. So I was like, all right, I get it. I know. I lit the match and we never talked about it again. But so yeah, that's what the damn. Okay, I'm gonna note that. That's why people have matches in bathrooms, not because you're gonna light candles. Or maybe to light incense or something if they have incense. Yeah, I guess I don't know about incense. See, I'm used to my sister's restroom, which I have terrible stories of blowing that thing up, dude. But she has like different candles. She has candles everywhere, like different candles. Different candles. She has like 3. Everywhere. Candles in the bathroom. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, because just for smell. I don't know though, because like if you light a candle in the bathroom, then you gotta light candle in your bathroom, right? I mean, maybe it makes sense if you're having a party or something. But you're gonna leave it in there the whole time? I don't know. Listen, this is coming from me. There's a lot I don't know. I have graves. And then even on top of having graves, I know there are basic things in life that I haven't learned because I refuse to know them. So this may be one of them, but to me that seems dangerous. I'm probably stick with it. Okay, that's what I learned. I'm glad I brought this up. Yeah, you learned a few things. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good though. That was just embarrassing. That was about 4 days ago. I've been holding that inside of me. But she didn't end up caring, right? No, we never spoke about it. Didn't even talk about it. But I mean, now you're gonna care more than you use all our perfume. Oh yeah. But other than that, I think you did my job. You pass, dude. Yes. So very tragic, obviously, and I wanted to get into it a little bit because over the weekend I looked at the phone and it's on